It's a glorious Friday morning, everybody. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. Let's talk baseball, shall we? Here to do just that are DraftKings contributors Stan Sun and Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. You guys know the drill. Time for some MLB price checks. So who are your favorite plays in these different price ranges for tonight's MLB slate? Starting with the pricey pitcher. So your most expensive dude is Trevor Bauer at $11,900. Stan, you paying all the way up, or are you looking at someone else in that 8K plus range?
Yeah, just from a macro sense, I'm actually paying down at both pitcher slots today. So, if I am going to pay up, I do like Bauer, but I'm going to take the $1,900 savings discount, go down to Alex Wood. He's 10K. He's playing the LA Dodgers. He has a 13.3% swinging strike rate on the season and a 2.75 FIP. He's only allowed 2 home runs, walk 9 in 36 innings. The Dodgers, they've struggled mightily against left-handed pitching this season. They're 9th in strikeouts, 26th in ISO. Blake Snell, Justice Sheffield, Marco Gonzalez, Jose Quintana, Yusei Kikuchi, they all, went busy on them. So I'm going Wood today.
Nick, if you're looking at those pricier guys, who stands out to you?
Carlos Rodon is going to be my guy at 9.9K tonight. I know there's quite a few good guys at 10K or 10K plus, but it's just I feel like Rodon, who has done well against the Yankees in the past, don't let his numbers fool you. He's like a +5 career ERA against them, but that's based off of like 2 terrible outings or like 5-6 years ago. The last 3 times he's faced them, he's done well. Now the Yankees don't strike out like crazy against left-handed pitching, but they're also just middle in the pack in WOBA and OPS against left-handed pitching. And I think it was with Rich Hill that diced against them fairly recently too. So I feel confident in this guy, Carlos Rodon, who's got a 16% swinging strike rate, and he's getting guys to chase out of the zone more often and miss those pitches more often too. So I feel very confident in him at 9.9K.
Eric, what do you think? Like Nick just said, a lot of good guys about that 10K range.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be pretty straightforward here and take the guy who has the most points per game and is only the 3rd highest price. Seems like a good deal to me, and that's going to be Tyler Glasnow. Among that top tier of elite guys who are all pretty similar, might as well get the guy who's been the best by a narrow margin. I think he's going to remain the best or right up there. He's facing a good offense in the Blue Jays, but he seems to be virtually matchup proof this season. Striking out double-digit guys in 5 of his last 7 starts. He's near lock for a huge strikeout total. 38.6% strikeout rate and 9.1% walk rate this year, and that should be very sustainable because both of those marks are within half a percentage point of what he did last season. The main criticism of him in the past was his workload issues, but those seem to be going away. He hit 8 innings in his last start. He's regularly getting beyond 6. So I think Glasnow is firmly in the true ace category this season, and I'm very happy to go with him tonight.
Nick, let's talk stud hitters. You got a lot of big names here. Ronald Acuna Jr., Juan Soto, Trey Turner. Who are you going with?
Well, yeah, there are a lot of options, Jesse, and I think Jesse Winker has to be one of the guys that you go with tonight with your outfield. He's going up against Adrian Hauser, and so before I get to the matchup between him and Hauser, Winker has all of his extra base hits are against right-handed pitching this season. I think there's actually has 1 against left-handed pitching. There's 8 home runs, 9 doubles, and a triple against right-handed pitching. Now against Hauser this year, now Hauser's a guy who's gotten barrel up as many times as he did last season in like 250 fewer pitches. So the form is there for both of them for this to be a good matchup for Winker, and then combine the fact that Winker is 5 for 10 against Hauser in his career and 3 home runs. Normally 10 at bats, I wouldn't say much about that, but 3 home runs, I can't ignore that. So Winker at 5.5K tonight against the Brewers. All
right, Eric, a stud hitter. Where are you going?
Yeah, I usually like Jesse Winker, but I'm going to give a reason not to later, I think. But I'm going to go for this category with Jose Ramirez at 5,600. Switch hitter, gets the platoon advantage against everybody, and getting one against Randy Dobnak seems fine to me. He's probably better than his 8.16 ERA in relief this season, but he's not a scary pitcher at all. He's a soft tossing control grounder guy, career strikeout rate just 16%. Ramirez, if you let him make a ton of contact, he's doing more damage than ever with that contact. He's got a career high in both barrel rate and hard hit rate. Only a 265 actual batting average, but his expected batting average is a full 50 points higher than that. His plate discipline is excellent, just 2 more strikeouts than walks this year, tied for 3rd in the league with 12 homers. So he's kind of a streaky hitter. He has some patches where he's among the best in the league and some where he's pretty shaky, but he's definitely one of the good stretches right now.
Stan, what about a hitter over 5K that you like?
Trevor Story for me, 5.2. He's playing in Colorado. He faces Seth Frankoff. I don't even know who that is. He's 32 years old. He has 9.1 major league innings. He spent 2 years in the KBO. Fastball averages 91 miles per hour. Contact rate in the zone is 94.3%. Swinging strike rate is a paltry 7.7%. Once he's out of the game, then he gets to go up against Arizona bullpen that has the fourth highest FIP in the league. Colorado, they're projected for 5.99 runs, the highest on the slate, and winds blowing out to looks like right center, 17 miles per hour. So yeah, everything lines up.
All right, let's talk about some value here. Eric, who are you looking at as a value bat?
Yeah, Ian Happ at 3,100 seems pretty underpriced to me. There's definitely issues with Ian Happ. He's still striking out all the time, more or less. But his season numbers look pretty mediocre at best this year, but most of that's because of a very poor April. 467 OPS in April. Doesn't get a whole lot worse than that. He's only played 8 games in May because he missed time with an injury, but in those 8 games, he has an OPS of 1331. So he's as hot as he's been all year. Gets the platoon advantage against Carlos Martinez, who 4.35 ERA for him is not terrible, but he's striking out just 12.6% of opposing batters. And when the biggest issue with Happ is his strikeout rate, facing someone who could barely strike out me these days, seems like a good time to use him.
Stan, give the people some value, please.
I'm going Eddie Rosario, 3,300. He's batting second in the lineup. He gets to face off against Radney Dobnak in 5.2 innings against left-handed batters this season. Dobnak, he's 4 home runs. The slash is 320, 393, 800. Minnesota bullpen also has the 6th highest FIP in the league. Rosario, excuse me, he's got 3 home runs on the season, 5 stolen bases. So, there's multiple paths to fantasy goodness here. His problem is that, he chases a ton outside the zone. The O swing percentage is, 13th highest in the league. With that said, the ISO on the season is only 119. He's a career 197 ISO batter, and the BABIP is only 232. So he's going to he's going to heat up at some point.
Nick, where can the people find some salary relief?
And no, for this part of the show, we usually try and stay right under 4K, if not right at it. I'm just going to go a tick over at 4.1K because this guy's value is too good tonight. David Peralta. And look, he's at Colorado, so there's that first. Anytime you're going for an away hitter at Colorado, it's a good play. You're going against German Marquez, and Peralta has faced him 45 times throughout his career. So we have a massive sample size here. And guess what? He has a 1.019 OPS against this guy, 2 home runs, 5 doubles. So I feel like right now, I don't know why I keep trying to round out everybody's outfields this week, but that's just what's been happening. But Peralta is the play here. And I know his numbers on the season haven't been that great, but since May 15, his OPS is up over his season average. It's at 851 right now. So I feel like right now at 4.1K, you're going to get great value out of Peralta against the Rockies.
All right, guys, finally, why don't we take a look at the DK Sportsbook? So Stan, what's your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
Excuse me, Houston minus 1.5 at plus 125. Tyler Ivey, he's starting. He's a rookie. It's going to be his first appearance. When I dug into him a little bit, I was pretty enamored with him. His fastball sits at 92 miles per hour, but he can get it up to 95 when he needs to. The spin rate super high. He works, up and down in the zone. The thing about him though, like his delivery is a little funky, so it's going to take batters a while to get used to him. In the minors, he has a double-digit K per 9 in every season in the minors. Texas, they are 3rd in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. And in addition, even if he does struggle a little bit, the Astros offense, they've been in fuego. They've won the last 8 of 9 games, and they've averaged 6.77 runs per game.
All right, Nick, your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
I had a White Sox Yankees one that I liked a lot, but there's one right away as I was getting ready for today that it just jumped out at me. Seeing Kyle Hendricks on the mound and looking at his over on his hits allowed, it's set at 5.5 right now. And I know it's the price is fine, but against the Cardinals, I'm taking this all day. He's hit this in his last 6 outings, and that includes starts against the Brewers and the Pirates, who are among the worst 5 teams in WOBA against right-handed pitching. And I would honestly, Jesse, I would have taken this at 6.5, the over here. And look, the Cardinals, for those who need to know their numbers, I mean, they're middle of the pack in OPS and ISO against right-handed pitching. So I have all the confidence in the world that Kyle Hendricks is going to give up at least 6 hits tonight against the Cardinals.
Nick, very confident in his pick. Eric, are you as confident?
I'll go with no, but I still like my pick anyway. It's early morning. I'm not feeling super confident in anything in the world yet. Give me an hour or two and some more coffee. But this is my reason for not being all in on Jesse Winker tonight, even though I do love him this year. I'm picking the Brewers over the Reds because I do think Adrian Hauser actually is pretty good. Not so good that I think Winker's a terrible play by any means, but he's a guy that people liked a few years ago where he actually had an above average strikeout rate, ground ball rate, and walk rate, I believe. He regressed last season. This year, the strikeouts aren't all the way back, just 20.6%, but he's got a very high ground ball rate of 60.2%. So should do a good job keeping the ball in the yard against a pretty good Reds lineup that is in the top third by WRC+. The Brewers are down near the bottom, but they've been banged up for most of the year and are less banged up now. They've got Christian Yelich back, which certainly helps more than a little bit. And they're facing Jeff Hoffman, who I don't really have any faith in. 4.67 ERA, and that's like the best outcome he's had. Career ERA over 6. Most of his career was spent in Colorado, which does inflate that. But even with the Coors Field adjustment, there's no way to make a 6.17 career ERA look good. This year, he's worse than average across the board. Strikeout rate, ground ball rate, walk rate, just nothing there. I think there's enough with Hauser and a healthier Brewers lineup that I have medium confidence, I guess, in this pick.
Hey, medium confidence, Friday morning, we'll take it. Okay, we'll take it. Good stuff, guys. Appreciate the time as always. Saturday is UFC fight night, so we're breaking it down with Tim Finnegan next. to DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan, who is here for UFC Chase or Fades. Are you chasing or fading the odds on these fighters heading into Saturday's Fight Night event in Vegas? So after some thrilling fights in front of a sold-out crowd in Houston last weekend, we head back to the UFC Apex in Las Vegas. Looking at the main card, let's start with the women's featherweight division as Felicia Spencer takes on Norma Dumont. Now, Spencer is the favorite at -186. So, Tim, chase or fade that she gets back on track after losing 2 of her last 3 fights?
So I'm going to chase this. You know, Spencer has lost 2 of her last 3 fights, but it's been like against ridiculously elite competition. Like she fought Amanda Nunes and Chris Cyborg, who are 2 of like the greatest female fighters ever. And she went the distance with both Nunes and Cyborg, which is really impressive. So if you look at her overall numbers, like her striking numbers aren't great, but you have to factor in that she fought Nunes and Cyborg. And if you take those 2 fights out, her numbers are pretty good. So I really like Spencer to bounce back in this fight.
Okay, up next, let's check out the men's flyweight division as David Dvorak takes on Alian Paiva. Now, Dvorak hasn't lost since 2012, but is only a slight favorite at -150. So chase or fade, he keeps his streak alive.
So looking at the striking metrics for this fight, Paiva absorbs more strikes than he lands. And anytime I see that, that's always a huge red flag for me. So I would go with Dvorak in this fight if I'm gonna have to make a choice.
Okay, so the men's heavyweight division features a bout between Justin Tafa and Jared Vanderaa. Now, Tafa is the favorite at -190, but are you chasing or fading him against the more experienced Vanderaa?
So the striking measures for this fight are really lopsided. Like it's a small sample, but Vanderaa's absorbing more, almost double the strikes that he lands. Like that's like terrifying. Like that's like really alarming to me. And Tafa has good striking volume. He's landing over 5 significant strikes per minute. So I really like Tafa in DraftKings DFS contest with his volume and the matchup in this fight.
Okay, moving on to the men's middleweight, we got a bout between Jack Hermanson and Edmund Shabaizin. Now, Hermanson is a -162 favorite, but are you chasing or fading him coming off his absolutely gruesome defeat back in December?
So yeah, Hermanson lost his last fight, but it was to Marvin Vettori, and Vettori's fighting for the title next, and he could very well be the next champion because he gave Israel Adesanya a great fight in the last time they fought. So it was against elite competition that Hermanson lost to, and Hermanson's striking metrics are much better. Like Shabaza has absorbed more strikes than he's landed. Like we keep talking about, that's always a big red flag to me. And Hermanson, if you look at his DraftKings fantasy log, like he's scored over 110 DraftKings fantasy points. It's like 5 times in his last 10 fights. That's pretty high upside. He's only 8,900 at DraftKings DFS contests. Like I would look at him if you're going to look for a DFS play.
Next up is the co-main event as we hit the women's strawweight division with Yen Xiaonan battling Carla Esparza. Now, Esparza, I think I'm saying that right, is an even money underdog in this one, despite Xiaonan's last loss coming over a decade ago. So chase or fade that she actually pulls off this upset.
So Yan has really sparkling striking metrics. She's landing over 6 significant strikes per minute, and it's basically double what she absorbs. So that's like really appealing to me. You know, as Carla Esparza is really good at getting takedowns, she goes for a lot of takedowns, but Jan's takedown defense is solid. She's stopping 75% of her opponent takedown attempts. So if Jan keeps this fight standing, like I would look for her to like really beat Esparza up with striking volume. So I'm gonna go with Jan in this fight.
Okay, we have a bantamweight bout for this week's main event between Rob Font and Cody Garbrandt. This fight is a pick'em right now at -110 for each fighter. So are you fading a bet on the money line and going somewhere else in the sports book for this one?
So Cody Garbrandt, he had a really serious bout with COVID where he got pneumonia, he had blood clots, like he was in really bad shape. So that's kind of concerning to me. Like we've seen some athletes where they have COVID and they come back and their cardio is not the same, or their brain is like they have like brain fog. It's like it's really strange. So that kind of worries me for this fight. Font has a big reach advantage. He's got a 6-inch reach advantage. He's got a really good jab, so he's going to use that reach advantage to really like pepper Garbrandt with his jab. And Font has good striking volume. He's landing 5 significant strikes per minute. I like Font to pick Garbrandt apart using his jab and his range and his reach. And like I said, like Garbrandt's bout with COVID does concern me for this fight. So I'd look at Font.
All right, finally, let's get your best DFS play for UFC Fight Night. What is it?
So Ben Rothwell, he's 9,200. he's fighting Chris Barnett, who's a 5'9" heavyweight. That's like really short for a heavyweight. Like Ben Rothwell is going to be like way longer. He's like 6'4", 6'5", and Barnett is making his UFC debut. And this is like a huge step down in competition for Ben Rothwell, because Barnett has mostly fought on like the regional scene, like smaller promotions, like this is a big mismatch. Like on DraftKings Sportsbook, Rothwell is one of the biggest favorites. He's like minus 335, I want to say. So I would look at Ben Rothwell 9,200 on DraftKings.
All right, good stuff. Can't wait to see what happens Saturday night. Good stuff, Tim. Appreciate the time. Next up, we're breaking down the available bets for tonight's final play-in tournament game between the Grizzlies and the Warriors. But first, here's our own Emerson Latias one-on-one with 76ers assistant coach Dave Yeager.
All right, back with us again is good friend of DraftKings and assistant coach for the Eastern Conference top seed, Philadelphia's Dave Yeager. How we feeling right now, Coach?
Feel great, man. Feel great. Finished the regular season off in first place in the Eastern Conference. You know, I've told my wife, I've told my family, no matter how long you do this, you may never get an opportunity to be an Eastern Conference champion or a Western Conference champion. So to be part of something like this is very special.
Yeah, for sure. Because like when we were talking with you back in March, like we discussed how you were holding steady at the top of the conference standings, like despite facing multiple adversities, including that big injury to Joel Embiid. So what has the feeling and mood around the locker room been now that you kind of proved to yourselves, hey, you can overcome all of that?
Yeah, it's, you know, the journey of the season is long. And as you look at different stretches of it, you know, there was times where we played strength of schedule, you know, was very difficult. And then we knew, like, if we could get to the last 10 games of the year, that we played a tough schedule as far as travel wise. We played 5 games and 7 nights there. We played 6 and 9 as part of that stretch. But the competition, maybe some of those teams weren't as at the top of their conferences as we had played earlier in the season. So getting through those tough stretches without some guys, Ben had a stretch where he wasn't able to go for a couple.
Yep.
And so to get through that, and the resilience that the guys have shown, the leadership that Doc Rivers has shown, it's just been terrific.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure you have a lot to say as well about like the leadership of Joel Embiid when he is on the court. Like he's been an absolute force. We're talking about averaging north of 28 points per game, which is 4th in the entire league. I mean, everyone sees the numbers he puts up, right? But what about the impact? What's the impact that he has on the rest of the team when he's on the court?
Well, I mean, first of all, he's probably everybody in our organization and that plays with him feels that he's the MVP. You know, I mean, what his impact is cannot be discounted enough. Like he's just a big stud. And I think we look at the scoring numbers especially, and he absorbs rebounds, but his whole game of the game gets really easy when you have to have 2 people guard the ball, and he makes a second man play him, and that opens up everything for everybody else. So it's not just about him scoring the basketball in the low post. His passing is terrific. His leadership, getting guys in spots, rolling more often in pick and rolls, which creates opportunities for Seth Curry, for Danny Green, and just being the force that he is. And I think defensively he doesn't get the credit that maybe he deserves. He patrols the middle. I always said, you know, our bigs lead the defense, and he's been more and more vocal because he's back and he can see behind everybody's head, and the louder he is and the more we communicate as a group in general, but he's gotten much better at it, and that helps us a lot.
I mean, talk about being louder here. What's it been like having that added energy with fans back in the arena?
It's really cool because, I mean, you know, I haven't been here. I mean, I've been here as an opposing head coach, and it's like, you know, you just at that point you kind of just locked in and you do, but to be able to enjoy it as a part of the 76ers organization, and the passion, you know, we can listen to the talk radios and we can read the newspapers and read all the stuff on the internet, but when you're there, you can feel it. And we're at what, almost 50%, and you can feel it. You can just imagine what it's like when it's really rocking and rolling in a playoff series at 100%. So hopefully we'll get there.
Yeah, and last year with the playoffs, like in the bubble, home team advantage, like didn't really exist. I mean, you guys went 29-7 at home this year. So how excited are you to kind of have that extra advantage now, you know, back in your hands as the top seed in the conference?
You know, and from 40,000 feet, being out last year or being in the other conference in, you know, the years prior to that for 12 years, always kind of looked at it like, yeah, that's a tough place to play. But especially lately, they seem like they win a lot of games at home, you know, and now I'm here and you see the comfort level that guys have and the support that they know they have everywhere throughout the community to play in at home, because the record has been good. And I think we've made strides in our road record, which is a big improvement and also a big reason why I think you end up with the number 1 seed. But that home record going into the playoffs is huge. Having the higher seed is huge because of both of those two things. So we're really excited about where we are.
It takes 16 wins here, Coach, to be the champion. I mean, what's the biggest X factor for this team to hit that goal?
Well, I think every team's in the same boat as far as injuries, right? And now there's a subset of that, or maybe even its own category of what happens if somebody gets COVID? You know what I mean? Or anybody in our staff. Like, we're very, very conscientious about not putting ourselves in positions where, hey, what if I did something silly and then I go, oh yeah, I was around Joel Embiid within 6 feet for more than 4.2 minutes in a row, and now he has to be out for 10, or who knows. So that is a big issue, and nobody wants to hear about that stuff, but that is what it is. And then, can you get stops? For us, I think we get rated out as the number 1 defensive team, or in some metrics, maybe second best. But if we can get stops, that means it's a lot easier for our offense to get out and go. And rather than look at it from, well, if our offense would get up to the top 5, then no, like our defense can be absolutely suffocating. And you guys have seen this for the last couple of years. Yep. My first year here, with what Ben can do, with Tobias flying around with his range, Danny Green's able to do some things. Now you got Matisse Thybulle coming off the bench, but Joel's anchoring the whole thing. Got Dwight Howard bringing some energy. So I think that's the biggest thing for us. If we can absolutely lock people up, it'll stress us down a little bit offensively. And then, as well as I do in the playoffs, I don't anticipate your best players play more minutes. That's how you win. And I think we'll see that as well. And I think the offense will have an uptick a little bit because of that.
All right, before you get out of here, again, an amazing regular season. You've got to describe to me that amazing regular season that has you in first place, top seed in the Eastern Conference. Describe it to me in one word.
Excellence. I think that's the word. I think whether it's just for this year or for the next 5 years, the definition of understanding this is what it takes to be at a high level. Doc is all in on it. The players are in on it. Like, the level of professionalism, the work ethic, and the sacrifice that's required. And we're seeing the fruits of that already now, but I think that can be entrenched for years going forward. I think that's fantastic.
Love it. Way to set the tone, Coach. Dave Yeager, good catching up with you. Thanks for making time for DraftKings.
It's been too long, man. Let's do it again.
I know. Yeah, let's not do this like wait 2 months next time, okay? Hopefully we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Hopefully between series. There we go.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield here with DraftKings contributors Alex Hunter and Kenny Ducey. We're breaking down the available bets for tonight. The Grizzlies taking on the Warriors for the right to earn the final playoff spot in the NBA, going down tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Warriors are 5-point favorites here. All right, Golden State has covered the spread 7 games in a row. Keep that in mind. Alex, do you expect them to cover here? And is it kind of just dependent on Steph Curry's production?
I absolutely expect them to cover. This past Sunday, when these two teams battled out for the 8 seed, also a very important game, the Warriors won by 12, and that gave them the series advantage 2-1 for the regular season. And one of those wins came without Steph, and the one loss came without Steph. So the one time that Steph did play against the Grizzlies, they won by 12, and they won 7 of their past 9, and they've won 9 of their past 10 in the Oracle. We know how big of a big deal it is to play in the Oracle. It's one of the best home court advantages in the league, especially during like a playoff scenario like this. And I think the Lakers got lucky the other night beating this Warrior team, that Hail Mary by LeBron. I don't even think the Warriors should be here. And I think their championship pedigree is going to show up tonight. I think they get a comfortable win. The line opened at 3.5, but it's moved to 5, like you said, showing you that the big money and the sharp money is on the Warriors. And I think they absolutely cover.
What do you think, Kenny?
This is a weird line to me. So I was racing to take the Warriors at -3.5, -4. Now it's up to -5. You know what? I probably won't bet this, but if I had to pick a side, I'd actually take the Grizzlies. I do think that this could be a pretty close game. I think getting 5 points is a lot. And in a game where the stakes are this high, you look at how Memphis played Portland last year with the playoff spot on the line. They were up 8 late in that game. I think that the Grizzlies don't get enough respect here. And, I think that we're also inclined to take or just lay the points because think about all the games in the play-in tournament. Aside from that Lakers-Warriors game, which was an absolute firecracker of a game, we didn't see any real close games, any games where you weren't really like comfortable laying the points. I know the Spurs Grizzlies game was weird because the Spurs came back late, Rudy Gay at that 3, but like, I think that you would have been pretty fine with just laying the points everywhere else. I think people are expecting another blowout. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think you got two really good defenses, which we'll touch on in the next question. And I really do think that the Grizzlies have a fighting chance here. I don't think the Grizzlies win, but they could certainly take us down to the last possession.
Yeah, so the total in this game is set at 221.5. Kenny, are you leaning over or under? When these teams played on Sunday, they totaled 214.
Yeah, Jesse, it's weird again because it's an elimination game. So you immediately look to the under, and that is where I'm looking. But the weird part of it is these two teams are top 10 in pace. So they're top 10 in pace, but they're also top 10 in defense. So that means that there's more chances for things to go wrong if you take the under. But I do think that in a game with the stakes so high, there will be a little bit of a slower pace to this one. I do think that the Warriors, they slowed the pace down against the Lakers. It was grinding to a halt. Both defenses played very solidly, and I think that we see that again here. We've seen the defensive effort waver for both of these teams really down the stretch, but the Warriors had a big lull there where they just weren't really playing much defense at all. But you saw them batten down the hatches come play-in time, and I do think that once again we see a good performance. We know that these two teams can defend, and it's just a matter of bringing out the effort, bringing out the big guns. I do think so, and I also think that the Warriors' offense is due for a little bit of regression here. You had a guy like Andrew Wiggins, just playing lights out. He is good. I still think that he's going to have a good game, but I don't think he's going to give them that much. And when they don't get that much, it's going to, they're going to need even more from Curry. And I don't know if this Warriors offense is built to cover an over like this.
Alex, the Grizzlies and Warriors have played under the total in 20 of their last 27 head-to-head meetings. What do you think?
I absolutely think it goes under. Like you said, it was 214 this past Sunday. And between their three matchups this year, it's been an average of 219 points. And like Kenny touched on, both teams are really good defenses right now. The Warriors closed out the regular season ranking second in defensive rating in their final 10, and the Grizzlies ranked seventh in defensive rating this season. And the Grizzlies just got Jaren Jackson Jr. back, who's a strong defensive player. His presence on the defensive end definitely helps them. And we keep touching on it. This is a playoff game. This is a game 7. It might be called play-in, but this is a playoff game 7 for both teams. It's win or go home. And I definitely think it's going to slow down, even though both of these teams like to play up in pace. I think it's going to slow down. It's going to be a defensive battle, and I definitely think it goes under.
Alex, how about a player prop from this game that you're thinking makes sense? Some people eyeing that Draymond Green assists prop.
I was eyeing Draymond too, but the one that stuck out to me was Dylan Brooks at 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists combined. In his last 5, he's averaging 30.8 points, rebounds, and assists combined. And over that time, he's led the Grizzlies with a 30% usage rate, which is a huge upgrade from his average rate for the regular season. And he only got 26 points, rebounds, and assists combined this past Sunday when these two teams met up. But he fouled out with 6 minutes remaining. I don't think that's going to happen again. I think tonight he's going to play nearly 40 minutes like we saw him do just against the Spurs. And when you can combine that type of playing time with his team high usage, I definitely think he beats this number.
All right, Kenny, a player prop from this game that you're liking.
Looking right at Jonas Valanciunas over 19.5 points. You look at the last 5 games, including that Spurs game. Valanciunas hit the over on this point prop 5 out of 6 times. And he's also averaging around 23 points per game in those games. He's just been a monster. And the biggest thing here is the Warriors front court. We've been attacking them all season long. They're really weak. They allow a lot of second chance points. They don't rebound the ball that well. I think that Valanciunas here has a pretty dominant effort in the post, and we see something more like the game that he had against the Warriors in the aforementioned winner takes 8th place game when he had 29 points against them. I think that he's going to be a focal point of this offense once again. I do think that the points come in bunches here. It's also worth noting that his points per game average is at 17 for the season. So it's not like, it's that outlandish to see him just going for, kind of normal night with 20 points. I like this over a lot here. He's going to be used a lot.
Finally, let's look at the DFS side of things here, guys. So you can play a showdown contest featuring this matchup, of course. So who are you going to captain in this game, Kenny? Do you have to go with Curry?
No, you don't. You don't at all. I want to get Curry in my lineup, but I'm not spending all that money. I'm going to go with the guy I just mentioned, Jonas Valanciunas. He's $10K in the flex, and in the captain spot, you actually get $2,100 savings off of Steph Curry. look, he's just been an absolute menace over the last 5 games of the regular season, and again in that Warriors game, he had 23 rebounds against the Spurs. He had 16 against the Warriors. Both of those games, he went over 23 points. The Warriors are 4th to last in rebounding rate. They are allowing the 4th most second chance points per game, and they also are allowing 44.4% shooting in the paint this season outside of the restricted area. So I think that the recipe here is right for Jonas Valanciunas to have a monster game. I would absolutely not be surprised to see him outperform Steph Curry. I know that you have the volume with Curry, but I think that you're going to get at least 15 rebounds and at least 20 points with Jonas Valanciunas. Pretty hard to pass up a guy with a really high floor like this in the captain spot, considering you don't have to pay all the way up for Steph Curry, and then you can get them both in your lineup. So I think that it allows you the flexibility to get more of those guys you want in your lineup if you captain Valanciunas versus Curry. But obviously, not going to fault you for captaining Steph Curry. That's just my I'm going to attack the Golden State Warriors front courts. Worked for me all season long.
Alex, what do you think? Are you going to pay the $17,100 to have Curry in your captain spot?
I think if you're playing one lineup, you should pay up for Steph. I don't think anybody in this game's ceiling even compares to his. This past Sunday, we saw him go for 73 against the same Grizzlies team. He's averaging 56 in his last 10. And over that time, he's at a 41% usage rate. And that's just a godly number. You know, that's like Russell Westbrook in his MVP season in the Thunder, or like James Harden when he was with the Rockets. The ball's in his hands almost nearly half the game. And with so much on the line in this play-in against the Lakers and against the Grizzlies, he's averaging 40 minutes. And barring a blowout, he's going to play that high of a volume. So I think you take Steph if you're making one lineup. But if you're making multiple lineups, I like paying down to Draymond. Draymond's averaging 43 fantasy points in his past 5, and he's always a threat to reach the double-double bonus or the triple-double bonus. And like I keep saying, I think his championship pedigree is going to show up, and he's definitely going to come with less captain ownership from Curry or even Valanciunas. So I think Draymond's the good pay down option.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, you two. Now, speaking of basketball, 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. But that doesn't mean that you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. All right, thanks again, you two. We're talking hockey next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes are here to preview tonight's NHL playoff slate. 4 games to choose from, locking at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time with the Capitals and Bruins. So guys, let's start there with Game 4 in Boston. All 3 of these games have gone to OT. My God. So you have to be thinking a money line bet here, right? I mean, Jeff, do you like the Caps to tie the series at plus 143, or will that 2 OT heartbreaker be too much to overcome?
Yeah, I mean, we've alluded to this every time we've talked about this series, and I've been on. Obviously, it's just an insanely close between these two teams. 1 goal separated them in the regular season, and in 8 matchups. And I mean, again, we've gotten 3 OT series here. I still lean with the Bruins here. I just think that they're the better team. They were my pick to begin here, so it's really hard for me to just sit here and say I think Washington is going to win. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people will have Washington rated out just because they're plus money available, but I'm going to side with Boston here. You know, I think they have the significant edge in net. I know Samsonov played better for the Capitals in Game 3 there, but I think Boston eventually overcomes this. And I think at some point we're going to see them break through and actually win a game in regulation, possibly by even more than one goal. So again, it's probably not going to be the popular move tonight, but I do think Boston has the edge here, and I'm going to side with them.
All right. What do you think, Paul?
I think I'm on Jeff's side all the way here. I really like the way he's laid it out. The Bruins are in the driver's seat with a series lead, a home date for Game 4, and no uncertainty in goal. Tuukka Rask is perhaps the biggest advantage they have going into this tilt. At some point, you have to think they're going to break out of this one-goal victory thing in overtime, and today's that day in my mind. The Bees just seem to have a slightly better structure to their game, and the Caps look like they were just barely hanging on for long stretches in the overtime of the last tilt. Consider the 19-8 shot advantage over the 2 overtime periods.
AJ, are you with the guys?
Yes, but no. I'm still riding the overtime train here. And so I'm going to look again at that 60-minute line. You can get tie at plus 330. That's fantastic value for a series that's gone 3 overtimes. Make it a 4th tonight. Look, I definitely think we could see the Bruins take the 3-1 series lead at home, which is why I'm not taking the Caps on the money line. But a 1-goal game keeps me away from the puck line on the Bruins side as well. It does look like Washington will get Lars Eller back tonight, which could tip the scales in their favor towards evening the series. But if it happens, it'll be in overtime.
Yeah, let's give AJ a little credit because he called that overtime bet in the last game too. That was a great one. So.
I mean, can we take another overtime? I don't know. It's very interesting. All right, the Hurricanes are minus 148 road favorites to take on a commanding 3-0 series lead against the Preds. Paul, do you think the Canes win again, or do the Preds pull one out at home as plus 127 dogs?
Jess, I certainly think the Canes have planted plenty of seeds of doubt in the minds of the Preds following their 2 wins at home on the heels of a decided advantage that we pointed out in the prelude to this set. 6-2 was the advantage in the regular season. Ordinarily, I wouldn't suggest that a team is never at a disadvantage until they lose a playoff game at home. But the advantages that we saw at the start of the series has played out to a T. The Canes are a better team in all areas of the game, and the Preds haven't had an answer over now 10 outings between the 2 clubs. I see little reason for optimism for the home fans tonight.
AJ, you agree?
Absolutely. Nashville is just too outclassed in this one. And honestly, I don't mind laying up some juice here at minus 148, which I think is a little bit too favorable to the Predators, a little too much home ice lean on that one. I'll for sure take the Canes on the puck line at plus 190. I would even consider going up to Carolina on the alternate plus puck line minus 2.5 goals, which they did cover in the first 2 games. You can get plus 350. Nedeljkovic has been the absolute game changer in this one, posting a .964 save percentage through the first 2 games, and I look for him to continue that run tonight.
Jeff, you agree with the guys?
It's a 3 for 3. Give me a round of Preds here. This line makes 0 sense. I mean, I think that the Canes are getting discounted here because they're starting a rookie in net or something. Or maybe someone just doesn't believe in them at the sports books. I don't know. But the Hurricanes are absolutely, look, they're second in expected goal rate already in the playoffs. The Preds are the absolute walking dead here. They're 15th in that same category. They just don't create offense. The Preds are a wing and a prayer. All they are hoping for is a 50-save performance from Juuse Saros. It could happen, but I don't really want to bet on it. I think minus 148, you're getting fantastic value to take the Hurricanes on the money line here.
All right, guys, moving to game 2 between the Jets and Oilers. Winnipeg used a huge 3-goal third period to upset the heavily favored Oilers in game 1. AJ, do you think Edmonton is shell-shocked and Winnipeg can do it again as plus 143 underdogs, or do the home favorite Oilers at minus 167 bounce back in this one?
Well, I told you guys on Wednesday that Hellebuyck could steal one for this team. I didn't think it would be game 1, but I'm not sure he can take another game on the road. Still, you could see Nikolai Ehlers and Pierre-Luc Dubois back in the lineup tonight. Neither one's been ruled out for that one. They would both immediately jump into top 6 roles. I think this was a one-off game. I expect the Oilers to win in this series, but honestly, I'm going to stay away from it because it could happen. It absolutely could happen with Winnipeg. I'm going to look player props here instead. I like Mark Scheifele and Blake Wheeler, both over 2.5 shots for plus 125. And look, you can get some value on McDavid here too for an anytime goal scorer at plus 105. Nice to get some value on that. If anybody's going to score against Hellebuyck, it certainly has a good chance of being him.
Jeff, what do you think? Can the Dogs do it, or do the home favorite Oilers bounce back?
I mean, it's really hard for me to pick against the Oilers just from a bias standpoint, but like it's nightmare fuel. What's going on with the Jets right now? Hellebuck is his last 3 games. He's been right back to that Vezina winning form. Obviously stopping a bunch of shots in game 1 here. And look, the Oilers are a team with flaws. I mean, we like to romanticize they have the 2 best players in the game. They're throwing out Tyson Barrie, who's bad 5-on-5. They don't have secondary scoring. This team has been shut down for stretches this year. I don't think they're a really good bet on the money line at this price. I think this should be closer, a little bit closer to like a pick 'em or something. So I'm not going to recommend Winnipeg just because I can't do that. Like my emotions won't let me, Jesse. But this is a game that I'd probably stay away from as well, and probably try and drift into some of the player props. I do think that you're probably going to see like McDavid or Draisaitl score some points here. So maybe going with the multiple point game from like Draisaitl, which is, I believe, plus 125 in the DraftKings Sportsbook. I don't hate that, but this is a game on the money line and the puck line. If anything, I would side with Winnipeg, but I'm probably just going to stay away.
Paul, do you want to stay away here and look at player props? Is this one just too hard to predict?
No, I'm in on this one on the Jets side. I'll tell you why. I think they look very confident, a team that's certainly broken out of a recent slump, and the Oilers' high-end players just couldn't get on track. The coach and AJ will tell you that the best way to keep a lid on McDavid and Draisaitl is to stay with them when the play transitions from their own defensive end of the rink to the other side on offense, and they did that with great results, Winnipeg did. Be with them at the start when they move out of their end, I say. That style of play could limit the Oilers' offense once again if the Jets can repeat that approach to game 1. A lot of Edmonton's 33 shots at Hellebuck were not high danger chances. I watched this game from beginning to end, and I'll take that plus 138 and look for a repeat performance from the Jets tonight.
All right, guys, the Blues have been no match for Nathan McKinnon and the Avs, but they are at home. St. Louis is plus 200 as home underdog. Jeff, do you think they still win at home, or do the Avs just roll again?
This one's really tempting to take the Blues here. I think you could maybe look at the puck line, plus 1.5, you're getting minus 130. I think you could see some kind of like OT game here. Colorado, look, they've been dominant. They're clearly the better team. I'm not trying to make a case that St. Louis is going to come back and win this series, but they kind of, woke the sleeping dog, so to speak, with that hit on Justin Falk. And you just don't do that in the playoffs, and you're going to get a response here. Like, the Blues are still a veteran team. I know they're super banged up on the back end. Maybe they get some help, like maybe Vince Dunn gets in tonight. But I think it's just a spot where, the Blues are they're going to throw everything at it tonight. Like, I really kind of think that this is, if anything is going to happen here, you're going to get a close game. So like I said, I don't mind going to the Blues on the puck line, maybe taking the OT prop here as well. But I think St. Louis is going to make this a close game. And, regardless of what happens here, Colorado wins in 4 or 5. But I don't mind siding with the Blues on the money line or the plan here.
Paul, are you tempted to take the Blues here?
Absolutely. I disagree with the assessment that you started with, that the Avs were rolling in that last game. Consider the shots on goal were 29-16 for the Blues over the last 2 periods, 14 if you discount the 2 empty netters for St. Louis over the last 2 periods in that game. The Avs will be without Nazem Kadri, as he will be suspended for a dangerous hit in game 2, and he'll likely miss the rest of the series. His third such offense in the last 3 playoff tournaments, incidentally. That takes Colorado's number 2 center out of lineup, likely for the remainder, and cause these lines to be shuffled. I think the Blues are going to be inspired by these developments and a return to their home ice tonight. I like them big time this evening.
AJ, do you like the Blues big time?
I don't. I will take that puck line for Colorado every single day and twice on Sundays. You can still get some value here if you want to go series bet at Colorado to win 4-0 at plus 125. Although that's a pretty big drop from what we've seen earlier. Binnington fell back into that form we've seen from him all season with a sub 900 save percentage in game 2. Look, I'd consider going even bigger. You can get minus 2.5 for plus 220. You get really crazy in this one. Go Avs minus 3.5 for plus 480 if you're looking for a decent long shot bet. I am not on the Blues tonight, guys. It's all Colorado.
All right, good stuff, guys. That's all the time we have. We're going to be closing the show with football talk after a NASCAR price check for this Sunday's race in Austin, Texas.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Circuit of the Americas. whose salary jumped up this week. Michael McDowell, 6,200 up to 7,400. He's a decent road racer, but he's never had an average running position inside the top 10 in any road course race. Ryan Blaney, 8,400 up to 9,100, a decent road course racer, but his finishes were better with his old crew chief. Chase Briscoe, 6,100 up to 6,400. Tried to warn you last week and the week before that. If this were baseball, he'd be on a bus headed to Scranton right now. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, 11,500 down to 10,200. I say it every week. He's fast everywhere. I'd pay $1,100 for a blindfolded Larson at Rainbow Road in mirror mode. Martin Truex Jr., 11,900 down to 10,600. He's the best road course racer in NASCAR. May not always get the finishes that he deserves, but anyone that watches these races knows that he is the best. Bubba Wallace, 6,900 down to 5,800. Schumacher, Senna, Andretti. Bubba doesn't quite sound like a legendary road course expert to me. Favorite play of the week, Denny Hamlin, 10,100. It's a new track. It's going to be a just wing it weekend. Last season was nothing but just wing it weekends, and Hamlin won 7 times. Chase Elliott, 10,500. He's a road course natural. The numbers speak for themselves. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. And that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself just because you're not there. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you beat the winner's score. Okay, final block of the sweat, guys. Here's DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich for NFL over-under. So will these teams go over or under their projected win total in 2021? We talked a lot of football this week, talking win totals for the top teams in the league and the bottom feeders, and of course Kenny's Jets. But let's look at some teams in the middle of the pack here. So we're going to start with the Seahawks sitting at 9.5 wins. Can Russell Wilson and company hit that over, Kenny?
You know, it's the darndest thing, Jesse. I don't think so. It sounds weird, right? You think the Seahawks last year, they were one of the best teams in football. If you want to rewind, right, and look back to the beginning of last season, all of us at DraftKings everywhere were calling the Seahawks frauds. They were not sure the Seahawks were really good because this defense is so bad. And what did they do over the offseason? They didn't do much to improve this defense. The secondary really shot them in the foot a lot last season. And now you look at the matchups, Indy, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh from the AFC. You have a very difficult division, maybe the most difficult division in football with San Francisco, LA, and Arizona. LA is a title contender this year. And then you got to play New Orleans, Green Bay, and that tough Washington defense. This is going to be really difficult. This is a much tougher road ahead for the Seahawks this season versus last season. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult. This is going to be very close, but I think they win 9 games here.
Jeff, what do you think? Are they going under that 9.5 win mark?
It is going to be close, but they've sucked me back in already. I'm going to take the over here. I like some of the moves they made. I think Dwayne Eskridge was a savvy pick there in the second round. I like the fact they brought in Witherspoon to shore up the corner spot and Pierre Desir a bit. So, you know, with Russell Wilson, they're definitely going to be in contention for the over here, and I would lean over for this one.
Okay, the next set of teams are all at 9 wins, which would be a 9-8 season. So the Minnesota Vikings, can they hit that 9-win total, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm going to go under here. Again, a tough schedule, and maybe some of this, rests on where Aaron Rodgers ends up. But I really don't see that the Vikings taking a huge step forward. They're going to have to outscore a lot of people. They're probably going to do that in some games, but they do match up against a couple tough divisions as well. I just don't really like this team, quite frankly. I'm going to go under.
Kenny, are you going under?
No, I'm going over. I think that the Minnesota Vikings made a lot of, they had a big offseason. They added on the defense, and they're also going to get Anthony Barr back, who missed the last 14 games of the year last year. Michael Pierce, Danielle Hunter, so many names. They brought in Nick Vigil that are going to really shore up that rushing defense. That was their biggest Achilles heel last year. If they fix the defensive side of things, they still got Dalvin Cook. They still have an average quarterback in Kirk Cousins. They can still make some noise here in a division that's kind of whimpering now with the Lions just leaving the picture. So I definitely think that they can do this. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, the LA Chargers in Justin Herbert's second season. Kenny, over or under 9 wins?
Under still. I think that this defense is a big liability. I know that it's getting better. I know that they're a rebuilding team, but this is still a team that's a year away from making a ton of noise in the AFC. And you have to remember they're going to have to play some great teams. They're going to have to run the gauntlet against Kansas City twice. You've got, New England is going to be a tough game. People, according to people who say the Jets are going to lose a lot of games, Denver is going to be a difficult game, and Cincinnati as well. So I don't know. Cleveland, Baltimore, that's for the AFC North. I just don't see the Chargers dominating here. This is a very high total, and I think it's a pretty value bet here to take the under.
Jeff, you think it's too high? You want to go under?
I mean, all of a sudden the Patriots are good in Kenny's eyes. Is that what we're doing here? No, I actually like the over here quite a bit. They match up with the NFC East. I mean, we're talking like one little upset away, and you could easily get the over here. They also have 2 games against the Raiders on the schedule. They have Houston. They also end with a very, very, easy end of year schedule here. They have the Raiders, the Texans, and the Giants kind of all in their last 5 games. I think you're in a very good spot for a push at 9. And again, you're like one upset away from going the over here. I think Justin Herbert's a great QB. I think the defense is a little bit underrated, so I'm going to go over.
All right, good stuff, guys. That's going to do it for our show. We got 6 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. Colts at Jets, Emerson and Christian on the call. Make sure you stay tuned also for FBWC coverage all weekend. The Sweat will be back on Monday at 11 a.m. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
make sure I still have that goodness inside me. I can still root for.
Where is Kenny when you need him? You know?
Yeah, probably yelling at a street vendor on the back alleys of Manhattan.
We are
about great things, Jets. How the team's going to bounce back. How Zach Wilson is the second coming. How he should be selling all these jerseys, not Tim Tebow.
Yeah, that's right. We can spend half the sim if you guys want talking about the glorious Tim Tebow and his ridiculous jersey sales right now. But it is good to have all of you here, DK Sim fam. Christian DeAndrea and Emerson Lancia, we have missed you guys since yesterday at noon, where that was a terrible game. We're hoping this one is a little better. We got a great team behind the scenes as always. Producer Drew is here. Thomas, we got TP on the ones and twos, and our dude Frangelico from the ops teams adding up scores manually behind the scenes. So it is a Freaky Friday here on the Dream Stream. First of 6 sims on the slate. Rossi and Brandon will be with you coming up at 2 o'clock for Titans at Washington. Drew, are we doing a rear of the sweat coming up after this? Just drop it in the Slack. Let me know, my friend. What'd you do for a lineup in the Century Club?
You know what? At first I was like, yeah, let's get all those Jets in there. And then I was like, why would I do that? That's the dumbest thing I could possibly do. So I do have Le'Veon Bell. I do have Brashad Perryman in there because he was cheap and he's got some bona fides. He can get open deep. But otherwise, Colts heavy. Harris Campbell in the captain spot. Felt froggy about it, so I decided to jump. T.Y. Hilton, Nyheim Hines, Trey Burton, Emerson Latsy. What does your lineup look like for this showdown between a former AFC East rivalry? 2 Titans at play here.
Okay, so I went ahead in the I Love You Century Club contest. If you guys got a lineup filled out in it, appreciate you, love you, mean it. Went Mr. Hines in the captain spot. Got Rivers, got Darnold, got Herndon, got Perryman, got Mack.
Nice, Mac. I mean, I saw Mac in there. I was like, ooh, I like. Maybe not Hines. Gonna be Hines today. I was like, I could have paid down a little bit and maybe gotten a better Jets wideout. Maybe got a little Jameson Crowder in there. Nope. Instead, went with Nyheim Hines. So I'm sure it's just gonna disappoint me. Just like Philip is. Oh wait, Zach here.
Throw the football.
Phil.
Throw it. All right, man. Dude, there was enough time. He had enough time in the pocket for like his wife to give birth to their 20th child.
He could have started a campfire. He could have made s'mores in the time he took back there. If we replay,
yeah, he could have. He could have made another child. That's what he could have done. Oh my God, that annoys me. That really, really annoys me when these games do that.
Dead set Phillip Rivers though. You don't see many other quarterbacks take those quite like Phillip Rivers does. Okay, sure. Just
3rd and 17 going up for it? No, incomplete.
Looked like for a minute it might have been Hilton there coming down with it, but no. We're going to start with a 3 and out because why wouldn't we? It's a nooner game at the Jets' home stadium. Of course we were foolish to expect good things. As undercover boss TP points out that Rivers had 23 seconds in the pocket and still got sacked.
Yes, indeed he did.
You can microwave a half dozen Pop-Tarts in that time.
Dude, we got some blueberry Pop-Tarts in the house right now. Love anything blueberry, really. I like real blueberries.
Especially in New England, like great blueberry, especially the Maine blueberries. I like them.
Yeah, you can do like the blueberry and strawberry picking up in this neck of the woods, right? I've done the apple picking. We were super basic, like when we moved here like 6 years ago. I was like, we got to go out and do it once. Got to take our picture in the orchard, and that way we can just check it off our.
Your coordinated flannels.
I did have like a checkered pattern, like button down on with like short khaki shorts, so people could see my legs. But my wife was wearing something that I would not expect anyone to wear in an orchard. But she's an influencer now. Sure. So she can do whatever she wants.
But she's responsible for all those orchard trends that keep coming up on TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Meg, I see what Meg's like. If I see Meg in the background, I get like a little nervous. I'm like, something about seeing Meg just makes me want to impress her, to be like her. So
she's very, very intimidating.
Yeah.
And every day, man, every day, even as we're coming up here on, 8 years of marriage on Tuesday, every day I kind of wake up and I look at her and say, you're beautiful, you're amazing, and you scare me at the same time.
Yeah, very intimidating. Just I feel like if she held a baseball in her hands, she could throw a 90-mile-an-hour strike, yes, but also just crush it into pieces. She seemed very strong, but also very determined in the same way. Like there's nothing Meg can't do, and that is impressive.
My wife has a fantastic arm on her. Like there have been times a few things have been tossed my way, and I must say it reminded me a lot of like Henry Rowan-Gardner there in Rookie of the Year. I was like, honey, like you should head to Pawtucket or like Worcester or something and suit up for like the Woo Sox.
Yeah.
You know?
Rest in peace, Paw Sox.
Yeah. Yep. Let me check out the almost 9,000 entries there in the free showdown contest. Producer Drew dropping a few of the ownership numbers here into our Slack channel. Bell, highest owned, 71% by a mile. Chris Herndon, 49%. Hines, 48. TY, 48. Rivers, 48. So those are your top 5 highest owned guys in this contest. I'm finally opening up YouTube and Twitch here, guys. Just catching up. Usual suspects, familiar faces.
Yeah.
Good to see all of you guys. DFS Coiny says, I bet Kenny has a Tebow Jets jersey. I
think,
can
like,
see that.
Secret shame, like he wears it to bed every night, and like he thinks about Timmy T, and is like as the world is slipping away from him, he's drifting off to sleepy land. He's about to have dreams where the Jets win the Super Bowl, and the last thing he sees before he loses consciousness is just Tim Tebow's smiling face, beckoning him to the dreamscape, a land where the Jets and Tim Tebow are 8-time NFL champions.
Yeah, 100%. He gets like one of those triple XL jerseys, like extra long jerseys here as I think that's Perryman on the reception. Sam Darnold, 5 for 5, 49 yards. 1st and 10 coming up from the 11 here. First reception for Perryman. Yeah, I can see him like an extra long jersey. He wears it kind of like a muumuu, and he sleeps in it every night.
He's going out, and he gets formal. He puts a belt around it.
Just sleeping in his top bunk. Lev Bell on the handoff inside the 10-yard line now. If you're just tuning in, it's good to have you here. The Colts open up the game on offense. It was terrible. Phillip Rivers held the football for like 30 seconds on one play in the pocket, was sacked, of course, because that's what happens when you do that. And they punted the football away, and now this is the opening offensive series of the game for the Jets. And they'll likely come out of this with at least 3 points, but we've seen teams screw it up before.
Bell doing a little bit of nothing here, and it would be fitting if this drive ended in a field goal because touchdowns have been few and far between when we call games. Emerson Latzia.
Dude, what's up with that? You and me on these noon games lately? Whatever. Hey, did you sign up? I don't think Drew has put the schedule up for next week yet, but did you happen to be available for like Monday at noon?
Yeah, always.
I hope, you know what, you and I have legit earned this, and I hope producer Drew is listening, because don't forget, like Monday, what are the details of that again, producer Drew, for like the tournament thing that we're doing? He says I'm not listening. Oh, yeah, it's the Madden season, so we're going to emulate like the actual NFL season here starting on Monday. And
we're
going to start with
Cowboys.
So it's like,
game won't suck until we get assigned to it, and then it'll be a 7-3 ball game.
And then I think there's like a free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Oh, dude, look at this. He says, you want to start it off? Done. All right, we have confirmation. So you and I will actually get a good matchup. And this will be the true test.
Yeah.
This will be the true test of, are we the bad juju here? Because these two teams in a sim should give us some exciting, thrilling, sweaty, moist plays.
Ooh, but you know what? We have an X factor now, because we can get Tara Lynn as the third person in the booth, and she may be the key. I mean, Tara Lynn makes everything better
yes.
to begin with. So I feel like that. I mean, that it wouldn't be a proper control group to our hypothesis, but it would ensure a better game, which I'm much finer with. I would much rather see that Cowboys Buccaneers game not suck and be like 28-27 rather than the 13-10 game it almost certainly would be if it were you and I calling it solo, as Phillip Rivers' bad day continues there, and 0 for 2 with that one terrible 23-second sack so far in this game. Sam Ficken has this game's only points, a chip shot field goal. So if you stacked up those kickers and those defenses, things are doing okay for you so far. Le'Veon Bell, on the other hand, not having much of a day to speak of.
Yeah, so that's going to start Monday. Oh, he's already plugged it in.
Mm-hmm.
We got the three-headed monster. I love that. So it's going to be Cowboys Bucks, because that's going to be the Thursday night opener when the season comes around, and then we'll get it going. Like Seahawks at Colts, Jags at the Texans, Eagles at the Falcons, Chargers at Washington, Steelers at the Bills. Phillip Rivers. Yeah, at least when the Seahawks are at the Colts in real life when the season starts, that will not be Phillip Rivers under center in Indy, but we'll still be here in Simland. So you have that to look forward to. You have that to get excited about. But I like it. I like that idea. I remember when we broke the news the other day, we announced an announcement. We delivered the announcement.
Well,
and
only after ignoring producer Drew for at least 45 minutes of the sim. Like good hosts.
Yeah, for sure. But dude, I thought like the DK Sim fam, it felt like you guys enjoyed that idea. It's a little something to kind of pique your interest, make something a little fresh, keep it fresh, something a little different, and hopefully when the new Madden is released later this summer, we'll be getting after that.
We'll get to see Zach Wilson in Jets uniform, a little Trevor Lawrence. The days of Gardner Minshew are gone behind us, which is tragic, but understandable.
Well, they don't need him anymore because you have Trevor Lawrence, and then there's Tim Tebow that can back up Trevor Lawrence, but also receive passes there. Lev Bell's got 6 carries for 10 yards. Marlon Mack's got 2 carries for 10 yards.
Negative
I didn't see the pass.
For the Colts right now. There are zero passing yards for the Colts. Phillip Rivers has 2 incomplete passes, 2 sacks. He's lost roughly 1,000 yards, just slowly meandering backwards like a lost man in a nursing home, just kind of trying to figure out where his room is and getting no help from the assistants. Maybe it's one of the shadier homes in the area. Maybe those 8 kids, 9 kids, 12 kids decided they weren't going to take care of him in his later age. And this is just a preview of the sadness that is to come. But Phillip Rivers neglected as an old man here in the first quarter. And the state's going to have to come in and take a look at that, because that is in fact the nursing home he ends up in. It should be shut down. He should not be getting just destroyed in the pocket when he's an old man doddering around his home. How did we get here? I don't
know, dude. I was super into it though. Like I tuned out for like a quick second because I can't read and listen at the same time. Sure. And then I came back in and I'm like, this story could be about anybody.
Yeah. A frightening look into the future.
Right? Dude, I kind of like, speaking of that, like recently with my birthday, I was like looking up like the average like life expectancy basically of people in the United States. It was around like 72-ish or something.
Really?
And I'm like, damn, I'm like kind of like halfway there. And then I started like entering this weird mindset where I'm like, have I lived half my life and I only have half of it to go? Like, is that? And then my wife's like, yo, you need to chill.
Yeah.
Like you're having like a midlife like meltdown crisis right now.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm out of here. I'm going to buy a convertible. I'm quitting my job and I'm going to travel the world, or I'm going to sell popsicles in Key West.
I mean, you say this now, but I feel like when you do have your midlife crisis, you're just going to buy another dog. I mean, let's be honest. Be like
Dude, it's
a third
so true.
Sassy Springer in the mix.
Oh man, what's funny is there was a breeder who reached out to us like last week who had an old deposit of ours, and she's like, yeah, we have a litter was just born, and I'm like, I think we're good right now, man.
Wait a minute, now hold on.
Oh man. Hey, Batman over on YouTube. Emerson, I like the shirt. Where did you get it from? This is from 2 summers ago. We went to Wrigley Field for the Fantasy Baseball World Championships, like 3 days there in Chicago. Absolutely unbelievable experience. DK, the Cubs were out of town that weekend. DK, we rented out Wrigley Field for this event. And so all of the, yeah, dude, all of the best fantasy baseball like players on DraftKings were there playing for an ass ton of money as Sam Darnold gets sacked there by the Colts. So it's going to be 3rd and long coming up. Really, really amazing experience. I believe it was Sam Polachicchio who won that night. Really good night. But that kind of leads me to my next point, which the Fantasy Basketball World Championship coverage all weekend. And if you guys and gals are interested, you could get in the shadow contest to compare your lineup to the best of the best when it comes to fantasy basketball. So that's always something like really fun to do, because then you could see, and I knew in the past we ran specials, like if you ended up actually having a score better than people in the championship contest, like you get a little prize. But if you're into the whole fantasy basketball thing on DK, it's a good weekend for it.
Absolutely it is. It's a good day to have Chris Hogan in your lineup. He sets up 1st and goal in a scoring situation that looked like it was going to fall apart. Still might, because Le'Veon Bell stopped for a loss of like 3 there. So, of course, not only is this drive taking forever, but it may not even end in a touchdown. Poor undercover boss Tom, always hammering the over in these sims and always getting mushed. Skunked. His optimism, losing him some Chick-fil-A right now. Maybe I'll do that for dinner. We gotta catch a flight back to Madison. We get the direct flight because we're going from DFW, and then it's gonna be right about dinner time. Could be.
Wait, tonight? Lev bell.
Whoa.
Ring that bell, baby. It's speaking of dinner time. Ring it.
Eat. But yeah, no, it's we're gonna be back in the lovely city of Madison around like 4 or 5 p.m. So. Could be time to hit up, just get a little Chick-fil-A on the way back. Don't have to worry about making anything. I'm already going to be exhausted from being on a plane, being real tense, trying to figure out if the person next to me is a weirdo. There's a toddler next to me too, and how do I deal with it? It's a lot. Getting back on a plane was a little bit more stressful than I'd anticipated. I thought we were going to be on like a 3-wide too, because there's 3 of us now.
Yeah.
It was like 2, so I had to like switch seats with someone, kind of like parent from behind my kid, which is just basically terrifying her every now and then with like random hands appearing out of the ether. So that's what my day is going to be like after we leave here.
If there was something that you wish would stick after like this year of like the pandemic, and I'll throw the question out to all of you guys and gals in the DK Sim fam as well, like what do you hope it is? Like some people are like, I hope handshakes never come back, or hugs, or I actually like wearing masks because it's like, a lot of people didn't catch like the common cold or the regular flu like this past year. Yeah. Everyone's wearing masks. Some people, one thing I loved was at like restaurants, some of these like French style, restaurants and other ones that love to pack tables like 2 inches apart. Like I don't want like the people next to me listening to my wife and I talk about like our dog's poop situation. Like that's just weird. I loved having more space in restaurants. Like that was phenomenal. Having the middle seat open on planes was great. I didn't travel a whole bunch.
That's the one right there.
Right? Like that was cool. Of course, the airline companies are like, hell no, that doesn't work. We're losing money. We're gonna cut back on flights. That sucked. But like the work from home was great for a while, but I'm kind of over it now. Like I'm ready to get back in the office because the apartment and home is supposed to be like your escape from work. So mentally, I couldn't do it. Like I was thinking I'm laying on the couch in my office.
Understandable. Yeah, we finally like gussied up the spare room that's supposed to be the office. So now like there's actually is that separation. Like I'm no longer just hanging out in my dining room. So it feels a little bit more professional, but yeah, man, the space I miss like I'm going to miss, and I hopefully they don't take it away, but like being able to get like to-go food and beverages like from any restaurant, like we're gonna hook you up, we're gonna make sure you can take this to go and keep our restaurants alive. All right, I want to be able to go to a place and like get some good food, but also take a 6-pack to go if they have something great, like fill up a growler and take it on the road with me and that kind of thing.
Yeah, The restaurants here never sold like alcohol for like takeout until like the pandemic. So like you could grab like, a beer, your favorite bottle of wine from like maybe your favorite pizza joint or something like that.
Like a to-go like Bloody Mary or margarita kit. Like, it was a cool way to patronize a place that was struggling, and they always had good stuff. As the Jets hold on 3rd and long, but Desir called for pass interference, going to give up 14 yards. This Colts drive will continue. Dude, the personal space thing, I'm gonna miss that a lot. I'm also I think I'm gonna continue wearing the mask whenever I just don't want to deal with people. Like I'm just kind of like strolling through Costco and my brain's on autopilot and I don't want to have to deal with other people. I feel like having the mask on is basically going to be that warning sign, like having a neck tattoo. It's like I'm opting out of friendly conversation with you. Okay.
What about the lower back tattoo?
A lower back tattoo is something different. That is engage me immediately.
Okay.
Share with you, and it is herpes.
I was talking with some people at Neston last night. We were talking about the mask thing because someone was like, "I can't wait for the mask to go away." I think it really goes away here in like a week or two in Massachusetts, but. I was like, do you remember before the pandemic, you would be out and about on a walk or whatever, and you'd see someone wearing a mask, and you're like, what the hell's going on with that person? Like, what a weirdo. Now, for the rest of my life, if I see someone out and about wearing a mask, I won't think twice about it. I'll just be like, whatever. Like, totally get it, dude. Been there, done that.
Yeah, like before you see someone wearing a mask, like, they have like an autoimmune disease.
Yep.
Okay, like
or like they're thinking too much. Like, chill out, dude. It's just a flu, or like it's just a cold. Tyre Wood said, working from home forever needs to stay. And again, liked it early on, and then it started working more from home, like 2 feet from my wife, and. I don't know if you're really built to be around someone 24/7, especially for a few hours a day. I'm yelling about fantasy sports and other things that we talk about here on the DK Sim. And she's an Emmy award-winning producer trying to produce her show from home with her husband yelling in the background.
But only about very important things. So
exactly.
Yeah. No, I've been working from home since like 2015, so I guess I was just already used to it. And now the lady friend got a new job where she'll be working from home out of a company based in Bloomington, Indiana. So like we're gonna, the pandemic's gonna continue for a while. The dog here, furious.
I'm sorry. Yeah, what's going on? Who's you got groceries being delivered? What's happening?
I'm not sure. It might be an aunt coming to say goodbye before we have to head off to the airport, and the dog. Furious, just protecting its house. We went out last night for beverages in downtown Fort Worth and came back at 11, and the dog made sure to wake everyone else in the house up and blow up my spot.
Tom's Microwave says, never liked handshakes or hugs before all this. I'm a toucher, man. Like, I'm a hugger. I like that kind of stuff. I'm like, fist bumps I'm cool with. It's Phillip Rivers, like, he's got a problem, man. Like, he's really, really got a problem. Like, he just doesn't get it. He doesn't get that you're, like, supposed to, like, throw the football. That's, like, your job as the quarterback. You throw a football. You throw touchdowns. You try to score points. You want to score more points than the team you're going up against because then you win the game, and winning the game is what it's all about. Screw having fun. Win. Even if you're miserable, win. Let's go. 55 yards for Rodrigo Blankenship.
I don't know about this one.
I don't know either. I really have no idea. Does he have the rec specs on? Does he got the distance? No.
No, neither the distance nor the accuracy. Poor Jacoby Brissett just stuck there, getting his cursory snap and getting to do nothing with it as we are trending towards maybe another shutout. Kenny and I had a shutout on Wednesday. Again, not loving this trend I'm going through right now. Take that time out, Jets. You're going to have an opportunity to add some more points here. The Colts gave you great field position with a field goal that there was maybe a 10% chance they would convert. 10 seconds left, 2 timeouts. That's 2 plays. You're at the Colts 44. The very least you can gain 10, 15 more yards, try a field goal, but they don't gain another yard from here. Darnold does have the arm strength to get into the end zone on a Hail Mary.
Home runs, doubles. Says, I hope that Texas Roadhouse doesn't bring back peanuts. My daughter has an allergy, and it has been nice going there during COVID. Good for you, man. Like I hear that is really wonderful. I work with someone on my night job at Nesson who's got like a peanut allergy as well. And I'm just waiting for one day. He carries around those pens.
Yeah.
And the joke is always if he has some kind of reaction, like you're supposed to take it and stab him in the heart. Like it's, from the movie The Rock with Nick Cage, you got to stab yourself in the heart, save yourself from the chemicals.
Yeah, I feel like it's more in the thigh, but yeah, you can go hard too.
Yeah, I really hope the interns don't take me seriously when I look at them dead straight in the face and go, dude, if something happens to him, you got to stab him in the heart.
Yeah, or Pulp Fiction too. Just got to bang the adrenaline right. That's what.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, restart. It's basically the best Motley Crue song. So you got to kickstart his heart. So I mean, I'm into it. Just get it done. Dude, I had a buddy deathly allergic to peanuts, to the point where if there was something with peanuts in it and he brought it up near his mouth would start to immediately swell up. So he would go to Subway and be like, you can't, I need this on anything but the oat nut bread. And they'd be like, yeah, here you go. And he'd bring it up and be like, you dicks. And you did basically go yell at people at Subway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was on a flight once and they announced, hey, there's someone on here with a peanut allergy. Can you guys just make sure you're not eating anything with peanuts or in it? So this individual doesn't basically have some kind of weird reaction and starts foaming at the mouth. And there were people on the plane who were like, oh, rattle, I can't eat my free little pack of 5 peanuts. I'm like, dude, it's all good, man. Have a beer instead.
Dude,
those works wonders for you.
Convert the plane. You're gonna have to land in Dayton, Ohio for a minute there as they get a doctor.
Yeah, who wants to do that?
Yeah, and Dayton is a lovely city, but that's not your destination.
It wasn't a knock on Dayton. I'm just who wants to have an emergency landing because, Bill on seat A in row 27 can't breathe because someone next to him was eating a Reese's peanut butter cup, What the hell is happening back there? Look at that.
I mean, we're doing there's dog issues all around it.
Chill out, y'all.
Aw, good doggies, though.
Stats have been updated, everybody. Hasn't been the strongest sim in the world. It should come as no shocker because A, it's the noon sim, and B, it's Christian DeAndre and I calling a game. But that all changes. That all changes on Monday when you, me, and Tara Lynn are going to be on the Cowboys and the Buccaneers together at noon.
It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be, I'm calling it right now, 41-42 overtime victory. It's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. I don't even know how you get to 41-42 in overtime. I don't think that's even possible, but it's going to happen. We're going to make it happen. We're going to will it into existence.
Trenton says the dogs don't want you to leave and go back to the office. That is a fact, bro.
Yeah.
They want us here all day long.
My guy would hate it if I went to the office, but he would love it. He's going to love it once the kiddo goes off to kindergarten because he gets chased and harassed just all day. He has earned his 16 hours of sleep per day at this point.
What's up with everyone over on Twitch today, babes? A little quiet, but I see Derwin there hanging out. Good to see everybody. Buggy Boo. YouTube's been all over it today. Almost 400 of you incredible human beings who Christian and I love so much as Chris Hogan on the 3rd and 9 picks up a first down there, bud. We got 62 likes. Always try to hit the century mark here before the noon sim wraps up. There is a replay of this morning's sweat that'll be arriving between this game and the 2 o'clock sim. So Jesse Cofield will host that one for you guys. And then at 2 o'clock, it is going to be Rossi and Brandon for Titans at the Washington football team. I believe they have a contest already in there, a little free roll.
Yeah.
Some friendly competition, which speaking of that, where are you at? I'm smack dab in the middle in our century contest. Smack dab. I'm sitting right at 50.
73. Yeah, not great for me. My captain
Pathetic.
Paris, 1 catch. T.Y. Hilton, 0. Le'Veon Bell, really the only guy getting anything done for me right now. And
okay,
goodness.
Sam.
Look at Sammy go.
Sam, I am.
I'm going to be excited about that. So back to the peanut butter conversation, because I, like you, also eat peanut butter every day. I mean, I just had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on this in my house right now. A good chunky peanut butter, like a staple in our house.
Dude, I order 8 packs of peanut butter on Amazon every week. Like I go through literally 8 jars of peanut butter.
I drop it's like $10 every week just to get the 2 giant jars of Skippy Super Chunk from Costco.
Mm-hmm. It's just stick the spoon in it, stick my fingers in it, stick anything in the jar of peanut butter. It's that good. I love peanut butter that much.
Yeah, but like, have you ever had it like on a burger with some
yes,
peanut butter, burger, jalapenos, and you get the savory and a little bit of heat on it?
Yeah,
it's such a weird combination, but it is awesome. Like the first time
it's really good
at Scotty's Brew House in Indianapolis, and I was like, that sounds so weird. I got to get it done, and even if it sucks, it's still a burger, so it's still gonna be pretty good. No, it turns out like it made my night. I was telling everyone about it the next day at work, partially because I was real awkward around my coworkers. I didn't really know how to make like small talk at that point. Like I was brand new to the working world, and my office was kind of big, and I was like, hey guys, do you also like watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? No, I was bad at it, but I was like, you know what, this peanut butter burger combo, that is a dead ringer for a great office conversation.
Yeah,
the whole day I was just telling people about that peanut butter hamburger jalapeno combo, and they're like, that sounds interesting. I was like,
yeah, dude, it's one of those things where seriously, you've seen on the menu like a few times. It takes you a while to come around to it. And once you do, you're like, that was not bad. Like, I'm not going to order it every time, but I'm going to eat it and I'm going to enjoy it because it was delicious. And then yesterday, I see someone tweet out a picture of ribs on a grill. It was on 3rd and 1 here. Sam Darnold, they're going to pick up the first down. Let's go. Jamison Crowder with the reception. And he's got 3 of them for 25 yards. 1st and goal coming up from the 4. Someone tweeted out ribs on a grill, peanut butter and jelly ribs. There was peanut butter smothered all over the top of them on a grill. I don't know where the jelly part came from.
Maybe it's like a jelly dry rub or soak earlier on. They marinate them in the jelly. I can see that being okay.
Get in there, dude. Perryman. Peanut butter on pancakes are delicious. That's what Lisa says. Yeah, there's Friendly Toast, great little breakfast spot here in Boston. If you guys ever visit, phenomenal. You got to go there. They have it's like their king pancakes, which I think have bananas in them. There's like peanut butter between each pancake, served with like a stack of bacon. Unbelievable. A 2nd and goal. Let's go.
Run it up
Sammy
the gut,
D,
Sam.
just run it.
Okay.
Run it.
All right. Cool. What a fun play.
Wait a minute. D-Rod says, fun fact about peanut butter, it's made with 30 insects per jar.
Yeah, I believe it.
Like, what does that mean? Like, does that just mean like insects kind of fly in to where the peanuts are being grounded and just kind of get in there?
I think they're probably on the peanuts when they pull them out of the ground. So.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Ups that protein content is Sam Darnold looking for Jamison Crowder, throwing
that is
stands. Frustrating, yes.
I don't have a problem with like bugs when people are like, hey, you swallow like an average of like 100 bugs a year or something. I say, okay, that's fine with me. As long as it's not like a bee or a murder hornet.
Yeah.
But I'm cool with it.
Fig Newtons, you're eating ground up bees there. That's how the fig grows. It basically murders bees, hornets.
Okay. Yeah, my dad loves Fig Newtons. It's he has like a weird obsession with them. I don't know what it is, if it's like the moist filling or just the soft cake surrounding layer.
Yeah. I think for me it was growing up, that was the healthy cookie. Like the Chips Ahoy was the okay, you're indulging.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you want to cut some calories back, you eat a Fig Newton instead. And it's also the classier cookie. It's wrapped, so you're not gonna get any chocolate on your fingertips. It's gonna have that nice outside cake to it. So it's like a tea party cookie, if you will, rather than the savagery of a EL Fudge or a Chips Ahoy or a Hydrox.
Oh, wow. The EL Fudge cookies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. TP on the 1s and 2s says there's not enough people enjoying Nilla wafers.
I mean, Nilla wafers, fine on their own, but like where they really shine is in banana pudding, which I feel like they don't get their just due for that. I don't know if anyone else had lemon coolies or lemon coolers. They were like the same basic premise as the vanilla wafers, but they were lemon and they were coated in powdered sugar. Those were awesome.
Yeah, I agree with you with the Nilla wafers being in the banana pudding.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever just eat them like individually. They're kind of like dry. I would need to like Soften them up with some whipped cream or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, especially if they've gotten a little bit stale. Because once you open that bag, it's a countdown. That is a ticking time bomb. There's no seal there. You're just kind of hoping that if you roll it up tight enough, it'll hold, and it never does. So the difference between the first vanilla wafer and the last vanilla wafer is significant.
Damon says, I've eaten crickets and grasshoppers, lemongrass flavored and fried. You tear off the legs. Hey, Naeem Hines, thank you, my captain. Crying out loud. Jesus, dude. Phillip Rivers, did I see that as 28 passing yards?
That's correct.
What's happening? What is going on, man?
As Nathan points out, the Colts have negative 14 passing yards. Maybe into the positives now after that run after catch from Hines, using that burner speed to use. Dude, I would get down with some grasshoppers. Like, I've just never had the opportunity. I'm not, like, I was a real picky eater as a kid, and now I'm kind of like, whatever. If you say it's good, I'll give it a try. Like, I still can't do, like, anchovies on pizza. Like, that is the last thing that I tasted that was so bad.
Same.
Basically. Like, I didn't spit it out, but it was a chore to get through. But like over in Scotland, like everyone was like talking about like you got to try the haggis. Haggis is awesome. It tasted great. It was great as a sandwich spread.
What is that?
Haggis taps and keeps nice. So it's sheep liver, kidneys, lungs, chopped up, boiled inside the stomach. Awesome. Tasted great. Big fan. Gross as hell sound.
So what did it taste like though? In the end, that's all that matters. I don't care what's in it. I don't want to hear what's in it. I don't.
It was like meaty and savory, and then you'd have it with like mashed potatoes and like ground up turnips. So it'd be like eating like a steak, but you dip it in the mashed potatoes, except like the lower version of that. So yeah, you'd be eating all this, shrimp organs, and it was perfectly fine. I mean, I guess partially you had to get it done right, but I was like, hell yeah. Not only great, like a ground up sandwich spread, like with a little pork, but also good on its own.
T.Y. Hilton's got his first catch here of the day as we're up to 81 likes. Appreciate you guys. We need 19 more to get 100. 400 people watching over on YouTube. Anyone listening from like the Seattle area, I hear the Mariners, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Mariners sell grasshoppers at their games.
Yeah.
I could Google it, but I'd rather just have a conversation with it and have someone here tell me. Also, shout out to Tider Raider. I love this comment. Never thought I would be watching a video game I bet on and listening to Vanilla Wafer conversations. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
You the man, Ty. We appreciate you, dude. We talk about anything and everything. You guys got football questions or something?
Look at that. Chapulines, toasted grasshoppers served in 4-ounce cups with savory chili lime salt seasoning. So they've been, since 2017, they have been like a staple for the Seattle Mariners. One of the few good things they have going there.
Yeah, because it's been, right, it was the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Indians. Those three teams have been no-hit twice, each of them, this season. Oh, God. So we have entered the final quarter break of this game. It's 13-0 Jets. The Jets are shutting out the Colts right now. What is happening? Like, why does this continue?
I mean, the good news is the Colts are, until Phillip Rivers loses 30 yards on the next two plays, just stumbling backwards and tripping over the line marker. But your leading receiver right now is Brashad Perriman, 4 for 44. The only touchdown belongs to Lev Bell. Sam Ficken has 2 field goals. They've both been chip shots, but sure, whatever. Sam Ficken is one of the highest point scorers in this game. He's got more points than Naeem Hines, T.Y. Hilton, Trey Burton. I mean, we did it. We put the curse on this game. Part of us knew deep down that the Jets were involved. It was probably going to be bad. Undercover boss Tom still had the hope in his heart. He has that fire you can't extinguish, the flame of optimism that is just slowly being weathered and reduced to embers by these terrible noon sims. And yet he persists. He is still hopeful that we'll see a 40-point explosion here in the fourth quarter, a bunch of pick sixes, maybe
I'm calling it.
Touchdown.
I'm calling it. I'm saying Colts score 2 touchdowns and win 14-13.
Wow.
I'm calling it. I'm going to be very bold. Yeah, you know what?
We have predicted nothing right, as you can tell by my current lineup, 66th among the 100 entries in the Latvia I Love You Century Club free roll. It's going poorly, but it could be worse. I could be one of the 34 people behind me that maybe they captain T.Y. Hilton, who has 1 catch for 16 yards. Maybe they captain Trey Burton, 2 for 8. It's just, there are a lot of bad. Nyheim Hines, 3.7 points in the flex. Paris Campbell, my captain, 1 catch, 4 yards. It's unpleasant.
Speaking of 4, how about it? How about it? Give me 4 likes, people. Give me 4 likes to 100 as yes, thank you.
Wow.
Zach Pascal, baby.
I thought that was going to be a terrible Phillip Rivers sack. Instead, he sets up 1st and goal. Barring a turnover, we are going to avoid the shutout in today's eye-opener.
Happy, happy, joy, joy. 1st and goal from the 5. Phillip!
Oh, no. Oh, he gets rid of it in time. Throws it away, but doesn't take the sack. Okay. That's great. That's great. Derwin B. Why would anyone eat crickets and grasshoppers when you can buy peanuts and M&Ms? Fair point. Maybe you're, it's a cut day and you're trying to stay lean, but you need that protein. So you go hard with the crickets. You're getting that bug protein in.
Yeah. Buzz Killington says, hey, I missed the Emerson contest. Where would 45 points put me? You'd be top 10 right now, dude.
Oh, no.
You would be top 10.
I am currently sitting in 71st with 31.
I'm chilling again in 50th, man. All right, so how about give me a Nyheim Hines touchdown here? Actually, I got a Colts running back stack, so if they want to hand it off, I'm fine with that.
As long as they don't give it the fullback carry here. It is the I formation. It could be vulture time. What
son of a gun? Don't do it. Get in there!
Hines, Tutty.
Oh, it's Mac, bro.
Ball. Re-signed with the Colts this year, coming off that torn Achilles. 2-time 1,000-yard rusher Marlon Mack. He was a bargain today, Emerson Lotze. He came off very inexpensive, 4,800 in the flex. Yes, he is touchdown dependent, but that shows you what he can do right there. He has Indianapolis's first and only touchdown in this game so far. 6:45 to go. The Jets lead 13-7.
Edgar over on Twitch was asking me what my lineup is for this game. It is Hines in the captain spot. Then I got Rivers, Darnold, Herndon, Perryman, and Mr. Marlon Mack, which now scoring the first touchdown of the day for the Colts has me in the 35th spot in our Century Club contest. Poking over to the free roll, $250 in cash prizes up for grabs. Two-way tie for first, currently with 54, just north of 54 points. Current winning lineups, Lev Bell in the captain spot, Darnold, Crowder, Herndon, Perryman, and Mack. Lev Bell has just north of 17 points in the captain spot right now, and he was captained by 24% of the lineup, so a quarter of the lineups there, near 9,000 entries.
You can see now if the Jets can put this one away, a long scoring drive, field goal or touchdown makes this a 2-possession game with like 4 minutes to play. No way the Colts are coming back from that. But Emerson Lotze's prediction of a 14-13 Indianapolis road win in northern New Jersey still very much alive.
Hey, one story that kind of started twisting and turning and the rumors are flowing is Julio Jones. Julio Jones, what, the Falcons want to trade this dude? Where do you think, if he is traded, where do you think he ends up? It's been the chatter on like sports radio this morning too. I dropped off Meg at work this morning and I'm listening to the guys talk about how of course the Patriots are in the conversation for everybody, right? But this dude's got a fat price tag that comes along with him.
Yeah, and I don't think it really makes sense for the Falcons to trade him this year. They're already going to be eating a whole bunch of that dead money. They trade him before June 1st, and they only save $200,000 on their 2021 salary cap. And let's face it, they're not going to be spending much more money in 2021. All the good free agents are already off the market, as Big first down there for the Jets. This drive stays alive. Chris Herndon up over 50 yards now.
Because I've seen the Colts. I've seen the Colts in the conversation for him, which is one reason I bring it up. But, man, I tell you what, if I'm the Ravens, if I'm Lamar, I'm like, bring this dude in because how old is he, guys? Early 30s?
32.
32.
But he's huge.
I know health has been an issue. How many All-Pro seasons do you think he has left in him, Christian?
I think he can still get to
Pro Bowl seasons.
Yeah, Pro Bowl seasons. I think he can still have 2 or 3. The one thing that is concerning is AJ Green. His counterpart for so long really did fall off pretty hard. But Julio he's a big dude. He's a beefy guy. He is 6'3". He's like 225. He's linebacker size. So even if he doesn't retain his quickness, his speed, he can still be a possession guy. He can still have that Larry Fitzgerald second act. We're not going to see him traded before June 1st. If they trade him afterwards, they do generate some savings. But again, what's the point? You already have 2021 locked down. Why not keep him on the roster for this year? See what he can do. See if he can raise his stock a little bit. Because Julio, injured most of last season. If he can go out there and prove he's still the guy, you're going to be able to get a lot more in return for him. Maybe even get a first rounder in exchange for him. Coming off a season in which he only played 9 games, his value isn't going to be super high. Let him play in that offense. Let's see what you can do with Calvin Ridley, Julio Jones, Hayden Hurst, and Kyle Pitts. That sounds awesome. Get that done because your defense sucks, Falcons. You're going to have to outscore everyone. You're going to need Julio Jones to get you there. This Falcons team is way more fun with Julio on it, and I feel like if Atlanta does trade him, the fans are going to be apoplectic. They are going to lose their minds. It would be like the day the Red Sox traded away Nomar Garcia-Parra all over again.
Yeah. Future Hall of Famer. Some people may be asking, why would you want to trade Julio Jones? Atlanta is in cap hell right now. Even after, as on 3rd and inches, Sam Darnold he was nearly picked off. So a field goal, though, will make this a 2-score game. But cap hell, they cut a number of veterans, restructured Matt Ryan's contract to push money into the future. And according to Over the Cap, there's still less than $500,000 under the cap. They have yet to sign any of their draft picks. Look at this, 4th and inches, bold strategy, Cotton, going to the air, and it is caught.
And it's Perriman.
Built by UCF, let's go.
Holy, what a decision there. Adam Gase makes the wrong call, but it works out in his favor. A very Adam Gase way to do things. Bresh Perriman, his 5th catch of the day, I believe, and it goes for a touchdown. So Perriman got a very real shot at Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors here. 16 points in the flex, 24 if you are among the 3.6% of you who captained him. I have him just hanging out in the flex with Lev Bell. I am still 75th among the 100 of us in that. I go for 2.
Yeah, 2-point conversion. No, they come back down to earth, looking more like the Jets. 19-7 here, guys. 3 minutes, 18 seconds to go in the game in regulation in the 4th quarter. Beautiful. That shot me up into the top 20, sitting at 16 right now with 59 points. But D-Dub nasty. You got yourself a nice, chunky 4-point lead currently. I see Meager in there. DFS Queenie, top 5. As always, thanks for filling out lineups. Whether it's in our, silly free roll contest that we have, just to, battle for bragging rights, or if you spend a few dollars here and there. DK really, really appreciates you guys hanging with us, spending your money with us. We love you, and we mean it. That's why I named the contest LOTZIA. I love you. Let's go.
3:18 left for Phillip Rivers. Needs a couple touchdowns here to take the lead. I feel like that does exclude us from OT, but who knows? This game finds ways to punish us sometimes. Trey Burton on the catch there. Gets about 11 yards. Colts off and running with the opportunity to score some garbage points. Maybe shake up our leaderboard.
First time playing Fortnite, decided to finally show up in the Twitch chat. Pleasure to see you.
Yeah. We missed you.
First and 10. That's it's not going to get it done. But hey, T.Y. Hilton, you just got yourself a point. You decided to roster him. Domino Joe says he's 38th in the free classic.
Nice. Get that money. I mean, someone in the chat got tied for first yesterday and wound up pulling down like 10-22, something like that. So, I mean, we love hearing about it when you guys win, especially if you are hauling in that free money. If you can turn it into like a ticket to a million maker. Oh no, Phil, buddy, sacked again, loses 7. So 3rd and very long coming up. It's 4 down territory. So at least the Colts have that going for them.
Dude, speaking of Phil, man, how about a different one?
Oh, no.
How about Thrill Mickelson? Thrill Mickelson, he's 1 shot off the lead at the PGA Championship right now. Wrapping up his 2nd round.
Wild.
My man, I love this dude. Glorious calves. Just the king of cool right now.
Absolutely.
Okay, 3rd and 19, testing the atmosphere, and it's pulled down.
T.Y. getting under that one. Is that 13 there? It is, in fact. So the veteran getting some work done late here, changing up the leaderboards with some garbage points. Probably getting his name off that Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award trophy. Unless Naeem Hines can show up and do something, it's probably going to be him instead. Although Paris Campbell, you are on my crap list as well.
Yes, you are. Wait a minute. I'm just diving a little deeper. I know everyone loves the golf conversation.
Sure.
Damn, he went real low, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, what do you have? 9 birdies? Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think anyone has ever described Phil as cool in any way, shape, or form. He's the guy who
his social media presence is hilarious. Like he's just like a dad on social media.
Announcements about cheating when you just play casual games of golf with your friends. That dude is not cool. That dude is
I
like
love him.
your dorky uncle who you like hate getting into conversations with around the holidays. And every year for Christmas, he gives you like a cross pen set and like, oh, it's very nice, but you're 11 and you just wanted a Super Nintendo. Like,
yeah, okay. So does he give off like the oh yes, gets his feet down.
Oh, good points. And there off the milk carton goes Paris Campbell. My captain there. Woo. So Campbell.
Ooh, yeah, Freakin' Nature's gonna like that right before the touchdown. Drops in the chat. Campbell Tutty, please. Oh, we got a booth review.
Is it gonna stand?
This will stand. He got his toes tipping and tapping.
Looked good to me.
Yeah.
He's stuck.
I don't see these reversed a whole lot. I think they just do it for the, build up the drama, anticipation. Everyone on the edge of their seats. 29% owned in the Big Showdown contest. 2% in the captain spot. Yeah, DJ Shakedown, man. He went like 32, I think, on the front, 31 on the back. What did he win? The 2005 PGA, I think it was, off the top of my head. As an award-winning host of Get the Green on Mondays at 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream, I should know that.
Yeah. I mean, you get to hang out with Reed T. Fowler. He's a big deal. I miss him. I miss Reed.
I miss him too. He's doing so much like NFL and PGA stuff now for like, DraftKings and the PGA Tour, and he's doing stuff for Bleacher Report this weekend at the PGA Championship. We don't see him a whole lot on these sims anymore. But if you guys should give him a follow on Twitter, give him a follow on Instagram. He's posting a lot of good content. His skin is glowing too. He has this like beautiful Hawaiian skin in the sun. He's wearing the aviators. He's got like the coif going. I messaged him yesterday.
In the wind of the island, like you'd think.
Yeah.
No, that thing.
You think he'd look like absolute crap.
No.
But no, you're right. I messaged him. I said, dude, I'm sorry. I can't listen to a single thing you're saying because you look ridiculously handsome.
Too distracted by it. I mean, he's gonna outgrow us, but we can only hope that one day down the line we'll be invited to the Fowler estate to celebrate his good fortune. He'll one day look back at his time as a DraftKings flunky on the Dream Stream fondly and invite us over for maybe some fine brandy and port and the finest cigars hand rolled on the thighs of Cuban virgins.
That sounds intense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Reed T. Fowler, man. He's a shooting star right now, and we can only hope to see him streak across our night sky.
Yes, please. Reed Tees, did you know, says over on Twitch, his hair looks like your hair. Reed's, it just flows.
Oh, that'll do it for the Colts' comeback hopes there. As one final
Crowder
down, one final timeout taken, and the Jets now one kneel down will do it here. Sam Darnold about to get negative 0.1 rushing yards. Crowder 5 for 58, not a bad day for him. Paris Campbell avoided the milk carton, avoided the babysitter Billy with that receiving touchdown. It's going to have to go to Nyheim Hines. Nyheim Hines in the flex, 2 catches, 10 rushing yards, 4.1 fantasy points today for the speedster. Outdone by Marlon Mack, outdone by pretty much everyone in this one. Emerson Lancia, he was a true bummer. Even though I have Paris Campbell and Lev Bell and Bresh Perriman, I still barely cracked the top 50 of our free roll. And speaking of Bresh Perriman, he's going to be our crusty cough player of the game in this one. 16 points in the flex. On a day where no one really showed up to play, he led, I believe, all scorers. So Perriman having one of those boom or bust fantasy seasons, as is tradition with him, getting it done there and making you feel a little bit better about investing in the Jets, who today hold, serve, defend their house. They leave MetLife Stadium with the win.
All right, so before we toss it to a replay of the sweat, Turtles does drop it in the chat. Turtles1, team always here, good dude, says, speaking of shooting stars, anyone in Texas see anything strange in the sky yesterday? You're in Texas right now. You're getting ready to fly back home. Did you see anything weird?
No, but I was indoors mostly. I was having fine beverages at a place called The Usual in Fort Worth. That was very, very fancy, very upscale, but the staff was great. And they were like, oh, okay, we'll hold your hands through this. We're going to put sage and a sprig of parsley in this drink. And it's going to be very, okay, cool. Like I normally, I pour my drinks out of a plastic handle and into another plastic handle. That's how I do things. But yeah.
Yeah, well, Turtles, I mean, I'll have what you're having. That's for sure.
Intrigued.
Okay, so replay of the sweat is coming up. And then the 2:00 game, Titans at Washington, Rossi and Brandon. Bucks at the Patriots. Okay. Ooh. Tom Brady's return to Foxborough at 4:00 with Glash, Kenny, and Tara Lynn. And then a Major League Baseball edition of the slate with Bukes and Matt LaMarca at 5, leading into the late slate here on the Dream Stream. Thank you, everyone, for showing us some love today. We had fun. We talked about anything and everything as we typically do. You guys were positive. You handed off the likes. Yes. Love you, love you, love you. Have a fantastic weekend. Safe travels to you, my friend, back home.
Thanks. I'll see you at bright and early Monday morning to start off the Sim season. So get excited. Get in that free-to-play pool over in the DraftKings Sportsbook, and we will see you.
That's right, guys.
Early Monday afternoon.
New Sim season here on the Dream Stream Monday. The Sim schedule here will emulate the regular season schedule in the 2021 season coming up. So it starts with that Thursday night opener at noon, Cowboys and the Bucks. Christian and I and Tara Lynn will be on that one. High noon on Monday here on the Dream Stream. Have a great weekend. TP on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew for Angelico. I love you guys. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Peace out, babes.
It's a glorious Friday morning, everybody. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. Let's talk baseball, shall we? Here to do just that are DraftKings contributors Stan Sun and Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. You guys know the drill. Time for some MLB price checks. So who are your favorite plays in these different price ranges for tonight's MLB slate? Starting with the pricey pitcher. So your most expensive dude is Trevor Bauer at $11,900. Stan, you paying all the way up, or are you looking at someone else in that 8K plus range?
Yeah, just from a macro sense, I'm actually paying down at both pitcher slots today. So, if I am going to pay up, I do like Bauer, but I'm going to take the $1,900 savings discount, go down to Alex Wood. He's 10K. He's playing the LA Dodgers. He has a 13.3% swinging strike rate on the season and a 2.75 FIP. He's only allowed 2 home runs, walked 9 in 36 innings. The Dodgers, they've struggled mightily against left-handed pitching this season. They're 9th in strikeouts, 26 in ISO. Blake Snell, Justice Sheffield, Marco Gonzalez, Jose Quintana, Yusei Kikuchi. They all, went busy on them. So I'm going Wood today.
Nick, if you're looking at those pricier guys, who stands out to you?
Carlos Rodon is going to be my guy at 9.9K tonight. I know there's quite a few good guys at 10K or 10K plus, but it's just I feel like Rodon, who has done well against the Yankees in the past, don't let his numbers fool you. He's like a +5 career ERA against them, but that's based off of like 2 terrible outings or like 5-6 years ago. The last 3 times he's faced them, he's done well. Now the Yankees don't strike out like crazy against left-handed pitching, but they're also just middle in the pack in WOBA and OPS against left-handed pitching. And I think it was with Rich Hill that diced against them fairly recently too. So I feel confident in this guy, Carlos Rodon, who's got a 16% swinging strike rate, and he's getting guys to chase out of the zone more often and miss those pitches more often too. So I feel very confident in him at 9.9K.
Eric, what do you think? Like Nick just said, a lot of good guys about that 10K range.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be pretty straightforward here and take the guy who has the most points per game and is only the 3rd highest price. Seems like a good deal to me, and that's going to be Tyler Glasnow. Among that top tier of elite guys who are all pretty similar, might as well get the guy who's been the best by a narrow margin. I think he's going to remain the best or right up there. He's facing a good offense in the Blue Jays, but he seems to be virtually matchup proof this season. Striking out double-digit guys in 5 of his last 7 starts. He's near lock for a huge strikeout total. 38.6% strikeout rate and 9.1% walk rate this year, and that should be very sustainable because both of those marks are within half a percentage point of what he did last season. The main criticism of him in the past was his workload issues, but those seem to be going away. He hit 8 innings in his last start. He's regularly getting beyond 6. So I think Glasnow is firmly in the true ace category this season, and I'm very happy to go with him tonight.
Nick, let's talk stud hitters. You got a lot of big names here. Ronald Acuna Jr., Juan Soto, Trey Turner. Who are you going with?
Well, yeah, there are a lot of options, Jesse, and I think Jesse Winker has to be one of the guys that you go with tonight with your outfield. He's going up against Adrian Hauser, and so before I get to the matchup between him and Hauser, Winker has all of his extra base hits are against right-handed pitching this season. I think there's actually has 1 against left-handed pitching. There's 8 home runs, 9 doubles, and a triple against right-handed pitching. Now against Hauser this year, now Hauser's a guy who's gotten barrel up as many times as he did last season in like 250 fewer pitches. So the form is there for both of them for this to be a good matchup for Winker, and then combine the fact that Winker is 5 for 10 against Hauser in his career and 3 home runs. Normally 10 at-bats, I wouldn't say much about that, but 3 home runs, I can't ignore that. So Winker at 5.5K tonight against the Brewers.
All right, Eric, a stud hitter. Where are you going?
Yeah, I usually like Jesse Winker, but I'm going to give a reason not to later, I think. But I'm going to go for this category with Jose Ramirez at 5,600. Switch hitter gets the platoon advantage against everybody, and getting one against Randy Dobnak seems fine to me. He's probably better than his 8.16 ERA in relief this season, but he's not a scary pitcher at all. He's a soft tossing control grounder guy, career strikeout rate just 16%. Ramirez, if you let him make a ton of contact, he's doing more damage than ever with that contact. He's got a career high in both barrel rate and hard hit rate. Only a 265 actual batting average, but his expected batting average is a full 50 points higher than that. His plate discipline is excellent, just 2 more strikeouts than walks this year, tied for 3rd in the league with 12 homers. So he's kind of a streaky hitter. He has some patches where he's among the best in the league and some where it's pretty shaky, but he's definitely one of the good stretches right now.
Stan, what about a hitter over 5K that you like?
Trevor Story for me, 5.2. He's playing in Colorado. He faces Seth Frankoff. I don't even know who that is. He's 32 years old. He has 9.1 major league innings. He spent 2 years in the KBO. Fastball averages 91 miles per hour. Contact rate in the zone is 94.3%. Swinging strike rate is a paltry 7.7%. Once he's out of the game, then he gets to go up against Arizona bullpen that has the 4th highest FIP in the league. Colorado, they're projected for 5.99 runs, the highest on the slate, and winds blowing out to looks like right center, 17 miles per hour. So yeah, everything lines up.
All right, let's talk about some value here. Eric, who are you looking at as a value bat?
Yeah, Ian Happ at 3,100 seems pretty underpriced to me. There's definitely issues with Ian Happ. He's still striking out all the time, more or less. But his season numbers look pretty mediocre at best this year, but most of that's because of a very poor April. 467 OPS in April. Doesn't get a whole lot worse than that. He's only played 8 games in May because he missed time with an injury, but in those 8 games, he has an OPS of 1331. So he's as hot as he's been all year. Gets the platoon advantage against Carlos Martinez, who 4.35 ERA for him is not terrible, but he's striking out just 12.6% of opposing batters. And when the biggest issue with Hap is his strikeout rate, facing someone who could barely strike out me these days, seems like a good time to use him.
Stan, give the people some value, please.
I'm going Eddie Rosario, 3,300. He's batting second in the lineup. He gets the face-off against Radney Dobnak in 5.2 innings against left-handed batters this season. Dobnak, he's 4 home runs. The slash is 320, 393, 800. Minnesota bullpen also has the 6th highest FIP in the league. Rosario, excuse me, he's got 3 home runs on the season, 5 stolen bases. So, there's multiple paths to fantasy goodness here. His problem is that, he chases a ton outside the zone. The O swing percentage is, 13th highest in the league. With that said, the ISO on the season is only 119. He's a career 197 ISO batter, and the BABIP's only 232. So he's going to he's going to heat up at some point.
Nick, where can the people find some salary relief?
And no, for this part of the show, we usually try and stay right under 4K, if not right at it. I'm just going to go a tick over at 4.1K because this guy's value is too good tonight. David Peralta. And look, he's at Colorado, so there's that first. Anytime you're going for an away hitter at Colorado, it's a good play. You're going against Ramon Marquez, and Peralta has faced him 45 times throughout his career. So we have a massive sample size here. And guess what? He has a 1.019 OPS against this guy, 2 home runs, 5 doubles. So I feel like right now, I don't know why I keep trying to round out everybody's outfields this week, but that's just what's been happening. But Peralta is the play here. And I know his numbers on the season haven't been that great, but since May 15, his OPS is up over his season average. It's at 851 right now. So I feel like right now at 4.1K, you're going to get great value out of Peralta against the Rockies.
All right, guys, finally, why don't we take a look at the DK Sportsbook? So Stan, what's your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
Excuse me, Houston minus 1.5 at plus 125. Tyler Ivey, he's starting. He's a rookie. It's going to be his first appearance. When I dug into him a little bit, I was pretty enamored with him. His fastball sits at 92 miles per hour, but he can get it up to 95 when he needs to. The spin rate super high. He works, up and down in the zone. The thing about him though, like his delivery is a little funky, so it's going to take batters a while to get used to him. In the minors, he has a double-digit K per 9 in every season in the minors. Texas, they are 3rd in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. And in addition, like even if he does struggle a little bit, the Astros offense, they've been in fuego. They've won the last 8 of 9 games, and they've averaged 6.77 runs per game.
All right, Nick, your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
I had a White Sox Yankees one that I liked a lot, but there's one right away as I was getting ready for today that it just jumped out at me. Seeing Kyle Hendricks on the mound and looking at his over on his hits allowed, it's set at 5.5 right now. And I know it's the price is fine, but against the Cardinals, I'm taking this all day. He's hit this in his last 6 outings, and that includes starts against the Brewers and the Pirates, who are among the worst 5 teams in WOBA against right-handed pitching. And I would honestly, Jesse, I would have taken this at 6.5, the over here. And look, the Cardinals, for those who need to know their numbers, they're middle of the pack in OPS and ISO against right-handed pitching. So I have all the confidence in the world that Kyle Hendricks is going to give up at least 6 hits tonight against the Cardinals. Nick,
very confident in his pick. Eric, are you as confident?
I'll go with no, but I still like my pick anyway. It's early morning. I'm not feeling super confident in anything in the world yet. Give me an hour or 2 and some more coffee. But this is my reason for not being all in on Jesse Winker tonight, even though I do love him this year. I'm picking the Brewers over the Reds because I do think Adrian Hauser actually is pretty good. Not so good that I think Winker's a terrible play by any means, but he's a guy that people liked a few years ago where he actually had an above average strikeout rate, ground ball rate, and walk rate, I believe. He regressed last season. This year, the strikeouts aren't all the way back, just 20.6%, but he's got a very high ground ball rate of 60.2%. So should do a good job keeping the ball in the yard against a pretty good Reds lineup that is in the top third by WRC+. The Brewers are down near the bottom, but they've been banged up for most of the year and are less banged up now. They've got Christian Yelich back, which certainly helps more than a little bit. And they're facing Jeff Hoffman, who I don't really have any faith in. 4.67 ERA, and that's like the best outcome he's had. Career ERA over 6. Most of his career was spent in Colorado, which does inflate that. But even with the Coors Field adjustment, there's no way to make a 6.17 career ERA look good. This year, he's worse than average across the board. Strikeout rate, ground ball rate, walk rate, just nothing there. I think there's enough with Hauser and a healthier Brewers lineup that I have medium confidence, I guess, in this pick.
Hey, medium confidence, Friday morning, we'll take it. Okay, we'll take it. Good stuff, guys. Appreciate the time as always. Saturday is UFC Fight Night, so we're breaking it down with Tim Finnegan next. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan, who is here for UFC Chase or Fades. Are you chasing or fading the odds on these fighters heading into Saturday's Fight Night event in Vegas? So after some thrilling fights in front of a sold-out crowd in Houston last weekend, we head back to the UFC Apex in Las Vegas. Look at the main card. Let's start with the women's featherweight division as Felicia Spencer takes on Norma Dumont. Now, Spencer is the favorite at -186. So, Tim, chase or fade that she gets back on track after losing 2 of her last 3 fights?
So I'm going to chase this. Spencer has lost 2 of her last 3 fights, but it's been like against ridiculously elite competition. Like she fought Amanda Nunes and Chris Cyborg, who are 2 of like the greatest female fighters ever. And she went the distance with both Nunes and Cyborg, which is really impressive. So if you look at her overall numbers, like her striking numbers aren't great, but you have to factor in that she fought Nunes and Cyborg. And if you take those 2 fights out, her numbers are pretty good. So I really like Spencer to bounce back in this fight.
Okay, up next, let's check out the men's flyweight division as David Dvorak takes on Alian Paiva. Now, Dvorak hasn't lost since 2012, but is only a slight favorite at -150. So chase or fade, he keeps his streak alive.
So looking at the striking metrics for this fight, Paiva absorbs more strikes than he lands. And anytime I see that, that's always a huge red flag for me. So I would go with DeVore back in this fight if I'm gonna have to make a choice.
Okay, so the men's heavyweight division features a bout between Justin Tafa and Jared Vanderaa. Now, Tafa is the favorite at minus 190, but are you chasing or fading him against the more experienced Vanderaa?
So the striking measures for this fight are really lopsided. Like, it's a small sample, but Vanderaa's absorbing more, almost double the strikes that he lands. Like, that's like terrifying. Like that's like really alarming to me. And Tafa has good striking volume. He's landing over 5 significant strikes per minute. So I really like Tafa in DraftKings DFS contest with his volume and the matchup in this fight.
Okay, moving on to the men's middleweight, we got a bout between Jack Hermanson and Edmund Shabazian. Now, Hermanson is a minus 162 favorite, but are you chasing or fading him coming off his absolutely gruesome defeat back in December?
So yeah, Hermanson lost his last fight, but it was to Marvin Vettori, and Vettori's fighting for the title next, and he could very well be the next champion because he gave Israel Adesanya a great fight in this, the last time they fought. So it was against elite competition that Hermanson lost to, and Hermanson's striking metrics are much better. Like Shabaza has absorbed more strikes than he's landed. Like we keep talking about, that's always a big red flag to me. And Hermanson, if you look at his DraftKings fantasy log, like he's scored over 110 DraftKings fantasy points. It's like 5 times in his last 10 fights. That's pretty high upside. He's only 8,900 in DraftKings DFS contests. Like, I would look at him if you're going to look for a DFS play.
Next up is the co-main event as we hit the women's strawweight division with Yen Xiaonan battling Carla Esparza. Now, Esparza, I think I'm saying that right, is an even money underdog in this one, despite Xiaonan's last loss coming over a decade ago. So chase or fade that she actually pulls off this upset.
So Yan has really sparkling striking metrics. She's landing over 6 significant strikes per minute, and it's basically double what she absorbs. So that's like really appealing to me. You know, as Carla Esparza is really good at getting takedowns. She goes for a lot of takedowns, but Yan's takedown defense is solid. She's stopping 75% of her opponent takedown attempts. So if Yan keeps this fight standing, like I would look for her to like really beat Esparza up with striking volume. So I'm gonna go with Yan in this fight.
Okay, we have a bantamweight bout for this week's main event between Rob Font and Cody Garbrandt. This fight is a pick'em right now at minus 110 for each fighter. So are you fading a bet on the money line and going somewhere else in the sports book for this one?
So Cody Garbrandt, he had a really serious bout with COVID where he got pneumonia, he had blood clots, like he was in really bad shape. So that's kind of concerning to me. Like we've seen some athletes where they have COVID and they come back and their cardio is not the same, or their brain is like, they have like brain fog. It's like, it's really strange. So that kind of worries me for this fight. Font has a big reach advantage. He's got a 6-inch reach advantage. He's got a really good jab. So he's going to use that reach advantage to really like pepper Garbrandt with his jab. And Font has good striking volume. He's landing 5 significant strikes per minute. I like Font to pick Garbrandt apart using his jab and his range and his reach. And like I said, like Garbrandt's bout with COVID does concern me for this fight. So I'd look at Font.
All right, finally, let's get your best DFS play for UFC Fight Night. What is it?
So Ben Rothwell, he's 9,200. He's fighting Chris Barnett, who's a 5'9" heavyweight. That's really short for a heavyweight. Like Ben Rothwell is going to be like way longer. He's like 6'4", 6'5", and Barnett is making his UFC debut. And this is like a huge step down in competition for Ben Rothwell because Barnett has mostly fought on like the regional scene, like smaller promotions. Like this is a big mismatch. Like on DraftKings Sportsbook, Rothwell is one of the biggest favorites. He's like minus 335, I want to say. So I would look at Ben Rothwell 9,200 on DraftKings.
All right, good stuff. Can't wait to see what happens Saturday night. Good stuff, Tim. Appreciate the time. Next up, we're breaking down the available bets for tonight's final play-in tournament game between the Grizzlies and the Warriors. But first, here's our own Emerson Latzia's one-on-one with 76ers assistant coach Dave Yeager.
All right, back with us again is good friend of DraftKings and assistant coach for the Eastern Conference top seed, Philadelphia's Dave Yeager. How we feeling right now, Coach?
Feel great, man. Feel great. Finished the regular season off in first place in the Eastern Conference. You know, I told my wife, I've told my family, no matter how long you do this, you may never get an opportunity to be an Eastern Conference champion or a Western Conference champion. So to be part of something like this is very special.
Yeah, for sure. Because like when we were talking with you back in March, like we discussed how you were holding steady at the top of the conference standings, like despite facing multiple adversities, including that big injury to Joel Embiid. So what has the feeling and mood around the locker room been now that you kind of proved to yourselves, hey, you can overcome all of that?
Yeah, it's, the journey of the season is long. And as you look at different stretches of it, there was times where we played strength of schedule, was very difficult. And then we knew like if we could get to the last 10 games of the year, that we played a tough schedule as far as travel wise. We played 5 games and 7 nights there. We played 6 and 9 as part of that stretch. But the competition, maybe some of those teams weren't as at the top of their conferences as we had played earlier in the season. So getting through those tough stretches without some guys, Ben had a stretch where he wasn't able to go for a couple. Yep. And so to get through that and the resilience that the guys have shown, the leadership that Doc Rivers has shown, it's just been terrific.
Yeah, and I'm sure you have a lot to say as well about like the leadership of Joel Embiid when he is on the court. Like he's been an absolute force. We're talking about averaging north of 28 points per game, which is 4th in the entire league. I mean, everyone sees the numbers he puts up, right? But what about the impact? What's the impact that he has on the rest of the team when he's on the court?
Well, I mean, first of all, he's probably everybody in our organization and that plays with him feels that he's the MVP. What his impact is cannot be discounted enough. Like he's just a big stud. And I think we look at the scoring numbers especially, and he absorbs rebounds, but his whole game of the game gets really easy when you have to have 2 people guard the ball, and he makes a second man play him. And that opens up everything for everybody else. So it's not just about him scoring the basketball in the low post. His passing's terrific. His leadership, getting guys in spots, rolling more often in pick and rolls, which creates opportunities for Seth Curry, for Danny Green, and just being the force that he is. And I think defensively he doesn't get the credit that maybe he deserves. He patrols the middle. I always said, our bigs lead the defense, and he's been more and more vocal because he's back and he can see behind everybody's head. And the louder he is and the more we communicate as a group in general, but he's gotten much, much better at it, and that helps us a lot.
I mean, talk about being louder here. What's it been like having that added energy with fans back in the arena?
It's really cool. Cause I mean, I haven't been here. I mean, I've been here as an opposing head coach. And it's like, you just, at that point, you're kind of just locked in and you do, but to be able to enjoy it as a part of the 76ers organization, and the passion, we can listen to the talk radios and we can read the newspapers and read all the stuff on the internet, but when you're there, you can feel it. And we're at almost 50%, and you can feel it. You can just imagine what it's like when it's really rocking and rolling in a playoff series at 100%. So hopefully we'll get there.
Yeah, and last year with the playoffs, like in the bubble, home team advantage didn't really exist. I mean, you guys went 29-7 at home this year. So how excited are you to kind of have that extra advantage now, back in your hands as the top seed in the conference?
And from 40,000 feet, being out last year or being in the other conference in the years prior to that for 12 years, always kind of looked at it like, that's a tough place to play, but especially lately, they seem like they win a lot of games at home, and now I'm here. And you see the comfort level that guys have and the support that they know they have everywhere throughout the community to play in at home, because the record has been good. And I think we've made strides in our road record, which is a big improvement and also a big reason why I think you end up with the number 1 seed. But that home record going into the playoffs is huge. Having the higher seed is huge because of both of those two things. So we're really excited about where we are.
It takes 16 wins here, Coach, to be the champion. I mean, what's the biggest X factor for this team to hit that goal?
Well, I think every team's in the same boat as far as injuries, right? And now there's a subset of that, or maybe even its own category of what happens if somebody gets COVID? You know what I mean? Or anybody in our staff. Like, we're very, very conscientious about not putting ourselves in positions where, hey, what if I did something silly and then I go, oh yeah, I was around Joel Embiid within 6 feet for more than 4.2 minutes in a row, and now he has to be out for 10 or who knows. So that is a big issue, and nobody wants to hear about that stuff, but that is what it is. And then, can you get stops? For us, I think we get rated out as the number 1 defensive team, or in some metrics maybe second best. But if we can get stops, that means it's a lot easier for our offense to get out and go. And rather than look at it from, well, if our offense would get up to the top 5, then no, like our defense can be absolutely suffocating. And you guys have seen this for the last couple of years. Yep. And my first year here, with what Ben can do, with Tobias flying around with his range. Danny Green's able to do some things. Now you got Matisse Thybulle coming off the bench, but Joel's anchoring the whole thing. Got Dwight Howard bringing some energy. So I think that's the biggest thing for us. If we can absolutely lock people up, it'll stress us down a little bit offensively. And then, as well as I do in the playoffs, I don't anticipate your best players play more minutes. That's how you win. And I think we'll see that as well. And I think the offense will have an uptick a little bit because of that.
All right, before you get out of here, again, an amazing regular season. You've got to describe to me that amazing regular season that has you in first place, top seed in the Eastern Conference. Describe it to me in one word.
Excellence. I think that's the word. I think whether it's just for this year or for the next 5 years, the definition of understanding this is what it takes to be at a high level. Doc is all in on it. The players are in on it. Like the level of professionalism, the work ethic, and the sacrifice that's required. And we're seeing the fruits of that already now, but I think that can be entrenched for years going forward. I think that's fantastic.
Love it. Way to set the tone, Coach. Dave Yeager, good catching up with you. Thanks for making time for DraftKings.
It's been too long, man. Let's do it again.
I know. Yeah, let's not do this wait 2 months next time, okay? Hopefully we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Hopefully between series. There we go.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield here with DraftKings contributors Alex Hunter and Kenny Ducey. We're breaking down the available bets for tonight. The Grizzlies taking on the Warriors for the right to earn the final playoff spot in the NBA, going down tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Warriors are 5-point favorites here. All right, Golden State has covered the spread 7 games in a row. Keep that in mind. Alex, do you expect them to cover here? And is it kind of just dependent on Steph Curry's production?
I absolutely expect them to cover. This past Sunday, when these two teams battled out for the 8 seed, also a very important game, the Warriors won by 12, and that gave them the series advantage 2-1 for the regular season. And one of those wins came without Steph, and the one loss came without Steph. So the one time that Steph did play against the Grizzlies, they won by 12, and they won 7 of their past 9, and they've won 9 of their past 10 in the Oracle. We know how big deal it is to play in the Oracle. It's one of the best home court advantages in the league, especially during like a playoff scenario like this. And I think the Lakers got lucky the other night beating this Warrior team, that Hail Mary by LeBron. I don't even think the Warriors should be here. And I think their championship pedigree is going to show up tonight. I think they get a comfortable win. The line opened at 3.5, but it's moved to 5, like you said, showing you that the big money and the sharp money is on the Warriors. And I think they absolutely cover. What
do you think, Kenny?
This is a weird line to me. So I was racing to take the Warriors at -3.5, -4. Now it's up to -5. You know what? I probably won't bet this, but if I had to pick a side, I'd actually take the Grizzlies. I do think that this could be a pretty close game. I think getting 5 points is a lot. And in a game where the stakes are this high, you look at how Memphis played Portland last year with the playoff spot on the line. They were up 8 late in that game. I think that the Grizzlies don't get enough respect here. And, I think that we're also inclined to take or just lay the points because think about all the games in the play-in tournament. Aside from that Lakers-Warriors game, which was an absolute firecracker of a game, we didn't see any real close games, any games where you weren't really comfortable laying the points. I know the Spurs-Grizzlies game was weird because the Spurs came back late, Rudy Gay at that 3, but I think that you would have been pretty fine with just laying the points everywhere else. I think people are expecting another blowout. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think you got 2 really good defenses, which we'll touch on in the next question. And I really do think that the Grizzlies have a fighting chance here. I don't think the Grizzlies win, but they could certainly take us down to the last possession.
Yeah, so the total in this game is set at 221.5. Kenny, are you leaning over or under? When these teams played on Sunday, they totaled 214.
Yeah, Jesse, it's weird again because it's an elimination game. So you immediately look to the under, and that is where I'm looking. But the weird part of it is these two teams are top 10 in pace. So they're top 10 in pace, but they're also top 10 in defense. So that means that there's more chances for things to go wrong if you take the under. But I do think that in a game with the stakes so high, there will be a little bit of a slower pace to this one. I do think that the Warriors, they slowed the pace down against the Lakers. It was grinding to a halt. Both defenses played very solidly, and I think that we see that again here. We've seen the defensive effort waver for both of these teams really down the stretch, but the Warriors had a big lull there where they just weren't really playing much defense at all. But you saw them batten down the hatches come play-in time. And I do think that once again, we see a good performance. We know that these two teams can defend, and it's just a matter of, bringing out the effort, bringing out the big guns. I do think so. And I also think that the Warriors offense is due for a little bit of regression here. You had a guy like Andrew Wiggins, just playing lights out. He is good. I still think that he's going to have a good game, but I don't think he's going to give them that much. And when they don't get that much, it's going to, they're going to need even more from Curry. And I don't know if this Warriors offense is built to cover an over like this.
Alex, the Grizzlies and Warriors have played under the total in 20 of their last 27 head-to-head meetings. What do you think?
I absolutely think it goes under. Like you said, it was 214 this past Sunday. And between their three matchups this year, it's been an average of 219 points. And like Kenny touched on, both teams are really good defenses right now. The Warriors closed out the regular season ranking second in defensive rating in their final 10, and the Grizzlies ranked seventh in defensive rating this season. And the Grizzlies just got Jaren Jackson Jr. back, who's a strong defensive player. His presence on the defensive end definitely helps them. And we keep touching on it. This is a playoff game. This is a game 7. It might be called play-in, but this is a playoff game 7 for both teams. It's win or go home. And I definitely think it's going to slow down, even though both of these teams like to play up in pace. I think it's going to slow down. It's going to be a defensive battle, and I definitely think it goes under.
Alex, how about a player prop from this game that you're thinking makes sense? Some people eyeing that Draymond Green assists prop.
I was eyeing Draymond too, but the one that stuck out to me was Dylan Brooks at 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists combined. In his last 5, he's averaging 30.8 points, rebounds, and assists combined. And over that time, he's led the Grizzlies with a 30% usage rate, which is a huge upgrade from his average rate for the regular season. And he only got 26 points, rebounds, and assists combined this past Sunday when these two teams met up. But he fouled out with 6 minutes remaining. I don't think that's going to happen again. I think tonight he's going to play nearly 40 minutes like we saw him do just against the Spurs. And when you can combine that type of playing time with his team high usage, I definitely think he beats this number.
All right, Kenny, a player prop from this game that you're liking.
Looking right at Jonas Valanciunas over 19.5 points. You look at the last 5 games, including that Spurs game. Valanciunas hit the over on this point prop 5 out of 6 times. And he's also averaging around 23 points per game in those games. He's just been a monster. And the biggest thing here is the Warriors front court. We've been attacking them all season long. They're really weak. They allow a lot of second chance points. They don't rebound the ball that well. I think that Valanciunas here has a pretty dominant effort in the post, and we see something more like the game that he had against the Warriors in the aforementioned winner takes 8th place game when he had 29 points against them. I think that he's going to be a focal point of this offense once again. I do think that the points come in bunches here. It's also worth noting that his points per game average is at 17 for the season. So it's not like it's that outlandish to see him just going for, kind of normal night with 20 points. I like this over a lot here. He's going to be used a lot.
Finally, let's look at the DFS side of things here, guys. So you can play a showdown contest featuring this matchup, of course. So who are you going to captain in this game, Kenny? Do you have to go with Curry?
No, you don't. You don't at all. I want to get Curry in my lineup, but I'm not spending all that money. I'm going to go with the guy I just mentioned, Jonas Valanciunas. He's $10K in the flex, and in the captain spot, you actually get $2.1 thousand savings off of Steph Curry. Look, he's just been an absolute menace over the last 5 games of the regular season. And again, in that Warriors game, he had 23 rebounds against the Spurs. He had 16 against the Warriors. Both of those games, he went over 23 points. The Warriors are 4th to last in rebounding rate. They are allowing the 4th most second chance points per game, and they also are allowing 44.4% shooting in the paint this season outside the restricted area. So I think that the recipe here is right for Jonas Valanciunas to have a monster game. I would absolutely not be surprised to see him outperform Steph Curry. I know that you have the volume with Curry, but I think that you're going to get at least 15 rebounds and at least 20 points with Jonas Valanciunas. Pretty hard to pass up a guy with a really high floor like this in the captain spot, considering you don't have to pay all the way up for Steph Curry, and then you can get them both in your lineup. So I think that it allows you the flexibility to get more of those guys you want in your lineup if you captain Valanciunas versus Curry. But obviously, I'm not going to fault you for captaining Steph Curry. That's just my I'm going to attack the Golden State Warriors front court. It's worked for me all season long.
Alex, what do you think? Are you going to pay the $17,100 to have Curry in your captain spot?
I think if you're playing one lineup, you should pay up for Steph. I don't think anybody in this game's ceiling even compares to his. This past Sunday, we saw him go for 73 against the same Grizzlies team. He's averaging 56 in his last 10. And over that time, he's at a 41% usage rate. And that's just a godly number. That's like Russell Westbrook in his MVP season in the Thunder, or like James Harden when he was with the Rockets. The ball's in his hands almost nearly half the game. And with so much on the line in this play-in against the Lakers and against the Grizzlies, he's averaging 40 minutes. And barring a blowout, he's going to play that high of a volume. So I think you take Steph if you're making one lineup. But if you're making multiple lineups, I like paying down to Draymond. Draymond's averaging 43 fantasy points in his past 5. And he's always a threat to reach the double-double bonus or the triple-double bonus. And like I keep saying, I think his championship pedigree is going to show up. And he's definitely going to come with less captain ownership from Curry or even Valanciunas. So I think Draymond's the good pay down option.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, you two. Now, speaking of basketball, 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. But that doesn't mean that you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. All right, thanks again, you two. We're talking hockey next. The Sweat. We'll be right back. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes are here to preview tonight's NHL playoff slate. 4 games to choose from, locking at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time with the Capitals and Bruins. So guys, let's start there with Game 4 in Boston. All 3 of these games have gone to OT. My God. So you have to be thinking a money line bet here, right? I mean, Jeff, do you like the Caps to tie the series at plus 143, or will that 2 OT heartbreaker be too much to overcome?
Yeah, I mean, we've alluded to this every time we've talked about this series, and I've been on. Obviously, it's just an insanely close between these two teams. 1 goal separated them in the regular season, and 8 matchups. And I mean, again, we've gotten 3 OT series here. I still lean with the Bruins here. I just think that they're the better team. They were my pick to begin here, so it's really hard for me to just sit here and say I think Washington is going to win. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people will have Washington rated out just because they're plus money available, but I'm going to side with Boston here. You know, I think they have the significant edge in net. I know Samsonov played better for the Capitals in Game 3 there, but I think Boston eventually overcomes this. And I think at some point we're going to see them break through and actually win a game in regulation, possibly by even more than 1 goal. So again, it's probably not going to be the popular move tonight, but I do think Boston has the edge here, and I'm going to side with them.
All right. What do you think, Paul?
I think I'm on Jeff's side all the way here. I really like the way he's laid it out. The Bruins are in the driver's seat with a series lead, a home date for Game 4, and no uncertainty in goal. Tuukka Rask is perhaps the biggest advantage they have going into this tilt. At some point, you have to think they're going to break out of this 1-goal victory thing in overtime, and today's that day in my mind. The Bees just seem to have a slightly better structure to their game, and the Caps look like they were just barely hanging on for long stretches in the overtime of the last tilt. Consider the 19-8 shot advantage over the 2 overtime periods.
AJ, are you with the guys?
Yes, but no. I'm still riding the overtime train here. And so I'm going to look again at that 60-minute line. You can get tie at plus 330. That's fantastic value for a series that's gone 3 overtimes. Make it a 4th tonight. Look, I definitely think we could see the Bruins take the 3-1 series lead at home, which is why I'm not taking the Caps on the money line. But a 1-goal game keeps me away from the puck line on the Bruins side as well. It does look like Washington will get Lars Eller back tonight, which could tip the scales in their favor towards evening the series. But if it happens, it'll be in overtime.
Yeah, let's give AJ a little credit because he called that overtime bet in the last game too. That was a great one. So.
I mean, can we take another overtime? I don't know. It's very interesting. All right, the Hurricanes are -148 road favorites to take on a commanding 3-0 series lead against the Preds. Paul, do you think the Canes win again, or do the Preds pull one out at home as +127 dogs?
Jess, I certainly think the Canes have planted plenty of seeds of doubt in the minds of the Preds following their 2 wins at home on the heels of a decided advantage that we pointed out in the prelude to this set. 6-2 was the advantage in the regular season. Ordinarily, I wouldn't suggest that a team is never at a disadvantage until they lose a playoff game at home. But the advantages that we saw at the start of the series has played out to a T. The Canes are a better team in all areas of the game, and the Preds haven't had an answer over now 10 outings between the two clubs. I see little reason for optimism for the home fans tonight.
AJ, you agree?
Absolutely. Nashville is just too outclassed in this one. And honestly, I don't mind laying up some juice here at -148, which I think is a little bit too favorable to the Predators, a little too much home ice lean on that one. I'll for sure take the Canes on the puck line at +190. I would even consider going up to Carolina on the alternate puck line -2.5 goals, which they did cover in the first 2 games. You can get +350. Nedeljkovic has been the absolute game changer in this one, posting a .964 save percentage through the first 2 games, and I look for him to continue that run tonight.
Jeff, you agree with the guys?
It's a 3 for 3. Give me a round of Preds here. This line makes 0 sense. I mean, I think that the Canes are getting discounted here because they're starting a rookie in net or something. Or maybe someone just doesn't believe in them at the sports books. I don't know. But the Hurricanes are absolutely, look, they're second in expected goal rate already in the playoffs. The Preds are the absolute walking dead here. They're 15th in that same category. They just don't create offense. The Preds are a wing and a prayer. All they are hoping for is a 50-save performance from Juuse Saros. It could happen, but I don't really want to bet on it. I think -148, you're getting fantastic value to take the Hurricanes on the money line here.
All right, guys, moving to game 2 between the Jets and Oilers. Winnipeg used a huge 3-goal third period to upset the heavily favored Oilers in game 1. AJ, do you think Edmonton is shell-shocked and Winnipeg can do it again as +143 underdogs, or do the home favorite Oilers at -167 bounce back in this one?
Well, I told you guys on Wednesday that Hellebuyck could steal one for this team. I didn't think it would be game 1, but I'm not sure he can take another game on the road. Still, you could see Nikolai Ehlers and Pierre-Luc Dubois back in the lineup tonight. Neither one's been ruled out for that one. They would both immediately jump into top 6 roles. I think this was a one-off game. I expect the Oilers to win in this series, but honestly, I'm going to stay away from it because it could happen. It absolutely could happen with Winnipeg. I'm going to look player props here instead. I like Mark Scheifele and Blake Wheeler, both over 2.5 shots for +125. And look, you can get some value on McDavid here too for an anytime goal scorer at +105. Nice to get some value on that. If anybody's going to score against Hellebuyck, it certainly has a good chance of being him.
Jeff, what do you think? Can the Dogs do it, or do the home favorite Oilers bounce back?
I mean, it's really hard for me to pick against the Oilers just from a bias standpoint, but like, it's nightmare fuel. What's going on with the Jets right now? Hellebuyck his last 3 games, he's been right back to that Vezina winning form. Obviously stopping a bunch of shots in game 1 here. And look, the Oilers are a team with flaws. I mean, we like to romanticize they have the 2 best players in the game. They're throwing out Tyson Barrie, who's bad 5-on-5. They don't have secondary scoring. This team has been shut down for stretches this year. I don't think they're a really good bet on the money line at this price. I think this should be closer, a little bit closer to like a pick 'em or something. So I'm not going to recommend Winnipeg just because I can't do that. Like my emotions won't let me, Jesse. But this is a game that I'd probably stay away from as well and probably try and drift into some of the player props. I do think that you're probably going to see like McDavid or Draisaitl score some points here. So maybe going with the multiple point game from like Draisaitl, which is, I believe, +125 in the DraftKings Sportsbook. I don't hate that, but this is a game on the money line and the puck line. If anything, I would side with Winnipeg, but I'm probably just going to stay away.
Paul, do you want to stay away here and look at player props? Is this one just too hard to predict?
No, I'm in on this one on the Jets side. I'll tell you why. I think they look very confident, a team that's certainly broken out of a recent slump, and the Oilers' high-end players just couldn't get on track. The coach and AJ will tell you that the best way to keep a lid on McDavid and Draisaitl is to stay with them when the play transitions from their own defensive end of the rink to the other side on offense, and they did that with great results. Winnipeg did. Be with them at the start when they move out of their end, I say. That style of play could limit the Oilers' offense once again if the Jets can repeat their approach to game one. A lot of Edmonton's 33 shots at Hellebuck were not high danger chances. I watched this game from beginning to end, and I'll take that plus 138 and look for a repeat performance from the Jets tonight.
All right, guys, the Blues have been no match for Nathan McKinnon and the Avs, but they are at home. St. Louis is plus 200 as home underdog. Jeff, do you think they steal one at home, or do the Avs just roll again?
This one's really tempting to take the Blues here. I think you could maybe look at the puck line, plus 1.5, you're getting minus 130. I think you could see some kind of like OT game here. Colorado, look, they've been dominant. They're clearly the better team. I'm not trying to make a case that St. Louis is going to come back and win this series, but they kind of, woke the sleeping dog, so to speak, with that hit on Justin Falk. And you just don't do that in the playoffs, and you're going to get a response here. Like, the Blues are still a veteran team. I know they're super banged up on the back end. Maybe they get some help, like maybe Vince Dunn gets in tonight, but I think it's just a spot where, the Blues are they're going to throw everything at it tonight. Like, I really kind of think that this is, if anything is going to happen here, you're going to get a close game. So like I said, I don't mind going to the Blues on the puck line, maybe taking the OT prop here as well. But I think St. Louis is going to make this a close game. And, regardless of what happens here, Colorado wins in 4 or 5. But I don't mind siding with the Blues on the money line or the plan here.
Paul, are you tempted to take the Blues here?
Absolutely. I disagree with the assessment that you started with, that the Avs were rolling in that last game. Consider the shots on goal were 29-16 for the Blues over the last 2 periods, 14 if you discount the 2 empty netters for St. Louis over the last 2 periods in that game. The Avs will be without Nazem Kadri, as he will be suspended for a dangerous hit in game 2, and he'll likely miss the rest of the series. His third such offense in the last 3 playoff tournaments, incidentally. That takes Colorado's number 2 center out of lineup, likely for the remainder, and cause these lines to be shuffled. I think the Blues are going to be inspired by these developments and a return to their home ice tonight. I like them big time this evening.
AJ, do you like the Blues big time?
I don't. I will take that puck line for Colorado every single day and twice on Sundays. You can still get some value here if you want to go series bet at Colorado to win 4-0 at plus 125. Although that's a pretty big drop from what we've seen earlier. Binnington fell back into that form we've seen from him all season with a sub 900 save percentage in game 2. Look, I'd consider going even bigger. You can get minus 2.5 for plus 220. You get really crazy in this one. Go Avs minus 3.5 for plus 480 if you're looking for a decent long shot bet. I am not on the Blues tonight, guys. It's all Colorado.
All right, good stuff, guys. That's all the time we have. We're going to be closing the show with football talk after a NASCAR price check for this Sunday's race in Austin, Texas.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Circuit of the Americas, whose salary jumped up this week. Michael McDowell, $6,200 up to $7,400. He's a decent road racer, but he's never had an average running position inside the top 10 in any road course race. Ryan Blaney, $8,400 up to $9,100. A decent road course racer, but his finishes were better with his old crew chief. Chase Briscoe, $6,100 up to $6,400. Tried to warn you last week and the week before that. If this were baseball, he'd be on a bus headed to Scranton right now. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, $11,500 down to $10,200. I say it every week. He's fast everywhere. I'd pay $1,100 for a blindfolded Larson at Rainbow Road in mirror mode. Martin Truex Jr., $11,900 down to $10,600. He's the best road course racer in NASCAR. May not always get the finishes that he deserves, but anyone that watches these races knows that he is the best. Bubba Wallace, $6,900 down to $5,800. Schumacher, Senna, Andretti. Bubba doesn't quite sound like a legendary road course expert to me. Favorite play of the week, Denny Hamlin, $10,100. It's a new track. It's going to be a just wing it weekend. Last season was nothing but just wing it weekends, and Hamlin won 7 times. Chase Elliott, $10,500. He's a road course natural. The numbers speak for themselves. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. And that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself just because you're not there. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you beat the winner's score. Okay, final block of the sweat, guys. Here's DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich for NFL over-under. So will these teams go over or under their projected win total in 2021? We talked a lot of football this week, talking win totals for the top teams in the league and the bottom feeders, and of course, Kenny's Jets. But let's look at some teams in the middle of the pack here. So we're going to start with the Seahawks, sitting at 9.5 wins. Can Russell Wilson and company hit that over, Kenny?
You know, it's the darndest thing, Jesse. I don't think so. It sounds weird, right? You think the Seahawks last year, they were one of the best teams in football. If you want to rewind, right, and look back to the beginning of last season, all of us at DraftKings everywhere were calling the Seahawks frauds. They were not sure the Seahawks were really good because this defense is so bad. And what did they do over the offseason? They didn't do much to improve this defense. The secondary really shot them in the foot a lot last season. And now you look at the matchups, Indy, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh from the AFC. You have a very difficult division, maybe the most difficult division in football with San Francisco, LA, and Arizona. LA is a title contender this year. And then you got to play New Orleans, Green Bay, and that tough Washington defense. This is going to be really difficult. This is a much tougher road ahead for the Seahawks this season versus last season. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult. This is going to be very close, but I think they win 9 games here.
Jeff, what do you think? Are they going under that 9.5 win mark?
It is going to be close, but they've sucked me back in already. I'm going to take the over here. I like some of the moves they made. I think Dwayne Eskridge was a savvy pick there in the second round. I like the fact they brought in Witherspoon to shore up the corner spot and Pierre Desir a bit. So, you know, with Russell Wilson, they're definitely going to be in contention for the over here, and I would lean over for this one.
Okay, the next set of teams are all at 9 wins, which would be a 9-8 season. So the Minnesota Vikings, can they hit that 9-win total, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm going to go under here. Again, a tough schedule, and maybe some of this, you know, rests on where Aaron Rodgers ends up. But I really don't see that the Vikings taking a huge step forward. They're going to have to outscore a lot of people. They're probably going to do that in some games, but they do match up against a couple tough divisions as well. I just don't really like this team, quite frankly. I'm going to go under.
Kenny, are you going under?
No, I'm going over. I think that the Minnesota Vikings made a lot of, they had a big offseason. They added on the defense, and they're also going to get Anthony Barr back, who missed the last 14 games of the year last year. Michael Pierce, Danielle Hunter, so many names. They brought in Nick Vigil that are going to really shore up that rushing defense. That was their biggest Achilles heel last year. If they fix the defensive side of things, they still got Dalvin Cook. They still have an average quarterback in Kirk Cousins. They can still make some noise here in a division that's kind of whimpering now with the Lions just leaving the picture. So I definitely think that they can do this. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, the LA Chargers in Justin Herbert's second season. Kenny, over or under 9 wins?
Under still. I think that this defense is a big liability. I know that it's getting better. I know that they're a rebuilding team, but this team is still a team that's a year away from making a ton of noise in the AFC. And you have to remember, they're going to have to play some great teams. They're going to have to run the gauntlet against Kansas City twice. You've got, New England is going to be a tough game. People, according to people who say the Jets are going to lose a lot of games, Denver's going to be a difficult game, and Cincinnati as well. So I don't know. Cleveland, Baltimore, that's for the AFC North. I just don't see the Chargers dominating here. This is a very high total, and I think it's a pretty value bet here to take the under.
Jeff, you think it's too high? You want to go under?
I mean, all of a sudden the Patriots are good in Kenny's eyes. Is that what we're doing here? No, I actually like the over here quite a bit. They match up with the NFC East. I mean, we're talking like one little upset away, and you could easily get the over here. They also have 2 games against the Raiders on the schedule. You know, they have Houston. They also end with a very, very, easy end of year schedule here. They have the Raiders, the Texans, and the Giants kind of all in their last 5 games. I think you're in a very good spot for a push at 9. And again, you're like one upset away from going the over here. I think Justin Herbert's a great QB. I think the defense is a little bit underrated, so I'm going to go over.
All right, good stuff, guys. That's going to do it for our show. We got 6 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. Colts at Jets, Emerson and Christian on the call. Make sure you stay tuned also for FBWC coverage all weekend. The Sweat will be back on Monday at 11 a.m. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
Welcome into your 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time simulated Madden football dream stream here on DraftKings. Appreciate you guys being here. We got ourselves quite the afternoon of some delectable football. Hopefully you're getting ready for your weekend. Kick it off right. Maybe make a couple shekels to spend as you get ready to open up the world, baby. It's coming. Some positivity coming your way. I am Jason Rossi. We'll be joined by Brandon Cristal in just a few moments. We have the Titans. We have the football team, which is changing sooner or later, that's a whole nother story. But we are excited to be here with you. Smash that thumbs up if you're over on the YouTube. Would really help us out. It's a Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. Make sure you get your libations. For me, it is a peach iced tea, sugar-free packet with my water. Let's get hydrated. Let's have some fun. Again, it is Titans. It is football team. I can let you guys know in a moment as lineups lock. Get into the contest. There was about, I want to say, a few openings still left. They only made a 150-person contest. So it looks like the lineups have just locked, and we got about 120 in there. So appreciate those jumping in there, those jumping in the 250 freebie. Wherever you are, we appreciate you being here with us. Open up some of the chat, see y'all in Twitch as well. We got producer Drew in the house with us tonight. We have TP, our technical director, Frangelico, and Michael in our ops squad. So you are in good hands as we see the kickoff here in simulated Washington. We will get more action coming up here, so we'll see Washington start. I will let you know my fantastic lineup here, which everyone is just like, Rossi, what do you got? I got to know who's going to win this thing. For me, Captain Scary Terry. It's been actually on a little bit of a heater recently. Threw the sprinkle in there to wrap up my Washington, just 2. 4 players for the Titans. Got to go Derrick Henry. Even if he stinks, you don't want to be the one that just didn't play him. Went A.J. Brown, Corey Davis, and Adam Humphries. So we get a 2nd and 14. For Washington, Dwayne Haskins in the shotgun, looking, searching, finding, throws the ball deep, has a man there, it is caught at the 49-yard line. Is that my guy? It looks like Steven Sims Jr. actually. So he makes his first catch, first positive play of the game. And McLaurin coming in at 31% owned. Let's see what else we have. The ownership, the highest ownership in this one is Derrick Henry, 80%. J.D. McKissick, who I faded, went 65. Jonnu, 52. Corey Davis, 46. Tannehill at 42. And the sprinkler, also 42. There's McKissick on the run, goes left side, gets a few more yards, gets 2 or 4, actually, to get to the 47-yard line. I don't even have my YouTube open. I was too excited. Coming in, so we'll get to y'all in the chat. Hope you're feeling good, feeling fresh. It's a good Friday. I don't know where you guys are at, but it's the freaking weekend, baby. Weekend away from Memorial Day, so get all your barbecue needs. That ball is just horribly thrown by Dwayne Haskins, the current project for the Pittsburgh Steelers. See how that kind of pans out. I don't really have many high hopes there. 122 likes so far. Keep those likes going. I like that. It's a great start.
Are you dressed up so nice?
You want the honest truth, PK?
Well, you can make something up, but I think I want the honest truth. I feel like I'm owed that.
All right.
In our friendship.
Because I like you, and I'll tell you the truth. I was wearing just whatever this kind of pinkish white T-shirt.
It does look pink. Yeah, I don't know if it is pink. It looks pink.
Yeah, I'd say it's pink.
I mean, and call it white would be miss.
Well, I can't tell what it looks like on camera. I can never tell.
It looks pink.
Okay,
pinkish.
So it is
pinkish, but it's pink.
Pinkish. So we're going to get a punt. So I was down here. We were joking about what I looked like with some of the crew, TP, Drew, and Frangelico. So then I noticed I had my sports coat in my thing. I was like, I haven't worn a sports coat in a while. So we joked I kind of looked like somewhere between a guy who's about to pitch a startup or a guy who's trying to read you stories, which
I think it's actually sport coat, but
what did I call it?
Sports coat. You're not alone in that. A lot of people say that.
Pluralizing. I got multiple coats on. I'm a big guy.
You drinking iced tea or is that a flavored water?
Yeah, it's a flavored water that is a peach iced tea. Flavoring.
Have you been watching any of the golf today?
I have not.
I watched a lot early. I was watching my man Connors just throw up all over himself.
Hate to see it. I don't know how I've been seeing everything. I've just been watching our guy Reed. I've just been following Reed Fowler.
Reed's been great.
What a smart guy. Even if it's not about the likes, it's not about that. He's just continuing to just post every few minutes, and I love that. When you get sent on a trip, that's what they want from you, and I love it.
Oh, Mark Leishman had a good day today. Or he's having a good day.
I usually wait, and I talked to Moose about this. I'm going to join like the contest like tomorrow. Let this day kind of see what settles out. Then I'll come in and get absolutely hammered, lose a ton tomorrow. So we'll see.
Connors, after shooting 500, goes +3 today, so he's at -2. Gary Woodland, who's a fellow Jayhawk, goes -2, then even today. Siwoo Kim's going to end up costing me money, I think. I'm in second place in this pool that I'm in. I'm in first place. I think it's based on who's played. You know, a lot of people have a lot of the big.
Doesn't matter. Screenshot it. BK.
I do have Shoffley and Hovland. So if Hovland does what he's been doing and Shoffley picks it up, then who knows? It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Of course.
What's your lineup? What's your lineup look like here? I know you told the people.
Yeah, I know. I got Scary Terry in the captain, Derrick Henry, who's look at this odd set here. 2 guys in the backfield. Throwing here is Tannehill. I went with Tannehill's going to.
That's actually just called the pro set.
Well, you don't see that often, shotgun.
No, not anymore. It was much bigger in the 80s.
Yeah. AJ Brown, Derrick Henry, so Scary Terry, the captain, Sprinkler, Corey Davis, and Adam Humphries, which we're slugging our way through this first one. A lot of incomplete passes, so nobody's scoring.
I'm in 11th place.
Oh, what do you got? No, I'll get to the chat.
AJ Brown in the captain spot. Then I went with Derrick Henry, McKissick, Jonnu Smith, the new Patriot, got all that dough. The Sprinkler as well, and then the Titans D because I just never believe in Dwayne Haskins.
That was a good call right there. Could go either way on the defense because sometimes Washington, as cruddy as they play, usually play.
Yeah, just I knew I was playing so many Titans. I didn't want to work against myself.
Again, he's BK. You can check out his new podcast, Shell Shocked, which, by the way, great start.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it seems like a good first day and a half so far. The Denver Broncos website. Went and listened to it and then wrote a little story about it that I was texted about.
Very cool.
From Shelby. He's like, hey, the Broncos wrote it up. I go, oh, did you talk to him? He goes, oh, no, they just listened and wrote it up. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, very cool. Love to hear that stuff. If you guys want to check it out, just type in
Mile High Morning. It's their new lead. They hired a new number 2 personnel man, and this is above that now as the latest headline. A picture of Mike and Mike Purcell and Shelby together.
Good stuff. Yeah. Go check it out. Sub. Give it the 5-star review. Help our guy BK out. And if you're over there and you just happen to want to check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, this week we did the music of the year 2003. We have a poll up over there. You can.
My name did not make it in their article, which is his podcast. No, there's a link to the podcast, like in the first paragraph, which is cool. But then it literally just pulled quotes from Shelby talking, which is fine. He's the Broncos player. I don't need the pub. I just want the podcast to grow and. The pub will be, accompanying it down the road and maybe a sponsor or two.
Love it. Yeah, we'll get there. You'll get there. 1st and 10 here for Dwayne Haskins and the boys at the 40-yard line. Catching up with the chat here. Must be asking, family picture day, or are you really Paul Bear? No, today was, you heard me say it, but it was just, we'll call it dress-up day. Maybe I should take some family photos, even though I'm wearing ridiculous gym shorts with this get-up. Problem Kid Gaming asking if I was going to the prom. Why, you asking, Problem Kid? I'd love to go to another prom. Proms were the best.
Yeah, my prom was okay.
Oh, yeah, my prom
It was, however, at South Fork Ranch, the setting for the TV show Dallas.
I was just going to say, very cool.
And the theme was a night of elegance, and we were in a really big barn, so it seemed contradictory. It was nice. It was a nice barn, but still a barn.
Our guy Robbie Noble, JR, BK, what's up, foos? What's up,
Robbie?
He called Beastie B and Rad Racer. Love it as we're going to get 3rd and 10 here for the football team. 3:53 left to go here. Hope you guys are doing well. Keep that. I'm loving the energy and the positivity and the thumbs up so far. Let's keep those going. We had a good start with the noon. Let's keep it here. Here's Dwayne Haskins. There's a flag on the play. He's doing the chicken dance, goes backwards, and kind of just falls over. Easy sack there. I wish I could have an easy sack like that. Just push a guy. Brian C. Rossi and BK, where the bleep do I sign? Well, Brian C., just give the thumbs up, bro. Also, our Twitchers, don't see much chatting going on, but I do see you guys watching, so appreciate you there and everybody in Game Center as well. And all those across the universe. Nice punt. Telling you, Drew, calling you out just because you highest ranking official, UNTP. Well, I don't actually know who's that. It could be Frangella. It could be Mike. Actually, it could be BK for all I know. But we need to get punters. Give me some punters so I can put them in my lineup. Love for the punters. Also, BK, as you know, something that I was watching an interview earlier today with Lonnie Paxton, Pat McAfee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's on with Lonnie, was on with Pat?
Yeah, so they were one thing that came up, which I do find fascinating, especially I'm big special teams. I love my kickers. But they were talking about next, you can vote for long snappers. For the
long snappers are being added. I'm sure Lonnie said he would have gone to 10 Pro Bowls.
Well, he said it more like, who's really judging these things?
Yeah, how do you judge it? The only way you can judge it is if they happen to be a really good tackler, or they're the snapper for a really good holder,
blocking,
combo.
He basically
you're not blocking. No one's allowed to be over you on the punt or the kick.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of helping late. If you're super aggressive, and that's why Lonnie, who was making I think a couple $1 million when he got let go here, why they moved on from him. And Lonnie, all he did was throw strikes. That's exactly how it was described to me by a special teams coach after he had won a bunch of Super Bowls in New England. McDaniels brought him here, and all he does is throw strikes, right? A lot of times you don't know the long snapper. Well, Lonnie was built like a lineman. He was built like a guard. They went and got this kid Aaron Brewer, who was the long snapper all the way through the Super Bowl for the next few years, who was like a linebacker. I mean, he was built almost like a skinny tight end, but he would fly down because he's not blocked, so he'd snap it and just take off, and he'd have a bunch of special teams tackles. I mean, not Matthew Slater or anything, but it was Bill Bates or Steve Tasker, but it was upgrading that element of it, and that was sort of the reasoning. But Lonnie was great. Lonnie, did he tell his Tom Brady wedding story?
No, he was mostly talking about like his post-football venture. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I caught the part about the long snapping Pro Bowl, and he basically laughed and said they should have like an advisory board in a sense, like even someone like himself and about 10 others that really pay attention to that. But he thinks the voting should be done by like not their own like holders and kickers, but like the defenders and some other people that like you just notice who knows their stuff, or like the guards
and even the special teams coaches that are watching it every week. Like let all 32 special teams coaches vote.
Exactly. But then like they worry like would they all just vote for their guy?
No.
I don't think they would either, and that's what he kind of said.
Well, and they can even set up where you don't vote for your guy.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the best way. But we'll see. It's going to be fascinating. It's just another wrinkle to adding more, making more money for some of these kind of different position players like long snappers. As Derrick Henry takes a shotgun snap, not going far there. It's 2 on the ground, so we will see with just about less than a minute to play here. It's scoreless in Washington.
I've got a visual question that I'm going to ask the chat here when we go to the quarter break.
I like it. We're going to talk some ballpark food as well today because there was a poll that was put out, or there's like
I saw that. It was like a bracket. I haven't clicked on it because I didn't think anything in Colorado would really make it.
Well, every team has a representation. But
I'm guessing they put their Todd Heltenberger up.
I haven't. I can tell you it's not that. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
We'll get to it in the second corner. I want everybody where you're from. Like, I want to know if these are the actual items that you think of at your baseball ballpark. Because I tell you, for Boston, it's definitely not. But we'll talk about it.
Well, what's funny about like the Dodger dog is synonymous with Dodger Stadium, and it's just a hot dog. There's nothing like it. It has a nickname, which is fine, or whatever, like the name associated with it, and that. Oh, we're Dodger Stadium. Got to get a Dodger dog. It is just. It's not like it comes with 9 toppings, and it's a special way they do it at Dodger Stadium. It's just a hot dog.
Yeah, it's a Fenway Frank.
Which is fun. Yeah,
Fenway Frank. It's just exactly. That's it. Sell a bunch in the stores.
Sure. Oh, do they? Fenway Frank has a brand?
Yeah. Here comes a kick here. So we get the punt. As there's a long snap as Drew, our producer, says, one bad snap and you can make the Pro Bowl. And you can't make the Pro Bowl. We'll need to start keeping stats for fielding percentage. It's true. It's true. I think that's going to be
one
something.
Bad snap. You shouldn't make the Pro Bowl because there's too many guys that don't have any bad snaps all year.
Yeah, the good call. So that'll be our final play here of the first quarter. It is caught. Nice first down play.
I just looked at the golf leaderboard because it wasn't loading a second ago on my iPad. Do you know who's leading this tournament right now?
I have no idea.
50-year-old Phil Mickelson.
Oh,
5
Phil.
under.
I'd love to see it. What a story. Isn't it?
Oh, I'd love to see it too. He's at 5 under. My man Hovland's right behind him, along with Laird at 4 under. Okay, so here's my visual question before you get to all these stats. Yeah. Or do you want to do all the stats first?
There is no stats to speak of. Don't worry about it. I want to hear your thing. The visual.
So we had to run to Fort Collins last night to grab my niece and nephews. Hour and 20 trip. 14-year-old's home by himself, orders Domino's Pizza around the corner, which he's a big fan of. Yep. And he also orders a 2-liter of Coke.
Okay.
So this is from last night.
Not an ad.
This is from but we don't have to. We can. This is from last night. This is how much he drank last night, whilst playing video games as well.
That sounds about
The
right.
question is, I'm not the biggest soda drinker, but I never get enough sleep, and so whether I'm grabbing a Monster Energy or a little bit of coffee, even though I'm not really a coffee drinker, because it's sitting here next to me and I have a cup right, 2 feet away. Should I just finish this off to aggravate him? Because obviously he bought it with my money, and I need something to drink in general. Keep the the vocal cords lubricated, which is a weird thing to say.
Needed.
With you or me, and or folks in the chat, would you
Rip it.
to aggravate your 8th grader? Would you finish off the soda that you paid for?
1,000%.
When you know that's like probably very high on the thing he's. Although I'll say this,
petty,
our neighbor 2 houses away, they're moving to South Carolina. That's I guess separate from the story. Their daughter's graduating high school. He's really good friends, almost best friends with the same age little brother. This is the last time they're going to see each other, and so there will certainly be sodas there. He will get his soda fixed today.
I think
but
you're
more
fine.
just the frustration. Actually, here's what I'll do: is I'm going to drink it until like right here. I'm like, oh no, I saved you some.
Back to the game.
Also, there are no cups around here, so he definitely was just drinking straight from the bottle.
Oh, 100%.
Like, just a 12 ounce.
Freaking Nature says, for us, you dress like the dude from Due Date. That would be Zach
Galifianakis. You have Zach Galifianakis quality about you.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll take that. I'll take any, like I said, any compliment, just anything. Cool. But I think 100%, if I was in your shoes, BK, or if you're wearing flip-flops or barefoot like I am, I would 1,000% do it. It's funny. It's all petty. And by the way, if he needs another one, it's going to be your money. You're going to buy another one anyway. So
You ain't lying. Were you on me? Were you on with me the time we tried to get not Labor Day, Easter Peeps, Pepsi Peeps,
yes,
Pepsi? Were you on
it was
with me
like
that day?
we didn't realize that was like a contest.
Right. So we didn't realize that you didn't get the end of the story where he came home with a bunch of different sodas and candy and then gave me no money back and ate most of the soda and candy. I sent him there on one very specific mission. Go get Pepsi flavored Peeps. Yes, it turns out you needed to do hashtag hanging with my Peeps. And then they would have sent you 3 cans of Pepsi flavored or Peeps flavored Pepsi. So Pepsi flavored Peeps sounds better to me.
Yeah, that does sound actually better. Darwin says, don't drink it. He'll just open a new bottle. Well, that's fine.
No, there's not a new bottle to open. We're not a soda household per se.
Sure.
My wife barely drinks it. She'll have a Pepsi Diet Coke or something out on the road if she's tired or whatever. We're, grab me a Diet Pepsi, Diet Soda, or dinner maybe. We do not have soda in the house actively.
There you go. A lot of people asking why I'm wearing a blazer, looking dapper, looking like different characters. Why not? And yes, no, this is not. Someone asked, who was it? Brother Phil, looking like should be standby doorstep, handling me a pamphlet, asking me about my relationship with God. That's good stuff, Brother Phil. Maybe I'll do that after. I'll just go door to door. I'm sure that will go over well. Someone asking if this is a mock turtleneck and it's purple. No, it's pink and it's a t-shirt. It's a t-shirt. Anyways, Dom saying I joined the corporation. Yes, I am now the head of DraftKings. It was under a facade that it was Jason Robbins. It's really been me the whole time.
Your name kind of sounds like his, and his name's not Tom, surprisingly, because everybody else is there. His name Tom.
Yeah, and actually funny you bring that up because our guy Drew, our producer, said like when I first came over, he was like sometimes he'd like type in an email.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Worried that it was going to go to Jason Robbins. Which
it's almost a good thing that you don't have a DraftKings email.
It's 100%. But still, like when he types in like with his probably DraftKings.
Yeah, right. When you have names that are saved, there's a big sack for my Titans D.
Yeah, they're playing well so far. That's going to push it forward. 4th down, another punt coming.
Should have captained him.
Should have. Could have been. Right now would be a great call.
You have another game after this, or did you do the early one?
No, I'm back at 10 p.m. actually. So I have a big,
nice little split shift.
Yeah, this is my, just in case people wonder, whenever you see me during the day, I'm in a meeting at work. So that's how my day goes. This is your one and doneer today?
Yep. I've been a lot of just one and dones, which is fine. It actually works out pretty well based on all the stuff I got going on.
Yeah, busy.
Next week's going to be a little trickier because I can't do anything early in the week, and Drew knows that. He's probably already made the schedule.
Yeah, schedule's
my wife's out of town for work, and
good for you.
I got to cover all those games at night, so I basically have to be the babysitter. It's not you don't babysit your own kids, but I have to watch my kids. The babysitter's gonna have to work at night.
There's a run from Henry getting a few more yards. Still slow start for him. So yeah, there was a new, basically a bracket that came out. It's at MLB.com/brackets if you want to check it out. And right off the bat, the top, and I don't know if it's by team, but obviously every team's on here, but they
give me some of the ones that are on there.
Let me tell you this first off, because I don't know. Not every team is. Well, there's 30 teams in baseball. Somehow there's an MLB, just Cracker Jack as an option, and Cracker Jack is going up against the Astros Cowboy Fry, and that's just basically it's fresh cut fries topped with queso blanco, brisket, jalapeno ranch, diced green onions, pickled jalapenos, and onion drizzled with barbecue sauce. So that's at least called? That's called the Astros Cowboy Fry.
That's a lot. They have visuals on a French fry.
Big run here by Derrick Henry. It is a lot going on. But okay, so here I'm going to come down the list a little bit. We can start and stop, and we'll come back and forth.
Who's voting on this? Are fans voting on this?
Yeah, I could vote. Like, I'm basically, you fill out your entire bracket, and I think then people vote later. I believe. I haven't read I just saw the email and said I got to see what they have. So for Boston, and I've been to, I don't know. Yeah, Drew says, why would you take Cracker Jacks over that? Hopefully they don't. Unless a bunch of 90-year-olds voting, which, let's be honest, who they're marketing to. But for Boston, been to, I don't know, let's just say, give or take 500 Red Sox games in my life.
That many, really?
I'm guessing, because for a while, when I was with the team, I went to 30 games a year.
You played for the Red Sox?
Yeah, I did. Minor leagues. I was a bench warmer. That's an interception by the Washington football team. He's got room to run. He could take it. He's gone. House call from the defense. Wow. Intercepted, falls on his butt, does a spinner Rooney, kicks it into high gear. And
is that Darryl Green? Oh, no, it's
Kyle Fuller, your guy.
Kendall Fuller.
Oh, that's right. Kendall.
That's Kendall, the former Redskin chief.
I don't love that. So there
or maybe he's Redskin chief, or Redskin chief Washington football team. He was in the Alex Smith trade, and then they re-signed him.
Right. That's crazy.
He picked up a ring for his services, and then went back and took Washington's money. His brother is now a Bronco. And two of their other brothers have also played in the NFL. One of two sets of brothers where four brothers from one family each played in the NFL. The Browners being the other one. You wouldn't have gotten there, so I just told you.
No, I wouldn't have known that, but I was trying to think of their other brothers. It's Kyle.
Both fringe. One was one was maybe a defensive player. The other one was definitely a wide receiver for the Titans and Lions. I actually played a bunch of years, but was on and off rosters, but had 5 or 6 years of doing that. The other one I think was pretty short-lived.
Got it.
So the Browners, Joey Browner being the most famous of all the Browners all those years with the Vikings.
What about Brandon Browner?
I can't swear Brandon Browner is one of their brothers. I think he just has the same last name. Let me double check that. But Joey Browner went to some Pro Bowls, I think, and was the biggest safety, this side of Steve Atwater and Dennis Smith.
Shout out. Washington football team, by the way, defense owned just under 20%.
How many Gronks played? I think only 3 in the NFL, right?
Dan, Chris, and
what's the other one?
And Rob.
Rob's big on the hockey skates. You see that video of him with the Ning?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joey Brown went to 6 Pro Bowls all in a row from 85 to 90. That would make him the second best safety in the NFC behind a guy named Ronnie Lott in that stretch. So let me tell you the other brothers. Browner family. Ross played for the Bengals and Packers. Jim. Imagine being named Jim Brown, or hey, here's our guy, football legend Jim Brown. So excited to meet DJ and then Keith Browner. They all played in the NFL. I wonder if any of them are Brandon Browner's dad, though. That would be, let's see.
Solomon Grundy, can you dig it, sucker? Yeah, nice shout.
And then obviously there were a bunch of Matthews, but that's over generations.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah.
Brandon Browner, corner, who began his career in Denver and then was a Pro Bowler.
DFS Queenie saying that it's better than my Jimmy Eat World t-shirt. How dare you? This is just cheaper.
Yeah, I don't think Brandon Browner is related to
the other Browners.
Any of them, but he is in San Quentin State Prison currently on an attempted murder charge.
Got it.
Well, that didn't go great. So he goes from winning a Super Bowl to a few years later, he's on an attempted murder charge and he's in San Quentin.
The tough.
How do I not remember any of this story? Do you remember Brandon Browner?
Brandon Browner, yes. Oh, yeah. Yes.
I don't remember that. You know something, right? I'm not saying it wasn't a big story. Just some things don't stick with you.
No, because honestly, in no disrespect to Brandon, well, we can be disrespectful because of what's happened in a way, but he wasn't that. He was never like that next level popularity.
No. He was starting corner on the Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
He was maybe the least successful.
And then he came to the
actually.
Patriots.
Then he got hurt. Then he got hurt, right? And Maxwell took his spot. And then he left for the Patriots. Like, oh, we're better with Maxwell.
Yeah.
I remember my guys in Seattle saying that he.
Well, the thing with Brandon Browner, the thing that people, play on the field wise was he was like tall and aggressive.
Yeah, he's a big corner.
That's why he also
Sherman, right? He's 6'4", 230 as a corner.
That's why he also gets injured a lot, because I don't think that's a body type that can really hold up. At least that was like all the stories at the time playing a cornerback role.
You want a golf update with DraftKings ties?
I do now.
Bryson DeChambeau birdies his first hole.
Shout out.
1 under. He's 4 off the lead.
Oh, by the way,
it's so windy there that I'm just worried his game with that aggressiveness, the ball's just gonna, get lost every now and then, and it'll just be too much to overcome.
Yeah, that was the report I saw with Jeff, and I think it might have actually been Emerson.
Janu.
Hey, you got your catch as we get down to the 23-minute and 20 left. But I gotta give you a shout. I was listening to you and cough a little bit yesterday, and I jumped in the chat for a minute. But I heard you say how and I never knew why that the PGA doesn't allow golfers to wear shorts. I think that's hilarious. And then I had to look it up. You had me Googling. Yes,
yeah, and so here the funny thing about that is I feel like this is one of those things sort of like the golf cart thing. The reason for that is because of Casey, what's his name, the Stanford coach, who played with Tiger, Casey Martin, and so we knew about the golf cart thing. Although again, and I think this is my point, and I think I even got a laugh from Drew or Tom, was I'm not watching golf to see the guys walk. I'm watching to see them make phenomenal shots. So if you could shorten up a golf tournament by a half hour, an hour, that's not the nature of the way you watch golf in general, right? Because you're watching to watch the shots, and just like a baseball game. Everyone wants to speed up baseball. If I'm in for a baseball game, I know that 9 innings can sometimes take 4 hours.
No, dude,
I don't care.
Carts from the bullpen. All carts will help everybody.
Sure, carts everywhere. But shorts, I certainly don't care if the player's comfortable. He doesn't need to be less comfortable for really no reason. Well, so you looked it up. I'm sure it was something about respecting the game or the course or some other.
Yeah, it was originated. It was all class. It's like basically they related to restaurants. You can't go to fine dining in shorts. So it was kind of like a class thing. And
also they used to just wear golf pants, right? What are those golf pants called? Why my brain's not working today?
I have no idea. I just
what I'm saying, that Payne Stewart would wear, the old Scottish golfers would wear, knickerbockers.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, so
I named a team after.
Yeah, they named a team after golf pants, basically. So if you're wearing those pants, that's not stylish either. And no one wears them anymore. Payne Stewart, I think, was the last.
Oh, goes Tannehill to the left. He looks like he's got to clear it. Nice tackle.
College wide receiver showing off that athleticism.
It really is. So less than 40 times ticking. They still have one timeout. They'll probably not use it here and probably still get a playoff. It's 1st and goal. But it's just fascinating. And we'll get more in these baseball stuff. We'll do it in the second half because I got some on here. And I love to know, being Colorado, also, I'm sure you've been to Texas Stadium a couple times, see if those are in. Oh, walking in is Derrick Henry. You paid up for him. You got him 80% in the free showdown, the ownership. There he is, rumbling, stumbling, bumbling his way into the end zone for the first Titan touchdowns. They're going to tie this game up. There's been no offensive touchdown for the football team. It was a pick 6 by Kendall Fuller. And there's Derrick Henry plowing into the end zone with less than 20 seconds to play in the first half. Killing Bird says they need to get rid of the polo shirts in golf. There's no reason for a grown adult to be wearing polo shirts. Play golf or not. Whoa, bro. First off, polo's a nice look. Just going to try it out, Killer. Try it out, Killing B. Nice polo.
I think one of the reasons you wear the polo shirt is to help the sunburn on the back of your neck.
That absolutely is true. Every time I go out in a t-shirt, the back of my neck, I got the worst farmer's tan going right now. It's only been 3 days of sun here, and I just go out for walks every day.
Here's the question. Is worst farmer's tan the right way to say that, or is it the best farmer's tan? Because if you're a farmer and you've got these weird tan lines from farming all day, and the better it is, the bigger the contrast, assuming you're not just gross and sunburned and in pain, you're look at how much I've been on the farm working. See how good my farmer's tan is. So I think you're thinking about it the wrong way.
And the sexiest farmer stand. That's all.
Yeah, right.
First touchdown, by the way. Nice drop from Drew here. First Henry touchdown since his 5 TD game versus Dallas last week. So he has been old as ice since.
I'm in 12th place. Where's my man T Pike, who's always finishing in the top 10 allegedly?
Yeah, I can tell you, I am not up there.
Screws.
I'm in 70.
Scrolling down. Not seeing T Pike anywhere. Did you forget to get a lineup in?
Maybe boycotted. Just 2 games, but still. He's an 88.
First.
He says 88.
What's the genesis of Jason Rossi all mixed around?
Oh my, yeah, backwards. I was a big Nomar Garcia Power fan when I first got on AOL, so I did my first name backwards, last name backwards.
Nomar. Some people used to tell me I look like Nomar.
I can see it.
Love Nomar. Skinnier face than me. Yeah. We should have big noses.
Beautiful noses.
Are he and Mia Hamm still married?
Yes.
They got kids. They'd probably be good athletes, I would think.
Yeah, I think one's high school age now, or just getting there.
Yeah. Like, do we know how Agassi's kid's doing in baseball? Agassi and Steffi Graf's kid?
I don't. I know that they play, but
no, his oldest is like in the minors.
Yeah. Saw that. I honestly haven't kept tabs recently. Is that Steven Sims?
I hope he ends up on the Blue Jays with Guerrero's kid
and all the kids.
Kid and
Bichette, all of them. It's funny. DraftKings says marathon runners should be allowed to ride golf carts for the first 25 miles. Anyone who really cares about it is in the end. Well, then why would they just run?
Oh, he's playing baseball at USC right now.
Got it. So here we go. This will be the last.
Maybe.
Let's see if Dwayne Haskins
report from last June
can reach the end zone. Dwayne Haskins looking. Let it loose. Definitely going to reach the end zone. It's going to maybe go to the end. It's tipped around, and it is incomplete. So we'll go to the half. 7-7 here in Washington. It was, again, a Kendall Fuller pick 6 for the Washington D. So there's some good points out of them. And then you had a long drive by the Titans that ended with a Derrick Henry touchdown. I am Jason Rossi. He's Brandon Cristal. You can follow him at BK Denver Sports. Check out the new pod, Shell Shock. Leave a 5-star review. Really will help the dude out. You can check out my podcast called The Pop Culture Pile Driver, where we get into the year 2003. We both nominate songs to see what's the best from the year. We base it off of the Billboard Hot 100 end of year. Derrick Henry, 12 carries, 81 yards, and a tud. How are we doing in the chat here?
15th place.
Climbing. BK is climbing.
Well, no, just in 12th. I can read you Jaden Agassi's bio.
Sure. Give it to me.
He's a right-handed pitcher / third baseman. Yes. 6'3", 195. So the right frame to certainly
lean. He's lean down in the corner.
He only played 2 years of high school ball because of the COVID pandemic. Top-ranked third baseman in the state of Nevada, 13th ranked player nationally according to Perfect Game, which is the kind of the standard in ranking these kids.
Yep.
Born October 26, 2001. Parents are tennis legends Andre Agassi and Steffi Graf. Majoring in business. Favorite foods, baby back ribs. Chose USC because I fell in love with the campus and Trojan family.
That's his favorite food is baby back ribs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fascinating. DFS Queenie says nothing good about a farmer.
Do we think, Drew said love Chili's. Do you think that Andre and Steffi are just hanging out in Vegas Chili's like with their kiddo? Like, hey, big game. You had a baseball double, triple header because that's how youth baseball works. And they're going to Chili's for some baby backs and
whatever their
blossom.
promotion. Yeah, they get those promotions like 3 for $9.99, full 3-course meal. I like it.
I'm a fan of Chili's queso. The queso with the meat, queso fundido.
Yeah. Oh, Jeepers Creepers 79. Domino, that was you. He says, if you remember AIM, then if you remember AIM, so we're talking about like where my screen name came from. He says, my screen name was Jeepers Creeper 79. It's still my Hockey League Keeper League on Yahoo to this day. Love that. Yeah, those early first screen names.
Yeah, mine's still sticking with me in some leagues.
So what was your original?
Smooth BK24. That was a nickname from.
Oh hell yeah! That's
college.
Where the wife came from. If everyone's wondering.
Yeah, exactly.
Smooth BK.
Although my wife told me today she's dealing with these people that own a business and it's 2 elderly gentlemen. She goes, I don't know how old they are. I think they're in their 70s. They both still have AOL email addresses. And she's like, who do you know has an AOL email address? I'm like, I don't know. I definitely know some people I think that still use AOL email.
Oh, it's so funny. So I work with people like across the country with outside of here, and some of the AOL email addresses, cat really wants some attention right now. And some of these people, I'm like, use AOL? Like, yep, all the time. I'm like, okay.
This will blow your mind, and I've told this on air before, maybe to cough. It'll blow your mind how many pro athletes' emails are just like their name and a jersey number from some point of their life. High school, college pros.
It's a good point.
Gmail, Yahoo. Like Ryan Tannehill, it would blow your mind if his email was, but it shouldn't, if his email's like Ryan Tannehill 17.
Oh, fumble there, by the way.
This Washington football D is, oh, they got it back.
I don't know. Let's see.
No, it looks like Washington got it back.
Washington got the ball, but we'll see if it was an actual fumble. It was. So here come the football team again. First play of the game. But yeah, I know what you mean. I won't without naming players, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what Drew said. Tom Brady 12 at Gmail. I can't imagine Tom's doing that, but I do know Peyton Manning used to have an AOL email address. He does not anymore.
Yeah, there was one player that I was speaking with, and he just said, "No problem, man. Like we can get together. Da, da, da. Send me an email." And his email was literally
Eli still has his.
Yeah, his first name, last name, number at Gmail. I was like, "This can't be real." Like,
yeah. Well, so, but I got in the habit years back of getting players' emails because guys used to change phones a lot more. They just don't as much. They just block numbers now. But they used to change phone numbers, you know, to keep their girlfriends and non-girlfriends away from each other, I guess.
Sure.
So they would just change phone numbers all the time. But now they don't do that as much. Guys will do it every now, but no one ever changes their email address.
Nope.
Unless you're Von Miller and your now ex-girlfriend puts it because his iMessage was his email address, not his phone number. So I'm sure he's changed it or blocked that account.
Yeah, get some more people. People scare me. Says Rossi looks like Galifianakis from Dinner for Schmucks. I've never seen that one. He says
it's a good one.
Yeah, he says good movie, but a bit long.
Paul Rudd, Steve Carell, it is a little long. It was on the other day, and my wife hadn't seen it. It was like the middle of it. I was like, well, don't start it now.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
Not bad.
We get Washington threatening here at the 9-yard line. Haskins throws it, got a man open, touchdown.
Sprinkler,
baby.
It does have Academy Award winner.
It's not. It's Daryl. It's Inman.
That is Inman. Dontrell Inman.
Son of a gun. Just blew my.
Who is Dontrell Inman? I don't.
Nobody has Dontrell.
That helps no one except for the people that have.
34. Actually, hold on. BK, 34% owned.
Those are the people that have Haskins. Points.
Please, that's way down. Nice pickup for us for Drew. Congo Cap says face all shiny, shirt all clean. Where you heading, Rossi? Dude, I'm telling you 100% the truth. I ran earlier and then I took a shower. This is what happens when I actually take a shower. Not the shirt. That was just a joke. The sports coat was more for fun.
The second highlight of my day after this, of course, being the first, is the high school graduation party 2 houses ago.
Oh, hell yeah. Enjoy.
Where, of course, I will just be looking forward to watching the hockey.
We have Bruins tonight. This series has been unreal.
The Bruins and Avs are on the same TV schedule.
Oh, they are tonight? Because
I'm saying like they're playing the same nights.
Oh, yes.
The Bruins early and Avalanche and Blues late.
And it's nice here for us Boston fans because we have tonight you have Bruins, tomorrow Celtics, so they have a rotating schedule. But then the NBA always has to screw it up and give a third day at one point.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like if it's involving the Lakers.
Yeah.
They only get the Lakers on 3 Sundays, so they drag the first round out.
That's tonight, right? Lakers.
No.
Playing.
No, they already won.
They won. Yeah. Sorry, no, they won. The other
Warriors and
Memphis. Not as exciting of a game.
No, I mean I'll watch it to see Steph.
Sure, I want to see him make it in too. Oh, nice catch.
That was a good catch. Good hands by Jonnu. Oh, Corey Davis using his hands. But we have the same thing tomorrow. The Nuggets start, and so then we'll be Nugs and Avs rotating.
Yep. So there you go. TFS Queenie saying looking like Jason Sudeikis. Take any comment.
See it.
Someone saying see a little gray in my beard. Oh, dude, there's plenty of gray everywhere.
Yeah, I got gray in my beard.
Yeah, listen, that's just a sign of veteranship. Speaking of that, look at Henry barreling his way, not getting far. But
Henry going on Twitter. Was it Twitter where he's asking for Julio?
And then you see AJ Brown's response.
What did he say?
He said, "I would give up number 11 in a heartbeat to play with the icon."
No.
Love to see that. I'm sorry, I like that stuff, but
that's better than him going.
No,
Derek, you already got me. You don't need him.
Yeah, exactly. No, like there's a team.
Well, who's going to throw it to me if they're throwing to Julio?
Mm-hmm. You saw what
had he have said that. There's enough balls.
Oh yeah, there is such great I didn't even think of Tennessee, but they're so starved for another guy on that side. Nice catch there by Derrick Henry, rarely making.
Here's the problem: Ryan Tannehill just isn't that good.
I don't disagree, but it's still a guy like. But then here's the other thing: like we talked about recently with Kenny about certain players, injury and all that stuff. But like Julio's, he's got that hamstring issues, tightness. Like I'm going to be intrigued.
Actually, if you talk to Kenny, because Taylor Lewan's a left tackle, it doesn't matter who plays quarterback.
That is, it's part of his argument. Yeah.
Right.
Here's what I'll just say about that. And I'm not going to get into it. I don't 100% disagree with some of the things Kenny says. It's just the way he goes about it. That's my issue.
Oh, my issue is more what he says, not how he goes about it. I don't mind his style. It's the silliness of the take.
Yeah. Well, listen, what do you need a quarterback for?
Yeah, anybody could get a quarterback. What about a left tackle to block those pass rushers? Doesn't matter if your quarterback can't throw or make a play, but at least he's not getting sacked that quickly.
Yeah. Congo kept that was pulling the glass, going to call a hockey game or something. Nah, man, getting all professional for the Madden Sim.
I told Glash it'd be awesome if he got the call to be Marv's replacement. Like go from Connecticut Sun to be Marv's guy or Marv's.
One day, could be.
And then Koff said that he was not actively pursuing that job, so that Glash has a better chance of it. He wasn't saying it like that. He's like, I hope Glash gets it. He goes, I'm not even pursuing it. He was saying it like that. Like, I have no interest. I go, what if they call you?
Good thing. Thank you, Kaufman, for letting us know you're not interested in a job that you don't even do. But thank you.
Like,
by the way, I'm also
GM job open. I'm not even going for that new GM job in hockey. I'm not even going for it.
Oh, that's too funny. That's this Kaufman.
The way he said it, like there was a level of confidence, but I understood, and you can ask Drew and Tom. He wasn't trying to be dismissive of Glash getting it. He was basically saying like, he has a much better chance. Like, I'm not even going for it. It's like, well, what would that look like? Like, you can't just call it TNT and say, hey, I check out some of my minor league play-by-play, and here are my sims.
From when? Like,
right, exactly.
No, listen, this is Koff. I don't really know what we're doing here.
Like, Patrick Marlowe was in the minors when Koff worked in minor league hockey. I'm not lying.
That's true. That's funny. There's a nice reverse run there. Is that Humphrey?
I used to never want to do play-by-play, but the older I've gotten, I'm like, you know what? I could do it.
I don't think that's not.
Mitch, because I feel like I found my broadcast voice a little better and understand the flow of games. And having produced a bunch of games for Westwood One, I was like, I could do this. But I don't want to pretend I'm to the level of Ian or Kevin Harlan or Kevin Kugler or some of those types, Jim Nance, the great Al Michaels. Like, and it doesn't excite me.
Yeah, it's huge art form to it as well. Like
for sure.
Man, that's a lot of work. A lot of work.
I like calling these games where I step on the play-by-play call as a big play happens.
Yeah, it's a conversation. It says BK Rossi could never talk about Kenny's bad takes from Fire.
Yes, Fire Mike Tomlin is equally as dumb, and I let Jason know that. Yeah, but not equally as dumb. Less dumb than starting your team with a tackle instead of a quarterback.
All I'll just say is
yes, that is a dumber take. The Mike Tomlin one, you're wrong on, and I told you were, and I thought you had moved on from it and understood you were wrong.
No, I never understand I'm wrong. I just am open to the idea that I'm not right. That's my opinion. That's the best way you can have arguments. It's all about opinions. Don't try to say you're right. You're wrong. Everyone else is wrong. As Tannehill drops back, trying to tie this game up, throws hit the field goal post. Doesn't count. Tara Lynn's in the chat. Says, "What's up, suckers?" Who you calling a sucker?
Yeah, Tara Lynn bailed on our sim yesterday.
Did she?
It was going to be Tara Lynn, Koff, and myself. We're going to get her take on team building.
Oh, Tara Lynn in the next sim. Let's see if she bails on
hopefully they ask her about tackle or quarterback, how she's starting her team.
They might. I know I'm teaming up with her on Saturday for 2, so that'll be fun as well. Here's Tannehill, rolls to the right.
And if she thinks they should fire Mike Tomlin.
Nah, at this point, it's moot.
Well, of course it is. They're not firing him. He's going to the Hall of Fame, dude.
Ooh. Well, everyone gets in the Hall of Fame. You don't want my hot takes on the Hall of Fame. I've been plucking people out of there.
There's 336 people in the Pro Football Hall of Fame or something like that.
A lot.
So to say that's everyone when there's been over 20,000 players and a lot of coaches.
Starting a lot. It's still a lot. That's going to be a field goal, by the way. So we have a minute left to play here in the third. That is Steven Gostkowski putting the Titans within 4.
You mean to list coaches not in the Hall of Fame? That you could say, oh, they're not in the Hall of Fame? That's weird. And Mike Tomlin will get in before almost all of them? Or should?
Probably. He's also there's also a thing with lasting a certain amount of time, even though he's been okay.
Yeah, but he's won 10 games almost every year, but like 2, dude.
It's just okay.
Winning 10 games gets you into the playoffs. Not doing well in the playoffs is a bummer. It's like George Karl. George Karl got in the playoffs all the time.
Yeah, but I just think in Hall of Fames in general, just let a lot of people in. I wasn't just talking about that.
Yeah, the Football Hall of Fame does not let enough people in.
Oh, no. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of people in there.
Just look at the 10 finalists that didn't get in this year.
Give me one. Just one. Like Richard Seymour? Richard Seymour. Torrey Holt. Really good, but were they like at one time the best?
Yeah, well, Torrey Holt always played with Isaac Bruce, but they were equally the best. Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, see, I think he's right. I think those are like Hall of very good guys.
Richard Seymour went to 7 Pro Bowls and was first team All-Pro 3 times.
The first team Pro Bowl. I mean, All-Pro is the only thing I care. Pro Bowls don't mean it.
Well, he was also second team All-Pro. Here's the thing about Pro Bowls not counting. 1 Pro Bowl is a novelty. Vince Young, Mitch Trubisky, whatever. 7 Pro Bowls isn't a novelty.
No, I think once you're at that 5, I'll give you that. My point is that it's a fan vote thing, so it's like...
But it's not a fan vote. I had the same conversation with Kenny, because this was one of the many things where we were talking about Pro Bowl quarterbacks.
Yep.
But in the last decade or so, it's a third a fan vote, and a third coaches and a third players. So 66% are people you would qualify as experts.
Yeah, at least your peers that do what you do.
And you can't vote for your own team, so that you're being voted on truly by your peers.
Yeah, I still wonder what's going to come out with these like NFL top 100s now. I wonder how much that's going to play into like legacies. I know it sounds weird, but I think that's also important because it's your peers telling you one of the top 100 players of a year during a certain segment of time. So
Here's the problem with that, and I'll tell you exactly why that thing is. And people are starting to understand because of Twitter. It's getting a little louder.
Sure.
This is exactly how this happens. A bunch of NFL Network producers and NFL Films producers go to locker rooms during open locker room, which is about 45 minutes. They're there for one day.
Yep.
And the sheets are sitting in your locker.
Yeah.
And they literally go by and they go, "Hey, Von Miller, will you fill this out? You can put as many names as you want. You can do 5, you can do 10, whatever. You can put your teammates." So to a man, I shouldn't say that. On average, the guy goes, "Okay, let me go here. Tom Brady, Mahomes." Right, and they just go down the list. Who else? Dak, Zeke, Christian. All right, Bradley Chubb, or they'll do their teammates first sometimes. Bradley Chubb,
yep.
Shelby Harris, Chris Harris, Cortland Sutton. So they do 6 or 7 of their own teammates. Then they list Tom Brady, Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Scott, and they maybe get to 20. The sheet only has 20 names or 25 names.
20, I believe.
There's a couple people that'll be thoughtful about it, and I understand that. If you do that and every player basically puts that amount of effort, some guys will sit there and do it a little longer. They might put some of their teammates, they might not. But you do that 53, and they only do active guys. I don't think they do, and maybe some of the injured guys, but they don't do it to the practice squad guys.
Mm-hmm.
So you multiply that by 32 teams. That's how the top 100 is calculated. It's not very scientific.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I wonder if, even though what your explanation is 100% correct, I've seen it, I know, but I still wonder if that's going to come into play, like with these, players once we're running down resumes.
No, I get your point, but here, let's pick somebody recent. I'll pick Von Miller, right?
Sure.
Right, so here's Von Miller's, and I know Wikipedia is not a gold standard for accomplishments and resume.
Yeah.
But as I read this, nowhere does it mention his top 100 rankings of any years. Like, it just kind of is a TV show.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I don't think that's a conversation piece, whereas 3-time first team All-Pro, 4-time second team All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler. I can say all that.
4-time top 100.
Right. It's not even that. He's unanimous NFL All-Decade team.
Yep.
Right. So those are all kind of quantifiable. Nobody is referencing that beyond when they come out and you're like, oh, only 3 Patriots made it? What? Or whatever. Only 2 Titans made it. They went to the AFC title game. Just Derrick Henry and Tannehill. Those were the only ones on there. So I just don't think it's not there's not a lasting element.
What a catch. Oh, it might break it. No, it was caught. Inman again.
Inman again. What a big day to have Inman.
Seriously. By the way, TL says, Rossi looking spiffy today. Any particular reason? Just for you. Just for you, JL. Tara Lynn saying, is it dress up day? It is. Terrell Lynn's picture
Peyton
day.
Manning tells TMZ he's rooting for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers to work out the drama. I hope they work it out. When there's also a rumor that they're going to be playing golf together in Colorado.
I was just going to say, isn't that like the whole thing that's happening right now?
But it's easy for him to say that because Peyton wanted to spend his whole career with the Colts.
Yeah.
He's happy the way it worked out, I think, ultimately. But even
Sure,
part of
but
him,
that
he
was
talked
not
about it.
easy.
He talked about it around the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
When he got in the Hall of Fame, he was like, "Look, I always thought I'd be a Colt. I always wanted to stay with one team. I thought that'd be great."
There is something to that too, and I think that guys like him know like that legacy, like what most now like
Drew
Brady.
Peyton is not the only guy to win a Super Bowl with two teams.
Nope, but isn't he the only one to like that people really would consider what like the great? Well, now Tom Brady, I guess.
No, Tom Brady is also on the list, Drew.
I keep forgetting that son of a gun one.
But before Tom Brady, it was only Peyton. He only wants it to be him and Tom.
Yeah, so him and Tom, but like Montana wasn't able to. He got to an AFC title game with the Chiefs, but wasn't able to.
Yeah, the only person that even came close was Kurt Warner.
That's a good point, but I don't think Kurt Warner is arguably like a top 10 all timer.
No. But had he won two Super Bowls with two teams, I mean, it would have just.
Into the end zone, J.D. McKissick. What I'm telling you, this Washington team playing a lot better than we expected, especially after
Certainly
the
than
start.
I did. I would have much rather rostered their D instead of the Titans.
So just quickly, while we still have some time, I want to get just back to this MLB thing because I thought it was interesting.
Oh yeah, so right, we I don't know how we got.
I'll just hit you quick.
sidetracked,
So Boston, the thing in the Fenway, if you go there, it's the Fenway Frank, just like a Dodger dog. It's
And
just
is that what's on the bracket?
It's not. It is a cold lobster roll. And I'm going to be honest, BK, I've been to about 300 something games, somewhere around there. It's 300 to 500.
I love lobster rolls.
Me too, but I've never had a lobster roll at Fenway, and I've never seen a lobster roll at Fenway.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
know
they're
where
not
you're
there,
going.
but like I don't know where those stands are. Maybe there's something new. Maybe this is something as fans are going to be more.
Flash won a couple weeks ago, last week.
I went
The
this
same day
year.
Kenny made that crazy quarterback take.
Oh yeah, but I went to the second. You text a lot of people. I went to the second game that they had at home, and I obviously just wasn't looking for it, but I just didn't see that. By the way,
lobster
McKissick.
roll. Okay.
So then Seattle has the seared sockeye salmon sandwich.
I went to a game there last summer, or 2 August ago when the Broncos played the Seahawks.
Nice.
I did not have a salmon sandwich.
No, you didn't have the seared.
It sounds amazing.
It looks really good
The
too.
problem is these really good gourmet foods, unless you're like in like a club level,
Yeah.
or you got like the private whatever, like where you get the good seats down low and you can go in the back and like you're just gonna get a hot dog or nachos or a burger.
That's what I'm saying.
or
But like
chicken.
being
you're
at
not
Fenway,
getting
I
a
had
barbecue sandwich. You're not getting.
Dude, I had broadcast. You've been there. I had broadcast availability. Like I was everywhere. I've never seen this. And TP says it's probably because the lobster roll at Fenway is like $40, but I've never even seen it. I've literally never seen it. Okay, so then for Colorado, it is the Monster Chicken Nachos. Here's what it is. It's a nacho chicken plate featuring crispy nacho chips. Well, thank you. With blended queso blanco, Azteca nacho cheese, slow-cooked pinto beans, my personal
Sure, it
favorite.
has green chili on it.
Black beans, shredded chicken. I don't know what that is. Tinga?
Tinga, it's the way it's seasoned.
Oh, okay. Like that. Fresh pico de gallo, Azteca, jalapeno peppers topped with sour cream.
Oh, sour cream. So no green chili.
No green
they're
chili.
selling green chili out here in a lot of stuff.
Oh, good to know. But yeah, so
It's a New
that's
Mexico thing, but it's certainly all over Colorado too.
So
Okay.
that's-
I mean, my wife and the kiddo will get nachos, but I feel like we just do the cheese and jalapeno basic one.
Yeah, they're going up against another nacho from Chicago, the Big Slugger nachos. There's a lot of nachos here, but this one comes in the ball cap, so Chicago might take it. Tortilla chips.
Oh, no, not only that, it comes in a batting helmet.
Yes.
It comes in a batting like an adult-sized batting helmet.
Yeah, this thing's huge. I've actually seen this. I'll give this one credit when I went to a couple Cubs games in my day. Yeah, this one's loaded. It's kind of a basic nacho. I'm trying to see any unique ones here. Fat Rooster chicken sandwich in Cleveland. It looks basic. Never mind.
What's in Dallas at the Rangers' new place?
Let's see. So peanuts is one random one. So they added two.
There's
Peanuts and
peanuts.
Cracker Jacks are in two of these. So for the Texans, they have the boomstick.
Oh, the boomstick. That's that big.
Moly.
Describe the boomstick. The boomstick's bananas.
Dude, okay, so here it is. The boomstick is a 2-foot all beef foot hot dog smothered in chili, nacho cheese, jalapenos, caramelized onions, all on top of a massive potato bun. The whole thing weighs about 3 pounds.
No, it's 2 feet. So imagine a 2-foot hot dog.
I know, but that's amazing. That's insane.
Yeah.
Just a 2-foot hot dog alone. This
Right.
thing's
Who's
this
eating
thing's
that?
beefy.
They should do that for the hot dog contest. For the Nathan's Famous. They just make them eat super long hot dogs so they just eat the same one.
Providence Pack Openers says, I can't even afford tickets to a game. Who's balling out enough to buy a lobster roll at Fenway? What's it cost? Like $1K? Seriously, with parking and everything. It's your
Parking.
day.
Just take the train.
I don't know if you don't live near a train station.
You don't live near a train station?
I don't anymore. I live way too north. Well, I do. I'd have to drive to. Listen, I used to live so close to the city; it was the best. But
Let me tell you this.
my house.
Have you taken your son to a game yet?
No.
Well, it's coming soon, right? Whether it's this summer or next summer.
Yeah, I would say probably.
When you do it, drive to the train station and take the train down because that'll be as fun as the game, and in fact, maybe more fun. Having just did that
I
a week or
believe
two
that.
ago.
I believe that was my favorite thing going to a bunch of Celtics games as a kid. That's the ball's thrown out. So
It's
Tannehill
not
trying
going to
to
be that dump of an arena. Although,
Oh,
you also go to the Fleet Center. I guess I don't know how old you are.
I'm old enough. I went to the Garden when I was young,
Yeah.
and then now the Fleet Center, which turned into the TD Garden, which the Celtics will be playing in it, and maybe there'll be some capacity of.
You see that the Garden, Madison Square Garden, is up to 15K in fans.
Love
for the
that.
Knicks. That's how much they want the Knicks to have some sort of home field advantage.
Here is
Oh,
Tannehill.
John hit the bonus. Did you say that?
Yeah, nice shout out again, Frangelico, letting us know we get Frangelico, TP, Drew, Michael. We got a great crew here. BK, let's see what else. Only 5 points from first in the flea flicker. Let's go, Congo. He's looking for Davis or for Henry. Well, you should get Henry here, but watch it be a fullback. If you know what I'm on a sim, it's probably going to go to the fullback.
Remember that time I was in 12th?
Ooh, Henry gets up. I do remember that time.
I'm in 98. How the mighty have fallen. And watch, T-Pike's probably in the top 10.
By the way, I posted this ridiculous thing on my Instagram story about it's like Ludacris doing this weird like ab workout, and I just
What's
put,
weird about the workout?
well, because he's like on like what looks like a it's like 2 wheels that just like spin, and he's on like a hoverboard thing. It's really bizarre looking. It's all these like Instagram workout videos that always make me laugh. And somebody actually responded to me. He goes, "It's a great arm workout."
Troy Aikman's been posting workout videos. He's doing one where he's laying on those balls, like I think they're called Bosu ball.
Oh yeah, the boost. But those are like legit workout.
No, but right. Yeah, his is a legit workout. But he's doing dumbbell bench press on the Bosu ball. So
with his back on it?
So he's back on it instead of laying on a bench.
I like it.
He's back on it, legs are on the ground, and he's doing dumbbell workout. I'm like, that'll test your core, Troy Aikman.
Good for him.
Troy, even though Troy's head may be a little scrambled, not that you know it on TV, but just he had to retire because of all those concussions.
Yeah.
I mean, Troy is for my money, the best analyst. But I see, like, he'll post videos or he'll say he just ran 10 miles. Like, post-football life has been good to him. He's taking care of himself. And the fact that at age, got to be 50, right? If he was 22 in 1988, how does that make him now?
Well, that was 30, almost what?
33 years
31,
ago?
31 years ago? 31.
53-ish?
Yeah.
It's a 53 that he can go run, miles and miles, considering he played in the NFL for a decade at quarterback, is a credit to him. And he's super skinny, like relative to as big as he was as a quarterback.
Yeah, it is interesting. But hey, listen, I don't mind people work out. I don't care what people post. Workouts.
So you do like Ludacris's video, or you don't?
No, I just think it's ridiculous when they put stuff that's like, just like, almost, I don't want to say it rude, but like, you're not your average Joe who's going to like jump on and be like, oh, I'm motivated to do something because of it.
Well, I guess why are they doing it? They're like, hey, look at my cool workout versus you can do this too. Those are different things.
Yeah, I know. I'm just still judging. That's all. Judging from a distance like everybody else in the world. Just another jerk on the internet. That's me. Not a troll. And look at this. There is... Oh, incomplete right there. JL, yes, they are. Both are flat, so it's a ball, whichever way. But we'll go check it out. You can see for yourself what Troy Aikman's ripping up. There we go. We got punt here. So can the Titans tie it up with 1:51 left to play?
It's gotten exciting.
Yeah, you got a 2-point conversion and a touchdown away. Not in that order, of course. See what they get. See where we're at in this contest. Have I made any ground here? I don't think so. Right now we're leading. I'm in 114th. I'm just gonna forget about my lineup.
Out of 119?
Yep, it's a bad day in the Rossi household. Derrick Henry in the captain spot in our leading lineup. BR for Brad Wallace. I guess just put some letters and numbers in there. Not a player under double digits, so good shout to him.
Huh. I'm flipping through Instagram because I was trying to find Ludacris, my buddy, big Oklahoma State baseball guy. George W. Bush threw out the first pitch at Oklahoma State baseball yesterday.
Oh, very cool. Michael Irvin asked, BK, long snapper, is it Bobenmeyer coming back next year?
It is. It's funny. So it's weird that you pronounced it correctly because everyone says Bobenmeyer because that was written, but it's pronounced Bobenmeyer. And the only reason I know that is because we had to do COVID tests at the same time, and they asked for your name. And he's like, Bobenmeyer. And I go, wait, that's how you pronounce your last name? Because, yeah, I go, say it again. And he goes, Bobenmeyer. So I told the broadcast and I told the team PR, I go, you might want to ask this guy how he pronounces his name because that's not what it says on your pronunciation sheet. But, yeah, so Bobenmeyer. Yeah, he'll be back.
There you go. Could be a Pro Bowler. We'll see. Shout out to him as we get a minute to play here. Start thinking about your Crusty Cristal and your babysitter Billy as we get Tannehill in the shotgun at 35.
Inman's going to have to be
I was going to say, Tannehill gets it off, throws it away. I think, Inman will be that Crusty Cristal with that touchdown, 35% ownership. Got another big catch down the sideline. Trying to think of who else. There's some options.
Slipping. I'm coming closer to you. I'm at 102.
I'm bad, dude.
An A.J. Brown touchdown here would change things for me.
Yeah, me too, I guess. But
dramatically, my captain.
Yuck, I have 65 points. Here's Tannehill on a 2nd and 10. Quick delivery. Almost throws it to
another
the
pick.
Should have been. So 45 seconds remain here. Usually a 3rd and 10, we don't know. But if they get to 4th and 10, I'm just going to go ahead and say they're going to get it. Which seems to be the way it works. Goofy is a dog. Says Colorado puts green chilies on everything. Crap stinks.
Yeah. A.J. Brown is certainly a candidate, by the way.
Tannehill goes deep. We'll be looking for A.J. Brown. Ball's in the middle. It's caught. Coming back. It is A.J. Brown.
All right. Well, he's off the list.
On cue.
Sprinkler.
Makes the grab. Yeah, Sprinkler
though.
Should be there. He's got.
And 46% owned.
Yeah, he's got 3 catches, 29 yards. Probably, well, depending on what happens here.
I guess overtime could change it. I think, it could be Sprinkler. That ownership. That was just looking at your lineup to get ideas.
Here we go. Tannehill with Henry to his left taking the shotgun snap.
I like how you just said, that's just Brad Wallace with a lot of extra numbers.
Oh, it is. I couldn't tell what I was reading. And there it is, into the end zone. Nobody even touched Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry, you paid up for him. He may make it worth it now. He's going to be over 40 points in the flex.
Tannehill gets the bonus there as well.
I always said if you go over 50 points in the flex, even if you're top dollar. Where's Tannehill? By hitting that bonus, what's Tannehill's numbers going to jump to?
We'll find out.
Will they get the 2-point conversion? Call it now. Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes. Tannehill
I'll say no.
with Henry to his right.
I'm going to say bad throw. Bad throw.
Let's see. Quick. Got him. 2 points is good. Derrick Henry, what a 4th quarter here for Tannehill and Henry connecting twice. So 25 seconds. Looks like we're going to get some free football here in your 3 p.m. hour.
Free football coming your way. Barring a miraculous kick return and or the longest field goal ever.
So Derrick Henry's going to be close to 45 points here, I believe, in the captain.
And let's see what he does. If he goes over 50 in overtime, it's going to be hard not to give it to him. Although I want to see where's Tannehill's numbers.
Tannehill, I'm trying to find a lineup that actually has Tannehill in it. I'm up to 108, baby. Watch out.
I guess really if you don't have him and he's not in the...
Tannehill is 21.
So in the flex he'd be...
In the captain, yeah. So he right around there. He's obviously the interception holding him back a little bit,
but he's only owned 30% of the time, whereas everyone owns him.
Henry's 80%.
But I suppose if everyone owns him and he's still captain of your lineup, in this case, Captain Blood's lineup, who's in first place.
Yep.
It's still my favorite screen name, I think, of all of our great DK Sim listeners.
up there. It always reminds me of Camp Blood. Which
Listeners, viewers, customers, as Glash called them.
Here we are. We're all patrons. That Washington defense was looking real good up until that last drive. Points were way up there. Did not get it.
Oh, that is crushing.
What happened?
My man Victor Hovland just doubled. He missed a makeable putt, and he doubled whatever hole he is in. That's not real play-by-play if I don't know the hole.
All right, you just say the hole with confidence, and no one's going to check.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not allowed to do play-by-play.
Oh, gotcha. Well, you could...
I guess I wasn't doing it. I was telling you what happened after the fact.
Yes. So Tannehill bonus. You have a bonus for Jonnu Smith. Who else we have? Who else will reach that bonus? We get overtime here. Is going to be the Titans kicking it to the Washington football team. Smash that thumbs up. Let's get it going here. Let's keep that positivity going on a Friday. BK at BK Denver Sports. Jason Rossi with you at Jason D. Rossi. TP, our technical director. Drew is our producer. For Angelico, Michael with our ops team, doing a great job. And Goofy, I appreciate you, man. Oh, yeah, I should get some fake glasses. That's right. And just so you know what you're looking for next to me, it's there. Goofy the dog. It's a little table next to me. Crack that puppy at 5 p.m. today. It's Friday.
So I'm not planning on traveling really for any of this postseason stuff, but if the Avs did make it to the Stanley Cup Finals and played the Bruins, I told Koff I'd come and do some Sims with him live. Maybe I'll do some with you too.
Absolutely.
I guess we need to ask Drew. Drew, if I show up somewhere, am I allowed to do Sims live with people next to them?
That's a good question. We can make it happen.
No, I don't want to be on Koff Sports. Like, we can just sit next to each other. You widen the shot like a regular broadcast.
Listen, the only way you can come into my house is if we get you to do the one from the hot tub eventually.
Yeah, I do the one from the hot tub.
Soon.
Whatever. I need to do a nighttime game.
Scary Terry making a move. Makes one guy miss. Tackled. We'll make it work. If it happens, we'll make it work.
We're at the point where we're traveling. Everybody's vaccinated. I can sit next to you or Koff and just go a little bit wider on the camera. Especially because both of you guys use those Yeti mics.
Yeah, I have a blue. All right, here's Scary Terry.
Or we could do it in studio, says Tom. But then you have to fire up the studio.
Yeah, that's a good point. Depending on the day and time. And that's another catch. Scary Terry down.
I want to crash one of Jesse's commercials and be on it every.
Just walking in the background, just oddly.
Like cheering.
That's right. I do know Emerson used to do them even during the height of the pandemic. Sometimes would do those noon sims when they would do the sweat. It's good to see. Getting back in order. Hope everyone getting their vaccination. Get it done. Let's get this puppy out. As here is the Billy bench set here. So usually a crossing route or a run up the middle. Oh, they put a man in motion. They still run up the middle. McKissick. They're in field goal range, but nothing's a sure bet, and you want to win the game here, so they will go for the touchdown. Who do you guys need? Shout out. Who's going to score in overtime here?
I'm going to say A.J. Brown because he's my captain.
See, what about you? Who do you need for the football team now?
How about Tennessee D comes through for me since I rostered him?
There you go. Captain Blood dropped out of first place. Jackpot 1 now in first.
And McLaurin hits a bonus.
McLaurin is my guy. Oh, intercepted almost. McLaurin in my captain spot, and I'm just climbed to 88th. It's a nice jump, but really the anchors on my... I got guys scoring pretty well here, too. Sprinkler and Humphreys killing me, I guess. It's a competitive game. Kissick or Smith or Henry, says Ryan. The punter says JL. That's my guy. JL, let's get punters. Inman says Zach. Uncle Buck looking for a pick 6 as well. And we'll see if that is theirs. Sprinkler making a catch. What about Kenny Vaccaro still on this Titans D here?
How much does that mic cost? $200?
No. Way less. I got 2 at the time. I've had these for a long time. Maybe they're up to more expensive, but I don't believe so. I think it's like
use the internet.
Yeah.
What's it called? Blue Yeti?
Yeah, Blue Yeti. And they have so many different options too now. With all
the Nano, the X.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know which one this is. This was like
but I want the best one so that I sound good doing these sims. Oh, they're about $1.
I sound bad?
130. No, I just want to sound the best possible, like the newest, best one.
Gotcha.
130, it's saying.
Okay, so here's Dwayne Haskins.
I feel like the biggest advantage is that I don't have to then lean into the mic. I can sit back. I can.
Yeah, most should be able to pick you up there. But there's McKissick, not going to
Right,
get
but
it.
I'm saying this doesn't. This is a directional mic.
Yeah.
And I got Shelby Harris the same mic, and he was talking to me. He's like moving around, like trying to fix some stuff because he's obviously not a radio person or TV. So I'm like talking him through, and he's backing away. I'm like, I can't hear you. He was wearing his AirPods though, at least, so he was hearing me as he's moving around. I'm like, I'm not hearing you at all.
Meager saying we haven't gotten a vulture yet in this game. I said, hold on, wait for it. That looks like it could be a first. It's going to be close to the one. First and goal.
Yeah, first and goal. There's no way Washington.
4 shots. 4 shots of winning this thing. Your streak is broken, says Meager. It could be. Yeah, because we thought Inman was a vulture for a second, but he's not. 34%
I'm
owner.
in 99th, the Chase Young of ranking.
There you go.
Chase Young going to change jersey number 2. It probably cost him too much money.
All depends, right? Haskins got a guy.
Easy
Ball
money.
game. McLaurin walk off. So there it is. So any changes to your players now? So before you had Idman as your crusty crystal, does that change? McLaurin with
what's his points? Let's see.
His points. Somehow I'm moving around here. His points are 30 in the captain. He had 111 on 6 catches and the touchdown with the bonus. Make that 112. So he's up to 40 in the captain spot.
And what's his ownership? Because we know how much.
Well, and ours was 31. I can look at it. I think he was somewhere in the 40s, but I could be 100% wrong. Hold on. I got it.
Oh, then McLaurin's going to get it.
Hold on. No, don't quote me yet. He was McLaurin. What am I missing him here? Oh, he is 34%. So,
owned?
Yeah, in the free classic.
Oh, yeah. So he's definitely getting it because Henry, well, I mean, everybody had him. So to make the move to have McLaurin, it gets you north of 40. Yeah.
I jumped up to 51st. That was in the 114th beginning of the quarter. So good
and
stuff.
then Sprinkler's ownership being so much higher than AJ Brown's, or 10% higher.
Yeah.
Sprinkler, you did it. You earned yourself, and he had that catch there late, but still babysitter Billy Ward. So here, that's how much soda I have left for the.
That's good. That's perfect. That's a
14-year-old.
nice tease.
Yeah,
Maybe
right?
take a little bit more. As that's going to do it for us. So he's at BK Denver Sports. Go follow the man. He's covering all things Denver sports, the Avs, the Nugs.
Laughing at how much soda I'm leaving.
That's hilarious.
Pop, some people say.
Yeah. Soda Popinski would say. But that's it. That's going to do it for us. And check out Shell Shock, the new podcast with Shelby Harris, the only active NFL player to have a podcast. And he's with our guy BK. It's good stuff. Promise you will enjoy it. If you love football, you love talk, you love things, you like fresh air.
You love things.
You like things. You're going to like Shell Shocked.
You're going to love this podcast.
I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out my podcast with Babysitter Billy called The Pop Culture Pile Driver. Any reviews would go a long way to both of us. And don't forget to subscribe. Keep the thumbs up coming here to the DraftKings Dream Stream and all things that DraftKings does. Follow them along all social medias. They have like 9,000 accounts, and we appreciate that. So the rest of the way, it looks like this, BK. Glash, Kenny, and Tara Lynn, 4 p.m. Bucks at Patriots. Then we have the slate with Bukes and Lamarca, 5 p.m. Browns, Lions, Glash, and Moose at 6. Falcons, Panthers coming up with Koff and Moose. And I'm going to jump back later tonight. Texans at Seattle with Kaufman and myself. Also, I believe it's next Monday. Don't quote me on this, and I don't even know. Well, can I talk about it, Drew? Can I talk about the announcement thing before I even say anything? Okay, it is Monday. They're starting the new season of for Madden.
I've talked about it yesterday.
I know, but some Koff does things you're not supposed to sometimes. So I hear. But anywho, the point here is there is the whole new season coming up. We're gonna go through every single. We're gonna start with week 1. We're gonna go all the way through the season of the NFL. It is gonna be a ton of fun. Starts Monday, so you're gonna get the Cowboys versus the Buccaneers. All your week 1 matchups you're looking forward to. I don't know, Jets, Panthers, whatever it may be. Who's Denver got week 1 again?
That's what I'm looking forward to is the Sam Darnold revenge game.
It is.
Denver week 1 goes to the Giants Sunday, September 12th.
Fascinating. So don't forget to play in our free pool. It is $5K, and you can watch a sim schedule.
Also, since we're out of the sim now, I can mention DraftKings Sportsbook. Hammer the over. Guess what it's down to?
What's it?
51 points, the over-under for the Mavs and Clippers. Dallas and LA. 51 points. They'll hit it in the first quarter. So go hammer the over. If you haven't signed up for DraftKings Sportsbook and you're in a state where you can, use promo code BK.
Ooh, Shout out. But yeah, that'll do it for us. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Appreciate you guys hanging with us on a Friday. It's been a ton of fun. BK, have yourself, I don't want to say have a good weekend because I don't know. I have like 9,000 sims this weekend. And
yeah, I'm here Sunday at, I want to say noon with Moose, but I'll get a little bit of a weekend in. I got to work so much all these playoff games. So yeah.
All right. Well, listen, enjoy it.
To talk about sports.
Yeah, come on. This is the best thing in the world. All right. We'll be catching you guys. Here is Ross Tucker talking about stuff.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. They've got a ridiculous offer, by the way, with the NBA playoffs starting. I'll tell you a little bit about that a little later. I am so fired up as we continue this draft series of breaking down every team's draft. I'll never understand, and I'll probably say it every week, why we spend 50 weeks a year leading up to the draft and like 2 days afterwards discussing it when it actually happens. That's poor. That's not right. We should dissect these teams' drafts more than we actually do. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, at Ross Tucker NFL on all the social media platforms. All of the shows are at Ross Tucker Pod. We do have a awesome YouTube page you should absolutely check out because you see the highlight clips of all of our shows. So if you don't know if you want to listen to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast or even Money or Fantasy Feast or whatever, you can just see the highlight clips. See whether or not it's worth listening or watching the whole thing. Speaking of YouTube, that is where my co-host first became a star. His name is Emery Hunt. He's F-Ball Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. You can still get it. You can, now that you know which guys are on which teams, you can see Emery's thoughts on all the guys, including the undrafted rookie free agents, because nobody knows more about those guys than Emery. And nobody really knows more about FCS football than Emery. I mean, Emery and Craig Haley, those are like the two dudes that know a lot about FCS football. Before we dive into the AFC North, Emery, I got to get your thoughts on the FCS championship game yesterday.
Man, what a fantastic finish that game was. And a lot of big plays back and forth, and it started to get exciting once it stopped raining. It was exciting early on, but we had that hour and 15-minute delay. But toward the back end of the game, third and fourth quarter, it went back and forth. And even though Sam Houston State won the national championship, how impressive was the true freshman running back Isaiah Davis of South Dakota State, Missouri Player of the Year? No offers from the state of Missouri, goes to South Dakota State and becomes an instant star in that title game. I thought he really closed out the game with that 85-yard touchdown run, but Sam Houston State had something else in the bag, and they went down the field with ease, honestly, and scored the game-winning touchdown. Just a fantastic game.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. One is I'm so glad they got to play this spring. I'm so glad they had the tournament and the championship game. I kind of wish more people were aware of it and had watched it, and I don't know that they did a great job marketing it or making sure people knew that awesome college football was on this spring, but it is what it is. I will say this. South Dakota State's quarterback and running back are both true freshmen. Like, it's crazy. I mean, and that running back, that long run, the stiff arm, I mean, some of the moves he made, that was so impressive. I have a feeling South Dakota State will be back in some way, shape, or form with those two guys both being true freshmen. The other thing that jumped out to me, Emery, I guess, is just the fact that Sam Houston State, all their games were one-score games. They were all close. Like, they barely beat Monmouth. They barely beat, it's not like they were like, a lot of times North Dakota State or whoever or JMU, they'll like roll through the first few teams and then get to the semifinals or the finals. Sam Houston State, every game was a competitive game.
Yeah, they needed the pressure on for them to function. And you're right. You think about it. North Dakota State, Monmouth, last week against JMU, they needed every bit of 60 minutes to beat those teams. And so this was normal for them to be down in the championship game, need to score to win. And it was just like, all right, this is like the first drive of the game. They marched down the field with ease and converted, I want to say, 3/4 downs, with the last one being the game winning touchdown. So it was just a remarkable effort by that football team. That's a total display of mental toughness. That's just amazing that that team can hone in and really hunker down and get the job done.
Speaking of toughness, one of the teams that's been tough for a long time, it's the Baltimore Ravens. One of the reasons why they're tough is because they typically do a really good job drafting. They get volume. They get guys that play like a Raven. And I don't think this year was any different. You look at the Ravens, they went as Rashad Bateman, Odafe Owe, who was in college, went by Jason Owe, Ben Cleveland, the guard from Georgia in the 3rd round, Brandon Stevens, a corner from SMU, Tylan Wallace, the wide receiver from Oklahoma State in the 4th round, Sean Wade, who, listen, I'm not hating on him. This is pro football, made one of the worst decisions to go back to school that we've seen in quite some time. Went in the 5th round. Dalen Hayes, the edge from Notre Dame, and then Ben Mason, fullback from Michigan, in the 5th round. So that's who they went. Let's start with their 1st round picks, Bateman and Owe, and what you thought of those two guys, Emory.
Well, Bateman is someone that was like they needed some additional help at wide receiver. Bateman is someone I think catches the football really well. I don't think he's that dynamic or explosive, but I do think he has really good hands. And to me, if you have those great hands, it can catch anything. I don't too much care about everything else. We could figure out things else. We could find ways to create opportunities for you to get open, but I need for you to catch the football, and he definitely does that. And when you look at Owe, this to me shows you that this is not an Ozzie Newsome pick. This is more of the Costa pick, or the new guy that's over in Baltimore, the new guy that's in charge. And because usually the Ravens are all in on production, so I fully expect this to be a guy, let's say like a Joe Tryon or someone that had productive sack numbers in college. Now, granted, previous year he had 5.5 sacks in rotation amongst stars, which is outstanding. And this year he had 0 sacks, and it's harder to sell the 0 sacks. But if anyone could make it work, it's probably Baltimore. When you give someone that has the athletic traits, they can teach him up on the technique. They can put him in situations to where he can be disruptive and productive. So it made sense from a team perspective. Not every team could take Owe coming off what he did last season or this past season, but the Baltimore Ravens could.
Out of some of their other picks, Emory, which ones jump out to you? It's interesting. I don't know that Ben Cleveland would have been a 3rd round pick for some teams, but he is a gigantic human being, and he fits what the Ravens really want to do with this heavy gap scheme, knocking people off the ball. I mean, that's what Ben Cleveland should be able to do. And then obviously the ones that jump out to you are getting guys like Wallace and Wade later on in the draft, where, at different points, those guys were thought of as at worst day 2 guys.
Right. And early in let's say in the way too early 2021 NFL draft mock drafts that you saw right after the 2020 draft, both Wallace and Wade were in the 1st round. And the Ravens got both of those guys. Wallace, I've said this before, I thought he was 6'3", 215 by how he played, but so surprised that he was measured in the same size as Rashad Bateman, who seemed like he was 6'2", 204, but both guys are 6 feet 190, but both have tremendous hands. And when you look at someone like Wade, again, not everybody can choose Wade and have him be successful. Baltimore, you feel like, all right, they'll find a way to get him back into the same rhythm that had people thinking very highly of his game. And you're absolutely right. He made the worst decision of going back to school because all it did was just bring his game down a peg. Keep an eye out for Dalen Hayes out of Notre Dame. When you watch him play, you're like, man, this guy has potential as a blitzer. I love how aggressive he was coming off the edge. And Ben Cleveland and Ben Mason, those are Baltimore Ravens picks. So they're going to find their way to be productive. But Brandon Stevens was another interesting one because he was a tremendous tailback at UCLA, wanted to make the switch to cornerback, and bought all in on that position switch and went to SMU and looked phenomenal. You go and watch the North Texas game and you watch how easy he is in transition. He has the athleticism, and being a former offensive player is not surprised by the ball being in the air coming his way. It's almost like he's back in that offensive mode, and he attacks it at his highest point and make plays on the ball. So I like that pick too for Baltimore.
I didn't know that, Emory. Brandon Stevens was a UCLA running back, and he transferred to SMU to play. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was outstanding at tailback at UCLA and bought into the position switch. And so when you look at him from that prism, the upside is tremendous. And he was able to, he's able to run with anybody. He's able to transition really well. He's fluid. He's athletic. He's agile, being a former running back. And now playing cornerback with the same offensive mindset makes it a very intriguing pick.
Let's move on to the Cincinnati Bengals now, Emory. And they went Jamar Chase in the first round, Jackson Carman, the big guard from Clemson, in round 2, Joseph Osai, the edge rusher from Texas, round 3. They had 3 fourth-round picks, Cameron Sample from Tulane, Tyler Shelvin, LSU, Deontay Smith from East Carolina. In the 5th round, they took a kicker. Man, he better be good. Evan McPherson from Florida. 6th round, Trey Hill from Georgia. And then 6th round, Chris Evans, the running back from Michigan. 7th round, Wyatt Hubert, the D-end from K-State. What did you think of them taking Chase as opposed to Sewell, since that's what so many people talk about?
It's interesting. They did a great job in the 2020 draft doing what I call the 2-for-1. You get 2 essentially first-round players. You get a first-round pick and you get the top of the second-round picks. I call that 2 first-round picks, like a 2-for-1 special. But they did a great job last year with Burrow and then T. Higgins. So I'm like, all right, if you're not going to take the offensive lineman, they picked high enough in the second round to get a very good offensive line. We saw some great offensive linemen go off the board in the middle part of the second round. So I was like, all right, they can, kind of have their cake and eat it too by taking Chase and then taking a very good lineman at the top of the second. But they traded down and they took Carman. That's the biggest issue I have with what they did. I don't care about Chase. Chase is going to be tremendous. They could have taken any lineman, at 5, and he would have been tremendous. But so I'm not worried about them taking Chase. I just have an issue with them trading down from such a higher second-round pick and taking a guy that still needs a little bit more grooming, as opposed to getting a for sure plug-and-play guy. Let's say like a Brady Christensen higher in the second round, as opposed to letting someone like Carolina get him. I think that's where they whiffed on their chance to do what they did in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, Carman, that was surprising to me that he went that high. They're reportedly moving him to guard. We'll see. I don't know that he ever really reached his potential at Clemson. So what about their middle round picks? Osai, Sample, Shelvin, Deontay Smith. I like some of these guys.
Yeah, listen, I thought they knocked it out the park in the 4th round. Sample, I've been on record on this show in saying that, that's a guy that reminds me so much of Melvin Ingram with how aggressive he is coming off the ball, complaining we're up front. Tyler Shelvin was my number 2 nose tackle. It's impossible to move him off the spot. So whoever's blocking him is not going to have a good day at all, because you're not going to move him. He is like stuck right there at the point of attack. And Deontay Smith, quite honestly, it was a sleeper, underrated type pick. This dude is outstanding athletically, and he bulked up a little bit from the time we saw him earlier in the season at ECU to the time he got to the Senior Bowl. I believe he added some weight, and this is a dude that really got some game, man. And I think they got themselves a potential starter in the 4th round. So I thought they knocked out the park with all those 4th round picks.
Any thoughts on the late round guys? McPherson, Hill, Evans, Hubert.
No, but as an undrafted free agent, they got Puka Williams, who I think is a one-to-one to what they had in Gio Bernard. And I see Puka Williams making that roster as an undrafted free agent. Also keep an eye out for Darius Hodge, too. A tremendous player coming from Marshall. That defense was outstanding. Hodge is one of those guys that can pressure, he can blitz, and also is a very good run defender. So I thought they did a good job as in undrafted free agent territory as well.
You know, it's interesting to me, like a guy like Chris Evans from Michigan going ahead of Jarrett Patterson or getting drafted where guys, I don't know. Trey Hill is a powerful center. So they got a center, they got a guard, they got a tackle. Carmen's the one you would expect to play sooner rather than later. What did you think of Chris Evans?
I like his elusiveness, and I love throwing out comps, right? But this dude reminded me so much of Amp Lee when I watched him run, because it speed wise is not the most explosive or dynamic, but from an elusive standpoint, he's making dudes miss consistently, and it looks awesome when you watch it real time, because he has a good dead leg, he has a good shiftiness, and when he shifts his weight from left to right to make a guy miss. And so he has elusiveness, and he has very good vision. And if you compile all of his seasons at Michigan, you get one good year. So because it was kind of disjointed, he missed a year, they kind of played sporadically, but every time he played, he was being productive. So I like the player. And in the sixth round, you have no qualms about it, but I love his elusiveness.
Let's get to the Cleveland Browns. And the Browns had a pretty good draft, I thought. You get Greg Newsome in the first round. And a lot of people thought they were going to take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah there. They get him in the second round, pick 20, 52 overall. He evidently had some heart issues, that popped up late in the process, which is why he fell like he did. Round 3, Anthony Schwartz, the wide receiver from Auburn. Round 4, James Hudson, the tackle from Cincinnati. The other round 4 pick, Tommy Togiai from Ohio State, the D tackle. Round 5, they took Tony Fields, the linebacker from West Virginia, and Richard LeCount, an Emory Hunt favorite, the safety from Georgia. And then in round 6, they took Demetric Felton, another UCLA running back that's playing a different position. He's listed as a wide receiver. So a lot there. Let's start, though, with their first 2 picks, Newsome and Owusu-Koramoah.
Nailed those 2 defensive picks. Newsome is a press guy, physical, annoys the hell out of wide receivers, which is exactly what you want at that position. They needed depth and talent infused at that cornerback position. Well, you don't know what you're going to get from a health perspective from Greedy Williams. You hope he comes back 100%. It just makes you stronger with Ward, Williams, and now Newsome. So they needed to add someone there, and they got a really good one in Greg Newsome. And Owusu-Koramoah is someone that is going to be a matchup defender. So he's a game day specific matchup player. Some days you may have him out in coverage. Some games the matchup may dictate, okay, we're just going to use you solely as a blitzer. Some days we're going to have you play more of a whip role. Some days we're going to have you playing inside backer as a nickel backer. So I like the fact that they get that position versatility with someone that can do a lot of different things on defense.
Tell me about Schwartz in the third round.
Much better pro player than he was in college, because he's going to be getting better quarterback play from Baker Mayfield as opposed to Bo Nix. And it's not a knock on Bo Nix. It's just the fact that Baker Mayfield can consistently get him the ball and take advantage of what he brings to the table. But almost initially, he's your stud kickoff and punt returner. He's going to be utilizing the wide receiver run game. He's your most explosive player on offense because he's a legitimate track and field runner. And it kind of helps you ease a guy like Odell Beckham back into the mix. Not saying he's a one-to-one to Odell Beckham, but now you don't have to press and get Odell Beckham out there right away coming off the ACL. You can kind of ease him into it to where he feels comfortable, but you gain Odell Beckham's explosiveness with a guy like Anthony Schwartz. So I love the pick, and I love the player as well, because again, when you have legitimate speed, it changes everything. We saw that it works out in Kansas City with Tyreek Hill.
The fourth round picks, Hudson from Cincinnati. I know people liked him. And Togiai from Ohio State. That dude was pretty dominant in towards the end of the year and certainly in the in the playoffs.
Two workman-like effort type players. Hudson gives effort consistently. He's a whistle to whistle guy, snap to whistle guy. And you look at Togiai, he's just a productive player. Just kind of finds ways to be productive, and then he gets off blocks. He chases the runaway. Tim Crumry, the old Bengals defensive line, kind of reminds me of Togiai. We're teaching people here about football because a lot of people think football just started in 2003, but no, it has always been around, and there've been some really good players that people need to know about. And I think Togiai reminds me a lot of Crumry and what he does up there up front. I just like the effort and the fact that he doesn't give up on a down, another snap to whistle type guy.
Crumry was a D-line coach in Buffalo when I was there. That guy's a maniac, absolute maniac. Late round guys, Fields, LeCount, and Felton. What do you got?
I got nothing on those guys. I don't know anything about those guys. I don't think we ever talked about those guys. But all jokes aside, I'm all in on LeCount. Was number 2 free safety for me. Every time you look up, he has the ball in his hands. I don't care if he ran a 4.9. When you're able to be that productive, running that speed, that tells me your instincts, awareness, football IQ is exactly where it needs to be because your speed, and so what you have to do to get yourself in position to make plays, and he's always done that. And I just think he had a bad day testing wise. I think he's a phenomenal football player, much better than what he tested at his pro day. And then you look at Fields. Fields is a very good linebacker, solid linebacker. Probably is going to start initially as a core special teamer, but I love the fact that he was able to be a very good defender on a West Virginia defense that was low-key very good defensively this season in 2020. And then you look at the last guy you brought up, Felton. I think he played running back like a wide receiver, but when he went out to wide receiver, now he has to beat coverage from cornerback. So I think he's kind of in, that position purgatory where you want to see him, kind of do both things. And just like Cormore or Wusu Cormore, he's going to be a matchup piece on game day. Today, you may have to be more of a receiver. The next game, we may need you more as a scat back as opposed to a receiver. So giving yourself position flexibility and versatility helps you maximize the 53-46 on game day.
The FCS playoffs might be over, Emory, but it's playoff time. NBA, NHL, get fired up, bigger stakes, bigger promotions, time to hammer the over and score some cash. DraftKings Sportsbook is giving you a chance to lower the over-under on a featured playoff game. All players who place a bet on the featured basketball game will have a hand in lowering the over-under on the game. Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ross when you sign up to hammer the over. For every 1,500 people that bet the over in the featured game, the line will decrease by a point. So, what do you need to do? You need to make sure you tell your friends and family, spread it on social media, team effort, hammer the over, and improve your odds of doubling your money. Just make sure you use the promo code Ross, limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right. Last but certainly not least, Emory, let's get to the Pittsburgh Steelers and their first 2 picks. Najee Harris in the first round, Pat Freiermuth in the second round. We kind of talked about this a few weeks ago. You laughed that the Steelers turn in their cards. They make their picks, before the draft even happens. A lot of people had them mocked taking Najee Harris in the first round, like almost everybody. And a lot of people had him taking Freiermuth in the second, too. I mean, that was by far the number one mocked correct first 2 picks.
Football is not that hard, man. It's not that complicated. Find good players, take good players, play with good players, and you tend to win most of your games. That's the Pittsburgh Steeler mantra and philosophy, and it's been tried and true since Ben. You know what I'm saying? So it's like every time we look up, the Steelers are finding good players. So for me, it's a plug and play situation. They're excellent now at tight end and at running back. And I just think those two picks will be guys that we'll see on all rookie teams by the time the season is over with.
People wanted them to take an offensive lineman earlier after that group's disappointing year up front. They didn't do it till round 3. Kendrick Green, who, by the way, they announced as a guard and not a center, which I thought was interesting. Then they came back and took Dan Moore Jr. in the 4th round. What do you know about those two guys?
Green is athletic, so I can understand why they want to see him as a guard. However, they have Dotson already there that they drafted last year, tremendous offensive lineman from the great University of Louisiana. And they also have the Castro. So guard, they're straight. Now at center is where you think you're going to see Green. But, and I kind of want athletic guys like that that's so quick off the ball. You obviously like them at guard. But, man, imagine the possibilities at center. Now you open up your entire playbook to move your center in the run game. You move him in pass pro. So I could see him playing both. But I think his athleticism and his quickness is what kind of yielded him getting drafted high. And more, you come up from a very good offensive line at Texas A&M. A kind of well-balanced player, does a solid job in pass pro as he does in the run game. You saw them, pave the way for Isaiah Spiller, who we talk about next year as a tremendous tailback coming from Texas A&M. We saw what Kellen Mond was able to do throwing a football. And so I think they got themselves good depth and a guy in Green that has starter potential down the line. He may even compete earlier than people expect him to at center, but at guard, I just see that's a long road for him to try to crack that lineup.
What did you think of their edge guys? Round 5, Loudermilk's not a guy I knew a whole lot about from Wisconsin. And then I always kind of like Quincy Roche, the 6th round pick from Miami who used to be at Temple. I'm a little surprised. I guess he got overshadowed by those other guys, but pretty productive to go in the 6th round.
Yeah, he was so productive at both spots. You saw him routinely make plays at Miami, and you obviously saw him just make every doggone play defensively at Temple. So, again, Pittsburgh got themselves a guy in the 6th round that is going to end up making some defensive all-rookie team because he's going to be a hired assassin as far as being a pass rusher is concerned, which is right up his alley. And Loudermilk is a point-of-attack guy, depth guy. I'm probably going to end up playing a 5 up front for them, coming from Wisconsin. By nature of what he was doing defensively, he's going to be a strong point-of-attack player as a result.
Last 3 guys I should ask you about. Buddy Johnson, linebacker from A&M. Trey Norwood, a corner they took from Oklahoma. And do you have anything to say about your boy Presley Harvin, the punter from Georgia Tech that they took in the 7th round?
He better be able to score, because, again, you're taking draft picks, kickers and punters. And this is not a knock on kickers, punters, and long snappers. But, man, I could let you guys sign after the draft and compete because there's a bunch of those for 1 or 2 spots. So I wouldn't waste draft unless you can automatically score points. Like if you're a punter that can consistently down the ball inside the 1, then I'm not taking you. If you're a kicker that can make kicks from anywhere on the field, I'm not taking you. So I wouldn't take a specialist like that unless they can score consistently. Now, as far as the undrafted guys, first of all, Norwood is a really good corner that they're going to try to see as a safety. So he can kind of play both, gives him some depth, core special teamer, gunner type guy. But look at Pittsburgh at receiver. And I'm looking at the roster. Isaiah McCoy from Kent State, who's phenomenal. Rico Bussey, who was at Hawaii. He was at North Texas, then he transferred out to Hawaii. Explosive. And both guys do a great job of tracking the football. So they're trying to legitimately work touchdown to check down the passing game. I love those 2 picks. Mark Gilbert is another undrafted free agent out of Duke that can play corner or safety. So they get someone that has versatility. And I like the fact that they didn't go quarterback in this draft because I think Pittsburgh feels as though they can see what they have in Dwayne Haskins, who they got for peanuts on the dollar, and let him compete with Mason Rudolph and see if they have something there. If not, then hey, 2022, they can go into that quarterback market whatever that market may look like in the draft. But I think they did a good job of filling some gaps in their roster, and they have some opportunities, some guys that are undrafted free agents that have a good chance of making the roster.
Next week, we got the AFC South as we continue to go through every team, including your team's draft. You can always check out the other episodes over at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Please subscribe. Check out those videos. Check out Emory Football Game Plan on YouTube or at FBall Game Plan on social media. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Really looking forward to the AFC South next week. Some interesting selections in that division. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Oh my.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
No.
I just cleared my throat.
Great.
Not after that.
They call me DJ Cool.
Okay. How do you spell cool?
Did you get that with the
DJ
K?
Cool?
With the K. Did you get the reference? With
Yes, the office is very good. Okay. All right, let's go. Tampa Bay, New England, 4 o'clock sim, 3-person booth.
Why'd you
Good?
stop talking?
I'm just making sure we're good.
Yeah, you could. You're the host. You just keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah, what? You're supposed to be leading the show.
Kenny, what's your lineup look like for this one?
Well, apparently you are not the captain of this broadcast, so I did not put you in the captain's spot. I put Mike Evans there. 13.2K. Tom Brady. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I played Tom Brady. I played a quarterback. I'm notorious for not playing quarterbacks, but I did it because I didn't know I love so many value options on this slate. I just didn't know where to go. So I was just like, let me just pay up at captain and for a quarterback. And then I went with Gronk, N'Keal Harry, Asiasi, and James White.
Wow, we've got a very similar lineup. Tara Lynn, what's yours looking like?
Wow. Yeah, mine's looking like that also. But
what is it?
Well, let me pull it up.
Ready to go.
I just had it.
Ready to go.
See, the pro move is to what I do.
Well,
sometimes.
I do have James White because he killed it the other day, and you are stupid, Kenny, because Mike Evans stunk the other day. So I hope he stinks today too for you.
Well, the professor Zach Thompson would tell us that the most recent sims mean nothing, and that it's over time they will perform at a certain level.
Oh, okay. I should listen to Professor ZT. Actually.
Hey, he writes up the Madden picks, Madden targets, so I trust him.
He also said the Wizards were going to win the other night, so then I agreed with him.
Carolyn, what is your lineup? We're gonna hear your
I
lineup?
can't find it. Can you just talk about something else for a second?
Yeah. Now this is what I'm really good at is I never have my lineup up, but I use a lot of filler words and I politic a lot, and then it gives me time to look at my lineup. Or sometimes if I don't have it up, I'll just deflect and say something like, "Glash, what a great shirt you have on today," and then right there, that buys me at least a minute. Then they have at least a minute to go. And it's the same thing, like sometimes if I'm having a little snack, I just never want to let the audience know that I'm either struggling to find something on my screen, or I don't have a number, or that, I might need a little snack. It's best to just try to maintain that you're all together, but sometimes you're not.
Well, Kenny, I don't like to deceive the audience like you apparently do. I'm an open book. So, audience, I can't find it. I have 96 tabs, and I'm looking for my main tab. So, back to you guys.
That's okay. I have, how many tabs I have open right now? 3.
I don't care. We're not doing a competition of tabs. You just want to compete over everything, don't you?
I'm a 3-time tab open champion, so. My favorite song is Tab Open by Sam Adams.
Rob Gronkowski in the captain spot. Tom Brady in the lineup as well. It's really a Patriots build in the former Patriots as well. Cam Newton, N'Keal Harry, Asiasi, James White. So very similar to yours, Kenneth.
Carolyn, did you find your lineup yet?
No.
Did you try looking on DraftKings.com?
Yeah, no, I'm on FanDuel instead. No, I'm looking and I can't find it. Leagues.
So Tara Lynn goes to the chat. Did you not make one? So while trying to find her lineup, she thinks the solution is going to the chat and telling everybody that we're annoying her. That's not where you're going to find your lineup.
Chat, help me, SOS.
Go to click on contests. Did you not make one?
Contest. I'm here under contest. Then I'm at Glash, Kenny, and Tara Lynn.
Yeah.
Leave it.
That's her name.
Whatever. Leave it to Beaver. Okay. Then
live.
I search for myself.
No, you got to click on the live button and your lineup will automatically come up.
What the hell? Live. Okay, live. Oh, here we are. Thanks, Kenny. I was in somewhere else.
Okay, just read
the
lineup now.
I hope that behind the scenes and I know we are normally recording these, but I hope that Drew is going to turn that around and create that or make that into a tutorial on how to find your lineup when you enter one on DraftKings. I think that should be up on our YouTube page.
Some people probably need a tutorial on it.
Asi.
In Spanish, a yes, a yes.
A yes.
Okay, are you gonna read your lineup or what?
Dude, be quiet. It's a Friday. Jesus. I wish I was working with Emerson. At least he doesn't yell at me. Okay.
Emerson doesn't yell?
I have. No. Well, he
hey,
dude.
Line up. What's your lineup?
This is Kaufman-like.
Dude,
just get
I
to
just
the
need
point.
your lineup, dude.
I have. I have N'Keal Harry. Because I like him.
You don't need to tell us why. Just read.
Is he your captain or is he in your flex?
I'm feeling so giddy and goofy this Friday.
What, is he
Happy
your captain?
Friday to the chat. He's
You know
my.
what? No, you're not reading your lineup. I just found it. Here it is. N'Keal
Here
Harry
I
in the
have
captain
Tom
spot.
Brady,
Fournette,
Leonard
Michelle,
Fournette,
Brian
Tony
Hoyer,
Michelle,
O.J.
because he was a
Howard.
really good performer the other day.
Brian Hoyer?
Because he's bald and we have to help him during this time. Then I have O.J. Howard.
I will say that it is very nice to look out for the bald community. I'm not a member, but
I look out for the balds.
I do think that no one does look out for him. Oh my goodness.
The Aussie touchdown. What a
This
drive.
guy is on fire. I had him in my captain spot and I had like $8,000 left over from my lineup and I was like, there's no way I can with a straight face enter this lineup. And yet here we go. What a great start.
Wow, man, you're awesome.
In Spanish, really, así would be two yes. The a is two. So.
Gracias, Kenny.
Two yes.
Kenny, this is a Tara Lynn tradition now, starting a backup quarterback in her lineup.
I mean, it's not a good winning strategy, but
you just said you had $8,000 left over.
Not anymore. I had like 200 after I'd retinkered my lineup, but I put Mike Evans in my captain spot because I needed to spend some coin. I originally had Scott Miller, which I think he's actually known on the on the Sims, and then I decided to pivot off of him. TP going with OJ Howard. That's always an interesting call. I've seen him have some great games. I've seen him not even show up before. I'm interested to see if OJ Howard gets involved. We're going to see the Buccaneers with the football. So,
Kenny,
Josh, I haven't even talked to you since you began your new gig.
Yeah, 2 games in.
Oh, of course, we're going to talk about that.
Connecticut, man. That's where I'm from. Born and raised. Or actually not born and raised, just raised. I was born in Smithtown, New York. It's St. John's Hospital, which no longer exists. If you want to steal my identity, that's my birthplace.
Huh.
And but I was raised.
She's not interested in where you were born.
I was raised in Connecticut.
Oh, cool.
What a fake little giggle by Tara Lynn. Nice, you were born at St.
Would you look at that?
Nice hospital there.
Tara Lynn says she's an open book until she wants to lie to your face that she cares about your life.
Whoa.
Yep, true. Chat, I played Brian Hoyer because I'm making a thing that I play the backup QB. That's why I played Brian Hoyer. No, it's not because I'm stupid. I saw that in the chat. Thank you so much, and you're welcome.
But here's the other. Hold on one second. Here,
okay.
Kenny, look. Here's the other tactic Tara Lynn is pulling off here. The more people she beats, she can look at them and go, wow, you couldn't beat me, and I had Brian Hoyer in my lineup. It's a tremendous strategy.
That's exactly why. Yeah, I keep doing that just for spite and just to make fun of some people. Yeah.
So if she beats like 15 people, it's like, wow, 15 people couldn't beat me, and I played Brian Hoyer. Idiots.
Thank you.
And most of us lose these anyway, so I think it's a great strategy.
Thank you.
All right, let's see here. Google Translate, because someone said asi. That's not what it means in Spanish.
Okay.
Yeah, it means if you did asi, it'd be so. Well, no, I thought that was comme si comme ça.
Right. Well, me and Lamarco were doing French last night.
asi. Yes, that is so. Yeah. Huh.
So your captain is not doing so.
Well,
good.
Or if you were like playing a game, right, and it was just like you had a game piece, and there was a board, and some of the spaces were yes, and some of the spaces were no. and you wanted to have someone move your game piece to yes, and you were exclaiming to yes, you'd say I see. So, but if you want to say you say I see.
Thank you for
Let's call him Devin Soso.
Okay. You actually want to make that a thing?
Soso? Yeah. I mean, it sounds like Sosa. And
Sosa.
you know who loves Sosa?
Yeah. I mean, Sosa would actually be an upgrade for Devin Asiasi based on how he performed last year. He's not going to see the field anytime soon with Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry in New England. Hey, so this is the matchup, probably the game of the year in the regular season in the NFL. Patriots hosting Tampa. This will be a featured matchup when we simulate the entire 2021 season. We start a Madden season here on the Dream Stream on Monday. We will simulate the entire 2021 NFL schedule. There is a free-to-play pool available now on DraftKings.com, also on the DK Sportsbook. All you have to do is go to the promotions tab, or on the Sportsbook app, go to the pools section, and you can
you know what? A pool would be really great right about now. It is so hot outside.
It's really hot.
No, that's why I got my pool/beach shirt on, but someone doesn't think that's a great idea.
Gosh, I love your shirt. Don't listen to the haters. I mean, Terrellin.
I didn't say I hated a shirt. So, way to make us even more enemies than we already are.
What?
I said I didn't like his shorts.
Oh. I mean, who doesn't like shorts?
No one needs to see my shorts right now.
Exactly. The shorts. That's like saying, Glash, I don't like the way your bathroom looks. Is it on camera? No. So who cares? He can do whatever he wants with his bathroom. It can be pink. It doesn't matter. It could have ugly tiling.
The fashion of shorts right now. Probably the chat's going to attack me, but whatever, I'm used to it. So, the fashion of shorts right now is above the knee. That's what's in for the fellas, okay? Below the knee is canceled, just like my skinny jeans are apparently also canceled.
Okay, Glash, are yours to the knee or below the knee?
Oh, below.
They're below?
They're gym shorts.
Oh, they're gym shorts? Oh, gym shorts. That's out the window.
Wait, they didn't look like gym shorts. Okay, so then I take it back.
I've been trying to say
if you
that for
don't
the last
ask
15
Glash,
minutes.
you get a little more context.
They looked like a navy cargo short. That's why I called them a middle schooler.
Do they have cargo pockets on them, Glash?
No.
Probably knowing Glash.
Well, if they're gym shorts, they would definitely not carry cargo pockets. If it was a bathing suit, maybe you got some pockets on there. So you're just wearing gym shorts, and Terrellin's coming after you, is what you're telling me.
Okay, then you know what? I will take it back. If he is wearing a gym short and not a cargo short, which it looked like with all the paraphernalia he has going on in the background. I don't know. I'm looking at pillows. I'm looking at leafy.
Paraphernalia?
Yes, what paraphernalia is in the back? Okay, so.
What?
I guess I am the bozo of this Friday. I will give it to myself. Usually it goes to Glash or Kenny or
normally it goes to me, so I'm actually kind of enjoying this.
So I'm the bozo of the day. Thank you. Happy Friday.
Put your shorts. Put your shorts take next to the wood chipper. Okay.
You're the BOT.
It's been a rough week.
You're the bot. BOTD.
Okay. Stats are updated, by the way. We have Frangelico
and
Michael.
Andrew O wants to know, who is my favorite character on The Office?
Great question.
Oh, that is a good question. So here's the thing. I would say season 3, Jim is like my favorite character in the whole show.
Jim is your favorite?
Hey, Jim.
Excuse me, I said season 3, Jim. I don't really. Jim's not my favorite the other seasons, but season 3 Jim is definitely. I mean, he's very snarky. He just doesn't care. He's also got the fake hair going on because he was like cast for another show. There's just a lot going on there that's funny, and I do like him like right after he comes back from Scranton or to Scranton, I should say.
Oh,
that Gronk?
Gronkowski.
Is that the Gronk man? Someone in the chat said I had I had bad lineups, or had a bad lineup. I have both touchdowns. Do you?
No.
But no, I do think it's hard for me to answer that question. I think Toby might be my favorite character. I just think it's funny how he's written into just like he's forced into episodes, and it's just so funny.
Damon on YouTube, I'm wearing pajama pants. Is that okay for a sim?
Tara Lynn, is it okay?
I was reading it. I was reading in Slack, guy. Oh my God. I'm never doing this again. I quit. I was reading it in Slack, and then I was thinking to myself, yeah, if you're watching it, it's totally fine that you're wearing pajama pants.
I mean, it's not like Glash is wearing like the Rafael Nadal 1999 capris. You know what I'm talking about? Like, he's not wearing like long shorts. He's just got basketball shorts.
No, I thought they were
That's how long they are.
Cargo shorts, and Glash is now a celebrity.
We're not talking Adam Sandler outdoor basketball court shorts, that are down to his ankles. Like, we're just talking regular shorts.
Hawk Corleone. Tara Lynn likes guys in Daisy Dukes. Oh, Hawk. No, I do not, but thank you for making me laugh.
Hey, we're here for a good time.
Yes, we are.
Michael Dunn says, duh. Who didn't see the Gronk showing up? I don't know. Did you guys have him in your lineup?
I put him in the captain spot.
Oh, Tara Lynn, you didn't have him in there? Oh, boy.
He didn't really do much last, so maybe I need to come up with a different way how to go about. I got to listen to Professor ZT.
Yeah, ZT is pumping out the content. Those late slates, he's got write-ups on the DK playbook. This is the only... Sorry, I was just going to mention, this is the only 3-person booth sim today. This is it. So, we got to make the most of this one.
Yeah.
Moises said, I finally... He finished the sentence. I finally started watching The Walking Dead season 1. I was gonna say I didn't know where you were going with. I finally and he finished it. I've never seen The Walking Dead. Oh, big run, James White!
Yes.
He felt like a must play, huh? Because of the salary, $3,200. What's the deal with James White in the salary?
Oh wait, was that not James? Oh, was that Sony Michel? I thought it was James White.
No, it was White. You got it right.
Okay.
I think you got it right. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that was James White. Okay, I'm not crazy. Yeah,
he's been like, he was like 5,600 in the flex the other day, and now he's back to 32. I felt like he was a dude you had to play today.
The problem is he's a guy that could get 50 rushing yards, and then that's it. Like, he could end up with like 6 points, 50 rushing yards, and maybe like a catch for nothing.
Terrence says, guys and gals, call the game just a little, please.
I just did, TH. The designated hitter.
Sure Terrence wants to be called TH?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, he might not want that.
I'm glad that we stopped calling Tara Lynn TL.
I don't think that stopped.
No, maybe just Kaufman does it.
It's still going on.
Like, there's someone who calls me, well, actually, I'm not going to give the chat any fodder, but there's someone who calls me a nickname, and they're the only person that calls me that nickname. That happens. Like, I think it could just be a weird cough thing where he's like, oh, I'm just going to call her TL. And then we just let him do him. But none of us other things do. Drew said that's cough superstar trait.
3rd and 9 for Newton, airs it out. That is intercepted.
Look at the Bucks go.
Dean with the pick.
Moises says Lakers or Suns.
Huh.
Gonna have to go Lakers.
What is it? The first time in 30 years a 2 seed is favored or an underdog to a 7?
Yep.
That's nuts.
You also look at history over the last 10 years, I believe, maybe more. I saw a graphic recently. If you look, the amount of 7 and 8 seeds that advanced past the first round, I think there was only 6. in the last like maybe 20 years. And then like of those teams, like only one of them made it out of the second round. Like it rarely happens. So, I mean, this could be a first because obviously the Lakers, defending champions, they probably were better than a 7 seed because of, they just dropped down because of those 2 big injuries during the season. But I think that they are going to be the exception. And I think that like the play-in tournament to me isn't going to really hurt the NBA that much because I really just don't think like the extra 2 teams are going to make it that far. It just gives fans a little bit of, more reason. It gives more fan bases a reason to tune in. And I think that they should continue it. Although I will say that the games have stunk. Other than the Warriors-Lakers game, they have been really bad.
Fournette on the carry. O.J. Howard just made a catch. That helps Tara Lynn's lineup.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hawk says O.J. the Juice Man. Great rapper.
Juice Man.
Make the trap. I love O.J. the Juice Man.
Mark quoting the great Tommy Freeze Pops on O.J. Howard. Go to
Thomas
have
Frozen Fruit Juice.
Go to have him in your lineup. O.J. Howard. Go to have him. 12% owned. 12% or contest. Gotta have him. Gotta have him in your lineup.
Says it with the biggest smile. Hey.
Gotta have him. There's Shady McCoy.
You know what's so funny? He's like one of those lefty specialists in the bullpen.
Who?
Tommy. You only see him in the 8 and 10 sims, and it's like that's it. That's all he does. He just like crushes the Madden After Dark. You never catch.
Weekends he'll do daytime.
That's true. I've done like a 4 with him before, but like that's it.
Ryan said he likes the night shift and he's busy during the day.
He's like the what do you call like a night nurse, like a nanny that's like just works at night?
A night nurse, Kenny.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh my!
I was trying to make sure I was right.
Carolyn, do you have thoughts on Lakers Suns?
I don't go against LeBron, and I know there's a lot of people in there that are, big haters of LeBron, but I don't go against LeBron. So I'm going Lakers.
Big.
But I am a little nervous. I'm a little nervous for Devin Booker on the Suns. But
why are you nervous for him?
Because Devin Booker is great.
Oh. But so he's going to be good then. Why are you nervous for him?
I think she means the opposite. I think she's nervous for him because he might not be good. The Suns might not be ready. He's still young. Like this, I really, CP3 has everything to lose, right? But the rest of those players in that Phoenix team, I mean, they're just happy to be here, I think.
By the way, trade in baseball, the Rays have traded Willie Adames to the Brewers. The Rays get J.P. Fireson, former
Fireson.
He was He was in the Andrew Miller trade to the Yankees, if I'm not mistaken. And then they also got Drew Rasmussen. So there you go. New a trade in baseball, and then Dodger Stadium returning to full capacity on June 15th.
Nice.
100% capacity.
If there's one thing, DFS Queenie points this out. Scotty Miller to the 1-yard line. Brady's 9 for 9. Chris Paul in his career has been, while he doesn't have great success as the playoffs get deeper, the first round, Chris Paul has been part of some awesome first round series in his career.
He has been unbelievable in the postseason for his entire career. So I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, but like
great postseason numbers.
But he hasn't been to a finals.
Come on, throw it to Gronk's not even on the field. What are we doing here? No, he is. Gronk's on the field.
O.J. Howard.
Gronk's open. No, he's not open, but it threw him into the window. Oh, I got him. He wasn't even open.
Oh, it's Gronk. Wow, I thought Evans caught that. Wow.
He wasn't even open. Tom Brady threw him open.
Watch this replay. I thought he was going to Evans here.
Evans wasn't on the field. That was Godwin, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's got Evans has got the X. Evans has the X factor. Watch the throw. I thought this was going to Evans.
I told you, dude.
See,
He
Evans-
wasn't
Evans
even.
put his
He
hands up.
wasn't even open. Gronk.
Damn.
Unbelievable.
Gronk's 47% owned, 8.2% captained. 2 touchdowns for Gronkowski.
Trevor Richards is going to the Brewers as well.
Yeah, but I think Terrell Lynn, just that logic alone is a fair one. Don't go against LeBron. It's probably, probably fair.
Yeah, even the other night I had a lot of people saying, "Oh, no, you got to go the Warriors. Curry's been hot." Obviously, Curry has been hot, and he's proven himself this season, but I'm not going to go against angry LeBron.
I didn't hear one person say that the Warriors are going to win that game. I'm just saying.
Oh, I had tons of people because I put
think
it out
Kaufman
on my
think they were gonna
Instagram
win.
story. Yeah, Kaufman went Warriors. We talked about it the other night. I posted it on my IG story, and a lot of people were saying that the
Really?
Warriors were going to upset. Yeah.
Huh.
And no, I was Lakers. People were getting nervous.
Well, in the game, while close, that the Lakers were the better team in the second half, and that's what we calculate when we watch sports. We care about how you finish, not how you start. And the Lakers, they've been hanging their hat on defense. They play defense first. They're going to win games. And the final score was 103-100. That was a game that favored the Lakers playing style. So I think it's going to be a good series against Phoenix. I don't think it's going to be an easy series by any stretch.
No.
But I think if I had to pick, I'd pick the Lakers. Yes. Producer Drew says the Suns will lose because there's only one sun, and it's in Connecticut.
That's true.
Wow.
Very true, Producer Drew.
The Sun actually is playing the Connecticut Sun they're in Phoenix tonight. Actually, oddly enough, playing the Mercury.
I've been to their stadium before.
Mohegan.
Yep. To watch the high school basketball section final, but I was.
Where'd you go to high school?
I mean, it wasn't my high school. It was my sister. It was my friend's high school that my sister also happened to go to. But no, I ended up. I covered the New York Liberty for years, or actually just for 1 year. When I was at Fordham, I worked for the radio station. So I drove an hour and a half. Oops. Mic set. I drove an hour and a half, and I would cover the Liberty. I would sit in the media section, interviewed Cappy Pondexter. Fun time.
Sweet, dude. Liberty are 3-0. Off to a good start this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Liberty fan. If I have to pick a WNBA team, but I definitely feel like I should be a Connecticut Suns fan because I'm from Connecticut.
And I'm working there, so you should support me.
True.
That's right. But I'm not going to. I do like your broadcast team, though. Kim Adams and I follow each other on Twitter. She knows her hoops.
She's great. They're all great. Where are we at here? Less than a minute left, second quarter, 14-7. We have a 3-person booth this afternoon. Glash, Kenneth, and TL. No reaction? Okay. Tom, producer Drew, Frangelico, and Michael are also here. Hit that like button if you don't mind. We appreciate it. Thanks so much for spending your Friday with us, wherever you may be. 3rd and 10 for Newton and the Patriots. Rolls out, throws it away. You stink. If we're at week 4 and Cam Newton's the quarterback, what's the narrative going to be on Cam Newton going into that game? Is it like, wow, look at Cam, like everyone counted this guy out kind of thing?
There is no way that they can start Cam. I mean, frankly, there's no way they should be starting Cam week 1, but there's no way they can start him past the 3rd week of the season. Unless you get just an unbelievable Cam Newton. There's no way.
Terrell Lynn, who's the quarterback week 4? Patriots, Bucks.
I don't think it's going to be Cam by any means.
Well, I guess there's 2 ways to answer that. What you want to see and what you think you'll see. I think it's going to be Cam, but I hope it's Mac Jones. I would love to see the kid against the old guy. That'd be more fun.
that was one of the benefits of maybe putting the game later in the season. But the NFL also figured we can't run the risk of the Patriots sucking, so we need to put it early in the year.
Where does Jarrett Stidham lie in all of this?
In a ditch.
Is he just there as the water boy? He's just hanging out, or he's just modeling with his wife Kennedy? I don't.
He's hanging out with Brian Hoyer in your lineup, Carolyn. That's what he's doing.
Love
I was just
Brian
gonna say.
Hoyer. Support the Balds.
Right. Well, if you're going to support Brian Hoyer in your lineup and a roster spot, then I think the odd man out is Jarrett Stidham.
I don't support Jarrett Stidham. I think he's absolutely ridiculous on Instagram. Another chameleon boyfriend. Well, now obviously like he's married, but the posing that he does with Kennedy every 5 seconds when I feel like he should be out back practicing the game of football. Where are your priorities?
You don't think
one of those people, LeBron James, get off Instagram and get on the practice court? What are you doing?
LeBron's got titles. LeBron's earned that,
So,
right?
yeah, we're comparing LeBron to Jarrett Stidham.
That's right. No, there's plenty of people
What
that
is
be
that?
like, "Why
Kenny?
are you on Instagram? You should be
Flex.
practicing your jumper." You know what I'm
No,
talking about.
He has every right to be on Instagram. LeBron, he's earned it.
Yeah, but come on, hold on a second. Stidham, I think Kennedy Stidham is the one getting Jarrett. Oh, come on, Jarrett, come on over. Need you to help me out. Showcase what I'm doing next from a marketing standpoint. I think she has a lot to do with it.
Well, she is a professional influencer, so I know that she probably gets more likes and more gigs if she has Jared in her post.
You know what? And to your point, maybe Kennedy can help Jared out. You know, hey Kennedy, you mind standing over there and I can throw the ball to you?
Yeah.
Play catch.
Exactly. We can make a
Give
little
bit to
Instagram
me.
reel out of it.
You should go and knock on their door.
I think the players can be on Instagram and do whatever they want.
They need to be like Glash and Sarah because they have a great working relationship. Sarah supports Glash when he's doing his ridiculous talk. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but she is there to support him. So I think Kennedy just needs to show a little bit more support for Jarrett.
Hawk says Mac Jones won't start one game this season. Y'all are sleeping on Cam.
Hawk hates Mac Jones and hates Justin Fields. He thinks both are going to stink.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because he's
he went to Ohio State. Oh, he went to Alabama. There's no way it can work because they went to Ohio State and Alabama. It can't work.
It's just that whole thing.
I will throw it out there, by the way.
History, but come on, we'll see.
I have been correct on 17 of my last 20 baseball predictions. If anyone would like them in the chat, just feel. I can't hear you applauding because you overmodulated the microphone.
Golf clap.
You understand?
Short standing ovation. Here we go. Yeah, standing ovation.
Okay, so if anyone would like the picks, you could be nice to me in the chat, and maybe I'll give them out.
Maybe he will.
You realize that when you clap, it goes silent, right? We've done this before. Remember?
Kenny and I did
haven't
do this.
done it. I didn't know that.
Try just clapping, Carolyn. We won't hear it. Do it.
See, it mutes it.
It mutes your mic. Your mic
After
picks it
like
up.
2 claps, it mutes. Listen.
Wow. Wait.
See?
Why?
Because Zoom automatically picks up your microphone over modulating, and the default setting on Zoom is auto volume, so it automatically adjusts your volume based on how loud you're talking. So that's why when it's super loud, it's like, oh, shoot the volume down. So you get like 1 clap in.
So Zoom basically doesn't support others supporting each other. That's nice. Great. Real nice, Zoom.
That's a good way of looking at it.
You're like me today. You just have like a bone to pick with everybody. What?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm living in a bizarro world.
No, it's because it's Friday. Leave it all out there Friday.
Leave it all out there. He said that if I leave it all out there today, then nobody remembers it next week.
I gotta say, Thursday to me, for me in my life, is really the leave it all out there day. Friday normally sets up work-wise lighter than Thursday. Thursday is the day where I'm grinding. Like I'm up at like 7 a.m. and I'm just grinding until midnight. I work a 5 to midnight shift at DK Live. But like Friday, I kind of take it easy. So that's why I'm in a better mood today.
Cool.
I'm not really putting in any hard work right now. You know, we're just broadcasting this sim. It's already out there. I have nothing else to put out there.
So mean. Cool.
It rolls right off me.
Sure.
You're doing it on purpose.
Wow. Maybe I'll start calling you TL.
TL.
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Somebody
I'm gonna call you Teal. Teal. To mock Kaufman's nickname, but also give you a nickname that you don't like that much. Teal.
Actually, I like teal because that's
teal's a good color
on me in the summer when I'm tan.
Okay. There we go.
Glad you guys worked that out.
Thank you.
No problem. Patriots running the football. We have a flag.
That's gonna be a hold.
2 touchdowns for Gronk, a touchdown for Devin Asiasi. Cam Newton has tossed an interception. Who brought this up in the chat? Ty DeRaider. Mac Jones won't start until at least week 5. Cam can't throw him to the Bucs. That is a good reason not to start Mac Jones, is to embarrass him. That is fair.
Yeah.
Hawk says Acura TL, nice car.
Oh, okay.
TL also means timeline. You can call you the Twitter timeline.
If it's an Acura TL, what does the TL stand for?
Probably terrain limited, or I don't know. Let me look it up.
Turbulence loaded.
It's a TLX. Wait, no, that's a Acura TL. I don't know what it stands for.
Acura Terralin.
I mean, that's an option for sure.
What's the TL? I don't think it stands for anything. I think that's just like the model name.
Okay. Cam. Oh, that must have hurt. Vita Vea.
Oh,
sucks him.
I found it. You want to know what it is?
Sure.
I'll give you guys 3 guesses each to tell me what TL means.
Instinct already.
I like Terrellin's guess. Turbulence.
Loaded.
Andrew says turbo limited.
Okay.
What does everyone in the chat think it is? What do you think it is, guys? I'll get a couple of guesses in there.
Tank.
Turbo love it.
Turbo love it. Got it.
Tank loving.
Okay, so we're not doing
Touring
serious
luxury.
guesses. Okay, yes, that's what it is.
Wow.
Glash looked it up. Congratulations.
No, Retease Did You Know was giving me a hint on Twitch.
Oh.
Thank you, Retease.
JE said touring limited. It's touring luxury.
Wait, so Deucey, what do you think about the take in the chat saying that they're not going to want to start Mac Jones and they're not even going to want to have him this season to embarrass him? But your take on Justin Fields was that he's going to start week 1. So are you thinking that
No, I said that Justin Fields should start week 1.
You said you think that they will start Justin Fields.
I still think there's a chance, but I'm willing to concede that they're going to be maybe not the smartest people and start Andy Dalton, but they should start Justin Fields. And I do think that he could win that job in camp. I still think there's a good chance. But yes, the Patriots all on the same lines. I think that they drafted Mac Jones because Mac Jones is a pro-ready quarterback. He's ready to step into a good offense, an offense with talent, a good system, a good line, and he's just ready to make the throws and win some games. So I do think that that he should be starting, because I think that he's going to give you a much better chance to win than Cam and Jarrett Stidham. I'm not sure if Bill Belichick has this stick up his behind that he's like, well, I can't start a rookie week 1. I feel like he's sort of the guy that would say that, like, oh, well, in the 30 years I've been in football, they don't really have, 30 years, don't really start rookie quarterbacks.
Well, do you think coaches take into consideration that they might embarrass a Mac Jones, they might embarrass a Justin Fields? Do you think coaches even think that way?
Well, I brought up embarrassment just for the Brady game, because that's
people
a lot
in
of
the chat did too, though. People in the chat were like, yeah, they're not going to want to embarrass him there. And especially with Justin too, he will be on a national stage for week 1.
Right. Well, the Bears,
that
they're
is
in a
also
position where Nagy and Pace, they need to win now. And
right. The same situation as New England. Same situation.
Belichick, Belichick's not going anywhere.
No, but first of all, I mean, just eventually he's not going to be coaching that team. But I mean, that team was close. That team was close to making the playoffs last year. as a fan, like if they had a good quarterback, they would have flipped a few of those games. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a team that like is just like the Bears, where the Bears were in the playoffs, but like they were a good quarterback away from maybe even pulling off an upset against. Did they play Green Bay or no? They played New Orleans. They could have won that game. I mean, the defense kept them in it. So I do think that both of those teams are in similar boats where you put a decent quarterback on the field, they are able to make some noise and maybe make the playoffs. But to the Monday Night Football or primetime football point, whatever you made, Terlin, we've talked about this before, but Jeff brought it up on the Sweat earlier this week too. He was talking about how, like, we got to talk about this.
Leonard Fournette spin move, baby.
He was like, they're not going to. I think he also said they're not going to start Mac Jones on primetime, or maybe Zach Wilson's first. I don't know, something like that. Like someone wasn't going to do well in primetime. Like the same people that say that, right, also say that Sam Darnold stinks. And his first game was on primetime, and his team won. He put up 51 points or 41 points, one or the other, against the Lions in a win on the road in primetime. So, like, if that guy stinks and he can do that, I'm pretty confident that Mac Jones or Justin Fields will be just fine. By the way, they both played in the national championship game. I think that they'll be able to handle being under the lights for their first game. I don't think it matters that it's dark outside or light outside. Like, I think they'll be just fine, and they should be able to. They're going to have the same performance, whether it's a 1:00 game or an 8:00 game. I really do believe that. If anything, I think I'd rather have Mac Jones or Justin Fields start their career on primetime, because I think that that's going to gas them up a little bit.
Mike Evans touchdown.
Finally.
From
look at Jets
15 yards out,
196 shooting up the leaderboard.
I was in 7th. Now I'm in 13th.
And
I'm coming for you, Glash. Look at this. Watch the change. Now I'm in 14th. No, I'm in 7th. I'm in 7th.
Can't believe Mike Evans.
Nice. Mike Evans ownership 50% overall, 10% captained. Aiden in the chat says Bears are going to be 5-0 with Andy Dalton. Should we play the game? Go through their first 5 games and see if it makes sense.
I mean, there's nothing to go through. We know that Justin Fields should be starting week 1. He's a better quarterback than Andy Dalton. We also know that Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Cam Newton. The only person who would disagree with you and parlay both of those takes is Hawk, and he types in all caps. So naturally, your eyes are going to go to that. And you're going to think, oh, the chat disagrees. But that's it. That's the only person that would disagree with that is Hawk, I'm pretty sure. I think you can get everyone out there, you can get them on board with at least one of those two guys starting week 1.
Notice how Hawks references Vince Young and Matt Leinart. He's going back ages ago.
Yeah, I was like 7 when those guys were playing, man.
Hawk, but you have to admit, if you don't want to go off the college success, the game has changed. First-round quarterbacks are playing sooner rather than later.
It's not 2003 anymore. These guys don't sit on the bench for a year and then come out. Like, it's not. They always start right away. Almost always, anyway.
Plus, instant gratification world we live in. These coaches are fired sooner rather than later. I mean, that's the real difference in Chicago than New England, because Belichick's not going anywhere unless it goes really bad, like the next 2 years. But
by the way, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, Pace and Nagy are in a spot where, like, you got to do better than 7-9 or 8-8. And Justin Fields, there's more pressure, I think, to play the kid and see what you got. Plus, the other thing, too, the difference with Chicago and New England, I'm not saying this is right, but I think this is what they're thinking. Chicago's like, well, listen, Andy Dalton doesn't know what I want to do if I'm Matt Nagy. Like, this is his first year in the system, too. So you can't use that excuse. Tampa has the ball now at the 21. Belichick at least can say, well, we had Cam last year. It's now Cam's second year in the system. No COVID, full training camp, full off season. So there are some arguments that can be made for Cam Newton to be the guy, whether you disagree or agree with them.
I got to say this because Hawk said better than Cam Newton. LOL, that is preposterous. Talking to me, I guess talking to Mo as well. Cam Newton was 30th in QBR last year, and Andy Dalton was 25th. Even Ben Roethlisberger, even Mitch Trubisky, even Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins, and Teddy Bridgewater, all these guys had higher QBRs. And I know that that's like not the end all be all of stats, but come on, man. I mean, Cam Newton was one of the worst quarterbacks in football last year. There were only 3 quarterbacks with worse QBRs: Nick Mullins, Nick Foles, and Sam Darnold. It is just preposterous to say that it is preposterous, simply put. The other thing I would say, too, about these guys starting right away is, M. Roach says, oh, look at Pat Mahomes. It helped him to sit on the bench. Pat Mahomes is like one of the most talented quarterbacks probably we've ever seen in football, to be honest, with his arm strength and playmaking ability. I think it's outrageous to compare him to, you want to talk about guys who sat on the bench, like, your Drew Locks out there. Like, there's also plenty of quarterbacks that started right away and were great. Andrew Luck. I mean, talk about a guy that was one of the best quarterbacks in football. Deshaun Watson, I believe, started. When did he start? 2 weeks into the season?
I don't even know who the start was. Who was their starter initially?
It might have been Brian Hoyer, frankly.
Oh, you might be right. Well, it's your boy Greg.
He only started 6 games, so never mind. But still,
Aaron Rodgers has been brought up now.
Right. But you never see a guy sit on the bench for a whole year. They always come in, during the season. That's just an antiquated way of thinking. And if you're not familiar with how teams are winning Super Bowls nowadays, it's because there's such thing in the NFL as a salary cap. Oh boy, another touchdown to Mike Evans, my captain. Oh, am I gonna win this? This free roll clash? Am I gonna win it? I have every touchdown so far.
Are you really?
I have every single touchdown.
I don't know about you, Terrell M, but this feels like this score, this domination. I feel like this is what's actually going to take place in week 4 of the regular season. It's now going to be 28-7, Tampa.
I do as well.
I think that Lisa Robinson saying Hawk is right, Red Rocket is better than Ducey. I mean, and I think that there's plenty more to Andy Dalton than him just being red-headed. I think that we should start, maybe doing away with that nickname, because I'm sure he's a lovely guy and there's more about him that's, the fact that he's just a redhead.
Save the redhead.
Standing up for my redhead friends out there. Anyway, I would say that it's an antiquated way of thinking, because you look at teams like the Eagles and the Chiefs and all these teams. The Buccaneers, obviously an exception last year, but they had so many guys on rookie deals or low salary deals. You can't fit you can't fit a lot of talent around a quarterback if you're committing so much money to your quarterback. And that's what happens. Look at the Eagles just went into the gutter because they had so much salary devoted to Carson Wentz, and it just kind of handicaps you around your roster. So yeah, that's what's happening, is you want to have your quarterback on a rookie deal because you're paying him way less money. And then what you can do is you can go out and spend on a wide receiver like the Jets did with Corey Davis, or, if you're the Chiefs, or sorry, not the Chiefs, the Chargers with Justin Herbert. Look at what they did with, rebuilding or building around him and putting some new pieces on the field. And the Bills as well with Josh Allen. They got Stephon Diggs. Like, you can spend money, you can get big names on the line or on defense or in the receiving core, and you have a lot of flexibility if you have a quarterback on a rookie deal. So you want to win with your quarterback on a rookie deal because it's going to give you the best chance to build a good roster around your quarterback. And mind you, you hopefully have other rookies on the field as well, so you can just kind of, piece together the few little holes you have left. You fill them with some good veterans, and then you put together a winning team. That's how teams are building nowadays, winners. So that's why quarterbacks aren't sitting on the bench for 2 years. It's a waste of time. Like, you have this guy who's talented, who's on a rookie contract. You don't want to just get 1 year out of him and then have to sign him to a $70 million deal. And then you never even know. What if it was just one good year and then he's going to end up stinking? You don't want to commit all that money. So it's a whole mess if you have a guy sit on the bench for at least 1 year, if not more. Just explain that to the chat in case they didn't know that.
All set?
I'm in 4th place. You're supposed to be the lead man on the broadcast. You can't just you're sitting there silent. You're like, well, you take that dead air. You got to take it. Take the dead air.
I think the dead air is actually kind of fun. Gives me a second to process what you had to say
and think.
Let it breathe, as they say in the biz. You good? Everything Everything all right?
I mean, it sounds like you're filibustering. Let's talk about Devin Asiasi. 5 catches for 64 yards and a touchdown. 2 touchdowns for Mike Evans. 2 touchdowns for Rob Gronkowski. 95.66 fantasy points for yours truly. I am sitting in a tie for 4th place. I have the second best lineup. The best lineup in our little mini free roll has Rob Gronkowski in the captain spot. Only difference between their lineup and mine is they have Chris Godwin in there. I have N'Keal Harry. So it'd be cool if N'Keal Harry did something. Tara Lynn, you liked N'Keal Harry, didn't you?
I did.
I played him too.
We all did. And he's not very good, apparently. So 1 catch for 17 yards.
Retease, did you know on Twitch, Dead Air gives Leafy time to make her debut.
Hey, Leafy. How are you today?
I don't think Leafy likes you, Tara Lynn, because you called Leafy paraphernalia earlier.
Paraphernalia. Just a random particle in the back.
Leafy is paraphernalia, apparently, Clash.
It's all right.
Paraphernalia.
She doesn't have much to say, so we can move on to the 4th quarter.
Here I am talking to a plant.
Congo Cab, please stop acting like no training camp and no preseason games along with COVID didn't affect players in their play last year. Hurt a lot of players last year, but Congo Cab, here's the issue with your argument.
Why didn't he capitalize every word?
Here's the problem with your argument. Everybody had to deal with it. Everybody, every team, and the team that won the Super Bowl, the quarterback was in year 1 there. Tough.
Why did he capitalize every word, bro? Did you see this?
Because he felt like it.
Tara Lynn, what's that phrase that we taught everyone last week?
That's life.
That's life. Yeah. Everyone dealt with it.
Well, it did, but it did affect the season, but I agree. Yes, everyone had to deal with it, though. You had to overcome it and figure out ways to get through it. So we can't just let everybody have a pass, Congo Cab.
He capitalized the first letter in every word. I've never seen that in The Sims.
And then you went and did it, too.
Why are you being
Yeah, that's a hilarious move by Congo Cab.
Go look how Cam Newton types. So Congo Cab is fine.
Now we say that here. I said this a few minutes ago, like, to use the Patriots as an example, they might believe in the locker room, they might not say this publicly, but maybe they believe, I don't think they do because they took a quarterback 15th overall in the draft. Maybe they're like, oh, well, if Cam had a full off season and a full training camp and didn't get COVID, things would have gone better for us. Well, I don't think they believe that because they took a quarterback 15th overall. They clearly felt they needed to get another quarterback in the room. And the roster wasn't good, as Must Be points out. So,
worst roster in football.
Up there with the Jets. Right, Kenny? Where'd Kenny go?
He said capital letters broke my internet.
Kenny's gone.
Yes. I literally just manifested that. I was like, let's get Kenny out of this.
Wait, Ducey's gone. The Zoom's locked. He can't get back in. That's what you get, Ducey. Going after Congo Cab and the use of capital letters.
Yup.
Wow.
Aw, man, producer Drew unlocked it.
Hit that like button. Almost at 200 likes. Hit it before the return of Ducey.
Asi.
Wow, this is different. We got a little more time to chit-chat.
Yeah, this is great.
What you got going on today, rest of the day, weekend? Anything good?
I'm producing tomorrow.
Oh, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Oh, what time do I have you at?
You're with me all afternoon, 12, 2, and 4.
Wow, I need an espresso. I need maybe 2 coffees.
Same.
It's going to be a big day tomorrow. And then I am working with Rossi on Sunday. Just a 2-man booth. So gotta step up my like cheeriness and positivity and knowledge because Rossi brings it all.
Absolutely do. You need to be a little more positive.
Here he is.
Just interrupted Tara Lynn.
Congo Cab said he's going to type like this from now on.
I think it was an absolutely
on.
Absolutely ridiculous move by Congo Cab.
I love that pettiness out of Congo Cab.
Brother Phil earlier in the chat said Andy Dalton was good enough when surrounded by decent talent, despite noted Putz Marvin Lewis as head coach.
Excuse me? He said that?
Yeah.
Yes, the glass just.
Who has more talent on offense than the Dallas Cowboys? Is there any team that has more talent? He's stunk with the Cowboys. What a ridiculous argument. Also, when has he ever had talent on his team? Ever? There's like no proof that you have to say that. That's like a ridiculous thing to say.
Oh. Yeah, decent. He had. What do you mean? I'm confused.
He had a ridiculous receiving core in Dallas, is what I'm saying. Like, you want to talk about, Andy Dalton would be good with talent. Who has more talent on offense than the Dallas Cowboys? You have one of the most talented rosters in football. Like, that's ridiculous. It's like he was playing for the Texans or something. Come on now. Come on now, Brother Phil.
Kenny is a pure villain today.
I'm the villain?
Yes.
Weren't you the one who just came in hot and started yelling at people for wearing basketball shorts and calling their apartments full of paraphernalia?
Yeah.
A hero who lived long enough to see yourself become the villain. Kenny can do those things.
You could say that Jared that Andy Dalton might not be like the worst quarterback in the world. You could talk about that all you want. That's a fair take. But to say that he would be better if he had some good offensive talent around him, who has better receivers than and Ezekiel Elliott, and I mean they have one of the best lines in football. That's outrageous. That's like saying, if you would just put Tom Brady on a team with a good defense, what could he do? Like, come on, man. Oh man, that's ridiculous. Brother Phil. I actually used to respect Brother Phil's opinions.
Brother Phil.
Mr. Ball, is this better? Small I, small T, small B, capitalizing every other letter.
Actually, I like that a lot better than Congo Cabs, because at least it's creative.
Steve Buchanan has arrived in the chat. Poor TA. She's on a stream with horrific football takes and two guys who are talking to a plant.
Honestly, I had to move yesterday, as producer Drew knows. Had to move half of my apartment over to my new apartment, and then
I'm moving on Friday.
Okay, I was talking. Kenny?
Just making conversation.
No, you're not making conversation, because every time.
Sorry, would you rather me sit here and listen to you and not respond to anything you said and not show any care? I'm just trying to relate to you.
Producer Drew, kick me out of the Zoom. I've had enough.
What Terilyn does is when she starts to feel support from other people, she just will take what they are saying and then she'll just jump on the bandwagon. You're a big bandwagon person. Now you're hopping on the Bukes bandwagon. You're just I'm going to take what Buke said and I'm going to that's my new best friend.
I literally feel like I have some serious carnage that I did in my last life to bring me to this point that I'm arguing with you over tabs, football, and whose
arguing about
move
tabs.
is
I was
better.
just saying it's a lot of tabs. I think that you should work there's things you can get. They tell you can close tabs pretty easily.
So everyone, I'm moving. And yesterday I was supposed to host with BK and Kaufman. So now in my head, I'm trying to figure out if that would have been more challenging or if this is more challenging. And I'm actually dumbfounded right now, and I don't know.
While we have 3 minutes left, I'll go over my baseball picks since I'm 17-3 over my last 20. Love the Giants tonight. Think it's always hard to fade Trevor Bauer, but the the Dodgers cannot hit lefties. Think there's going to be a lot of runs scored in the Yankees-White Sox game. I definitely think that the Pirates can win again tonight. What has Ian Anderson done to give you any sort of confidence? Pirates had 12 hits last night. Tyler Anderson's been great. Braves are striking out a lot. And James Caprilli, former Yankee prospect, he gets another win tonight for the Oakland Athletics.
A great way to tease the slate, which is coming up next with Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. They will preview tonight's Major League Baseball slate.
Love those two guys.
And DFS. What was that, Tarolyn?
Love them.
Yeah, good people.
They're funny.
Brother Phil has responded to you.
I don't see.
I do. I'm going to read it.
Isn't it usually purple?
Ducey, you moron. Dallas's line. Hold on, let me finish. Ducey, you moron. Dallas's line was injured. They were starting practice squad guys, starting every week a different line.
Okay. Did Andy Dalton have time in the pocket or not have time in the pocket? Did he not have CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper? Did he not have a great even Michael Gallup? How many times did I go with Michael Gallup? He had amazing receivers, amazing weapons to throw to.
Brother Phil is
very
much. Brother Phil is very much someone who looks at the front four or the offensive line and defensive line, the men up front. He's really big into the guys up front because anytime I remind him that Brady and the Bucs won the Super Bowl, he tells me, well, I mean, Mahomes and Rodgers didn't have time to throw. I mean, it was just a pulverizing effort by the front seven of Tampa. The front seven.
Sibling Phillip.
So, that's just the way he likes to make his point, and he might have a point. That's okay.
Sibling Phillip loves those big guys.
Loves them. Jason says you're doing a good job, Tarolyn.
Thanks, Jason. It's been tough.
Emerson's Peloton, but Dallas didn't have Blake Jarwin.
He's big.
Big guy.
I mean, come on. Again, you could say we can talk here, and I'll happily.
Please comment in the chat.
I'll happily talk to you about Andy Dalton. Like, we could have a real discourse about whether or not he's good. But to say that he didn't have talent around him is outrageous. Congo Cab says, I just thought about this. Only the Jets fans said anything about my typing. He tagged Jordan Lindenbaum.
No, please.
I mean, I think that it's pretty easy to tell when you capitalize the first letter of every word.
Can someone read Steve's comment, because I almost just spit on my water.
I don't see a Steve.
Sure, I will.
Please read it.
DJ Wheat has been supporting Kenneth most of this second half and this fourth quarter. Steve, at DJ Wheat, why does your YouTube email say k.ducey69@gmail.com?
What was so funny about that? Are we 5 years old with the 69 jokes?
It's absolutely hilarious. If you don't laugh,
I'm not going to acknowledge Steve, because last sim that I was on when we threw to Steve's show, I made a little like, enjoy the show, Steve, and then he just acted like we never threw to him. So, as far as I'm concerned, the next show coming up was pre-taped. We're not leading into it.
So you're holding a grudge?
No, I'm just saying what I think.
Seems very cowardish,
we have a big lead for the cowardish would be not saying anything, right, Tarolyn? We have a 17-point lead for the Tampa.
Is this game over yet?
Good to see Matt LaMarca and the Blankie all tucked
and
in, strapped in, ready to go.
Wow, way more comfortable than me right now.
Matt, is that a new Mets hat? Because I see the New Era logo on it, and I'm pretty sure that Matt's had the same Mets hat every time I've seen him on The Sims. But I feel like maybe that's a new one. I want to know if that's a new one. Because I don't. Okay, he says not a new one. Because the New Era hat, they went on only in the last year, right? That they've had the New Era logo on the hat. So it must be a new hat. So that's why I thought perhaps it was
new. Here's Cam Newton from the 45. Got a man, N'Keal Harry! Henry!
Oh, there he is!
Touchdown!
I definitely just won the free roll. I definitely just won. For sure. Like that's got to be it. That's got to do it for me.
Where were you before that?
I was 12 points out of first in 17th. Let's see where I'm at now. Oh, did I fall? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe people who had N'Keal Harry in their captain spot did better.
Why do we fall, Bruce?
Nope, here we come. Now I'm in 7th place. Nope, now I'm in 3rd place. Stats are updated.
Yes. Perfect.
I was gonna say, why would I fall down to 26? That doesn't make any sense. All right, so I'm gonna end up losing by. Oh, we still have a minute left. We can do it. We can pull it off.
New England has one timeout left, but down 10, multiple scores. Yeah, Tampa's probably going to just kneel it down a couple times. Patrick Little says, sheesh, you two sound like you're married.
Oh, Patrick, are you trying to really...
Carolyn and Glash?
No. I think
Either one of you, it would be horrible. So please.
I think he's talking about Kenny and Steve.
Where's the chat going then? Because that's odd as well. None of us are married. We're all coworkers who don't like each other.
Well, someone once tried to start a rumor that I was engaged, so.
God, I forgot about that.
That was crazy.
Was that Rossi? Did we find out that was Rossi, right?
It was, yeah.
So
what happened was Madison. I forget. It was a whole long story, but I think that Rossi misinterpreted something that Madison said, and so he was just like, I'm just gonna run with it. I'm just gonna say it. So it was just like a whole day of Sims of people talking about how I was engaged, and my girlfriend was like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "I don't know."
Must have been a nice dinner that night.
Actually, it was great. I had a great day that day. It was a Sunday.
If you guys are willing, before we go, please hit that like button for us. Do not go anywhere. The slate MLB pre-lock coming your way with Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. We'll make sure Ducey does the toss to make sure it goes smoothly. Do we have ideas?
Apparently, because you have failed to take control of the dead air on this broadcast, Clash.
You're right. So I will let you handle that.
Great.
Who's our player of the game, team?
I'll go first. I think it's got to be Mike Evans with 30.9 in the captain spot. He was not very popular. He was also a little pricey. It was hard to figure out who to spend up on because there were a plenty of options. You had both quarterbacks. So I would say it was him. And again, you have Asiasi had a great game, but he was really popular. Gronk as well. Mike Evans was not a popular play, and he was by far, to me, the best player in this one.
And how about a Not My Kid Award winner? What do we think?
I was going to see if Terrellin wanted to take it, but do you all want to have different awards, Terrellin? I'll say that my Not My Kid Award recipient would be Sony Michel with just the 10 yards.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So way to copy me. But I would also like to make an announcement.
Oh, do you want to tell me?
Are you engaged?
No. Okay. I hate you. I did not lose.
Wow. Yeah. With Hoyer, you got you were third to last.
Yep. I had Hoyer. I am third to last.
Look at Cena. Cena in last place. We know Cena.
You know what? I give up. I can't even talk when Kenny's in this. This is just stupid.
You're talking right now.
Oh my God. Okay.
Dear Lord. But I did not lose, chat. For everybody who called me dumb in the chat, ha ha, suckers. I didn't lose. Thank you. And I had Brian Hoyer.
I think that's going to do it for today's 4:00 sim on this fine Friday. Kenneth, Terrellin, have a great weekend.
You as well.
All right. Kenny, you want to toss or you want me to do it?
Have a good one, Glash.
Okay. All right. Keep your eyes on the Game Center. Thanks to Frangelico, as well as Michael from the Game Ops team, producer Drew, and also Tom. Now let's hand it over to Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. They are here for the slate, talking Major League Baseball, pre-lock, sports betting, and DFS. Take it away.
Thanks. That was very exhilarating. Thank you so much for you three just doing whatever you guys did for the past hour. Carolyn, I love you, girl. I'm sorry you had to go through that. But I will say there's a lot of great things that are coming up here on the show. Every single team is taking the field tonight in Major League Baseball. That's something we like to see. I wish we would do this more often. Not only that, there are no weather concerns tonight. You don't have to worry your pretty little heads about if a little rain's going to fall or anything like that. There is nothing going on. But I'll tell you what is going on. It's that Matt LaMarca's in the house with me for tonight for this show that we're going to lead you up to about 5:50, 5:55-ish on the East Coast. Matt LaMarca, I saw you put a blanket on a few minutes ago, getting all cozy for the show. There it is. Very proud. And you're here to do the show with me tonight. What's up, man?
Well, first of all, thank you for calling me pretty. Man, I mean, how do we follow that act? Right? Let's get those guys a sitcom. Talk about the News 3's company, huh?
Yeah, really. I mean, that was just an odd couple or odd trio if I've ever seen one. And like I said, poor Tara Lynn, my girl having to go through that. But let's focus on tonight. Let's focus on all 15 games that are taken on. Like we mentioned, every team is in action tonight. No real notable absences in the lineup tonight. I know Carlos Correa is getting a day off for the Astros. Pete Alonso for your Mets was put on the injured list this afternoon. I know what else is new. Willie Adames is out of the Rays lineup tonight and for the rest of his life because he has been traded to the Brewers. So he will not be playing tonight either. But other than that, it's really kind of business as usual tonight. So let's just dive right into it. Let's look at the pitching options for tonight. We have 5 pitchers on tonight's slate priced at not only 10K and above, but 3 of them are 11,200 and above. So we got Trevor Bauer going against the Giants as the most expensive, 11,900. Aaron Nola going against the Red Sox, 11,600. Tyler Glasnow, my dude, the absolute stud, going for the Rays against a red hot Toronto Blue Jays offense. He's at 11,200. Are you anywhere in this realm? Because it's kind of tough to get even one of these guys in a lineup tonight, at least with what I'm looking at for offense. So are you on any of these guys? And I guess I would say specifically Bauer, who has been pitching on a whole different level for the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think for cash games, I want to anchor my teams with Trevor Bauer. He's super expensive. Not going to fight you on that, but the numbers are great. 12 strikeouts per 9 innings, 2.20 ERA, 2.27 expected ERA. So he's doing a really good job by any sort of metric that you want to look at. And this matchup versus the Giants, he's got great upside. I mean, the Giants have the highest strikeout rate in baseball against right-handed pitching. So the Giants have been good this year. Their offense isn't as bad as maybe we thought it was going to be, but just the strikeout rate alone makes Bauer a pretty solid play, even at 12K. I mean, if you want to talk yourself into some cheaper pitchers for guaranteed prize pools, totally okay with that. There are some expensive bats that I like tonight, but for cash games, Trevor Bauer's the guy for me that I'm sort of building things around.
See, now Hawk in the YouTube chat is egging me on to start ragging on Bauer because you think that's going to happen. That is not going to happen here today, my friend. The Giants have the highest K rate in the league against righties currently at 28.3%. So I am not going to tell you to not play Trevor Bauer against the Giants if they're going to be striking out that much. For me, I'm actually on the other side here. I'm at the guy who is rounding out the 10K in Alex Wood going up against the Dodgers. And Gary and I hit upon this on Tuesday that it kind of feels like a lot of people don't want to pay up for pitchers or just play any pitchers against the Dodgers in general because they have that Dodgers name on the jersey. They just have it in their head that, oh, this is the Dodgers. I don't want to go after them. If there are 2 things you can say about this Dodgers lineup right now, A, they're banged up pretty dramatically too. And B, they've struggled against lefties even with everybody healthy. Now they have guys like Albert Pujols, who, to be fair, always hits lefties well, but he does not have an extra base hit against the lefties so far this season. They have Yoshi Tsugo, who is now in the lineup too. He's kind of a pivotal part of that lineup because of all the injuries that they have right now. But this team, even when they were healthy, is struggling against lefties. Aside from Justin Turner and Chris Taylor, nobody is hitting lefties well in this lineup. Would you be shocked to know this, Matt, that if you looked at the lineup they put out last night, the lineup that they have last night, and we haven't seen the Dodgers lineup yet, but if you take that lineup for last night and put it up against lefties, they have 5 guys in their starting lineup that had an isolated power of 158 or less against lefties. They had 4 guys in that lineup last night that against lefties so far this season had a K rate of over 23%. So you take those numbers now, and then you think about someone like Alex Wood, who has been pitching out of his mind for the Giants so far. That is where I've landed, and I can't believe this because every single team is playing, but that is where I have landed tonight as my SP1 going with Alex Wood.
Okay, I can respect it. I would not be in the same position. I kind of like Ian Anderson a bit more for only $500 more.
Right.
But certainly you make some fair points about the Dodgers offense, right? Like,
right.
They are not imposing right now. I mean, you can make a case that they're not particularly imposing against left-handers, even when they're at full strength, but certainly not with the guys they have in there now. Like, I love Albert Pujols. I'm extremely happy he's getting a chance to finish his career playing for a contender.
Agreed.
The guy can't run anymore.
No.
You know, like, forget the designated hitter. He needs like the beer league rule where he can hit the ball and then somebody else runs the bases for him. So I'm with you on Wood. You always have to worry about kind of the pitch count concerns with Wood, but it seems like the Giants are a bit more willing to push him than, you know, teams like the Dodgers were.
See, but here's what amazes me about Wood is that you look at these numbers and you're like, okay, maybe he's just getting lucky or whatever. He's not. He's pitching to how these numbers are stated, because you look at some of his advanced numbers, like they all align. Now, the strikeout upside could be a little bit higher. He's only got 35 strikeouts through 36 innings. So he's striking out just under a batter an inning, which is, you know, not great for somebody you're paying $10K for, but he's right there. But again, this is more about me just trying to attack a Dodgers lineup that is wounded. You know, that's where kind of I'm targeting here. And on a full game slate like this one, I can't imagine that his ownership is going to be overly high either. Really, nobody should be overly high in terms of ownership tonight. So that's where I've landed with Wood. You can go with Glasnow. You can go with Bauer. I don't even mind using Ian Anderson. I mean, Kenny was like ragging on Ian Anderson during the Madden stream. Like, I don't know what he's been watching. Like, okay, the Braves offense has been okay, but Ian Anderson has been more than okay in his starts. Really good strikeout upside too. So, I mean, you know, whatever he thinks. But there are a lot of good options in this 10K range. I just don't know how affordable they're going to be, because we're going to talk about the offense in a little bit. That's kind of where I get a little issue, and that's why I've decided to go with Alex Wood.
Yeah, and I think the highest owned pitcher is going to be somebody we haven't even talked about yet, somebody who's priced a little bit more down. I think Chris Paddock for sure is the highest owned pitcher on today's slate. I mean, you look at the Vegas data, Seattle is implied for 3.0 runs right now. That's the lowest mark on the slate by nearly half a run. Playing for the Padres, he's a minus 217 favorite. So he's the biggest favorite on the slate. Seattle just can't hit. I mean, forget the fact that they've already been hit
watch
twice this season.
Watch it.
They just can't hit. They've got the 8th highest strikeout rate against right-handed pitchers, and they're 23rd in WRC plus against right-handed pitchers. So,
well, you heard today that the Mariners are dealing with some COVID issues, so that explains it. I mean, they've had COVID. I mean, how are they going to hit if they have COVID?
They've been playing through it.
Right. You know, they've been gutting it through. They're trying to do it for the people because they're about to give Seattle an AL West title. So they're trying to do everything they can. So, you know, give them a little time. By the time June rolls around, back to business, and they'll be in first place again. So it's all good. Just, you know, cut them a little slack. Okay. It's been rough going with COVID.
All right. Well, that's fair and all. I think Chris Paddock is going to be, he's just the easiest pitcher to gravitate towards, right? You want to save some money so you can get some bats. I mean, there's Coors Field on this slate.
Yep.
And you can look at a pitcher, mid 8K price range who's got the best Vegas stat on the slate. And it's like, okay, he's an easy choice for my teams.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that too. The only thing I worry about with Paddock is
he's not a good pitcher.
I mean, there is that, but I don't like how much he's favored against the Mariners. And I understand, like you said, like their hitting has been very questionable. They strike out a lot, but like, at least from like a betting perspective, I am in no way looking to back a -220 favorite for Chris Paddock. Like, no way.
Sure.
No,
I agree with that 100%.
No way. But that brings me to my question. Like, are you nervous about that? Because we have the Padres are the biggest favorites on this slate tonight overall. And a big reason of that has to be the starting pitcher. So does that worry you at all that he's such a massive favorite, but both of you and I are in agreement that like, he's really not that good of a pitcher?
So it's a good question, right? I think we need to like take betting and DFS and kind of put them in different buckets, right? Like I would never bet. I don't bet on favorites of greater than -200 in baseball anyway. It's
no way.
It's too volatile. But I think we have to acknowledge that it's one of the best predictive measures that we have for what players are going to do on the slate,
right,
particularly pitchers.
Yep.
So if we look at guys with comparable price tags, and what did we say he was? -216?
When I last looked on DraftKings Sportsbook, he was -220. Let me see if I can pull it up right now real quick where he's at as a favorite. He is -225, so it's gone up even more.
So he's up to -225. Okay.
Stop it, you maniac. Stop backing this guy.
So if we look at pitchers with comparable price tags and comparable Vegas data, we'll go with, everything across the board. Money line odds, opponent implied team total. Those pitchers have averaged 17 and 3/4 DraftKings points.
Yep.
So it's not, that's not a elite number for the price tag, but it's roughly 2.25 points above what you would expect for someone with that price tag. They're pretty consistent as well. This is all courtesy of the trends tool over at Fantasy Labs, by the way. So that's nice where I get these historical comps from. But yeah, he's a safer play. Tournaments, given the projected ownership and given maybe the fact that he's not an elite strikeout pitcher, I could see going in a different direction. But again, right, I think like the Bauer Paddock start for cash games is what most people are going to do, including myself.
Oh, so let me ask you about this one, because this is another big favorite on the slate tonight is the Washington Nationals going against the Baltimore Orioles. Now they're facing Jorge Lopez, which is a big reason to be favored anytime because Jorge Lopez is another gas can on the mound, but it's with Steven Strasburg, who has taken the hill for the Nationals. Now, this is only the third start of the year for Strasburg. He's been out since April 13th. Obviously, we haven't seen good results from him probably for the good half of 2 years now. Maybe extremely inconsistent, extremely injury prone. We know he's dealing with carpal tunnel syndrome. That's been a big thing that we keep hearing about with him. Now, supposedly he's not on any sort of pitch count tonight. So it's all systems go for Steven Strasburg.
That's good news for the Orioles.
Good. That's kind of what I was leaning towards. Like, does that favor the Orioles or does that favor the Nationals? Because again, -200 favorites and more, I'm always kind of staying away from. You're in agreement with that too. But it's like, here's another pitcher that is so heavily favored. And I look at that and I'm like, oh God, really? Like, no way would I be backing Strasburg in this spot.
Yeah, especially, Baltimore is like a great hitter's park as well.
Sure.
The thing with Strasburg is that the concerns are like plentiful, right? His velocity is down. His strikeout numbers are down. He all his advanced metrics are down. You can't find one thing and say, okay, that makes me feel comfortable about Steven Strasburg tonight. So I'm kind of in I need to see it mode from him to believe it. Like, at least with Paddock, he hasn't been a complete gas can. Strasburg, I'm going to need to be convinced that he's healthy again.
Yep.
Before I'm going to consider rostering him.
Right. And the problem is too, is that like this Orioles team will strike out. So like on paper, like this would be a good spot for Steven Strasburg. But, kind of like what you alluded to, it's so hard to try and trust this guy. And especially coming off the IL, like we said, like he isn't on a pitch count, but there's definitely upside here if we see the Strasburg that we saw in his first start. 27.7 DraftKings fantasy points against the Braves, struck out 8 in that game. But I don't know what we're going to get out of him. And for somebody who's coming off the IL, I don't know if I want to drop 8,300 on him, despite being the second biggest favorite on this slate.
Agreed.
All right, let's
what
take
are your
a look.
thoughts on Mike Minor? Not to spend too much time talking about pitchers, but I think he is interesting at 7,500, taking on the Tigers, who can't hit left-handed pitching.
Right.
And then, are you interested at all in Garion's boy, James Caprillion? He wrote him up on today's Targets piece.
Yep.
Interesting prospect, or former, prospect for the Yankees. So, like, what are your thoughts on just some of the cheaper pitchers in general?
Okay, so Mike Minor, is an interesting one because he's, again, someone who has the strikeout upside, and going up against the Tigers, the strikeout upside is immense. Absolutely immense going against the Tigers. Like, nobody is going to tell you to not play a starting pitcher going against the Tigers. But you know what I've seen with them lately? They're pesky. They're pesky.
The pesky narrative.
But it's true though. Like, they have a 33.3% K percentage against a K rate against lefties. That is the highest in the league. Only 3 teams are over 30% K rate in the league right now. It's the Tigers, the Rays, and the Mariners. So only, it's quite the company that they have up there. But their offensive numbers are so bad too. 253 WOBA, 59 WRC plus. How is that even possible? 0.81 isolated power. How is that even possible? It's possible because they're doing it. But for whatever reason, every time I watch a Tigers game, they're just singling guys to death. They're BABIPing guys to death. Don't you agree?
No. First of all, I can say with 100% confidence that I haven't watched an inning of Tigers baseball. Outside of maybe a no-hitter alert.
Here's what I have MLB TV, so I can do 4 games at one time.
Ooh.
So yeah, big baller over here. So I can kind of switch around. So I like doing that. And I have 2 screens, so I can do like up to 8 at a time. It's beautiful.
My
you gotta
man
get
is just full, like that guy in South Park. Just, you know what I'm talking about. The numbers are just so disgusting. Like maybe they are it's an impressive 33.7% strikeout rate. It's impressive that they foul off a couple pitches before they strike out, but a $7,500 left-hander, not to mention a $7,500 left-hander who just shut down one of the best offenses in the league.
Yeah.
7 innings pitched against the White Sox. 2 hits, 2 walks, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts. If he could do that against the White Sox,
right,
the Tigers are going to have to be real frisky tonight.
Right. And to be fair, I mean, he did shut down the White Sox. Maybe it had something to do with Tony La Russa because he sucks. let's just get that out on the internet, okay? But yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. So then, who are you asking about? Who was Gary writing up? Caprillion. I mean, is it necessary? That's kind of like, that's the way I kind of feel about it. Like, is it necessary? Do I have to go here?
Necessary? Is it necessary that I drink my? Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's an Angels. It's an Angels lineup without Trout. I mean, that's a big plus right there. They do strike out a fairly decent amount. I honestly, he wasn't on my radar at all. So if unless you have a take on him, I didn't have much on him at all.
So yeah, I mean, again, credit to Garion. Garion is somebody that I just think he's a good writer, and he's also pretty knowledgeable about baseball. So he has Caprillion mentioned because this Angels team stinks.
Very true.
Like they can't hit with Mike Trout, and now they don't have Mike Trout. So he's somebody, if you do want to go with like that stars or pay up for your offensive approach.
Yep.
He's an interesting tournament play, in my opinion. And I wish that the Marlins were throwing a regular pitcher tonight because I was interested in them too.
So looking at the numbers for the Angels overall without Mike Trout is still not bad. We 322 WOBA, 108 WRC plus, and a 175 isolated power. It's not terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But they still do have a 24.5% K rate. So they are on the high end of that. And at least what we saw from Caprillion against the Red Sox, who are also right below the Angels in terms of K rate against righties, he struck out 6 through 5 innings. I mean, that's pretty good for somebody who was only 4,500. I mean, talk about value. He was the guy, but unfortunately, now his salary has gone up $1,600 since that last start. Are you going to get 3x value out of 6,100? I don't know yet. We haven't seen enough from him. That's kind of where I'm a little iffy.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's not an expensive price. Like, yes, it's $1,600 more expensive, but I mean, we're still talking. He's probably like the 20th, 25th price starting pitcher on the slate.
Yeah.
And there's like a pedigree here at least, right? He was the 16th overall pick in the 2015 draft. He was the number 10 prospect in the A's system last year. So like he has some pedigree to him. Again, it probably is a little bit thin, but if we're just looking for some, contrarian GPP plays to kind of throw against the wall and see what sticks, I think he's a candidate.
Yeah, no doubt. Because like you look at the bottom of the barrel here, I mean, there's nothing. Right. There's absolutely nothing. Like we had the luxury on Tuesday that we had Corbin Martin was in, Chris Bubik was in, like a ton of value in the 4K range, and we went that route. We don't really have that on this one at all because, like, I don't want Anthony Kay, I don't want Herman Marquez, I don't want Jorge Lopez, I don't want Jeff Hoffman, etc., etc., etc. Insert name that's under 5K here. I don't want them. So you don't have that option like we did on Tuesday. The only other cheap guy that I was kind of sort of considering was Chris Flexen, who's been, I know you're giggling already. It's not the greatest matchup.
Legend, Chris. They could use him this year, to be honest.
Yeah, they absolutely could. But I mean, Flexen's been somewhat okay. If you need to go that far down is what I'm saying. Like he's probably the last guy that I would stop with if I'm not going with somebody like Caprillion, because Caprillion is $500 less than Flexen. So that's the lowest I would probably go. Let's move over to the hitting side, unless you have another thought on.
No, let's do it. Let's transition.
Okay. Let's go over to the hitting. What's your favorite stack for tonight? I'm on the A's. I like the Oakland A's going against Jose Quintana for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, they absolutely smash left-handed pitching. They have some of the highest isolated power in the league against lefties. So there's that to like. The other thing that I like a lot is that the Angels bullpen has been massively overworked over the past week. 33 innings pitched over the past week. A ton of innings. That's a lot of innings. So it's not a surprise to see that Angels bullpen has also allowed 8 home runs over the past week in those 33 innings. They are tired. So that's going to mean one of two things. Quintana's going to be left out to dry if he gets shelled early, or you're going up against a bunch of relievers that desperately need rest. Both of those things, LaMarca, as you should know, is a check mark for the A's.
Not good, yeah.
Not good. So the A's are my favorite stack for tonight. Where are you at?
Can I just say the Rockies? Like, is that too boring?
It is boring, and I also am not a big fan, so make me a fan.
Okay. The total on this game has gone from 10.5 to 11.5.
It has, yep.
The Rockies have seen some line movement in their favor on the money line, despite the fact that the majority of the betting tickets are landing on the Diamondbacks. That's something in the biz we like to call reverse line movement.
Right.
Then add in the fact that this team is just like really cheap for a Coors Field team. Right?
Yeah.
Like 4K leadoff hitter Raimel Tapia. 4,800 Charlie Blackmon. Can you imagine Charlie Blackmon being 4,800 at Coors Field like 2 years ago?
No, he's easily 5,700 or more.
Trevor Story's their most expensive guy at 5,200. You've got CJ Cron. Like Cron is notoriously better against left-handed
Lefties.
pitchers,
Yep.
but he still has roughly a 1,000 OPS against righties in Coors this year. You got Brendan Rodgers hitting sixth. He's 2,600.
Right.
They're facing a guy, Frankoff, who has allowed he's allowed like 9 runs in 9 professional innings.
Right.
I just kind of have to gravitate towards Colorado. So if you're not on board with it, I need you to convince me.
Because their offense has been horrible.
I mean they still are averaging more than 5 runs a game at home.
Which I get it. I get it. But it's like, this is not the Rocky stack that, like, you talked about 2 years ago. This is not the Rocky stack that you like.
It's very fair. It's a very fair point.
When it was
that's why some of the stadium adjusted metrics, I think, can be a little unfair on Coors. Like, it almost feels like you get rewarded for hitting a single at Petco more than hitting a homer at Coors Field.
Sure, I agree with that. But here's the other thing too: is that
you don't have to worry about those factors. They're in Coors.
Right.
Give me all the traditional numbers.
But the over at Coors Field so far, it's a plus. It's 13-10, but it's only 13-10. Like for Coors Field, right?
It's not an ATM, Steve. We can't just all go there and deposit money and take it out every year.
Well, let me tell you, when you go on Twitter, everybody thinks it's an ATM. Everybody knows everything on Twitter. Don't you know that? But it's only
Twitter
13.
is a very smart place.
But it's only 13-10. And it's only been that way because the last 4 games at Coors have gone over. So even before into that, it was under. The under was hitting more. And a lot of it has to do with how bad this Rockies offense has been. Like you take away the adjusted park numbers, like you said, and this is one of the worst teams in the league offensively. Like that's how bad they've been. So yes, they're affordable. Yes, they do not have an intimidating pitcher on the other side, but I just feel like I would rather spend in other spots. I'd rather spend with Oakland because if Oakland, let's see if their lineup's up yet. It is not. But if you want to get some of those guys in Oakland, like I said, they are a team that smashes lefties. Like at least I'm backing up the numbers with how expensive they're going to be. Like at least on paper and how the stats align, they should do well. If you look at the numbers for the Rockies, you can't say that against righties, even though they're at home. That's kind of where I'm at with the Coors stack tonight.
All right. I mean, listen, I can't fight anything you said too hard, but I will just say, again, I'm primarily going off Vegas data. It seems like you like to go more off of the like hitting and pitching numbers. It's 2 different approaches.
Right.
I look at Colorado. They're implied for 6.4 runs. The next highest team on the slate is 5.2. Like we're talking a wide gap for a team that just isn't that expensive. So that's why I'm on them. But your points about them just not being a team that hits particularly well are valid.
I also really want to like the Nationals, but I have some reservations there as well. Now it's against Jorge Lopez, who honestly should be an opener because he's pretty good through the first time through the order. And then the roof just comes off and that's it. And that's what Jorge Lopez does. Doesn't go deep into games. He gives up a quick, like 4 or 5 runs in innings 3 through 5, and that's it. But the Nationals have also not been a team that have been crushing offensively. Against righties, 308 WOBA, 149 isolated power, and a 92 WRC plus. Not great. But because hitting is down across the league, that's actually about league average. So in accordance to everyday stats, they're not that great. According to Major League Baseball stats in 2021, they're just about average. Do you like them against Jorge Lopez? You already mentioned, this one is in Washington, so there is that. There is no DH. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, the problem with the Nationals is just they have like 2 good players, right? They have 2 guys. I would rather go with like a one off or even 2 off approach if you want to just stack Trey Turner and Soto together. Like I'm cool with that. The problem is I don't know where I'm going after that. Like maybe you can make a case that Kyle Schwarber deserves some love. He's a pretty at least guy who has hit for power in the past against right-handed pitching. but like Josh Bell, no thank you. Starlin
Right.
Castro against the righty, Josh Harrison against the righty. Like, I just don't see a lot here. Maybe if anything, you do the 9-1-2 wraparound stack and you throw Andrew Stevenson in there because at least he's only 2,400,
Right.
And you get that bottom to top correlation.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the numbers for Lopez against lefties. Hasn't faced a ton so far this year. 310 WOBA against them with a 6.21 FIP. So there is that. And a 2.1 home run over 9 innings against lefties. So, I could definitely get talked into Stevenson and doing that wrap. That actually might not be the worst idea because you're going to need to save some salary, especially with Turner and Soto. Goodbye to any chance of any 10K plus pitchers with those guys in the lineup. But the three of them, you got just over an average of 5K for the rest of your lineup, including pitchers. So they do keep that in mind.
Right.
But there is definitely going to be very little ownership, I think, on these guys because of how expensive they are. And then, like we mentioned at the top of the show, 5 pitchers over 10K tonight. So there is that one there. But I do think that the Nationals, even though their numbers haven't been great, I do think the Nationals in a decent matchup here with very little ownership is a stack to target. Is there any other team that you're kind of looking at before we switch over to just some of the individual matchups we have going tonight?
Yeah, I like Tampa Bay against Anthony Kay. Over 7 ERA this year.
Yeah, bad.
Some of his advanced metrics are actually not that bad. He does strike out a decent number of batters, but I like the Rays sort of lineup that they're rolling with here. They've got a lot of guys in there, right-handed batters who do damage against lefties.
Yep.
Yandy Diaz, Manuel Margot, like these are guys that hit left-handed pitching. And even if you want to look at some of the lefties, right? Anthony Kay has a 598 WOBA allowed to left-handed batters this season.
Oof.
Only over 4 2/3 innings, so small sample size, but he just hasn't pitched that much. So We're going off what we have from him. I think that they're pretty affordable again, considering their implied team total 5 runs. That's tied for third on the slate with the Nats and the Braves. So I like them. I like the Rays. I think that Randy Arozarena will probably be popular tonight because he's just red hot right now. So if you want to play Randy and maybe do it in a little bit of a more differentiated fashion, stack him up with a couple of his teammates.
Yeah, I do like Randy a lot. He was actually one of my favorite hitters on the cheat sheet over on the DraftKings playbook, DraftKings.com/playbook. Obviously, LaMarca does not read my article because he probably would have mentioned that if he does. But Randy was my guy tonight. Look at his numbers against lefties already this season: 369 WOBA, 198 isolated power. So he's got some pop there, hitting at the top of the lineup. Kind of, I don't know how I feel about him at the leadoff spot. Do you like him hitting leadoff? I think I'd rather see him a little bit lower. But at the same time, I'll take the extra at bat if that's what it is. But he is not a leadoff hitter for me. He's like a 3-4-5 guy.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see him have more at bats with runners in scoring position, but I'm never going to complain about a hitter batting leadoff in the lineup. I think statistically or historically, the number 3 spot has historically produced like the most fantasy value, but the 1 spot's only a smidge behind, and normally the number 3 hitter is the best hitter on the team. So maybe if you put the best hitter in the number 1 spot, maybe that becomes even the best spot in the lineup for these guys for fantasy. So in short, sure, Randy Arozarena, leadoff hitter. Let's go.
All right, before we get over to the individual hitters, I'm springing this on you. You had no idea that this was coming.
Oh boy.
Give me a tournament stack. Give me a long shot. Give me somebody. Give me a team that could just totally get no ownership, but would be a great tournament one. And I'll give you one right off the bat.
Okay.
The Red Sox against Aaron Nola.
Sure.
I think that's an excellent tournament stack because we know how good their offense has been. They're in a fairly friendly ballpark in Philly. They lose the DH. There is that. So I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal because that probably means that Franchi Cordero is not in the lineup, which is no loss by any means because they will play JD Martinez in the field. We saw that already when they were at Citi Field. JD Martinez played the field. But talk about a team that on a normal slate would probably garner some pretty good ownership. They're going to have next to nothing tonight.
Okay. I can dig it. My completely off the wall play is going to be the Texas Rangers. So for some reason, I can't quit them. Like, you look at their left-handed batters, they've got guys, right? They've got Willie Calhoun. They've got Nate Lau, Joey Gallo, David Dahl. Like, these are all left-handed batters.
Yeah.
Who can hit right-handed pitching and have done it throughout their career. And then you look at Nick Solak and Adolis Garcia, the two right-handers that are in there, two just very good young hitters.
Yep.
So this team has been dreadful. I don't understand why, though. And now they're facing Tyler Ivey, making his first career start for Houston. The guy had a 7.11 ERA in two appearances in AAA this season. Again, super small sample size, so I'm not reading too far into that. But we're talking about a guy who's making his major league debut.
Yep.
I think I could talk myself into, a lefty Rockies or a lefty stack with the Rangers plus one of either Solak or Garcia.
And here's what I do like about that Rangers stack. The Houston bullpen is very, very rested. 16 2/3 innings over the last 7 days. But in that span, wrecked. They've been wrecked over that span. So does that mean a quick hook for Mr. Ivy? Potentially. And if that means that we get the Houston bullpen, which has been struggling lately, and that small sample, could mean good things for the Rangers, because quite honestly, spoiler alert, their numbers against righties are actually not bad. They're actually a lot better than you'd expect. So I like that Rangers one a lot. And if you want to fit some expensive pitchers tonight, there's your value stack right there. You stack 1 through 5. The most expensive guy that you're getting is Nick Solak at 4,400. So I think that is actually, you've definitely talked me into that one. That will be done after the show.
Yeah.
I would absolutely take a look at some Ranger stack there. Let's just talk about some of the individual hitters before we have to wrap up the show. We get about 5 minutes left here. As we mentioned, there's a lot of expensive pitching options tonight. There's also a lot of expensive hitting options. 6K seems to be like a real thing now.
I know.
A couple of years ago when a hitter used to be over 5K, we'd be like, whoa, we're getting a little crazy here with the pricing. Now it's like 6K and above. The two most expensive guys are on the IL, so we don't have to worry about that. But we still have about 5 other players who are 6,000 or 6,100 tonight. We've talked about a couple of already with Juan Soto, Trey Turner, 2 guys over the Washington Nationals over 6K. None of these guys really have a matchup that I really specifically want to jump on. So I think I'm probably staying out of this range unless I'm stacking one of the particular teams like the Nationals, like you said. But this is a night where like the mid 5,500 range is kind of where a lot of the action for me that I want to try to get some of these hitters in is going to be, like Yordan Alvarez against Kyle Gibson. Kyle Gibson does not have good numbers against lefties. That's one I probably want to take a look at. Jesse Winker going up against Adrian Hauser. Hauser, all throughout his career, has struggled against lefties. That's definitely a matchup I want to try to jump on. Even Ozzie Albies going against Tyler Anderson in the cleanup spot against the Pirates. That's probably another matchup I want to jump on. Is there anybody that kind of sticks out to you here? Trey Mancini, who's been on a home run tear, going up against Steven Strasburg. Anybody that's kind of jumps out to you in this spot?
I will say, Trevor Story at 5,200, not to go right back to my take on the Rockies.
Here we go again.
I like him. And I really could see myself playing Juan Soto if I can afford him. Like, I don't think I have to sell anybody on Juan Soto. The guy is a hitting prodigy, and he's facing a mediocre right-handed pitcher. Like, this guy just feasts on right-handed pitching. He was at a 197 WRC plus against those pitchers last year.
Yep.
So Juan Soto would be like if I had to pick which hitter on this slate scores the most fantasy points, I had to pick one guy, it would probably be him.
Just going down to some of the values real quickly. There's, obviously a ton of guys in that low 3K range that you can kind of look at. One name that kind of stood out to me, Gleyber Torres is 3,500 tonight going against Carlos Rodon. Obviously not the best matchup, but he's batting 5th in the Yankees lineup. Carlos Rodon has been pitching extremely well this season, but just talking about some value that you can take advantage of. He's one to look at. I loved Max Kepler tonight going up against Tristan McKenzie. He's not in the lineup tonight. I'm kind of pissed about that because I really wanted to have like close to 100% ownership on Max Kepler because Tristan McKenzie against lefties is the matchup you want to go against, but he's not in the lineup tonight. So that was actually extremely disappointing. But in better news, Alex Kirilloff is back in the lineup for the Twins. He's batting third tonight at 3,400. He was on fire before he got injured. You look at his game log here, his last 5 games before he hit the injured list, 34, 14, 20, and 18. Like he really was starting to come up. He is a lefty, so I will happily replace Kepler with Kirilloff. He can slot right in, basically the same price. Any values that were kind of catching your eye earlier today?
Yeah, I'm going to go former Twin on the other side of that matchup, Eddie Rosario.
Oh, okay, yeah.
300.
Yep.
So he's hitting second. His numbers against right-handers are pretty good. Randy Dobnik, as far as right-handed pitchers go. I like him quite a bit. Not to repeat myself, but I think that Yandy Diaz he is 3,400, batting third. Like I love Yandy Diaz tonight.
Yeah.
And then any Coors bat. Raimel Tapia, technically he's 4K. I think that's ridiculous for a leadoff hitter at Coors.
Oh, it is. No, it is.
Steven Smith on the other side, 3,800, hitting second at Coors. Coors is too cheap, folks. That's my big hot take for the evening.
I mean, it is, but I'm not confident you're going to get the offensive output that you're hoping for, but that's why we are here to discuss. And our discussion is coming to a close because that is going to wrap it up for this edition of the slate here on Friday, the MLB edition. There is still plenty of Madden contests coming up for you tonight. If one of the producers could give me the schedule because they haven't done it yet. So I'm just going to stretch here a little bit and say, thank you for watching. Good luck with your lineups. Good luck with your bets. Now we have the schedule, so I can do that. Thank you, Andrew, for that. 6 p.m. we have Browns at Lions. Brendan Glasheen back on the call with that one with my dude, Jeff Ulrich. 8 o'clock, Falcons at Panthers. Adam Kaufman with Jeff Ulrich on that one. Texans at Seahawks, Adam Kaufman and Rossi at 10 o'clock. So make sure to get your lineups in for that one. For Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. We will see you guys again on Tuesday, and good luck.
Well, hello, everybody. It's the start of the late slate here on a Friday. DraftKings Dream Stream. Madden Sims, Glash, and Jeff Ulrich, the Moose, has arrived to the stream. Hello, sir.
Hello to you, friend. Just happy to be here. Made it, trying to fit a bunch of things in on a busy Friday, but lots of stuff going on, man. We're talking about the hockey playoffs, got golf in the second round, crazy stuff. Phil Mickelson doing things, and man, yeah, exciting, fun day so far. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's still got 2 days of the PGA Championship. Hopefully, Reed is still, he's having a boring time down in South Carolina.
I'm sure it's just terrible.
Yeah, hope he's finding some fun things to do. I think he was on. Maybe they recorded it. Now that I think about it, but I think he was on with Amy Lawrence of CBS overnight. So Reed's having a blast. Not to make you more jealous than you probably already were, but yeah. So we'll talk about whatever here during the 6 o'clock sim. We do have the Cleveland Browns and the Detroit Lions playing. Did you get a lineup in?
I did. I put Odell. I don't know how I got it in, but I got it in with like 2 seconds to spare. But I put Odell in the captain spot. I got who did I got in there? I got Baker in there. I got Marvin Jones, Hoopaloop, Higgins, and Prater. So I got a big Brown stack, but I came back with Marvin Jones. So I like the value you can get in with a lot of these guys today. So
yeah, I played Marvin Jones as well. DeAndre Swift is the other Lion I rostered. Hooper and the captain, Baker, Kareem Hunt, and Jarvis Landry. So we'll see. I did not play Stafford. Did you play Stafford?
I did not either.
Okay. Yeah.
You're Stafford-less here.
Shows our faith in Stafford, but more so in the Lions. So how about wow, this is Christopher from Ops is in the chat shouting out Tate. Tate is here for the late slate. Chris, how are you? It's been a while since I've seen Chris's name in the YouTube chat from the Game Ops team.
Okay.
You remember Chris? Chris was like one of the main guys here. Like a year ago now. It was always Chris from Ops.
Was it?
Yeah, man. It's Chris and Tate.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Chris and Tate. You're right. Okay.
Tate, you have a boss?
He's my boss now, he says.
Damn. Well, Tate shouldn't have a boss.
Everybody's got a boss, buddy.
Do you feel in charge?
Right. Even Bane had a boss. Mrs. Bane. That wasn't her name. Mrs. whatever.
Miranda. Oh, Miranda, not Amanda.
Why did you say Amanda?
I said Amanda. Well, I was trying to sound like Bruce Wayne when he gets stabbed.
Yeah, no, I know. Miranda.
Chris says working. Chris, what do you do? What else do you do at DraftKings? Sorry if I forget.
Wow. Starting into a tough conversation for Chris.
You don't have to tell me. It's fine.
I forgot who he was.
Just catching up.
Brendan doesn't know what he does.
No, like Jeff from Ops. We called him Jeff from Ops Freeze Pops.
Right. No, I remember Jeff from Ops for sure.
Right. His role he has an entirely different role at DraftKings from Ops.
Oh. If you got on early in the Madden Sims, you're basically running DraftKings now. It's great.
Yeah, it's true.
These are the guys behind the guys,
Hawk says Galladay underpriced. Had to make him my captain. Let's find out what Galladay comes in at. He's 14% captained. $6,800 in the flex spot. 10,200 as a captain play, and pretty highly owned in the captain. 14.4%. So
okay,
might be right. Mark Mantelli says you need Amendola. Okay.
Do you? I don't know. Let's see.
Amendola, the slot guy, wide out 3. We see you on Twitch. Glad you asked this question, YDG, over on Twitch. What does the season kickoff tournament refer to? We are starting a Madden season, similar to what we've done in the past, the holiday tournament. We did a bracket challenge. Well, what we're going to do in honor of schedule release, which was last week or the week before, we are going to do a Madden season that starts on Monday. We will simulate the entire 2021 NFL schedule. So we'll start with Cowboys and Buccaneers and work our way through week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and so on. there is a $5,000 free-to-play pool right now available on the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's an unlimited entry thing, so don't feel like you need to be rushed to get there, but do it now so you don't forget by Monday. Starts Monday. $5,000 prize pool, free to enter. If you have trouble finding it, you can go to the lobby, go to promotions on the DraftKings website, or on the DraftKings Sportsbook site, you can go to pools, and you'll find it there. And even if you live in a state that is not Sportsbook eligible, you can get involved with this because it's a free thing. So that's my
Free
wind.
is good.
Yeah.
Head over and check it out, boys, girls, everybody, kids, not kids, but you get my point.
I will put the link to it in the Twitch chat. We discovered again yesterday that there is no chance to put a link in YouTube. But there it is. It's on Twitch. Get involved. It's titled Free 5K Simulated Pro Football Season Pool. North of 28,000 entries in this right now. You get one entry. There are a series of questions you have to answer. Who will win the AFC North? Who will win the AFC South? Who will win the AFC East? Who will win the AFC West? Who will win the North and the NFC? Who will win the South? Who will win the East? How many teams will be undefeated through the first 8 games? It's just a bunch of questions. Who will have the best record at the end of the regular season? You have to choose between the Jets, Jaguars, Bengals, and Broncos.
Okay, so what were the choices? Jets, Jaguars, Bengals, and Broncos?
Yep.
I would probably either take the Bengals or Jets there, I think. Would be my choice.
Wow, so you like the Jets more than the Jags?
Yeah, in Madden, absolutely. We're talking this is only applicable to the Madden season, right?
No. I'm pretty sure these you might be right.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Duh, my bad. Yes, this is related to the Madden season, Brendan. My God. Okay. And in that case, good. I think you're right. Jets, Bengals. Yes, yeah. Madden season, Brendan. Okay.
Michael, our producer, confirming.
Yes.
The pool is based on the Madden season. That's okay. That's why I'm here, man.
I was doing so well describing all of the details, and then
why I'm the second highest paid Madden announcer on the stream.
So, check it out. We'll be promoting this throughout the weekend into Monday. Love to see so many entries at this stage, which is good. We're doing more things like this. Free-to-play pools are fun, engaging, and who knows how long it's going to even take. It's going to take at least a month to get through all those games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it's a good little pool, good little thing to track. Oh, what the heck? Showing touchdown there. Maybe 3rd and goal.
Baker's first incompletion. Yeah, for sure. Because, we don't really talk team records in this all that often, but I think for the first time in a long time, the records will really have some meaning because of the questions. And yeah, that's stuff you got to monitor. It's a fun way to make a pool last longer than just a week or two.
You got to get through. There we go. There's little touchdowns. Hoop a loop.
Let's go, captain, baby.
Oh, did you captain Hooper? Wow. Okay, it's bold. But yeah, no, it'll be a fun thing to track. I assume we're going to do the playoffs after, but I don't know. So if we'll have another Madden championship, but it might be building to that. Certainly things we can do. So cool to track. It's free money, guys. It's like you said. Glash dropped the link in the chat, even though he wasn't sure what it was all about. But yeah, go do that.
I'll do it again.
I did it once, and I'll do it again.
Thundering ice, snow. It will be the current rosters we have now. It will be no new rookies added. It will be the current schedule for the upcoming 2021 season with the current rosters we use. I just put the link in Twitch again because Twitch is a little annoying. If you refresh your Twitch feed, all the previous comments disappear.
Yes, that is the one thing that I don't like about Twitch either.
And when you hop into Twitch, unlike YouTube, you can't see all previous comments. It's brand new, clean slate, which in some ways that might be a good thing if someone's talking smack about you.
I don't know if there's a way you can, get around that or whatever, but I don't. If there is, I don't know how to do it, so I've never looked into it.
Brian C. There's a good energy in the sim. Yep, good energy here in Detroit.
Yeah, hope everyone's having a good Friday. Is this your second in a row, Glash, or what'd you get up to today?
Second, coming off a 3-person booth with Kenny Ducey and Tara Lynn Asa.
Oh my God! Did you have to separate Kenny and Tara Lynn?
No, it was good. It got a little weird at the end.
Okay.
Steve Buchanan showed up, and Lamar was here, and just the crossover, as they call it in the business. That was.
You had to toss to Steve and Lamarca.
Yeah, so that was pretty brief, actually. Anticlimactic, but certainly thought all hell could break loose.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. Good time. Tara Lynn is getting more and more comfortable, and she's of course dealing with us. So that's
I mean, it's right. She's just getting more comfortable dealing with us. She's obviously knows what she's doing, and obviously good in front of the camera and stuff like that. She's done it a lot, but it's the adjustment is working with as she would affectionately call the group of bozos.
Yes, Tara Lynn is actually going to be 2-person booth this weekend with Rossi.
Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be a nice combo.
Yeah, Rossi will treat her right. Yeah.
That's right.
I think I got that right. That's a Stafford completion, 21 yards. But it's 4th and 1. Kerryon Johnson in the passing game. I had to look there for a second. Let's see. Saturday. That's tomorrow, right? Yeah. Oh, no. Sunday. Tara Lynn is on with Rossi Sunday at 2 and 4. Tara Lynn's producing tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Must Be says, I will never listen to Moose. Don't play Phil.
Phil's not even in first. I told you to play Usti. Uste isn't. He's in first. So why don't you just get lost, Must Be?
I like Must Be. Keeps it real, usually. Keeps it real about my ears.
When he's asking me about John Daly.
Yeah. Brock says, I don't know, Jim. I don't know.
4th and 2, Jim. Are they going to do it?
Oh, Jim, look at this formation. I don't know if Henny can pull this off. Jim, what a call. What a call. Remember that, right? When the formation was being set up at home, I was like, there's no way this is going to work, Jim.
Oh, completely. They're not going to go for it.
Yeah, no, forget the formation, right? They weren't even going to go for it.
Well, he was just like, they're not going to snap this. I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Destiny says, what do you mean, Glash? You were laughing it up while Ducey and Tara Lynn were going back and forth. Oh, yeah, like the whole hour. Sure. At the end, it got a little weird. Tom Cruise says, Spieth is garbage.
Yeah, he made the cut. Cut's going to be about +5. Got it. Yeah, it's going to be +5, I think. So, the big names that missed, Dustin Thomas is right on the edge. I don't know if he just made another. But actually, Justin Thomas might miss too. So there's a couple big names. Sergio missed. Sam Burns withdraw. Siwoo Kim, excuse me. Said the pronunciation wrong. Who else missed here? Big Tommy Fleets missed. Adam Scott's about to miss. Palmer missed. Grillo missed. Kirk, Tringale. God, Tringale shot 82 today. He was like in the lead or so. What the heck happened there?
Hey, so based on our conversation yesterday on the slate, you remember how you were saying like you should target golfers that teed off earlier in the day? Did any of that come to fruition?
It really didn't actually come to fruition. Okay. The guys are in the lead right now. Actually, I mean, Phil, it came to fruition with Phil.
Okay.
But and Brandon Grace played well in the morning, but like there's definitely some afternoon guys playing better. I don't know if the wind was just steady all day. It kind of looks like it was. So I think they just had the same conditions. But there's a couple guys going low in the afternoon right now. It's a little surprising. I mean, it's tough conditions all day. Like it's not like the afternoon guys are playing significantly better. It's just there's a couple guys actually playing really well right now. So Koepka and Usti mainly. But yeah, I mean, Usti was a guy you could have targeted. I went under. But Yeah, I mean, I admit, I'm a little surprised we didn't see a bit more of a wave split, but I'm willing to take the L there. I still think it was probably the right play to play the morning guys, but it just shows you on a venue like that, you can't really predict. Like anything can happen with the weather. Like you can try and predict it, like I obviously did, but it's just the wind can change. I mean, it could get blustery here in the next 20 minutes, and you could see the scores go down. But that just looks like an awesome venue. I'm so jealous of it. Like I'm not even joking. I mean, that's like one of those venues I would absolutely love to go to.
Reed, beautiful. Reed must be
he's world traveling,
having a blast. It really does look like separate. You wouldn't know that's South Carolina unless someone told you.
No, I know. It's a cool spot.
3rd and 7 for Baker. Need the 22 for a first. Rolls out to his right on the.
Look at this.
First down. Higgins.
I'm pretty big on Baker next year. Like maybe not. I don't know. Probably no. Like for fantasy, I don't know. It's gonna be in a rush first offense, but I think he's gonna have a good season. Just gonna throw that out there.
Okay. I mean, he's got a lot around him. I would like to hope. Can he? The big question with Baker, and clearly you think this is a yes. Can he put together 2 straight really solid years? Because they picked up his option, right? His 5th-year option, but there's no talk of an extension yet. And you're talking fantasy.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
The Browns. I think the Browns still want to see more to commit and start talking extension.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and fair enough. I mean, the thing is, he's still on his rookie deal. Like he's, they don't really start talking extension until like around midway through the third or after the third season. Yeah. So,
right.
I think they're headed in the right direction. But you're right. This is kind of a big season for him because if he can put together 2 quality seasons, that alone kind of just shows the franchise like, okay, yeah, we can commit to you. But you're right. This is kind of a big year for him. He's shown like flashes of just being really good. He's got the arm. It's kind of been a weird start from there. I mean, he played so good coming in off the bench with Hugh Jackson trying to keep him down, and then it was such a weird year with like the Freddie Kitchens and
season.
Yeah.
Hold that thought for a sec. Let's remind everybody, Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. You simply just need to, here we go. Start over. Simply scan the QR code on screen or visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play for free. Check it out. Use the technology. It will assist you and point you in the right direction. Stats are updated through the first quarter. Giraffe King, yes, you are right. Higgins touchdown. But you want a Higgins touchdown, right? Yeah. Hooper's got the first one for Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I feel pretty confident talking that draft class that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are going to get extensions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, there's another touchdown.
Njoku.
It is.
Wow. David Njoku. This guy. Draft trade rumors, all of pretty much the beginning of last year.
Yeah, asked to be traded, and then it's like nobody really wanted him. They're like, okay, I'll come back. kind of a tough scene for David Njoku, if we're being honest. He's pretty talented. I mean, he's got some upside.
Mike Bizzle, seriously, love you, DK Sim fam. Love you too, Mike. Barry says, glad to be here again. Grass cutting all day with the great weather. Staying outside. I know, if my internet could work from my apartment outside, I'd be outside. No doubt. Pretty soon, though, I'll be in Maine. Sarah's got a spot up in Maine with her family. I'll go up there and do stuff maybe Thursdays and Fridays or something.
Is that where you did it outside last year?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was Maine. Because I could plug in everything right out a window.
Right.
Right up. So here I'm, of course, I'm in a larger building. So by going out to our patio and using the apartment Wi-Fi, it's just not strong enough. So Njoku was 1.3% owned. Wow.
Yeah, that's definitely vulture.
Big time. Congo Cap says, that's my man. See, everybody, someone will be happy. The 1.3% will be happy with that result. That's how it goes. Sorry to tell you. Drafting, can you rig Sims from me? No. But yeah, I mean, it is a big year for Baker Mayfield because unless you're Patrick Mahomes, that's why everyone said is that a catch? Unless you're Patrick Mahomes, you're getting extension talk in year 2 or 3 of your rookie deal because if you want to keep Tyreek, you want to keep Travis Kelce, you want to get front 7 help on defense, you want to get an offensive line, take a team-friendly contract now, and then we can maneuver your contract, work it around, and get players in here to play with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Correct. It's also Patrick Mahomes, right? So, completely different talent level, obviously, than pretty much anyone in the league. There's Galladay in the middle. Completion.
So you're high on Baker. That's because, and you know what? I think it's when you say it like that, I'm high on Baker because you're clearly pointing that out because you don't sense a lot of people will be.
I mean, I'm high on Baker to have a good year. Like, I'm not like going to be going out and like drafting him as my QB1 in fantasy. So completely different things. I just think the Browns are going to be good. And I think Baker Mayfield is a really solid quarterback. Like, I think he can do a lot of the things that, like you compare him to a guy like Daniel Jones and he's got a better arm. I think he moves it in the pocket better. I think he's got better pocket awareness. Mm-hmm. It's been like hasn't quite shown in as long stretches as we would have thought maybe it would have, but like I think he can be a very high-end quarterback. Again, I'm not going to put him in like the Mahomes or even like the Deshaun Watson kind of territory yet. But I just think he's going to have a good year. Like I think he's going to be fine. I think that offense is really set up well for him too. Nick Chubb's going to carry a lot of it. Like he might not even have to do that much, but
right.
I just think the Browns are going to be good. And generally when you have a solid quarterback on a good team, like they're going to have a good year. So he could end up mattering for fantasy purposes too. He's got Odell Beckham back. I mean, I kind of think Odell might bounce back too. So who knows? Maybe he will be a sneaky best ball guy. 4th and inches here.
Mike Bauer says Ulrich is right. Baker is better than he gets credit for. Well, I mean, like, I think you were saying this before we did the promo read. They're going to go for it. It just didn't work out with Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah, he had one right-off year. You take out that year, and like everything else has been, quite frankly, pretty good. So
right, because he wasn't. Was it his rookie year when he actually did okay? He wasn't the starter week 1, right? Was he the starter week 1? No, it was Tyrod Taylor.
No, it was Tyrod Taylor, and then came in, threw a bunch of touchdowns, like looked fine. But he did get I think part of the problem was Baker's fault. Like he kind of just he started talking smack a little bit, and like I think everybody just figured, we got Odell, we got Freddie Kitchens here, our best buddy running the show. Everything will be good. We'll just go out there and we'll win by 40. And it was just no. So kind of got a harsh dose of reality, but.
Hey man, I mean, you brought up OBJ. Here's the sad truth. When Baker Mayfield was trying to force feed OBJ 2 years ago with Freddie Kitchens, it didn't go well. No. But when you stay in the offense and just throw to the open man, things went well. So I'm curious how Stefanski's kind of in for it this year. Like, how do you work him back in after coming off a pretty good season?
Yeah,
scoring points. That will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, because you're not going to sit Odell Beckham on the bench or something and be like, oh yeah, you're playing behind Rashad Higgins now, kid. But at the same time, like you said, I mean, they're not going to adjust the offense to like feature Odell Beckham with 12 targets a game. Like this isn't going to turn into. It's not going to become like the. At least I don't. Oh, down goes Stafford. It's not going to become like the Green Bay Packers where they're Odell becomes an extension of their run game. At least I don't think it's going to. So. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they work that out because he's gonna be on the field. So,
this is good. So, Fantasy Hawk wants you to rank the 4 teams in the AFC North, and I think if I'm reading correctly, left to right, Hawk has Pittsburgh 1, Baltimore 2, Cincinnati 3, Cleveland in 4th. I love Hawk. Just trolling. You got Cleveland last? Come on.
Yeah. I don't know why you'd be down on Cleveland, man. The team I'm actually down on. The team I'm actually down on is Baltimore in that division. You look who they beat. They didn't beat any good teams last year. Like, legitimately, they lost to Pittsburgh. They couldn't get by anyone in the playoffs. They lost again to Mahomes. They have like no quality wins. I think that team, they lost Matthew Judon. I think teams have figured out how to stop, at least limit Mahomes as a passer. I don't really know what's going to change for them. I think that their division, again, the Browns are a year better. The Steelers is kind of going to hinge on. Watch this play. Get it?
Nope.
I think the Steelers are obviously going to hinge a little bit on Ben Roethlisberger and stuff, but I see Baltimore being the team out of that division. I'd rank them third, and who knows? I mean, maybe maybe Joe Burrow just like wows us all and comes back like full strength. But I'm high on Cincy long term. I don't know if I could rank them better than fourth, but definitely would have Baltimore third, and Cleveland first.
Hawk's overall case is that he thinks Burrow's a better quarterback than Baker Mayfield, which that could be true. I
don't actually argue with that. I think Burrow probably is a better quarterback, but he's not on a better team. I think Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback than Tom Brady, and Tom Brady won the Super Bowl last year.
I know. I just told Hawk, interesting, when Brady's brought up, we talk about the defense and how we feel about everything around him. Right. Now, when it comes to when it comes to Cleveland versus Cincinnati, it's about the quarterback. Interesting how that works.
I didn't say that. He said it, by the way.
I'm coming at Hawk right now. Interesting. Brady, defense, top 10 defense. Top 10 defense. Aaron doesn't have defense. Oh, but Cincinnati over Cleveland because of the quarterback. Touchdown. Marvin Jones. I don't know, Jim. I don't know. Touchdown, Marvin.
They can't snap it here, Jim.
I'm giving Hawk a lot of crap today. There was something he said in the 4 o'clock, but he had fun with it. It was good.
It's all good. Fantasy Hawk, one of the OGs. I like when he shows up, gives his takes.
I do
even
too.
if they're wrong.
Yep.
Congo Cab here as well.
Mike
Jordan
Ross,
Warren.
sorry, your Galladay.
Jordan gave his as well. Cleveland, Cincy, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh last. That's a pretty hot take.
But okay, I find that really hard to believe because Tomlin's done a good job at that team. Their low is 8-8 under Tomlin. You know what I mean? Like their rock bottom in their run here since Tomlin's been the coach is 8-8.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why everyone's like, "Wow, Pittsburgh's going to be terrible this year." I mean, they've never been terrible with that like Ben Tomlin. Like they've been like 500, but they haven't been terrible. So I still think and the thing with Pittsburgh is, I mean, their receiving core is ridiculous. I mean, they could just feed Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool all day and win some games there if their defense plays even half okay. So I don't know. I'm low. I do see a path where Pittsburgh maybe isn't that good, but I don't know, man. I still think that team is they're just going to eke out some games. Like I said, they beat Baltimore last year. I think Baltimore is the one you should be a little bit worried about. I wouldn't be shocked if either one of them ended up regressing, but for me, I would side with Pittsburgh, over Baltimore.
Looking at the Baltimore schedule from last year and the losses that you pointed out. So Kansas City, Pittsburgh, New England. That New England game was like in a weird monsoon.
Yeah.
On Sunday Night Football. Tennessee in overtime. Pittsburgh. That final. Oh, that was the Wednesday game that they barely got in because of all the COVID issues.
Right.
And a loss at Buffalo in the divisional round.
Yeah. And that loss at Buffalo. That was a week, man. I mean, I'm not saying they should have won, but like it really wasn't that competitive a game. Like Buffalo's defense really isn't that good. It's okay, but like they didn't really put any pressure on them. So again, that to me, look at it this way. Buffalo beat them handily and Kansas City beat Baltimore handily. So how are you going to tell me that like Baltimore is all of a sudden this like elite team? Like I don't see it. And I think Cleveland made the biggest gains as like their defense, adding like a really like high-end safety. I just like it. So
well, and they've upgraded their roster. The big difference, as you already highlighted, Stefanski as opposed to Freddie Kitchens. There's less noise. Like I think they realized, okay, we got the elephant or we got the monkey off our back, whatever. They had a good season last year. They made the playoffs. Now it's like, okay, this is the expectation. He's laid the framework for that team. And they've only added to it. There's OBJ. There's only so much the running back can do.
Yeah.
No, look, if Pittsburgh is lights out on the defensive side, which I don't know how we feel, not too much has changed. Another year with Minka, of course, in the mix, Hayden in the mix.
The one area I'm worried about Pittsburgh is their O-line. But they are very good at getting the ball out quick, or they were last year. So, if they can run the ball a little bit more with Harris, even with a bit of a depleted line, and then just keep doing that kind of quick passing with, like I said, their elite wide receivers, I think they're probably going to be okay on offense, and their defense generally just takes care of itself, quite frankly. So,
no, that's classic. That's what we saw last year. Not classic because they started so well offensively, but what reason do we believe Pittsburgh, they could be really good for 6-7 weeks? No one's going to give them a chance. We were doing this last year in the fall. We were like, oh, watch out for Pittsburgh. When are people going to give Pittsburgh their respect? It all fell apart.
Yeah, completely.
And it came down to Big Ben and his execution. He's another year older. I don't know what kind of shape he's going to be in by training camp. I guess to be fair, we are fair hosts on this program. We'll have to keep an eye on what Big Ben looks like in training camp in terms of the shape he's in. Because I don't see how they could get off to a good start, and we're all going to be like, well, wait a minute, they did that last year. Why should we believe they're going to be any good at the end?
Yeah. True story, man.
I don't know. Just saying. Maybe, but to Hawk's point, maybe with a consistent, younger, fresh-legged running back coming out of the backfield, maybe that will help.
Yeah.
Because Big Ben was throwing the ball 50 times a game.
Oh, completely. No, absolutely. And that was the problem near the end. Their defense regressed a bit, and then they were relying on Big Ben. He really didn't play well at all. He also got no help from his receivers. Basically, just everyone, if we're being honest, everybody on the Steelers regressed. It's like everybody on the Steelers just kind of started to suck. Like their receivers started to suck, their defense started to suck. Ben was worse. Like everybody just kind of took a step down. So I guess on the other thing, maybe there's some kind of medium there where if they can just get a little bit better concerted effort. But it was a really weird season for Pittsburgh, and maybe you say, well, it was like part of the COVID thing, the starting and stopping, and I don't know, but it was a weird season with they kind of had they had to play the Wednesday game, and so you can make some excuses there.
A weird year.
I just don't know. Like you could make an argument that Pittsburgh has a good defense, just like Tampa. They got a veteran QB, just like Tampa. They got elite receivers like Tampa. Mm-hmm. Why can't they be this year's Tampa? I can actually see that argument, but I don't know. I feel more confident in another team. Like I probably feel more confident like Cleveland being that team than Pittsburgh. But I could see it, I guess. I'm picking them for second place in the division, so I'm clearly not like super down on them as a team.
Wild card?
Yeah, potential, but get in there for the wild card. I mean, there's extra wild card now, obviously. So.
Okay. Captain Blood, yeah, exactly. It didn't come down to just Big Ben. It came down to injuries on the defense. And yeah, it running back. Good.
Yep.
All right, Fantasy Hawk. I feel more up for this now that someone has asked for it. So we'll do it at the start of the third quarter. We'll play the schedule game with Pittsburgh.
Okay.
You in? I got it all written down.
I'm in. Deal me in.
Nice.
Dealer.
I love the scheduled game. And I'm already looking at it. I don't feel good about it. At least the start of it. Maybe this is. Edward Pride says, with Breeze retired, Ben has the noodle arm of the NFL award.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Najee Harris is a stud, that will help. He's just keep him on the field. You got to stay healthy. And I think, look, now that people are picking apart Ben's arm, we even saw, I mean, I'm not trying to compare the players. We even saw it with Patrick Mahomes. Like Andy Reid even acknowledged, we have to be multiple on offense. We can't be too predictable. We can't also make our quarterback throw the ball a bajillion times a game. That is... Oh, no! Touchdown! Wow! Galladay! Holy...
Galladay. But, okay, a little Hail Mary to end off the half here. We're giving hot takes about the Pittsburgh Steelers for some reason. I don't know how we got on them, but we're on them. We're going to do their schedule in the third quarter. Galladay, though, how long was that? Like 60 yards?
64 yards. 64.
All right, man.
Wow. That was awesome.
It was totally awesome. One last thing on Ben, too. Don't forget, he had the elbow surgery last year, so now he's a year removed from that. I could see his arm being a little bit better this year. It's just something to think about. I guess it could just be like, you know, terrible and like he's done, but I could also see that arm perhaps being a tad bit better this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, like I said, it comes down to how they manage him too. So
yep.
We will look at stats quick. Then we got to go to a video from the Sweat, and then we'll dive into that Pittsburgh schedule. Baker, 17 of 19, 195, 2 touchdowns. Stafford is 8 of 12, 155, 2 touchdowns. One coming to Galladay there at the end. We got Tate from Ops, producer Michael. We have Daniel here as well on the ones and twos. Chubb, six carries, 33 yards. Kerryon Johnson, 5 for 18. Adrian Peterson has arrived. Nothing out of Kareem Hunt in the running game, which is notable. We'll go to the receivers. Folks are ready. Yeah, Williams, you're right. Harris being there should help. OBJ with a good half. 5 for 87. Hooper, 4 for 25. Galladay, 2 for 87, including that 64-yard touchdown. Njoku, 2 for 11 and a touchdown. Higgins, 2 for 49. Marvin Jones, 2 for 16 and a score. Landry, 2 for 11. And there might be a couple more, and then we'll go to the video. Yeah, there's Hunt, 1 catch. Hunt, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Hawkinson, Swift, Jesse James. Wow, a lot of randos here.
Yeah.
And Kerryon Johnson.
Big passing quarter for the Browns.
Yeah. All right, not bad. 17-14. Earlier today on the Sweat, Rob Font and Cody Garbrandt were the topic of UFC Chase or Fade.
Okay, we have a bantamweight bout for this week's main event between Rob Font and Cody Garbrandt. This fight is a pick'em right now at -110 for each fighter. So are you fading a bet on the money line and going somewhere else in the sports book for this one?
So Cody Garbrandt, he had a really serious bout with COVID where he got pneumonia, he had blood clots, like he was in really bad shape. So that's kind of concerning to me. Like we've seen some athletes where they have COVID and they come back and their cardio is not the same, or their brain is like, they have like brain fog. It's like, it's really strange. So that kind of worries me for this fight. Font has a big reach advantage. He's got a 6-inch reach advantage. He's got a really good jab. So he's going to use that reach advantage to really like pepper Garbrandt with his jab. And Font has good striking volume. He's landing 5 significant strikes per minute. I like Font to pick Garbrandt apart using his jab and his range and his reach. And like I said, like Garbrandt's bout with COVID does concern me for this fight. So I would look at Font.
All right, we are back. Be sure to join folks like Jeff Ulrich on the Sweat Monday through Friday. So we're back on Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Jesse Cofield from the studio. That's good to see. Jesse making use of the DraftKings studio in Boston. That's nice. Weekdays, 11 o'clock. It's that first hour that leads into the first Madden Sim of the day at noon. Scores have been updated by Tate. Tate is working solo on the night shift. Brother Phil is agreeing with you. Yes, Big Ben did have surgery, so that should bode well. Like I said, I think they got to manage him. Like, manage it properly. If you're asking him to throw it 50 times a game,
totally, that was ridiculous.
By the end of the year, you're not putting the guy in the best position. But at that point, to be fair to Pittsburgh, they had no other way of winning games because of the injury.
Because their defense was bad, and they had to throw the ball that many times. So it was a weird end of the season, and then their schedule was weird, and it was just all weird, for being honest. So I'm like, you know what? I'm very glad we got the football season in last year mainly because I love football, and but I like this year's gonna be better. For being honest, we got a bunch of awesome rookie QBs.
You know, we got guys like Stafford going to different spots.
We still don't know what's happening with a couple guys, you know, Aaron Rodgers mainly, but it's gonna be lit. This year's gonna be fun, man. Fans back in the stadium, a regular schedule. We can get some preseason games most likely. Oh, it's gonna be great. I legitimately just can't wait. Like,
you make a really good point, and I don't think a lot of people have talked about this enough. Just a bigger picture thought. You know, the fact that we got a season in, every team in the NFL could have easily just been like, you know what, odd year. Let's just flush this one down the toilet. Let's run it back. Bring everyone back. We'll be fine. Nope. It went like, Jeff, if anything, it went like a year like where a lot of teams were like really just, they were just, it's not good enough. We need to be better. We need to, Aaron Rodgers, I'm sick of this. I want out. Matt Stafford, I'm done. I'm done being here. Get me out of here. If anything, like it did to a lot of people in this pandemic, you got to appreciate the time you have. You know, Matt Stafford's like, okay, you know what? I've had to wear a mask. I've had to go through these protocols. I don't want to do it in Detroit. Get me out of here. You know? It was
I'm done.
A wake-up call, you know? I think in a way it was like, oh.
Aaron Rodgers used the season to, you know, like win the MVP and stick it in like his entire management team, basically. Tom Brady used it to switch teams and, like, you know, just dominate. I mean, it was crazy, actually, when you think about it. I mean, you know, Tom Brady changing teams and winning, having all these guys now like move like on the verge of changing teams, like it definitely opened some eyes. So it was like I'm glad that year is over, but it was also kind of like gonna mark a bit of a changing point in the NFL last season. So
seriously, it was. And like you said, I think there's a lot of we could have easily been at this point now and been like, you know, last year it was a tough year. I don't mean to minimize that, but just we could have easily been like, you know what? Let's all just forget about that 2020 season. This year's going to be better. If anything, I think there's momentum carrying over from how last year ended. So
yeah, no, absolutely.
At the end of the day, you know, Tom won, but there are good things to take from it. All right, let's play the game.
Yeah, okay, let's do it.
Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Were you trying to mute yourself to burp?
No, I just burped. I didn't even have time to unmute myself.
It wasn't Wiley, right?
Wasn't Wiley that time. Did come out my mouth though. Okay, where are we here? What's going on? Okay, good to go.
Okay. Here we go. We're gonna play the schedule game because the Hawk asked for it. We've been giving him crap, so he deserves it. Week 1, Pittsburgh is on the road.
Yeah.
Buffalo. 1 o'clock game.
I could see Pittsburgh winning this game. I'm going to give him the upset. I'm going to give him the W.
Give him the dub. All right. Yeah. I will give them a loss. Week 2, Congo Cab. Home Vegas.
Yeah, that's a win. Congo Cab is right. I'm sorry, but like, that's a win.
Yeah, it's a win. Sorry. Okay. Week 3, home, 1 o'clock, Cincinnati.
I like the Bengals, but I'll probably go with the split here and say that the Steelers win this game at home.
Okay, I've got them winning. So you have them at 3-0. Okay.
I do.
Week 4 at Green Bay. Let's assume it's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, a big L here.
Okay, that's my that's their first loss, according to Jeff. We have a touchdown for Detroit in the sim. It is Swift with the touchdown. Okay, cool. Moving on. We'll look at the Swift real quick. I'll just give it to the people. Swift ownership. I have him in my lineup. Let me check it out real fast. In our contest, 25.8% owned, 3% in the captain spot. We also know that Tate is lightning quick making the updates here. There it is. Thanks, producer Michael. 23% owned. Swift in the big free showdown, 2% in the captain. Okay, moving on. Week 4, you say loss at Green Bay. I agree. So I have Buffalo at 2-2. Pittsburgh at 2-2. Excuse me. Pittsburgh 2-2. Week 5, Pittsburgh is home against Denver.
Again, we're assuming no Aaron Rodgers here since we put him on the Packers. So I'll definitely give him the win here. I mean, it's either going to be Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater against Steelers D. Give me Pittsburgh.
Okay. Jeff has them at 4-1. I have them at 3-2 through 5 weeks. Let's go to week 6. It's their game before the bye.
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football against Seattle.
Yeah, I'm going to give him the L here. I actually kind of like, you know what? I speak ill of the Seahawks and Pete Carroll, but I kind of actually like what they've done. A couple moves in the offseason. I think the Seahawks might be like a sneaky team to back for the Super Bowl, if I'm being dead honest. I'm kind of making like a 180 here, but I like Russ on the road in this spot. I don't think the Steelers are that good that you just take them automatically against Russ. So I'm going to give him the L here.
Agree. I'm going to give him an L. Okay. So they hit the bye, week 7. Week 8, Pittsburgh is back on Halloween at Cleveland, 1 o'clock.
Halloween at Cleveland, hey? I think Cleveland decimates them here. I think they stamp them. I'm going to give Pittsburgh the L. I know it's after the bye. And honestly, I don't know if Tomlin is like a good bye coach either. So, yeah.
A reason for coming off the loss to Seattle, a bye week. Maybe some guys are nicked up. I'm going to give them the win here.
That's fair.
Okay.
It's a good spot to take an upset win because it's after the bye, and like you said. So.
All right, week 9. Pittsburgh is home Monday Night Football against the Chicago Bears.
Interesting game, man. I mean, I'm high on Justin Fields, but I will give, I think the Steelers are still like, a little bit better version of the Browns, solid defense. So give me the win here for Pittsburgh, but this one could definitely be an upset. I think Fields is going to be really good. So
I've got them winning this game. Yep, I'm giving them a win. Give them a win. Week 10, that's a pass downfield.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, baby.
Hollywood Higgins. Oh, he couldn't make it.
Slow down.
Yeah, what are you doing? Running in circles? Put on the afterburners, bro. Oh, well. Nice game, but, man, running a straight line. Got a little confused there.
So we are at the halfway point. Jeff has Pittsburgh at 5-3, and I have them at 5-3. Okay. Week number 10. Pittsburgh is home against Detroit.
Yeah.
Sunday at 1.
Yeah, it's a W.
Okay, good. I have them winning 3 in a row. Okay. Week 11 at the Chargers. Sunday Night Football. I'll go first. I'm giving them the loss.
You're going to give them the loss?
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a close game, though, I think.
Yeah, I am going to go with... I'm going to give them the win here. No, I'm going to give them the loss.
Okay.
Chubb.
Nick Chubb just wants to keep running. Into the wall he goes. Run, Nick.
Run, Nick, run.
Nick Chubb in the contest. 40% owned, 9.9% captained. Cleveland takes the lead, about to go up 3 with the extra point. All right, we're almost there. Week 12 at Cincinnati.
I'm going to give him the L here, too. 2 road losses in a row.
Oh, that'd be So Pittsburgh. All right, I'll do it too. Loss. At that point, too, Joe Burrow's in the mix. The rookie receivers feeling good. They've got the. Oh, who knows? Maybe the offensive line doesn't hold up and Burrow's already out for the year.
That's a possibility too, but we'll take the positive approach.
All right, fine. 2 straight losses. They're not that good. They're going to take 2 straight. So all of you that disagree, too bad. Week 13, here we go. So now we go the week after into December. The Pittsburgh Steelers are home, 4:25 against Baltimore.
Yeah, I will give them the win here for sure.
Okay.
Like I said, I'll take Pittsburgh over Baltimore this year. Yeah.
All right, win. Got them both winning here.
Yep.
Week 14. This is an interesting game. Thursday night football at Minnesota.
Yeah. I'm going to give them the win here. I think they bounce back a little bit. It's a short week. I am not big on Minnesota at all. Minnesota could be a little bit better, but I'm just never like a big Mike Zimmer fan. I'm still not sold that their defense is going to bounce back. So I'll give Pittsburgh the edge here.
I will. I'm going to give them a loss. I'm going to give them a loss. That's a big spot. Baltimore feeling good. Now, who knows what Minnesota looks like by week 14 to what you just said.
Yeah, Minnesota is a real tough team to kind of figure because their defense could go either way. They could improve. Like they made a few moves. They got some rookies in there, but I don't really see them taking a big jump. And you still got Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
So I'll take Pittsburgh in that spot.
So they better win that game. Really, because if you want to include the Baltimore matchups, which they don't play Baltimore till week 13, like we just talked about, we both have them winning that game. These final 4, what a freaking tough stretch here for the Steelers.
It's pretty tough.
This is a tough stretch.
Yeah.
So keep this in mind as we go to the final 4 games. Week 15.
Let's do these final 4 like as one.
Okay. So here's what the Steelers finish with, everybody. They play Thursday night, late in the season at Minnesota. 10 days off. These are the final 4 for Pittsburgh. So if you want to throw out the record that you think they're going to have in these final 4, please do. Home Tennessee, at Kansas City, Cleveland at home Monday Night Football, at Baltimore. Wow. That is, that's quite a stretch. What do you think?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them the win at home versus Pittsburgh, the loss versus Kansas City, the loss versus Cleveland, and that last game at Baltimore. That could be that's probably for a wild card spot. So I'm going to give them the W. I picked them. I can't not pick them there because I picked them over Baltimore, like I said. So. I'm going 2-2, losses to Kansas City and Cleveland, wins over Tennessee and Baltimore. I'm not necessarily sold Tennessee is going to be, have another good year. Their defense was awful last year, and I don't know if they've done enough to improve it either.
So after 10 days off, home Tennessee, I'll give them a win.
Yeah.
I think they lose to Kansas City. That might be a situation for Kansas City too, where they could lock up the 1 seed or something at that stage. That's a big game. Yep. They won't mess around.
No.
Not to say that anyone messes around at this stage. Now, this is where it gets interesting because I had the Steelers winning against Cleveland in week 8. You had them losing at Cleveland. So I am going to give them a loss here. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm going to give them a win here. And then at Baltimore, loss. So I think if they can go 2-2 in those last 4, I feel like they're going to be in a good spot.
We both got them penciled in for 2-2, so probably makes sense. But yeah, you're right. That last schedule, man. Like if they're banged up or something, I mean, the season could fall apart there. So
you have them at 10-7.
That sounds about right, man. Challenging for a wild card. Nothing fancy.
Wow, I have 9 wins.
Fantasy Hawk, didn't you have them as the worst team in the division? Now you got them at 12-5. Is that? Oh no,
no. He thinks Cleveland's the worst team.
You had the Browns. Never mind.
I have Pittsburgh at 9-8. That feels a little disrespectful.
Well, it's a tough division. I mean, I don't think it's disrespectful. I mean, one game and they're probably in the wild card. The other game, they're 9-8 or almost 500. So tough division, man. AFC North is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be an interesting division. Like I said, I think Cleveland has the most upside there next year, but it's close. I fully admit it.
So, I mean, I know we did the Patriots on like when scheduled date. Well, actually, we'll get to that in a second. Let's remind everybody, like we did off the top of the show, get involved with the Madden season. We're starting a Madden season on Monday, and the little twist we're giving to this Madden season, we've done these in the past if you've been with us for a while, we're going to simulate the entire 2021 NFL regular season. There's a free-to-play pool. You can find that in the promotion section on DraftKings.com. You can also go to the DraftKings Sportsbook on the app on both fronts, or you can go to the pool section on the Sportsbook. Just got to answer a series of questions that are related to the Madden, not the real life, as I botched earlier. It's free. Get involved. There's about 30,000 entries already. It's one entry per account. Be sure to get involved. So I think I had the Patriots. We did the Patriots schedule, very similar, 10 wins, 9 wins. So New England, Pittsburgh could be two teams. Those are two teams that are going to be vying for a wild card.
Two teams with coaches who've been around for a while. They know how to, scratch out wins. They've got, really some high-end defensive guys. Patriots added a lot in free agency too. So, yeah, I think those two teams are similar. I mean, a little bit of questionable quarterback play, but they're also teams where if they get like a little bit, like if Ben improves a little bit, if Cam improves a little bit, I mean, that could be the difference between going like, 11-6 or 10-7. I mean, Cam doesn't fumble and down the stretch, or if he makes a couple extra plays, I mean, could be it. And and when I say Cam, I probably mean Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing too, for Pittsburgh, if you're a Pittsburgh fan, or even just someone that follows the NFL and you watch the Pittsburgh Steelers, like you got to be. What did they start last year? 10-0, 11-0.
Yeah, I think it was 11-0 or 10-0. I think 10-0.
I mean, this schedule through the first 10 games, you have them at 6 wins. You have them at 6-3 through 10 weeks.
Okay. It's an easier opening, I think. Like they have like the Raiders out there as a touchdown.
You know what? Now that you say that, I want to look at their schedule last year and see what remind me.
Carry on Johnson, excuse me.
Yeah, I think it was Hawk who came in here right before the sim started. Carry on Johnson, got to play him. Or no, he said Galladay. Someone else said Carry on Johnson. The newest Philadelphia Eagle.
That's right. I like that pickup.
That's right. We were together, and I was like, any reaction to Carry on Johnson being waived? He's like, yeah, what are they doing?
Makes no sense.
Pittsburgh Steelers last year, they opened the season. Jeff, I don't know about this. Look at their schedules from last year. They had an early bye. Pittsburgh, here are the 10 games they won to start the year. At the Giants on Monday night. Home Denver. Home Houston. Bye week. Home Philly. Home Cleveland. Then it got tough. At Tennessee. At Baltimore. Won both of those games by 5 points or less. At Dallas with no Dak.
Yep.
Home Cincinnati. At Jacksonville. And then home Baltimore. That's a pretty,
let's put it this way. They had the AFC South and the NFC East on their schedule, which, included Houston, Jacksonville was the worst team in the league, and the NFC East, which basically had 4 terrible teams. So, yeah. It does make the argument there that Pittsburgh could be ripe for some huge regression. But I guess you can make that about all the NFC or AFC North teams, right? They all played the same week schedule, so
yeah.
Like I said, Baltimore didn't have any quality wins last year, So
hey, we're just about at 200 likes on the stream. If you are willing and have not given out your like yet, please hit that like button.
Smash that like, boys and girls. Guys and girls.
Game.
Guys and dolls.
Brian C. Someone pointed out Amendola too. Brian C. is the Babysitter Billy Award going to Amendola. I guess a front runner. Not much going on. So, yeah, but like if anyone, even if Pittsburgh had an easy schedule like last year, for anyone to expect a team to start 10-0 is like, come on.
Yep.
It's just a damn cough, man. How many of those games were moved back because of COVID? I knew someone would bring this up. Yeah, the Baltimore game, week 12, was played on. That was a Wednesday game. Yep. Pittsburgh was involved with a lot of the COVID stuff in the first 9 weeks of the season, but I think it was their opposition. Like, remember how Tennessee had some issues? Tennessee had like a Monday night game that got moved to Tuesday. All of those games, except the Baltimore game, which was played on a Wednesday, all of Pittsburgh's games. Remember Pittsburgh had a game? That Pittsburgh game at New York was not supposed to be on Monday night. I don't think.
That's right. They had like it was an early start. It would start at like 3 Eastern or something, didn't it? Or like 5 Eastern, like something ridiculous. As Higgins on another catch. But yeah, you're right. They did have a weird schedule. It was weird, but yeah, I don't know. Steelers had an easy beginning, had a weird one, and injuries at the end of the year. I don't know.
Thundering Ice on Twitch has Pittsburgh at 8-9. No, we're not Pittsburgh fans. We just wanted Fantasy Hawk wanted us to play the schedule game, and I enjoyed it. I think it's a fun exercise.
It is totally. And it's got to be a touchdown here. It sure is.
Higgins,
big game for Hollywood Higgins. Hollywood.
Wow, nice catch.
This game is, by the way, as we're jib-jabbering here about the Steelers, this game is lit. They're about to be 31-28.
Still a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah.
Still 6 minutes left. Higgins just hit the bonus, too. Oh, Edward Pry, good note. So I guess Pittsburgh have... Oh, okay. This is starting to come back to me. Thank you. If you're a Pittsburgh fan or if you are smarter than Jeff and I, you're much appreciated. Yes, Pittsburgh had a week 4 bye week. Not because that was when their bye was, but because...
Right.
To which I say, though, every team has an early bye. Like, come on, the bye week thing, you throw that out the window. Your bye is your bye. Too bad.
Your bye is your bye.
It is, though, right? Like, we don't go into every year like, I hope I get the... I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel, but... shucks, we got an early bye. Season's over. Early bye this year.
You play to win the game. Your bye is your bye.
Yeah, get out of here with that. Oh, the bye was early. So I guess, whoever has an early bye week, they're screwed.
Write them off. Get them out of here.
Look, NFL bye weeks. So now with the extra game, the byes are not going to start till week 6. Falcons, Saints, Jets, Niners all have the week 6 bye. They're in trouble.
Well, they're talking about going to like a two
bye.
2 buys.
Double bye.
That's right. There you go. Double bye.
Which, good, right? 2 preseason games and fill those in with bye weeks.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind it.
Tennessee and Pittsburgh was postponed. It's all coming back, right? And that game was not played.
Yeah, the Titans had the massive outbreak.
Right. And that game was not played until week 7.
Yeah, last year there's so many twists and turns.
I'm impressed that folks even remember this stuff.
No, I know. It was an exhausting year, if we're being honest. Like, it was, we're doing leaderboard lives on like Wednesdays, and you're trying to preview the week, and it's like, who's playing, who's not playing. You get to Sunday, you're like, is anyone going to be ruled out? The Ravens were starting. Who are they starting? Like, I can't even remember who they started. Trace McSorley, was getting starts. Like, who was? Like I said, I'm just happy. I just want that to be cool year. Glad we got it in, but I do not want to go through that again.
It's just a damn cough, man. Settle down there, Kenny Glasheen. The bye was forced. throws a wrench into plans. Yeah. What was Pittsburgh going to do? What was going to be so drastically different with their plan? Coach has been there forever. Quarterback's been there forever. You deal with injuries no matter when your bye is. This is not a Kenny take. It's just logical.
It's true. Like, didn't Green Bay have like a week 4 bye too? They were fine.
They were fine. They were in the NFC title game. But, wait a minute. They weren't good enough. They didn't win.
It certainly didn't affect Pittsburgh early on. Like, they won their first 10 games. So it's not like the week 4 bye was like,
yeah, seriously.
affected.
Oh, yeah. Threw a wrench in my plan. Oh, crap. We're 10-0. Must have been a big wrench to get over. Seriously, like, come on.
Come on, guys. Oh! A bouncy ball there, action. 2nd and 10. Stafford wheeling and dealing here. Settle down there, Kenny Glasheen.
That's good.
I like the diss though. I like the just a damn Kaufman, right, to calling you Kenny.
Because my voice.
I've done like 5 NFL segments with Kenny the last 2 weeks, and we've disagreed on pretty much every win total. So one of us is going to be very wrong next year. It's probably him.
Clint says postponing a game a couple days before it happens means you didn't rest. You could also look at the reverse of that, though, meaning you had more time before you had to play the game. So when Pittsburgh and the Ravens play on a Wednesday night, yes, there's a faster turnaround, but didn't the Baltimore and Pittsburgh games get moved up again to like Monday night or Tuesday night the following week because of that? Lisa says Ducey has definitely rubbed off on Glash.
And he's with them.
I guess we can't talk about last year now. Everything was not fair. Nothing was fair.
Write it off. Right off the Super Bowl win, too. Tom's only got 6 rings. There's a touchdown.
I mean, didn't we start this sim by being like, it was a great year last year?
Yeah, I know.
Now you know what? Now it's opposite. I've changed my mind in 3.
Put a big asterisk. Take the jewels out of Tom's ring.
Last year was stupid.
Silver band. That's all he gets. I'm down for that. Give the ring to Aaron Rodgers. He won the MVP. He should get a Super Bowl ring.
Yep, doesn't count.
35-31 Detroit. This game is just, nobody can stop anybody. It's going forever. It's cutting into my dinner time. And I got to do a sim with Kaufman next. Oh, if I have to do that on an empty stomach, guys.
Yeah, it's tough. Lisa says I'm whining. I am whining about you guys whining. That's what I'm whining about.
No, it's fair. I mean, every team did. Glash is right. Every team had they had weird schedule changes, things that went wrong. You know, COVID outbreaks, whatever. So everyone was kind of in the same boat. But it's a fair point. If we're being honest, early buys aren't ideal. They're not the most ideal. It's better to have a buy either in the mid or later in the season. But you're right. I'm not making that argument. I'm not getting on that side. I agree. Especially last year, everybody dealt with adversity. It's not an excuse. I agree.
It's good that this game is good, because I think then people would be like, shut up to me. It's a good sim, so people are distracted by the good sim, which is good. I think our friend Reggie is in first place in our free contest, which is titled, Wear Knee Pads to Protect Your Kneecaps. It's a Dan Campbell sim. It will be the last year. Notice how we have not discussed anything about the Lions. Basically.
There's not much to discuss. They have a tough schedule, too. If you look at the Lions' schedule, pretty sure they play the NFC West. I really thought they'd take a high-end receiver, maybe. They didn't. These teams cannot stop moving the ball. Insane. Rashard Higgins has got to be well over the bonus. Baker's 365 yards. What's Higgins at? Higgins has got to be 150 or something. 202 yards for Rashard Higgins. 6 receptions. Hope you rostered Hollywood.
There's good energy in the sim. Hit that Jim for a great sim here. Baker. Wide open, OBJ.
What's OBJ at? Higgins has over 200 yards. Baker has 380. Is Beckham near the bonus?
Yeah, he's got it.
Got it. There you go.
Yep. I think he just added to it. He already had it at that point.
127 and 7 for Odell. Where are my lineups at? Still doing terrible.
Mo says y'all can discuss Jared Goff.
Jared Goff, yeah. I think we can discuss that the Lions are probably going to be drafting quarterback high next year. That's what we can discuss. It was Baker rolling. Oh, he can run it. Oh!
So Galladay bonus, Higgins bonus, Baker bonus, OBJ bonus.
A lot of bonuses.
Lots of
them.
You
get a bonus. You get a bonus. You get a bonus.
Stafford bonus as well. So 5.
I'm in 39th out of 132. Not bad. Not showing off, but not terrible. Here you go, Baker. Oh, Baker goes down. Detroit. I'm making a stand here. 30-21. Biting some kneecaps.
Try not to look at me sideways, a.k.a. Mike Drum, a Glash. I'm sure the Broncos don't want to count last year. Nope, not fair. They had to start some wide receiver from Wake Forest at quarterback. So we will not count. We can just pick, you know what? We can just pick certain teams it doesn't count for. That's a first down. Hooper.
Hoop a loop, man.
Clint says Goff's going to shine in Detroit. What exactly is going to shine? Jeff, are you a WWE guy?
I was when I was younger. I don't follow it right now. No, I'm not like anti WWE. I like the product. But.
Okay. YDG's asking. I am not. Asking on Twitch. Good to have you on Twitch as well.
Yeah, I'm not up to date on like the latest goings on. I always ask Rossi for updates. Rossi's like my source. Yeah, not. I don't follow it. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I used to watch all the Raws and all the SmackDowns, like back in like the Attitude Era and like the. I don't even know what it was. What do we got here? Are they going to use a timeout? What's going on?
You got 3 of them. What are we doing here?
I guess they don't. What?
Landry makes the catch. The clock's moving.
What do we? All right. Well, 11 seconds. Guess they figure they just need one play. So here we go. This is it. Ball game.
Come on, Baker. Jeff Ulrich believes in you this season.
I do. Get her done. Another one to Hollywood.
You are doing the next sim with Kaufman?
I am.
Okay. Falcons, Panthers at 8 o'clock. Kaufman, Moose.
Oh, no. We took the
Timeout. There you go. Still got one more.
Yep.
At 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark, Kaufman and Rossi.
Oh, it's Rossi popping in for a little Madden After Dark. That's cool.
Texans and the Seahawks. That's the rest of your lineup for tonight. We are back tomorrow at 4.
You and me?
Yep.
Oh, good.
I'm here for 3 tomorrow. Noon, 2, and 4. So we can play more scheduled games to fill our afternoon. Baker.
No.
Pull the timeout.
Oh, they got it. They got the timeout. No. Oh, that was 4th down.
That was 4th and goal.
That was 4th and goal. Oh, my.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I forgot it was 4th down. Wow. That was crazy.
That was weird. I know. I forgot it was 4th down, too. And then Detroit just kneeled in their end zone, but I guess he kneeled on the goal line, so it didn't count as a safety. I thought they were going to give him a safety there. All right. Yeah, I think his momentum just kept him outside of the end zone. So that was close, though.
Yeah.
Anyways, doesn't matter. Game's over on that play either way. So 35-31. That was a good game, man.
All right. I think the MVP, the Krusty Kaufman player, it's got Higgins, right? 200 yards.
Yeah, Higgins for sure. 200 yards. Like easy call. 32.2 points. In the flex. Babysitter Billy Award. Ooh, it's actually going to be tough.
Maybe 2 choice. I mean, Amendola 1 catch. Landry had 3 catches.
Who's in here talking about Amendola pregame? I'm gonna go with Landry though. In this game, him having 3 catches, he was 34% owned. Terrible.
Okay. Good job, Tate. Super sharp on the updates. I think Reggie's going to hold on here for first place. Galladay captained Mayfield, Stafford, Chubb, Hooper, and Higgins in the free public contest, an 11-way tie for first. All right, that's it. Thank you so much for all of you tuning in. Really do appreciate the back and forth. It's always a good time. I'm back tomorrow at noon, 2 and 4. 3 ones tomorrow. One with Jeff at 4 o'clock. So it'll be fun. All right, man. Good luck. Have fun with Kaufman.
I will. I won't, but I will.
Yeah. It's fine. Keep them in line. Coming up next. And thank you to producer Michael and Daniel as well. Good job, guys. They're back for the rest of the night. Coming up next here on the Dream Stream, it's the Fantasy Feast podcast with Ross Tucker, Joe Dolan. They discuss the ideal draft positions in best ball for players like Deshaun Watson and Aaron Rodgers.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I got a ridiculous deal going on right now, by the way. Hammer the over. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. You can see the helmets and the game balls and that stuff behind me. I love podcasting now. Got a bunch of shows. Andrew Berry, the Cleveland Browns general manager, is on today's Ross Tucker football podcast. Yesterday, Steve Fezzik broke down the NFL schedule like nobody else can on the Even Money podcast from a betting perspective. Warren Sharp on Monday went over the inequities in the NFL schedule. Then even before that, last week, we had Michael North from the NFL explaining the schedule, and Matt Nagy, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, and Micah Parsons, the first-round pick of the Dallas Cowboys. Simply put, if you want 30 minutes of on-demand football content, we got you 7 days a week with all of our various shows. The exact same time as your commute or your workout, at least for a bunch of you. Check them all out wherever podcasts are found or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Like I said, this podcast is all about fantasy, and quite frankly, it's all about Joe Dolan, the number 1 ranked fantasy analyst in the world over the last 5 years, according to fantasypros.com. Check Joe out on Twitter at FG_Dolan. He is the fantasy gangsta. You also should check out his website, fantasypoints.com. They've got all kinds of studs over there. I mean, the Guru, John Hansen. We've got Scott Barrett, Graham Barfield, Greg Cosell from NFL Films. It's unbelievable. Just when you go to fantasypoints.com, make sure you use the code 21Feast. That's the key. That way you get a discount on all of their knowledge. Today's knowledge, Joe, is going to be about DraftKings Best Ball. A little birdie told me they will be launching it within the week. I love Best Ball. You know this. I know a lot of people are going to want to dive into it right away. I want to make sure that the biggest questions they have, whether it's some of these quarterback situations or some of these rookies, I want to make sure they're answered. We'll get to, your wide receiver rookie rankings the next couple weeks, which is awesome. We already did quarterbacks, tight ends, running backs the last couple weeks after the draft. So we'll get back to the receivers. But today we will specifically dive in to some of these best ball issues. I mean, Joe, even Aaron Rodgers is something we need to talk about, I suppose, from a best ball standpoint.
And Ross, I mean, let's just keep this in mind. Now we're going to do, we kind of did a best ball primer a couple months ago, but since DraftKings, our partners here, are going to be launching very shortly, we decided to kind of just do a little bit of a refresher. But let's be honest, with the exception of some young guys who we'll talk about, and we'll always mention, that's more of a dynasty slant. Over the next 3 months, everything we talk about on the Fantasy Feast podcast is going to be filtered through the lens of best ball. Because right now it's the best way to provide fantasy analysis because it gives you real-time views of the market. Now, I might say at some point, I think Najee Harris is going to be a first-round pick by the end of August and give you that kind of a long-term view. But we are seeing the markets, and especially once DraftKings throws its hat into the fold, we're seeing these markets move in real time. We're seeing how the news affects some of these ADPs. Joe Burrow yesterday, for instance, Adam Schefter reported it looks like he's going to be all systems go for week 1. Now, you might or might not believe that, but that might boost up his ADP, might boost up the ADP of some of the receivers that are on the Cincinnati Bengals. We have the Aaron Rodgers situation. If and when that comes to a resolution, the ADPs of a lot of players are going to be affected. The Deshaun Watson situation, which, I mean, clearly is far messier than that of Aaron Rodgers, if and when that comes to any sort of resolution, we're going to see a bunch of ADPs move. So the best ball gives you a real-time view of how people playing fantasy, a lot of them extremely good, because we call them the sickos, Ross. Sickos like me and you who are doing best ball drafts months and months and months and months before the NFL season. We're going to change our opinions as we do more drafts. I didn't think I'd be in on Lamar Jackson this year, but I'm seeing him slip into the 6th round. That's a price point I'm willing to enter. We're going to be forming our own opinions the more drafts we do. I love best ball because with best ball, I don't have to speculate on my takes. I don't have to say, well, I think by the time my league with me and my buddies drafts on Labor Day weekend, I don't have to say, I think this is where that guy's going to go. I know where guys are going right now, and I can see if they're moving up or down, and that's why I love best ball. In addition to, I mean, of course, if you're good at it, you win money. So, hey, that's good for everybody.
Yeah, a couple good points there, Joe. Number one, if you want to hear like a best ball 101, we did that back, I think, in February, maybe March. So go back. You can see Best Ball 101 if you're not overly familiar. Today's not going to be about that. Today's going to be about, hey, DraftKings is launching. We're going to have some drafts with you guys on DraftKings Best Ball where you get to go against Joe and I and see what you can do. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I love Best Ball because what I love is the draft. I don't enjoy roster management that much. I'm too busy during the season. I love doing best ball drafts. I love seeing my teams draft and done. That's what best ball is. You draft and then you're done. And then during the season, you see how you do. They insert your best player in the lineup at each position every week, and you see how you did in the draft. So I love it. I'm glad DraftKings is bringing it out now that we know where all these guys are. Most of the free agents, obviously, and all of the rookies. You mentioned Deshaun Watson, Joe. Mm-hmm. I want to start there because I know you've thought about it. What round is just right for you when it comes to taking Deshaun Watson?
Well, the best comparison that I can give you right now, because DraftKings hasn't launched Best Ball yet, is Best Ball 10s, which is run by the NFFC, which has full point PPR. And there are some different rules because that you draft defenses in those leagues as well. But currently his ADP is QB 17 at 157 overall. That's gonna make him kind of a 13th, 14th round pick. And I would suppose that's the right spot for me, given the upside. I mean, we're talking about a top 3 fantasy quarterback here. But if you ask me, well, what do I think is going to happen? I don't know what's going to happen. I can't possibly know what's going to happen. These lawsuits are serious. These allegations are serious. Is there going to be criminal charges? There is so much going on. If there aren't criminal charges, if these lawsuits are settled, is Watson suspended by the NFL? The NFL has very clearly shown that it will step in instances like this and levy its own suspension. So I'm very conservative here. I think that 13th, 14th round ADP is probably, I guess I would say fair for Deshaun Watson because of the upside. And we'll get into the quarterback position in general because some of the old tried and true strategies I'm finding aren't working this year. But I think that's fair. And that's probably the right spot for me. But quite frankly, I haven't found myself drafting Deshaun Watson much at all because I think it might be better than 50-50 doesn't play at all this year.
Man, it's interesting because we know the nature of best ball, right? Like you want to take big swings. You want to take guys that can put up some big numbers for you. And Deshaun Watson can absolutely do that, Joe. I mean, if he plays, whether it's for the Texans or somebody else, 13th or 14th round is a steal.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, he's going to win you a bunch of weeks there, a bunch of games.
How many weeks does he play, though, Ross, is the question? Because even if these things are settled, if there's criminal charges, if there's not criminal charges, does the NFL step in and levy a suspension? It's impossible for me to answer that question right now. You have a lot of podcasts, Ross. I might be the least qualified person to talk about of all the podcasts you do to talk about what is going to happen with Deshaun Watson and the sexual assault allegations. I just don't know.
What about Aaron Rodgers? You know, he's in a very different situation. There is some percentage chance he doesn't play, Joe, but it would seem to me like that is a lot lower than the percentage chance that Deshaun Watson doesn't play.
I think Rodgers plays, and my hope, because it's easy for me, and I'm a lazy ass, is that he stays in Green Bay and he plays pissed off again, and he tries to go win a Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers is being drafted like Aaron Rodgers is going to play. He's QB8 since the start of May on Best Ball 10s. His ADP is about 91 overall. That plops him into the 8th round. That's pretty fair. I actually don't see his ADP. It might move up around maybe 2 if he says he's coming back, and it might move up around or maybe 2 if, for instance, he goes to, which is the betting market favorite, if he doesn't play in Green Bay, which would be Denver. And I think you could look at Denver and say, from a talent standpoint, Denver might actually have – Denver doesn't have Devontae Adams. But you might be able to look at Denver and say, from a talent standpoint, Denver is more well-rounded. Denver has more depth than the Green Bay Packers have. You know, you got Cortland Sutton, who's coming off an injury, of course, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Tim Patrick. That's just at wide receiver. And then you got Noah Fant at tight end, Gordon and Javonte Williams out of the backfield. You know, I think you're downgrading your number one wide receiver and you're downgrading at running back, but there's still a lot of talent there in Denver. But Aaron Rodgers is being drafted right now as if he is going to play. That's the right price for me. I think that 8th round, I have dabbled in Aaron Rodgers in best ball thus far with the assumption that he's going to play. Now, one thing I have done when I've drafted Aaron Rodgers is I have doubled up relatively quickly with a QB2 I feel good about. I've been pairing him a little bit with Trevor Lawrence. I've been pairing him a little bit with Ryan Tannehill, somebody who's going in that high QB2 range. So I get a high-end option to go with Rodgers. But if Rodgers plays as I expect, that gives me a really, really high ceiling and a high floor at the quarterback position.
So, boy, there's a lot there. And it's interesting, Joe, because we've talked recently and you said Justin Fields is your quarterback 22 in regular fantasy in season long. Trey Lance is your quarterback 28 in season long. My question for you is, how does it differ for best ball? Because it feels like these are guys that might not give you anything the first few weeks, but especially with their running ability, they could win you some games, the second half of the year. So how does their ranking change their ADP in your mind for best ball versus season long?
Well, I will say this, and there is a lot of discussion and a lot of, I don't want to say disagreement in the best ball community, but a lot of people have their own strategies. And for a long time, Ross, I was somebody who I like to get two quarterbacks who I felt good were going to start the majority of the season, barring injury. And only if I missed kind of my window to draft two of those quarterbacks I felt good about was I dabbling in a third quarterback. This year, I'm starting to find that adding that third quarterback to my personal portfolio is pretty wise. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to talk about this as a strategy from a whole quarterback positional perspective. And then I'm going to bring it back to the rookies. This year, every year that I've been in the fantasy industry, it's been generally accepted by a lot of sharp players that you can wait on the quarterback position, even in best ball, and you are going to be just fine. And for a couple of years, even some of those cheat code quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, 2 years ago when he won the MVP, he was a 9th, 10th, 11th round pick. Josh Allen last year, he was a 9th, 10th, 11th round pick. He was a league winner. The problem is this year, everybody looks for that guy. Everybody's looking for, this guy's going to be this year's Lamar Jackson. Not necessarily somebody who's going to win the MVP award, but it's going to provide you that cheat code quarterback for cheap. The problem is the guy that everybody's looking to do that this year is Jalen Hurts. Well, what's the problem with that? Jalen Hurts is being drafted at a much higher price than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen were the last 2 years because everybody thinks he's going to be the next cheat code quarterback. So you're looking at Jalen Hurts as a 7th, 8th round player who does not have the track record of a Lamar Jackson, does not have the pedigree of a Lamar Jackson or a Josh Allen. So those quarterbacks, the running quarterbacks, are getting pushed up the board. So I'm looking at the quarterback position right here, and since May 1st, Jalen Hurts is quarterback 10 in ADP. Well, I'm going down the board and I'm trying to find somebody who I think can reasonably produce big-time numbers with his legs, and it's getting a little bit hard to find. After Jalen Hurts comes off the board at quarterback 10, we have Matthew Stafford, who I love this year, but look, nobody's going to confuse him with Randall Cunningham. You have Joe Burrow at quarterback 12, Matt Ryan quarterback 13, Ryan Tannehill at quarterback 14. There's some upside there, but he's not going to be somebody who's going to run for 500 yards. Then it gets to Trevor Lawrence at QB 15, and that's where I'm starting to see, okay, he might do something with his legs. But the next options that I find who might be able to be those kind of cheat code quarterbacks. Remember, Jalen Hurts was like the QB1 over the last 4 weeks of last season, and you could argue he only really played well in 1 or 2 games. So that rushing upside gives you so much. So you can make the argument that Justin Fields and Trey Lance, even if they're rookies, even if they don't play well, if they play at some point and they're out there running around, they're going to give you value. So I am targeting those two guys in best ball really aggressively at their current ADPs. Justin Fields is QB 23. Trey Lance, like I said, QB 26. I can have him QB 28, 29 on my rankings. QB 26 is not much of a difference. There is a much bigger difference between QB1 and QB3 than there is between QB24 and QB26. Like those tiers narrow quite a bit. Those two guys, Fields and Lance, I am aggressively pursuing late in best ball drafts as a QB3 because those to me are the late round QB winners. There's not really that many of them in the middle rounds. You can get some boring quarterbacks who I think are going to have good years. Matthew Stafford, Matt Ryan, Baker Mayfield. A lot of sharp guys are in on Baker Mayfield this year. He's pretty cheap, but none of those guys are going to provide you the rushing upside and that kind of cheat code ability that Fields and Lance theoretically will. The only reason Fields and Lance are that cheap is because they aren't guaranteed to start the entire year. But if you were to tell me Fields and Lance do start the entire year, those guys go into the teens and maybe the high teens.
Well, and listen, Joe, there are no guarantees in life, but I'm just telling people, hammer the over on the DraftKings Sportsbook app this week. Are you kidding me? With the games they got for the NBA, hammer the over. It's like guaranteed money. Just make sure you use the code Ross when you do it, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. You should already have the app on your phone, the regular DraftKings app, the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Hammer the over if you're in a legal state. It's free money. They've already bet it down so much, it's like stealing at this point. Here's my question for you, Joe. What about sort of the newer quarterbacks that are in new places that are kind of under the radar? Is there anybody out of like a Sam Darnold in Carolina, maybe Bridgewater in Denver? Is there anybody there that you can take really late that you think has some upside to be a good best ball quarterback?
Well, there's a couple. There's going to be two guys who aren't in a new spot, but I'm going to talk about them as well. But if you're talking about somebody who theoretically provides upside, and here's the other thing. Guys who are coming off not so great rookie seasons, like Tua Tagovailoa, Miami's. I have my questions about Tua. Miami is loaded though. And he's QB 20 right now. So he's pretty cheap. Like, even if you don't like Tua, you can look at that and say, man, I don't want to have a blind spot here because I didn't think he had a great rookie season and miss out on him because they're loaded. So Tua's one of those guys in a current spot that I think could be cheap. But if you are looking for super duper 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 late, Justin Fields and Trey Lance are both going ahead of Sam Darnold right now. Darnold's like QB 28. I think you can make an easy argument that that's light for Sam Darnold. And look, I am not a Darnold believer, but you look at this offense. He's going from Adam Gase to Joe Brady. He's got DJ Moore. He's got Robbie Anderson, who he already has a rapport with. They drafted Terrace Marshall. So you've got a lot of weapons. McCaffrey out of the backfield. They drafted Tommy Tremble. They signed Dan Arnold. Dan Arnold, by the way, is hilarious because Dan Arnold is playing with Sam Darnold. Dan Arnold is like, it's like how you look at a word and like you wonder, I wonder where that word came from. And it's like a clue on Jeopardy. Like Darnold is like, its etymology comes from Dan Arnold when somebody just says it really quickly.
Well, that's going to be tough for announcers.
Yes, it is.
Darnold to Arnold.
Sam Darnold to Dan Arnold. But they have a lot of talent there in Carolina. And I think QB 28, frankly, even if I think Sam Darnold stinks, that's QB 3 price. There's only upside built in there. But one thing that I think you might do, if you draft a third quarterback, and I think this is fascinating, maybe you drafted Patrick Mahomes. Let's just say you went super early on your quarterback, and you're like, I expect Mahomes to carry my team. And then you don't draft a quarterback for 15 rounds. And then you're like, well, I better get a QB2. You can double up with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston. And look, Taysom Hill, if Taysom Hill starts week 1, I'm bumping him into my top 20 at the quarterback position. Now, I don't think it's not like the Fields or Lance situation. When Fields or Lance start this season, they're not giving the job up. But Taysom Hill, if he were to start week 1, he's into my top 20 because we know what kind of numbers he put up as a starting quarterback last year. Now, if he struggles, they'll bench him for Jameis and vice versa. I think New Orleans is in a spot where they could declare one of those two guys the winner of the quarterback competition, and neither guy is going to be safe. Like they have to continue to play well, which is why I think those ADPs are depressed. But doubling up on the New Orleans quarterback situation, in my opinion, is almost guaranteed to get you a top 12 quarterback this year if you're willing to go that strategy. And I would probably only do so if I had like a higher end quarterback, like I drafted one of the top 3 or 4 fantasy quarterbacks.
That's an interesting strategy, Joe. I hadn't thought of that. Now we're going to do your rookie wide receiver rankings the next couple weeks here on the Fantasy Feast podcast. There's a lot of them. That's why we need 2 episodes to go through all of the receivers that will get ranked as rookies. So I want to instead ask you about the running backs. We asked you about running backs last week. People can go back and listen or watch on any of the podcast apps or YouTube or whatever. But who are the rookie running backs that you can get in a later round that have a chance of putting up some really good weeks for you? Is it Michael Carter with the Jets? Is it Kenny Gainwell with the Eagles? Who are these guys that, probably have lower ADPs that could end up, really scoring a bunch of points for you a decent amount of weeks in best ball?
Well, everybody's going to say Michael Carter, and that's the problem. Everybody's going to say Michael Carter. Everybody knows about Michael Carter. And you and I talked on the podcast. There's still a little bit something. There's very little competition there, by the way. Tevin Coleman's held together by duct tape. Now, I anticipate they're going to act like Tevin Coleman's their starting running back at the beginning of the year. I just don't know how long that's going to last. Everybody's in on Michael Carter, though. His current ADP since May 1st is RB37. So you're not getting him super cheap. Now, that's right at the beginning of the RB4 tier. Keep in mind, this guy was a 4th-round pick. Now, the Jets are telling you, oh, my God, we thought he was a 2nd-rounder. That's great. And I look at Michael Carter, and I love the situation. But just keep in mind, he was a 4th-round pick. RB37 right now, kind of a 10th, 11th-round pick. I expect that to just rise. So if you like Michael Carter a lot, I would advise you to get into best ball right now because people are drafting him aggressively. Trey Sermon is going in the similar range with San Francisco. Now, Trey Sermon has more draft capital than Michael Carter. Trey Sermon was a 3rd-round pick. There are just a million bodies there in San Francisco. You've got Jeffrey Wilson, who was a league winner down the stretch last year. Everybody knows about Raheem Mostert. They signed Wayne Gallman, and they also drafted an interesting 6th-round rookie running back in Elijah Mitchell. So now if you flip the situations, nobody's on Michael Carter, and everybody's on Trey Sermon. So that's a perfect example of landing spot determining what the market is reacting to. Kenny Gainwell is also going in that range. He's going at RB45 since May 1st. I'm okay with that because of his receiving ability. I just never expect that he's going to be the lead dog in Philadelphia. Number one, you got Miles Sanders. Number two, they signed Kerryon Johnson. So even if Miles Sanders were to go down, I would think Philly would consider Kerryon Johnson the starter. I heard Greg Cosell on your podcast say, does Nick Sirianni view him as their Jordan Wilkins? Somebody nobody's going to get excited about, but somebody who they felt could help them in a pinch. So Kenny Gainwell, I think you do have to view as a Nyheim Hines, somebody who's going to have some spike weeks in the event that Miles Sanders, even when he's healthy, somebody's going to have some spike weeks with 5 or 6 catches. That's how you're drafting him. As I go down the ADP board, Chuba Hubbard is RB51 for Carolina. We know what he is. He's strictly a backup and a handcuff to Christian McCaffrey. A couple of guys who I think are interesting. There's a run of 3 running backs from RB 61, 62, 63. 61 is Ramondre Stevenson from New England. Now, I think Ramondre Stevenson can give you some spike weeks. I also think it's possible he ends up redshirting like Damian Harris did a couple of years ago. Now, remember, Damian Harris was a 3rd-round pick, and he barely played. 3rd-round pick's a premium pick for a running back, and the Patriots were like, we don't need him, so he's not going to be active on game day. So keep that in mind. You might be eating a 0 when you take Ramondre Stevenson. RB62 right now, Jermar Jefferson from Detroit. Detroit's coaches came out this week and said, well, he's going to have some sort of role. I kind of view him as the Kerryon Johnson replacement. He's not all that exciting to me. He needs an injury to either DeAndre Swift or especially Jamal Williams to carve out a role. And then there's Javian Hawkins, RB63. He's going ahead of some more established guys like Darrell Williams and Sony Michel and somebody like even Salvon Ahmed. He's with Atlanta. Atlanta did not draft a running back, but Javian Hawkins was considered a pretty good prospect. Mike Davis has never done this as a full-time running back before. So there's somebody there who you're speculating because this is a UDFA. Atlanta did not draft this guy, but you view the situation and say there's not a whole lot of depth behind Mike Davis there, and Javian Hawkins has some upside. That would probably be the super late guy who I zero in on. Even though he's a UDFA, there was a lot of opportunity there for Javian Hawkins to be the backup to Mike Davis if he runs with his opportunity and snatches it.
I like that. Javian Hawkins, that is a good – see, that's what you're here for, Joe. That's why you're the fantasy gangster, at FG_Dolan. Listen, we do this every week in the offseason. We do it twice a week during the season. If you like what you heard or saw, make sure you hit the subscribe button. I don't care if it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, however, Stitcher, whatever, however you listen, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. You can check out Joe on social at FG_Dolan. All of his fantastic work is at fantasypoints.com. Just use that code 21Feast to get the discount. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod, and he, Joe Dolan, will give you his rookie wide receiver rankings the next 2 weeks. Very important. The DraftKings Best Ball launch will have already happened. We'll have even more information on what their ADPs are. You must listen and or watch the next couple episodes. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, Simland? Great to be back with you. It has been all day long. I've just been itching, been biding my time, waiting for an opportunity. And you know what? Now I am here for a few hours, nonstop, as a matter of fact. We even have in-between Sims programming coming up with the NBA Watch-Along. You do not want to miss that with Matt LaMarca and I a little bit later on after this sim right here. But it's prime time. It is the Dream Stream, and it's a reunion, whether he realizes it or not. Jeff Ulrich, AK, and Moose. I mean, it has been at least 2 weeks, I think, since we've done a sim together. Now, maybe that hasn't weighed on you quite the same way it has weighed on me, but I've missed you terribly.
Oh, buddy, I'll tell you, best 2 weeks of my life. I'm not gonna lie, but no, it has been easily our longest stretch of not doing like sims together, I think, since it started. So, yeah, just kind of, our paths just went different ways for a couple weeks, I guess is the best way to say it. But I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of ourselves.
I even joked on a sim at one point in time. I said, is this guy just like waiting until I put on my availability and then he marks different shifts?
I would never do that. I would never ask to get, away from you. Never.
Is he ducking me, this guy? No, it's good to be back with you, my friend. And it's good to be heading out to, of course, we've got the Falcons, the Queens Falcons, naturally, because you're here. We got to have Hotlanta, and we got Carolina, which in an alternate universe might even still have Cam Newton on it, but not here in this one. Instead, it's a different alternate universe that has Teddy Bridgewater. As we know, he is elsewhere at this point in time, now fighting for that starting job in Denver with the Broncos and Drew Lock, and maybe eventually they'll both just get dismissed because Aaron Rodgers lands there. But there's a whole lot going on to catch up on here in virtual Carolina. Again, Moose, Koff, we got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director. I haven't seen Cobra K, Tate Knops in a little while either. So it's great to be here with him. This is the Friday night showdown that we've got right here. Prime time action. What's your lineup looking like?
I put Todd Gurley in the captain spot. I got a little Curtis Samuel action, but I went heavy Falcons. The Falcons, Ryan, Ridley, Hurst, Gage, just a complete. I'm expecting like 40-7.
Okay. I don't know.
It'll be like 10-1.
Obviously, I don't know what direction this thing is going to go in, but what I can tell you, regardless, I could finish out of the 139. I could be 110 for all I know. But on paper, I like my lineup a lot. Okay. Here's what I decide to do. Russell Gage is my captain. 11.5% of people felt the same way in our small contest, about 57% overall. And then some popular guys, Christian McCaffrey, Julio Jones, both at least 75% owned. Todd Gurley, who, as you noted, he's your captain. He's captained about 16% of lineups, which is still, by the way, behind Julio and McCaffrey. And Calvin Ridley, who I'm surprised is not more popular, 26% owned, 6% in the captain spot. He's in my lineup. And also have DJ Moore, who seems to have a propensity for going off when I'm around. Maybe that's just dumb luck, but he is in a third of lineups. Teddy Bridgewater rolls out to the left and takes it, fumbles after he's hit, took a shoulder and lost the ball, and Neil's got it.
Man,
well, Neil with the hit anyway. Carolina's going to get it back, it seems. Just a 4-yard pickup, but I was thinking that was going to turn into a Carolina loss.
Yeah, they still pick up 4 yards. It was like the most eventful 4 yards ever. But we had a good sim last one with Glash. It's 35-31. Ton of points.
Here's DJ Moore. Tyler says, I got a feeling it's going to be a wild one, folks. We'll find out.
Kind of got that feeling too.
How is my man Glash? I haven't chatted with him in a little while.
I thought you guys did a sim together. No?
That was maybe a week ago. It feels like an eternity.
He seems to be in good spirits. He's doing a bunch of sims tomorrow. He had to cut. He's got a little bit of a stretch where he doesn't have the WNBA games. I think he's said 6 days or a week or something. So they're on the road. So he's talking about heading out to his summer home or something eventually. Just because he's that kind of in that kind of elite status. So.
Is that what happens when you get WNBA gig?
I think so. Home? I'll be dead honest. I'm kind of feeling left out here. Emerson with his his regal, the photographs and the 2 springers, obviously. Glash with the summer home. Reed with the trips to Key Island.
Sure.
Are these like? Should I be asking for a raise here? I don't. You know, these guys are living like the jet set lifestyle. So
I just
left here at home.
I can't.
I got some comics. I got a new comic
conversation
today,
yet.
but
You know, I think the common ground here, all of those things that you just mentioned, are probably byproducts of the success of the Dream Stream in these Madden sims.
True.
You know, was everyone living that same lavish lifestyle and all those things that you mentioned pre-Dream Stream? I don't think so. Flash wasn't in the WNBA. Reed wasn't going to major golf tournaments. Right. Emerson didn't have 2 dogs. Matter of fact, he didn't have either of those dogs.
That's a fact.
So I think.
Hey, it's like we always say.
Thank you, DraftKings.
We get paid for likes.
Hit them likes.
Yeah.
Get to 250, smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. So does that mean that you and Glash managed to do a sim without focusing on me half the time?
Oh, okay. Get over it, dude. Your name didn't come up once, okay?
Whoa.
You know why we talk about you during sim? Because you pop in the chat. That's why.
Oh, so if I don't show up in the chat, I don't come up?
No.
All right. That's good to know. I'll keep my fingers and face and voice and words out of the chat, and you'll keep my name out of your mouths. Executive sessions, Adam and Moose, hashtag solo gang, the boss and Geo Solo in the building. Yeah, I guess we are the, I mean, you didn't do it for a full sim, but you did it for what, halftime or something like that without LaMarca that night?
Oh yeah, no, it was 3/4. He popped in.
3/4. Wow. So yeah, I mean, we are the only people who have gone solo in Simland.
That was that was a funny night, man. It was funnier because of when he came in and just the circumstances. Because didn't like Rossi have like a legit emergency?
Yeah, Rossi when he had to duck out on me a minute or two into the sim, yeah, he had something pop up and was just like, it was he couldn't even say bye on the video.
It was like a life emergency. We've all been there. Yeah.
Like in the Slack chat, it was like, I gotta go, and he was gone. Now obviously, like, you know, like life happens, you got to react. And so he did that, and everything was, you know, ultimately fine, which is obviously the best news. Is we have field goal good for Carolina, 3-0 Panthers in front halfway through this first quarter. Yeah, we would have had way more fun, like making fun of him and poking fun at his expense if it were a LaMarcus sound asleep situation.
Yeah, it was really just actually made that night, to be honest. LaMarcus coming in the fourth quarter. We're like, hey man, you know, and I refused to like throw his name out. You know, people were asking me, who didn't show up, Jeff? You know, I refused to throw it, but then he came on and he let us know. He's like, I was napping. I was napping, and the alarm didn't, and I didn't hear my alarm, and it was quite evident from the way he was speaking that he was definitely napping right before that. So it was honestly pretty funny. It was fun, but.
Jordan was producing that night. He had shot me a note asking, you know, he's like, hey, you know, I think LaMarca's asleep. You know, we can't reach him. Can you jump on with Jeff? And I didn't see it until after LaMarca had emerged, but I had some people over. We were having dinner, so we weren't able to do it anyway. But I'm kind of happy I didn't see it, because I think it's a fun experience to go through a solo sim, and you got to have 3/4 of one.
Well, I mean, it definitely keeps you on your toes, but the chat was awesome that night with the, you know, just they liked it. They like it when things are a little different, so they knew things was going on, obviously. But you know, kept engaged, talked a little bit about movies and whatever else I could think up in my Peabody brain. But
well, that's the beauty of the chat, like you said. You just go with whatever they want to talk about. Hayden Hurst, big game, from the 29 to the 42, 29-yard pickup for Matt Ryan.
You know, I feel like too, once you've done enough of these and you know how the sim goes and you're good at looking at different screens, like if it was Glash or you or Emerson, I don't think it would be a huge problem to do like one of these on your own. Like I wouldn't be like panicking, like, oh, I got to get on there to help this guy or something. Like,
right.
I think most of us have probably reached that point too. But you know, if it was someone new, you might want to drop everything and kind of hop on and help out. But yeah, I wouldn't. It's one of those things that. we can handle it at this point. So even if there's a rough spot or two, we'll get through it. But
Keith in the chat, been a while. Good to hear Koff's soothing voice again. Thank you, Keith. I just wanted to read that to be able to say soothing. Jordan says, I saw both solo sims. You guys are all-stars. Not saying others couldn't do great solo, but you two did great, and both of you didn't expect to be solo. That's true. There was no advanced knowledge of that situation or different kind of prep. Not that I think I would, even if you said to me like, hey, you're doing the, like I knew all day long, you're doing the 10 solo or something. No, it was out of bounds, Julio. I still can't imagine it would alter the way that I go into the sim. You just lean on the chat that much heavier.
Yeah, totally. And you can lead on the play-by-play a little bit heavier if you want to, whatever. So it was kind of fun in a way, new experience, whatever. But it was.
They didn't get paid the same, I'm sure. They'd have to pay a lot more to get Emerson. That's true. With your invoice, are you putting in for double since you did twice as much work for that sim?
No, that was the other thing the chat was like, you should ask for the other person's salary, Jeff. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that.
Like, does Lamarca only get a quarter of what he would otherwise be paid?
Yeah.
$5 tonight, Lamarca. That's it.
1 3/4 sims, like
tough go.
Matt Lamarca napping.
Notes.
Put a little note with your invoice. Can you imagine?
Couple minutes to go. I can imagine. Couple minutes left here in the first quarter, and that ball's completed for a first. Pass out to the 15, and we got a 1st and 10 on the way. Nice job, Julio Jones. I want to talk a little bit about Julio Jones, too, as we go along, because there is real football news concerning him. Nothing imminent, but certainly reports are he's on the trade block, and according to The Athletic, there are some prospective suitors out there, including my beloved Patriots. So want to discuss, what you think will happen with Julio. But first, let's see what the Falcons, the Queens Falcons, do here. Matt Ryan, right side completed. Touchdown, Calvin Ridley. A quarter of your lineups, folks. That's it. A quarter of you are celebrating that touchdown for the Falcons with 1:21 left in the opening quarter.
Yeah, Atlanta getting off to a good start for my Atlanta stack. I didn't captain. That's Ridley, right?
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't captain Ridley, but I like it. I'll take it. Got a lot of Falcons, so pretty much anyone who scores on Atlanta can be good for me.
40th touchdown for Ridley in these sims.
Yeah, the Julio Jones is interesting. I mean, it makes a ton of sense for Atlanta, I think, to move on from Julio Jones right now. But I'm still kind of surprised that it's happening. So, yeah.
Well, let me give you a little background. You and anyone in the Sim fam who maybe is not totally up to date on the Julio Jones situation. Reading from NBC Sports Boston, the Athletics' Jeff Schultz on Thursday reinforced reports the Atlanta Falcons are looking to trade Julio Jones. As Schultz wrote, the Falcons don't have enough cap space to sign their 2021 NFL draft picks, and their only viable options to create that cap space are to trade or restructure the contracts of Julio Jones or defensive tackle Brady Jarrett. So, $15.3 million base salary for Julio. As Schultz writes, you got to think of teams that have enough cap to absorb that salary, contending teams that believe he'd put them over the top, and also young teams looking to take that next step. Among those teams that could fall into these categories, Ravens, Niners, Patriots, Colts, Chargers. Again, Ravens, Niners, Patriots, Colts, Chargers. Let's start with, before we even dive into that aspect, let's just start very basic. Something's got to happen, whether it's Julio moving or Jarrett moving or a massive restructure on the part of one of them. Is Julio Jones a goner in Atlanta, do you believe?
I mean, I kind of feel like right now, yeah, he is. I mean, because like they haven't even tried to hide this. This isn't like a Jimmy G situation where like Jimmy G's our starter. He's not leaving. Like, and then they're probably doing deals behind their back. No, I don't think Jimmy G is getting traded right now just because no one wants him. But, this is like Atlanta, like they're actively trying to trade Julio Jones. So at this point, like Julio is at the point in his career where I think he kind of realizes it's a business. He needs to get paid, but I kind of feel like he's got like one foot out the door right now. So I think he is going to get moved. And it's also the easiest way to go about it. Like the Atlanta can't just start cutting people on defense. That is like where they're the weakest. You know, they have Calvin Ridley. They actually have a few other interesting receivers too. You know, we saw Zacchaeus last season take a little bit of a step up. Another dude who's really escaping my memory right now, but they do have a couple other young receivers. They got Kyle Pitts, who I basically said, makes a ton of sense as a Julio replacement. You can just play him, outline in the slot or line him up in the slot, and he's probably going to do a lot of the same things. So, yeah, I think Julio's a goner, quite frankly.
Final seconds of this opening quarter, 7-3 Atlanta after a Calvin Ridley touchdown. Of course, Joey Sly field goal on the other side. We'll give you some numbers. Take a look at our leaderboard with Cobra K, Tate, and Ops doing the manual updating of the scoring. Producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Moose, Koff, a crusty Moose here on a Friday night for the 8 o'clock prime time. And we will keep going with that Julio Jones conversation. By all means, people weigh in. DFS Queenie says Julio to Green Bay. Interesting option, obviously, for Aaron Rodgers and company. 69 passing for Ryan. Nice touchdown. Bridgewater has 50. He is 6 of 7 to this point. Only one incompletion for each of those guys. On the ground, McCaffrey, 4 for 15. A fumble for Bridgewater, 1 for 3. Gurley, just 2 for 6. Not so great. Disappointing quite a few people so far, at least with his rushing. And we'll look at the pass catching numbers as well. You have multiple catches for Samuel, Ridley, and Moore. Leading receiver is Hayden Hurst, 1 for 29. Ridley is 23 in the touchdown, 20 for Moore. Julio, 1 for 17. Also want to remind you folks that you can play in our $5,000 pool that we have. Watch and play as we Madden Sim the full 2021 schedule, folks. It begins coming up on Monday. It begins, and we will, for the better part of 5-6 weeks, whatever exactly the math is, we will sim the entire 2021 schedule right in front of you. Starts right with Thursday Night Football, kicking off the season on through the entirety of that 17-game schedule for each and every team in the NFL, and should be a lot of fun. We'll be keeping standings. Again, jump in that free-to-play pool, so you don't need to have the DK Sportsbook. You can anywhere in the country, in the world, you can jump in and play, and see how your picks go for that free-to-play pool for the Madden season 2021 here across our Sims. Should be a really good time. Now, getting back to Julio, though, obviously DFS Queenie had offered Green Bay. Looked like you were about to say something, so go right ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, as far as Green Bay, I just typed in the chat. I mean, I'm pretty sure Green Bay doesn't have a ton of cap room, so if they are going to do it, they're going to have to make a move as well. So just throwing that out there. I think Green Bay probably could do some restructuring maybe to make it work. They haven't made any noise. That doesn't mean they're like completely out, but that would be the type of move they should be considering, considering the state of Aaron Rodgers. But I don't think they're really interested in making those moves. If they were really interested in making moves like that, they would have made a move in free agency already, and they would have drafted a wide receiver instead of Jordan Love last year. So it's a real stalemate in Green Bay, and I don't think Julio Jones. I don't think they're gonna all of a sudden be like, okay, we got to placate Aaron Rodgers. There's two camps there, standing hard and fast to their guns, and I don't know. I don't see it, but you never know.
Midwest Heather is our leader in our small free roll, by the way. The prime time, the Moose and Koff had to happen again eventually. Free roll, 139 entries. I'm sitting 40th. Where's Wave Goodbye hanging out? Where are you?
Good question. Oh, I got the wrong one open here. I'll tell you in a second.
You're 17. I just found you. That's a good spot. Good
Actually,
start.
Surprised I'm not high. 17.
So what about the options that I read before offered by Jeff Schultz of The Athletic? So Ravens, Niners, Patriots, Colts, Chargers. Where do you think is the best fit for Julio?
So, I mean, all those teams are interesting in their own way. If you're asking me where the best, kind of a long-term, maybe a couple-year fit would be, I'd love to see him with Justin Herbert. Working with Keenan Allen underneath, Justin Herbert over the top. Mike Williams is basically, he's like a 1 year and done. And, ooh, that was a nice pass. So that's kind of, if I'm dreaming up scenarios, I think that'd be cool. Justin Herbert, elite arm. It'd be great a couple of years for him to have Julio. I think the Patriots probably make the most sense. Julio's already come out and said, yeah, I'll play with Cam Newton. Pats have room. They can, like, theoretically, they could probably just cut one of the guys they just signed, so it wouldn't even be that hard. Yeah, I think the Patriots, honestly, I think that might be where it goes.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
There are, as you'd imagine, there are a lot of articles being written about that in the greater Boston, New England area here. As we got a handoff from McCaffrey, didn't go anywhere. In fact, lost yards. He's at the 7-second goal on the way. And Patriots have exactly what they would need cap-wise to absorb that salary. And also, it's been floated, and this is why people have that like cap is crap mentality about the NFL. Patriots could take, I think, up to 10 of that $15 million of his salary and just convert it into a bonus and
exactly.
Still have plenty of cap space available anyway. But as far as making it just a nice, easy trade for draft picks or something like that and not giving up anybody, they have $15 million available. So Bill Belichick could do it. And, I know there's some skepticism out there at like, would Bill Belichick do it? Why not? Why wouldn't he? He's
picked
dealt
up
for
Randy
guys like
Moss
that
for
in the
cheap.
past. It makes, they are so sorely, I've talked about this for months, probably months. I mean, definitely weeks anyway. They are so sorely missing that bona fide number one receiver. Like right now, the Patriots to me are going to, I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. It's just the way the roster's made up. I think they're going to lean, as we get a touchdown here for Carolina, putting the Panthers in front, and that one into the hands of Curtis Samuel. Congrats if you have him rostered. To me, the Pats are going to lean so heavily on that two tight end set. Like your primary pass catchers probably aren't going to be Aguilar and Bourne and Myers and White. I think it's Smith and Henry. But you bring in a Julio Jones, especially in the wake of Julian Edelman retiring, I think that potentially shifts so many things for the better, obviously, for New England.
Absolutely, man. I think it would put New England in like a little bit of a different stratosphere potentially, just as in terms of their upside. Obviously, a lot of it's going to depend on quarterback play and can want to Cam Newton or Mac Jones bring some stability, but I think it makes the most sense. I think the Patriots are lacking that. I think that's one of the things they weren't really able to necessarily pin down this offseason was like a truly elite. I mean, I don't even mind the Aguilar signing. Maybe they overpaid him a bit, but he's a really good over-the-top guy. Bourne, whatever, good red zone guy, but like neither of those guys are Julio Jones, obviously. So I think the Patriots make the most sense. I think the Colts are a possibility, but the Colts they have a guy like T.Y. Hilton. They made a really nice draft pick with Michael Pittman last year. Paris Campbell going to come back. It's not as big a need for the Colts. So another interesting contender, but I would, I think the Chargers might have some interest. I don't know what their cap space is though, off the top of my head. So.
What's really interesting too is, Schultz, some others, seem to believe that Julio could go for just a second-round pick. Maybe a later round pick if there were multiple picks, but not a first is really ultimately, where this lands. Does that surprise you at all, given that? He's a vet. Obviously, he's on the wrong side of 30. There's an injury history at least in the the immediate past. Prior to that, he had been very durable, very healthy, but last season only appeared in about half the games. Does it surprise you that you could have a Julio Jones, who to me is still Julio Jones? It's not like just he's not a jag. He's not just another guy, for just a second-round pick.
I mean, yes and no, right? Like part of it's obviously salary cap related. I mean, you're taking on a big salary for a veteran player. Like teams obviously this day and age, they kind of plan ahead. They have quarterback, you got to pay your young quarterback. You've got to play young receivers now. We're seeing guys like Golladay just get monster contracts, right? So I think that factors into it. Julio Jones on the down end of his career, obviously. Like you said, he's still playing at a high level when he's on the field, but also throwing a little bit of injury factor there. And yeah, I think that's actually pretty much what I'd expect. I mean, like, let's not forget too. I mean, you've seen guys go coming off injury seasons or bad seasons go for pretty less. I mean, what did the Patriots get Randy Moss for? Like a 4th round pick or something? Like So
for perspective, in terms of something even more recent, they got Mohamed Sanu for a second-round pick, which was a colossal failure.
That was an overpayment, and obviously, but again, Jones comes with. It's just a unique situation. Everybody knows Atlanta needs to trade him, so they can't sit here and be like, "Give me a first and a second."
I just pulled it up. Fourth rounder for Randy Moss from the Patriots back in 2007.
So, and again, it's one of those situations where, people know, maybe he will end up getting more than a second, if there's a couple bidders, but it really comes down to what people are willing to pay. If it's just the Patriots interested, probably going to get him for a second. If it's like the Patriots, the Titans, and the Chargers, someone might just be like, YOLO, here's our first. We want Julio. So, it all remains to be seen how big the market heats up. I'm of the opinion that probably there'll be some mild interest, but there probably is only going to be one or two teams max who really have heavy interest here. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it's a big salary and we're kind of already into teams are set.
Tyler asking about audio levels. Tyler, we're checking on that. See if we can help you out here. Bump up the broadcaster sound over the crowd a little bit more. Appreciate the feedback from you and anybody else, obviously. 7 points for the Falcons here, and with the ball down by 3, couple minutes left in this opening half. Again, Moose Koff, Mike Daniel, and Cobra K, Tate Knops. I think about the Ravens, but then I don't know. I kind of quickly stop because it's not like he wouldn't be a need. For sure he would be. When Hollywood is your best option, and he wasn't all that great last year despite what expectations were going in, and that team even went out and signed Dez Bryant. So it's not like they're unaware of it. But at the same time, part of me kind of looks at it and says, that's just not how they run their offense.
Yeah.
Is bringing in a guy like Julio Jones. I'm not sure that even necessarily appeals to them.
And again, to this point, the Ravens have already spent a high draft pick on Rashad Bateman. They brought in Sammy Watkins. They're they've already spent. They're probably looking at their wide receiver core and be like, oh, it's pretty good. We got Watkins in. If he can bounce back. Do we really want to spend the extra money just to upgrade from Watkins to Julio Jones? No, I would, because I think Sammy Watkins is not good, but the Ravens probably obviously made a call on Sammy Watkins, so they're basically admitting defeat there, if they do it. And I don't think I agree. I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think Julio goes to Baltimore. But I think it would be very good for Lamar, but this is good.
10-10, late here in the opening half, $1:23 to go. Our guy Mike Bizzle, hey, it's Kaufman. One love, one like coming your way, my friend. Thank you, Biz. Jordan just received some great news. I got hired as a varsity assistant coach for next fall. Had no clue where I was going to work next school year because the school at which I work is closing. Jordan, that's awesome. Congrats, man. He said he's ecstatic, had to tell someone. Well, you told a lot of people. You told the Sim fam.
Great. It's 3 million people here.
At least, minimum.
Which really begs the question: how do we only have 220 likes? Come on.
Yeah, what's up, people?
Give it a smash. The play-in game tonight. Remind me who's playing. I completely forget.
Oh, you got the Grizzlies and Warriors, my
right,
friend.
Grizzly,
We're gonna have an NBA watch along. Lamar and I coming up after this sim should be fun. This will right here will be the conclusion of the play-in tournament. Final game, and then we can start the real playoffs.
What's your take on the play-in tournament? Do you
Not
like
a
it?
fan.
Not a fan?
Not a fan in this way.
Not a fan of change, right?
Well, I am certainly a purist in some aspects of sports. That is for sure true. I'm slow to adapt when it comes to certain things. All these people barking at Major League Baseball saying we need the universal DH, and I like pitchers hitting. I'm still entertained by that. I like it the way it is. Or the people move the mound back or shorten games to 7 innings. No, there are just some things that I like. Here's my thing with the NBA, and I've talked about it on the Sims before, but it pretty much boils down to this. And we see you guys, YouTube and Twitch as well. Thank you for being with us, and do smash that like button and hit the follow button on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/DraftKings. I just think baseball or basketball, and you can certainly, you're you know, a sort of a mild basketball guy, but you're a big hockey guy, I think that they are linked in this way. And you can kind of decide how you would feel about it if hockey all of a sudden did it. To me, it's kind of the same thing. You already, in basketball and in hockey, have more than half the league making the playoffs. Okay, you already have more than half the league. We got a big game, DJ Moore out to the 23. You know, baseball, when they added the second wild card as a play-in situation, you know, fine. Like, you still have a smaller fraction of teams across Major League Baseball making the postseason. It's gradually grown from just, you know, 2 teams competing in an AL and NL championship, and or even, you know, once upon a time it was just AL pen and NL pen and go to the World Series. And then obviously you had division winners, and it's grown, you know, then there was the wild card, which, you know, happened whatever 20, 30 years ago, and then, you know, it grew to a second wild card for the play-in. But fine, like, you still only have 10 total teams going to the postseason in Major League Baseball. To me, in basketball, hockey, I would feel the same. It's, you already have, do we really need, at the end of the regular season, 20 of 30 teams to be in contention for a playoff spot? You know, like, are we that panicked about fan interest and, you know, trying to reduce tanking, which, by the way, like, tanking still happens. Like, you gonna tell me that the Pistons or the Thunder or the Rockets or the, you know, there 2-3 other teams, the Magic, like, these teams weren't tanking? Of course they were. Like, their front, not the players, not the coaches, but their front offices were still tanking. So is it that important that we have these 9 and 10 seeds competing for the 7 and 8 just to, you know, I don't see it. I really don't. And once the Warriors win tonight, because they will, by the way, and maybe we'll get a touchdown here to close out the half. We do. Carolina again. DJ Moore this time. Congrats. You know, once the Warriors win, you are then going to have, ultimately, the top 8 at the end of the regular season is going to be the same exact top 8 entering the playoff. You know, like, the Celtics still got the 7. The Wizards, you know, despite losing in the 7-8 game, they beat the Pacers. They're still the 8. Lakers, still the 7. The Warriors, they're going to beat the Grizzlies. They're still going to be the 8. The 1 through 8 in both conferences is going to be identical. And on top of that, and we'll see which way this thing goes tonight, but of the 3 play-in games that we've seen so far, 4 out of the 4 play-in games, right, that we've seen so far, whatever the number is, there's been one good one. That was the Lakers and the Warriors. It was really, really good. People watched it, like 6 million people. I mean, success, no doubt about it. Every other play-in game sucked. Like not even competitive. Like 30-point blowouts. I know the Grizzlies-Spurs one was closer, but it was really a blowout, and then the Spurs caught up. You know, we've had no good play-in games other than that one. It just feels over the top, unnecessary on the part of the NBA in my mind. But I don't know, maybe you feel differently.
I kind of like it. I mean, you got young stars. Let's see them. Let's get a few primetime games. And I mean, who's it hurting? These teams are all usually really close in the standings. I think, again, you want to showcase your talent. I'm a bit of a purist too, but I don't really feel like this hurts it at all. I mean, and the one thing I'll say about it, I really like the format. Like, you force the 9 and 10 teams to win 2 games. You know, sure. Like I told someone this, I think it was Lamarca. I said, you know, if you're a 7 or an 8 seed and you can't, like, win 1 game in those scenarios, like, you shouldn't be in the playoffs anyways, because you have no chance in the first round. So I like it. It's a little bit of it's a money grab. They're trying to get a little bit more.
You know, like, Adam Silver is a huge soccer guy. He is a big, you know, in-season tournament, mid-season tournament, like, play-in style. This is what he wanted, and I'm not disputing its success in terms of ratings or revenue or people watching, creating meaning for late regular season games that otherwise wouldn't have been there as teams chase seeds. Like, it's worked, and the NBA is it's not going anywhere. It's sticking around for sure. This, like, hope you like it, because it's staying.
Yeah.
I just don't feel it's necessary. It's not even that I think it stinks. I don't think it needs to be there.
Yeah, it's definitely not necessary, as one of my kids just came barreling through my door. But yeah, I agree. Like, it's one of those things where I could see it in like 5 years being like, this was okay, but we're going to move on from it. So it's one of those experiments that it'll either catch on, but I could also see it going like just to the wayside eventually. So I think what it'll need some like really exciting moments in the next couple of years. Like you said, we had one already with Steph and LeBron, but are we going to get that every year? Like if we get like 3 years in a row of like the play-in games being like dumb and like boring, it'll probably go.
Yeah, be interesting. Matt Ryan
slings
it. Final play of the quarter and touchdown!
Oh, I got it!
On the final play in the final second, an Atlanta score to even things up. You thought you had fun during the 6 o'clock. Look at all these points at the break. 34 between the two teams.
Dude, we had a Hail Mary last sim too. This is exactly how the half ended in the last sim with a Hail Mary.
Come to the right place, folks.
What's going on today?
Now, if you're wondering who caught it, couldn't tell. But we're going to find out here once we look at the numbers.
I think that was Ridley, wasn't it? Julio.
Our guy Tate says Julio, and he's
generally right. And
I'm
almost
the man in
ops.
ops. Well, let's see. So. We'll get a replay here from Matt Ryan. It's hard to tell in traffic there. I couldn't
think it was
see the numbers there.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, we'll look at all the stats here. I can tell you Matt Ryan just boosted his stats big time. 182 passing, couple of touchdowns for him, 172 and a couple of scores for Bridgewater. So both these guys in this 17-all game are pacing toward a bonus. Good fun so far. Not if you're a running back, though. 15. That's it. 15 for McCaffrey. Same number for Gurley. Neither one has been all that productive. A fumble for Bridgewater. He has only 3. There's a debate in the chat over the touchdown. Well, we will tell you. Julio, that's the answer. 3 for 76 for Julio. Calvin Ridley, 3 for 32. Both of them have touchdowns now. DJ Moore, 6 for 91 with a score. So he is well on his way to a bonus. 4 for 53 for Robbie Anderson. Even the Andersons got tickets to the game, folks. So 4 touchdowns. Who's got them? How you guys doing in the standings? I have bumped up to top 30, which is lovely. Midwest Heather still in front. And to say that Midwest Heather is in front is actually doing Midwest Heather a disservice, because Midwest Heather is destroying the competition right now by 14 points in this showdown. Yowzer.
And by the way, guys, here's a clip from the Sweat halftime video clip coming up. Earlier on the Sweat, the guys dove into tonight's NBA play-in final.
I was getting there. I was going to see if you wanted to react at all to anything else in the first half.
You're sitting there looking at your screen. Read it. We have all day here. That was like a 40-minute
It's exactly what we have is all day. All right, fine. As Jeff was saying, you know the Sweat. It comes at you 11 a.m. Eastern every single day, at least weekdays, Monday through Friday. And earlier today, Moose,
unbelievable.
Speaking of the play-in, I was giving you a chance to breathe, to let you talk for a minute. NBA play-in finale between the Grizzlies and the Warriors are on their way. You want some thoughts before lineups lock in the next 20 or so? The Sweat has you covered. Here you go.
Yeah, get to it.
The Grizzlies taking on the Warriors for the right to earn the final playoff spot in the NBA, going down tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Warriors are 5-point favorites here. All right, Golden State has covered the spread 7 games in a row. Keep that in mind. Alex, do you expect them to cover here? And is it kind of just dependent on Steph Curry's production?
I absolutely expect them to cover. This past Sunday, when these two teams battled out for the 8 seed, also a very important game, the Warriors won by 12. And that gave them the series advantage 2-1 for the regular season. And one of those wins came without Steph, and the one loss came without Steph. So the one time that Steph did play against the Grizzlies, they won by 12. And they won 7 of their past 9, and they've won 9 of their past 10 in the Oracle. We know how big deal it is to play in the Oracle. It's one of the best home court advantages in the league, especially during like a playoff scenario like this. And I think the Lakers got lucky the other night beating this Warrior team, that Hail Mary by LeBron. I don't even think the Warriors should be here. And I think their championship pedigree is going to show up tonight. I think they get a comfortable win. The line opened at 3.5, but it's moved to 5, like you said, showing you that the big money and the sharp money is on the Warriors. And I think they absolutely cover.
What do you think, Kenny?
This is a weird line to me. So I was racing to take the Warriors at -3.5, -4. Now it's up to -5. You know what? I mean, I probably won't bet this, but if I had to pick a side, I'd actually take the Grizzlies. I do think that this could be a pretty close game. I think getting 5 points is a lot. And in a game where the stakes are this high, you look at how Memphis played Portland last year with the playoff spot on the line. They were up 8 late in that game. I think that the Grizzlies don't get enough respect here. And, I think that we're also inclined to take or just lay the points because think about all the games in the play-in tournament. I mean, aside from that Lakers-Warriors game, which was an absolute firecracker of a game, we didn't see any real close games, any games where you weren't really comfortable laying the points. I know the Spurs-Grizzlies game was weird because the Spurs came back late, Rudy Gay at that 3, but I think that you would have been pretty fine with just laying the points everywhere else. I think people are expecting another blowout. I don't think that's going to happen here.
All right, folks, we are back and always entertained by the crew on the Sweat. Once again, comes your way, 11 a.m. Eastern, weekdays. That is Monday through Friday. You can see such people as Moose, of course, Reed when he's not off gallivanting with PGA pros, Lamarca, Kenny, Bukes, Felix, so many others coming your way weekdays to get you ready for all things NBA,
I'm on there too.
NHL,
Thanks for the shout out, buddy.
NFL, so much. What's that?
I'm on there too. Thanks for the shout out, though.
I started with you.
I don't think you did.
You're the first person I mentioned. What the hell's wrong with you right now? You give me junk, all sorts of crap before we go to the Sweat.
I'm
clip.
rattled.
Right
I mean, I got to do your job on here. You're not doing the throws.
What were the movies again? This is where we're. Pay attention, would you? Stats are good through the half. Thank you, Cobra K, Tate Knops. This is what happens when we don't do a sim together for 2 weeks. We're all out of sync.
It's true. It is true.
It's unreal.
Very out of sync.
17 all. At least the sim is doing its job. Falcons, the Queens Falcons, the Atlanta Falcons, Carolina Panthers in virtual Carolina, virtual Charlotte. It's just a damn cough, man. Says no NBA contest cough. So it's obviously just a showdown with this play-in game. So here's what I'm going to do. It's just a damn cough, man. I'm going to do the same thing that I did the last couple of days as my beloved Bruins take a 2-0 lead on Washington, early third period.
Oh, there we go.
We are going to, I'm going to do a true traditional last-minute NBA contest that I will post minutes before lock. So, I would, if you want to make sure you have a little breathing room, a little time, maybe build a lineup elsewhere so you have it ready to import or at least do your research because you're only going to get it and it's going to be limited capacity so that we make sure it fills because it is going to come out 4 minutes before lock. So be on your toes. Be ready.
Why are you throwing it out 4 minutes before lock, though?
Because that is the true last-minute NBA.
Just want people to panic?
Yeah, kind of.
God. I tell you, I don't know how you guys put up with Kaufman. Entering his contest, he's trying to get me to play NBA. I don't barely even know who's on the Grizzlies right now. So, Lord knows they changed their roster enough. So,
and while you're hanging out in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby, by the way, wow, the Bruins just made it 3-0. What is going on?
Well,
Madden After Dark contest available to you. I guess the Bees and Caps just really don't want to go to overtime again.
Washington's banged up too. They did. I'm not sure if they got Eller back, but they don't have their starter in that. And I kind of figured the Bruins eventually. We talked about this on the Sweat actually. We said all three of the hockey guys today were like, yeah, I think the Bruins are gonna break it open tonight. It's like
we have 3 hockey guys.
Yeah, we got some guys, some RotoWire guys. They're tired of my terrible takes every night.
They could never. What are you?
Get some guys who actually know what they're talking about. I'm still allowed to talk about it. So it's all good.
Well, that's good. That's important. Moose and Koff, producer Mike, Daniel RTD. How have you enjoyed the NHL playoffs so far? You being the big hockey guy that you are.
Solid, definitely. Love NHL first round. Like you said, you got a close series there with the Bruins, or at least it was up until tonight. Already got an upset in the Montreal series. I love watching Toronto lose. My Oilers are again going to break my heart. No shock there. But, close series across the board, quite frankly. Outside maybe this Carolina series. Oh, it's 3-3 there tonight, too. So, no, first round playoff hockey. Gotta love it, man. Good to have back.
As mentioned, Tate has the stats up to date, at least through the half, and a little bit beyond that as well. Midwest Heather's still in front, albeit only by about 6 points now. Had been 14. Is there a series in particular you are enjoying the most?
Mark in the chat. I enjoy watching Toronto lose, but I mean, I would say, like, for viewership purposes, that Pittsburgh Islanders series has actually been pretty good. I'm enjoying the Wild in Vegas. I like watching. I like both those teams, so I just like, I've watched that series, probably the most of it, or probably the majority of the games there. I like the Wild, like Vegas. I think that one's gonna go long, although Vegas kind of broke it open a little bit in Game 3, but I think Minnesota bounced back. Wild, an interesting team. Got a great rookie, Kirill Kaprizov. Oh, down goes Ryan. Goodbye, sir. That was too easy.
So for this Bruins series, and the goals tonight, for anyone curious, belong to Marchand, Pasternak, and most recently, I think it was Charlie Coyle scoring for the Bees, who again have opened things up 3-0 early third period. Have you done these, whether NHL or NBA, have you done these full season or rather full series DFS contests that DraftKings offers? Have you taken part in any of these, whether it's head-to-head or obviously a larger tournament? Because I'm doing it for the very first time here for this Bees Cap series against our man Bry guy of the 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s. He and I are going head-to-head, and it's really quite an experience. It's not, I like it. I like it a lot. I wish I had gone into it fully knowing what I was doing, meaning where I screwed up, and it's on me. Where I screwed up was I made that first lineup, and I had it in my head. I knew like total points at the end of it, obviously, but I had it in my head that you made a different lineup for every game, not you were making one lineup and it was your lineup for the entire series.
Right.
And I would have probably said it a little differently than I did.
Yeah.
Still fine, but it's cool. I may have to do it for NBA here.
No, I checked it out. I actually didn't play in any, but it's one of those things. It's like, wow, this is a cool format. Because like you said, you have to think ahead. You have to think strategy, goalie exposure, things like that. Like you've got to obviously kind of predict how the series is going to play out. I think it's a cool format. But yeah, definitely check it out. And what we're talking about is they have a series-long daily fantasy contest now. So like Kaufman said, you set your lineup, and that's your lineup for an entire playoff series. So if you played the Bruins and Caps, you get one lineup for the Bruins and Caps for all the games they play, and that's your lineup for every game that they play. So, and
it's just, even beyond, like you're saying, there's some strategy involved, and there certainly is. Like, you don't want to roster guys that you believe are, kind of the, like, 5th, 6th defenseman, potentially in and out of the lineup if they get scratched. That, you want to roster guys that you believe are going to play throughout the entire series. But the wrinkle that you can't account for is, like, heaven forbid, one of your guys, whether it's a big guy or just someone you roster in general, goes down with an injury 2 games into the series, and then they're lost for the rest of the way. I guess you could kind of liken it to rostering a guy in golf who misses the cut. But it's right. Certainly, like, it's a really cool concept, but does require a level of thinking and then just the things going your way just with regard to everybody being available and staying healthy.
Yeah, being available, staying healthy, making sure, you've got to think, does the team really only going to ride one guy, or is there like a possibility, that you get a goalie rotation? Oh, we got a fake!
We got a fake, and no, not going to happen.
Who's the backup QB for Atlanta? He's really slow, whoever that is. Wow.
That was Matt Schaub running very slowly.
God. Wow. That might be the slowest run I've ever seen in that. And I once saw Frank Gore take like a 75-yard touchdown, so. Yeesh.
Not great.
Cool format, though. Anyways, if you guys weren't aware, it's out there now. Series long
DFS. They have in basketball. I assume they do.
Yeah, they started. So DraftKings first offered them, as people have noted in the chat, DraftKings first offered them in basketball last year. And
oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I never participated last year, and obviously it's, it was successful, and so here we are. Lamarca, by the way, in the chat, at least was earlier, saying, does this mean that Jeff no longer gets special treatment from the production staff? We don't have to play clip every time he gets a call right?
Marker was really mad because one sweat, like I made a good underdog call, and then they played a video of me, back to like celebrate it, which I mean, obviously I deserve, but yeah, he was like, wow, what do I have to do? I'm like,
be right.
You got to learn hockey, man. We only have one guy like me. Everything I do.
Dying breed over here.
Everything I do just gets celebrated because we got to keep the hockey guy happy. Or you have Buchanan on there being like, yeah, play that Wayne Gretzky guy, you bozos, you dopes. Julian.
I chatted with him earlier today. We were doing a video that people can find on Twitter. It's out there. We were doing a little baseball talk, and boy, I got to tell you, off air, all high and mighty, he has turned into a real diva, Steve Buchanan.
Is that right?
And I told him that too. I said, man, like you have changed. Like you really used to have kind of a happy to be here mentality. Like you were truly, grateful for all that you were able to do at DraftKings, and now here you are just walking around like you run the place. You're gonna need to dial it back a little bit. I mean, imagine anyone treated you the way you treat Kenny. Terrible.
Oh.
Moore. What a day DJ Moore is having. I told you, what I tell you pregame, this guy just tends to show up when I'm calling these sims for Carolina. And here he is, 7 for 121. A third-year lineup's DJ Moore, and he's already cruising toward 30 points. Evan says, oh, hey, yeah, one Koff Classic NBA. Booyah! Must have been a few days back. Bizzle says, dopes? No, according to Ducey, we're all dumb. You mean, does Ducey say all of you in the chat are dumb? Or like we as people, as a society, are all dumb? Because I think the latter is definitely.
I don't think Ducey's ever called anyone dumb. I don't think so. Maybe he has. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I will say this. I've done a ton of NFL videos with Ducey, and we've been on the opposite side of like all the win totals, so.
I had you guys apparently, like the shot heard around the world, was basically him saying the Jets are going to win 10 games this year. And apparently the old Kenny and the Jets segment has made it's made a lot of noise. I have had people, I'm not kidding. Like I had no knowledge of that segment. I wasn't part of that segment. I hadn't even seen the segment on social media or anything. I've had multiple people within the company or watching reach out to me about that segment and what a lunatic Kenny is for believing that the Jets are going to win double-digit games.
The last segment he did with Gary and I, we did it. I think it was on Wednesday.
Yeah,
it was even crazier because not only did he predict the Jets to have this winning season, but he also predicted that Zach Wilson wasn't going to play in all the games, was going to throw for like less than 3,500 yards, and was probably going to get hurt. So
how
he
said, do it.
That's what we said. We're like, Kenny, this doesn't add up, buddy. Like Gary and I were like, okay, we're gonna take
don't
the over.
Have a backup anyone could name who's not a Jets fan.
We're gonna take the over on the Zach Wilson props to kind of agree with Kenny on like this one topic. Like we're both like in agreement. And then he came out and he's like, no, Zach Wilson is gonna get hurt. He's not gonna play enough games. We're like, what's going? Like, is this a joke? Like, where's like the candid camera here? But
he's punking you. Folks, want to remind you, by the way, playing Madden for free, why the heck wouldn't you? And why wouldn't you tell your friends about it? You should. You have to, in fact. Refer your friends to DraftKings. You can play free in Madden contests. So can they. Simply scan the QR code on your screen that you will see, and you can visit dkng.co. That's dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play for free. It's just that simple. We can even send the link to Kenny. He can play free. It's just a damn Kaufman / it's just Adam Kaufman says the Jets won't have 10 wins this and last season combined. Whereas Jordan says Jets are winning 11 games. Get out of here.
11 games? Wow.
Get out of here, Jordan. You don't believe that.
Yeah. And then
and we went through the schedule at one point. I think saying 6 is a reasonable number for the Jets.
Fumble, did Atlanta get it?
Atlanta's got it.
It's not that's the thing. It's not really a good schedule either. Like they have a couple easy games in early, but the easy games aren't even that easy. Like they have like Atlanta in Atlanta. Like I personally don't think Atlanta's going to be that terrible. I mean, so stuff like that. It's just hard to predict. It's just hard to like give the Jets the benefit of the doubt at this point.
Sure.
Also, a rookie head coach and a rookie QB, and I have the least amount of confidence in Zach Wilson of all the rookies. So yeah, it's a pretty easy under for me.
Last minute NBA just went out, folks.
Here we go. Last minute contest. Wow.
Lineup's locking about 3 minutes.
Panic contest.
17.
Everyone to panic.
It was
build.
reversed, by the way. Carolina's got it, and it's got a first down. Bridgewater up to 233 and out to the 16 after a McCaffrey reception.
Yeah. Once you get the review on those fumbles, you know it's getting turned.
Yeah.
You know it.
Luis, you're just upset that you don't have a nice branded contest. Why don't you start the last minute NHL?
I'm so like, I just want to see this play. There we go, DJ Moore. Jeez, DJ Moore.
No, Samuel. Second of the day.
Oh, I thought that was
Samuel.
you. My bad. Sorry, DK Sim fan.
I would have been happier if it were DJ Moore.
Yeah, no.
I got him.
I legit thought I saw it too there. But you're right. It was Curtis Samuel. My bad. I love DFS. I wish I had more time to play it, but I like with the way my brain works and how many things I think about. I'm just lucky if I like remember to set my lineup and like for the regular contest. So
sure.
For me to like send out invites and stuff, oh my god.
Contest filled in about 6 seconds. It was a small one though.
I'll say this.
Just a 10-person.
The DK Sim fam has really opened up my eyes to how popular NBA DFS is. I knew it was popular, but like it's legitimately like all you guys talk about in the chat, which is cool. I'm glad you guys like it, man. It is a fun sport if you're really into basketball.
I gotta think. Well, one, I mean, across the United States, no question, basketball is more popular than hockey. But I think that part of it too is many of us announcers spend a lot of time talking about NBA DFS. Like, I think if we were more obsessive, more focused on NHL daily fantasy, maybe the chat would get into that too.
Yeah, it's true. If you sent out NHL, I think that NBA has the broader appeal. I think people are just like legitimately, a lot of our viewers just like it. Like, I think Fantasy Hawk, a couple other guys like that, always talking basketball. So makes sense. Hockey's more of a niche sport still, especially in the States.
See, it's just a damn Kaufman who start any contest, let alone a last minute one. Bizzle says, Koff might have missed it, but I got Lamarca to admit you're no fish in NBA DFS last night. Yeah, he knows. He and I have matched up probably 100 times in head-to-heads. And I honestly think the only winner is DraftKings right now.
I was about to say, wow, you guys are really just supporting the company. I appreciate that. Good for you guys.
Like, I really think we are like straight 500. And I even said to him at one point, maybe you guys can pressure him in the chat during the NBA watch along coming up after this. I said to him, you know, if you just add me as a friend on DraftKings, I can look at your profile and I can see our history, you know, like, because it gives your full history. And he said, I don't want to be your friend. which I have to say, it's not nice.
Yeah, you guys are basically paying our salaries, so you're head to head. I like it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good.
So I don't want to be your friend.
It's a good time for sports, though, isn't it, man? Like, we get major golf all day, right into playoff hockey, right into an NBA playoff game. Next week, more playoff hockey. You know, we only got a month till the U.S. Open. You've got NBA playoffs starting. And then, you know, we're only a month away from NFL. It's high-end stuff. This is good.
I like this from
way more
Damn
normal.
Kaufman. Says I came to DFS an NFL guy, but I like NBA DFS more now. I like how multiple players can get points on every play and it's constant points. I like that too.
Yep.
To your point about all the action in the sports world right now. I don't know if you heard about this. So BK, Brandon Cristal and I, Brandon Cristal, I don't know why I said Brendan. Brandon Cristal and I did a what we dubbed a DK decathlon last weekend.
Right.
We did head-to-heads. This was on Sunday. We did head-to-heads for basically everything DraftKings had available. We did we did an NBA Classic. We did an NHL Classic. We did an MLB Classic. We did an EPL Showdown. We did a NASCAR. We did PGA, and we did a Madden Showdown. We did just for giggles, and I don't know if I'm missing anything. I think that was everything. But so there were like 7 or 8 contests that we did head-to-heads just on Sunday because we wanted, like, let's just do everything. It was kind of, I mean, it was stressful because it was a lot of lineups to set in a short period of time. But outside of that, it was fun. It was just fun to watch all the different contests, you know, as far as
absolutely. That is honestly the funnest when you have like 4 or 5 different, even just like 2 or 3 different sports and like big contests going and they're all going at the same time. That's awesome. Like, I like it when NFL is on because you can play a little baseball if you want on the side. Sometimes hockey's going on, and then also you get like golf going on. So when I go to a Sunday and I've got like my golf lineups and I've got like NFL lineups and maybe even something else going on, like, that's awesome. I like it when there's multiple sports going on. So.
Absolutely. So just know, folks, when this when my DK decathlon brainchild becomes a thing at DraftKings, like mainstream, you have me to thank.
They need to do like a world championship of like, you know, where they just like people have to set like 4 different lineups in a day.
This is what I'm saying.
Cumulative standings or something.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Are they going to call it the Adam Kaufman Cup now?
No, let's call it the DK Decathlon. I think that has a really nice ring to it. Like, honestly, like, question for you in the chat, and you, Moose, for that matter, or anybody in our production game ops teams. If we as a company offered something like that, where like there were a bunch of different sports that you made lineups for in the same day, you know, and you could enter in the lobby a big tournament or even play head-to-heads, whatever, or smaller cash games as opposed to the large GPP, whatever you're comfortable with. You know, let's say you could do like an NBA and NHL and MLB contests because those sports are all going on right now. You could do those contests all in one day as part of a larger thing where ultimately cumulative points determine who the winner is. So, you know, you stink in NHL, you can make up ground in NBA, vice versa, whatever. You get the concept. Would you play it? I think that sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, completely. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. I think a lot of people would be interested in that.
I can see the commercials now. It's like
the Dr. DraftKings.
Yeah, exactly.
Prescribing people to participate in the DK Decathlon.
Yeah. There's a promo code. PFS Queenie says, I'd be good at 4 sports. Bizzle says he's in. Bizzle asking, says, Cough, without spoilers, have you watched any of Season 2 Mythic Quest yet? Biz, I am up to date. I've watched them all. I think there have only been 4 so far. I'm loving every second. I just love that show. Touchdown at the 2-minute warning for Atlanta and Julio! Jones is in the zone.
Soon to be Adam Kaufman's new favorite player. He gets traded to the Patriots.
Amen.
I do think that's where he's going to go.
Good.
I'm not saying that facetiously. But, yeah, tied it up. Cuts in golf, guys, +5. A lot of big names missing. Xander, Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, Mark Leishman, Adam Scott. See, Kim, Tommy Fleetwood. Who else? Ryan Palmer, Martin Keimer. Nobody played Keimer. I don't know why I said his name. I just like him. Charles Schwartzel. Also missed. Yeah, might get OT here. 2 minutes left. Lots of time. So, what's Julio? Is Julio at the bonus? I guess I can check on my own here.
Julio's having a day, kid.
Yeah, that's why I dropped. That's why my lineup is sinking. 162, 8 receptions, and a tutty. He is having a day. Matt Ryan, 344. Really started off hot, but then, yeah, Julio took over. Hey, there's 5 catches. A Falcon stack leading the free roll.
I've got a lot of these touchdowns, but like Julio's been great for me. Ridley's been good for what he is. Moore's been solid. Not having Matt Ryan's a killer for me right now.
Yeah, what does
the
Teddy
leading
B have?
lineup, which is Tom Malam, 1951, currently has Julio at captain with almost 50 points. Ryan, Samuel, Ridley, Hurst, and Sly.
Yeah, Julio's also over 21% owned in the captain spot. So if you don't have him there, you're really hurting.
Yeah, 8 for 162 with his touchdown. Monster performance.
DJ Moore up to 150 yards though. Carolina already over midfield.
Which
don't
way
score
you
2
leaning on your? Well, I guess with this tie game at 24-0, maybe you're not prepared to start thinking about your award winners yet.
I mean, right now we're giving the player of the game to Julio, but DJ Moore, if he caught a long touchdown here, definitely could vault ahead. Actually, DJ Moore. I would give DJ Moore. Yeah, I forgot he had a touchdown. Never mind. 32 points.
Man.
Basically even
a
with
solid
Julio.
day. Julio's still having a marginally better one. He has the only difference in their day is that Julio has 12 more yards, same catches, same touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I mean, really, you could make the case for Moore just because the salary's lower and the ownership is lower.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, no, I'll give it to DJ Moore. We'll just give it to him right now.
Give it to him right now.
From here. He's not gonna. I don't think.
What if Julio has a game-winning touchdown though?
That's true. It could happen. We have less than a minute to go.
Well, or overtime.
Well, I mean, I was about to say the Falcons need 2 yards here to get in field goal position. Of course, they lost the yards. So Joey Sly's got a good leg though. Could make it from like 52, 53. Yeah, well, okay. I won't call game on the player of the game yet. We'll hold off here. Kind of an interesting scenario here if Carolina loses yards or doesn't get any yards.
Simon, I see you. I like it. Put Julio in New England, baby. I'm in.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. When was the last time Kaufman chatted up Twitch? I don't know.
I just did seconds ago.
That guy, that Kaufman guy, always not paying attention to Twitch fam. I always have Twitch fam open. I see your questions. I see you guys, unlike Adam Kaufman.
It just happened a moment ago. Unbelievable, the people I'm surrounded by. Boo Man Foo has jumped in front by about 2. 46 for me. Where's Wave Goodbye hanging out?
Simon Slay says Pat's plus 700 to get Julio.
That's what, yeah, I swear. And another edition of When the Announcers Aren't Paying Attention. What? Maybe I should just get closer to the mic. What if I talk right into the mic like this? Are you more likely to hear everything that I say? Moose.
Oh, wow. A field goal by Joey Sly. Putting them ahead. I just said that. Man. Why are you repeating what I said? I'm just giving the Twitch fam the attention because you're not. I mean, yeah, thank you for dropping that in, Simon. What else we got here? Thunder says Twitch never gets recognized. I'm here for you, Thunder. I am here.
He's going to read every comment on Twitch. Walk-off field goal. That's right. Fladil,
now Kaufman's
however that's pronounced.
I'm going to slide back into YouTube then. Anyways.
YouTube.
Guys, Lamarca's on deck here, so fire up your NBA. Actually, I guess you're not.
Oh,
really.
You know what? Hey,
we're not doing questions. Are you?
We do have an important scoring change if you want to alter your awards. It's actually 2 touchdowns, not 1 for Julio Jones. So he's up to about 60 points in the captain spot, and obviously about 40 in the flex. So it was a considerably better day than Moore, but Moore was awesome with half the ownership and 2/3 the salary. So if you still want to go with Moore, by all means, but I wanted to at least alert you to that.
That makes sense. I thought we were discrediting Julio there I was like, what? These guys have the same, but no, that's right. Julio caught the Hail Mary. So Tate says, my bad, guys, but that's okay. We fixed it. It's manual scoring. Like we said, they always get it right, which is all that matters. Julio's going to be a player of the game. I agree. Let's give it to him. 2 touchdowns, 162 yards, 8 catches. And the Not My Kid award, I'll just go to my lineup and see who's terrible.
Yeah, I was going to say, scroll down to the worst lineups.
Most people were pretty good here.
How about Todd Gurley?
Oh, Todd Gurley.
Yeah.
My God. 7.8 points for a guy who averages almost 20 or over 20. Yeah, Todd Gurley.
Gross.
Not my kid today.
Not your kid, everyone's problem. Oh, yeah. All right, so here's the deal, folks. Moose, he's done a couple sims. That is, according to the weekday bylaws, he's not allowed to do more than 2 in a day, so he's going to leave. Rossi is going to join me for Madden After Dark in about 45 minutes. But before that, we're going to do the NBA watch-along. I am not going anywhere. Lamarcus coming in. We're going to have plenty of stuff to jump into, so don't go anywhere, you either. We will all hang out, talk a little bit, and watch Grizz and Warriors together. But Moose will be back for a couple of sims tomorrow, folks. He will be with Glash once again at 4 o'clock, the early bird special, and stick around at 6 with the aforementioned Matt LaMarca. That is the late classic kickoff, the happy hour sim. Moose will slide in and do one more on Sunday as well. So that's at noon with BK. If you're looking to get your fill of Moose tracks, like the ice cream, but it's just his voice, he will be with you again for a few sims this weekend you do not want to miss. With that though, Jeff, we let you go. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you, buddy. Haven't seen you in a bit, so it's good to hang out. Good to hang out with the DK Sim fam and DK Twitch fam. Look, I got your back. Lamarcus in. He'll pay attention to you. I know Kaufman won't. So have a great rest of your night, guys. See you soon.
And with that, we say goodbye to Moose. We welcome in Matt LaMarca. And Matty, we got a lot to cover, my man, for this NBA watch-along show in the wide world of NBA DFS and sports betting. First, the play-in. And of course, we got plenty to talk about with the 7 series that we know about that will be tipping off tomorrow in part. How are you?
Living the dream, bro. Second appearance of the day for me. Talked a little baseball with Bukes earlier.
Nice.
Now I get to talk a little hoops with you, so I'm running the full gauntlet today.
I like that. That's, I'm just glad that you're here. So here's the deal, and thank you for all the kind words, those of you in the chat. Don't go anywhere, folks. Hang out with us because we are sticking around for right up until Madden After Dark. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere, and Lamarcus hanging out, and I'll lean on him plenty. He'll do a lot of the talking, but we fortunately. We haven't even had tip-off yet for the Warriors and Grizzlies. Those two teams matching up here. I will tell you, and we'll show you some fun facts on your screen here in a few moments as well. But just to start things off, the Grizz on the road, 4.5-point dogs. That means, of course, the Warriors are favored. Total points, 221 on the DK Sportsbook right now. Money line is minus 210 for Golden State. That game has just locked as far as pregame lines. And, so then we'll have live betting odds, obviously, in the DK Sportsbook that are available to you depending on where in the world that you are. But, the lines at the lock, or at lock, I should say. What do you like, or how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this game, first and foremost. I think that one of the most important things in the world of sports betting, and I've said this often, is you don't have to bet a game, right? I know, I'm sorry, DraftKings bosses. I hope I'm not getting in trouble. Part of what makes sports betting great is you can selectively pick your spots. So I don't see this as like a game that is offering a ton of line value at the moment. From what I've dove into with the numbers, I do think that Golden State is probably the correct side, but it always worries me to back like such a heavily public team, because that's what Golden State is tonight. Everybody is rooting for Steph Curry, myself included. I just love watching Steph Curry play basketball, and that makes me nervous. So I'm still siding with the Warriors, but I don't think it's like a great spot per se.
Do you think this thing could get ugly early, or do you think Memphis is going to hang around for a little while?
No.
I agree with you that I think the Warriors are going to win this thing.
I think this is a close game throughout. The X factor here is if the Warriors can get out to a lead and they can establish the way that they want to play, it's going to kind of force Memphis's hand a little bit in terms of Jonas Valanciunas, right? Jonas has been so good for the Grizzlies, but the Warriors are known for running opposing centers off the court. Now, I'm not comparing Jonas to either of the guys that the Lakers played at center on Wednesday, but Andre Drummond played 16 and 3/4 minutes, and Montrezl Harrell played less than 10 minutes off the bench. They had to go small to win that game and play Anthony Davis at center for a lot of it. If Jonas Valanciunas can't defend and switch and get out to the perimeter and do all that stuff, I could see him playing less minutes than expected, and that to me is the key. Ooh.
So we should be able to take a little look-see at what we've got going on here. Hopefully you guys are seeing it. If you're not, you'll be able to in just a matter of moments here, getting all the tech stuff here so that you can look at what we're looking at in terms of lines, obviously. And, this game, like we said, it's a couple minutes underway, obviously very close, 6-all. And, case in point with the live scoring, you've got, or live betting, I should say, 222.5 is where things stand with the total points right now. We could look at some of the game props as well. Let's see here if anything jumps out as interesting to you. You can even bet on winning margin. Where would you feel good in terms of the winning margin if you were to place a bet?
Warriors small. Again, it's going to be the most common bet because it reflects the spread size, but I would take the Warriors 3-6.
All right, 3-6. So plus 525 as things stand right now.
We got to work on your screen sharing skills.
I do. I'm trying to make sure that because I know people aren't seeing us right now, and I want you to see what we're seeing. So I'm working on the screen share, trying to make sure this looks right. The last time I tried to do this, it seemed to go okay. This one right now, it's a little topsy-turvy at the moment.
Looks better now.
Looks better now.
I mean, what are your thoughts here? Do you think the Grizzlies can hang in this game?
Well, at the moment they're winning this game, but again, it's very early, obviously. No, I mean, I think they can hang. I do. I think the Grizzlies are a very talented team, and I think they're a very deep team. I think they're a deeper team than the Warriors. I just think they don't have, and rocket science here, I know they don't have a Steph, and they don't have anything close to a Steph, and I think that is going to be the difference. Provided Curry, like what does Steph have to you to put this game away, since we know there aren't a whole lot of guys around him? There's Wiggins, there's Draymond, I know, and there are some of the periphery guys, but to me, Steph really needs to drop 35 points in this game.
I mean, he had 37 versus the Lakers, and it wasn't
but
enough.
that team had LeBron and Davis.
Yeah, but neither of those guys played well. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of an ugly game, 103-100. I don't think that it's a set number that Curry has to get to. It's a lot of it is going to depend on how the Grizzlies choose to defend him. If the Grizzlies go with the Lakers technique and blitz him all night, and he's going to be dumping it off to Draymond's got to have a big game. If they're going to one-on-one cover him, then Curry's got to have a huge game. So it's going to be a chess match, I think, out there. A lot of it is going to depend on how the Grizzlies choose to defend Curry. I mean, I would always have two bodies going towards him. I would not want to let him get going, but then that opens you up to Draymond picking you apart, in the 4-on-3s in half court, and he's one of the best in the business at that. He turned it over a lot.
Fox says Grizz looking serious right now. They're up by 10. If we're thinking live betting, by the way, if you have the ability, folks, wherever you are, -1.5 for Golden State to win this game. If it's I'd jump on that right now if it's me, because I do believe Golden State's going to win this thing, and down by 10, that wouldn't worry me at all.
Okay.
Not you?
I mean, they're down 10. They're down 10, and to start the game, and we're only getting a couple of points of spread value here. I'd rather wait, and if that is my route that I want to go, I'd rather see them get to an underdog on the money line. That's probably the way I would be looking at this.
Well, it's going to have to change. They're going to have to fall down by 20, wouldn't they?
Guy, this is not the 2019 Warriors we're talking about here, Kaufman.
Well, I know.
They're not going to have to fall down by 20 to become underdogs on the money line. They were only favored by 5 points to start the game.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, I'm looking at it now, and it's a 10-point deficit. We're not there yet.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if
it's very early,
it's super early. If they're still down by 10 in a couple of minutes, then it might change, because we obviously have less game time to work with.
If you guys have any questions, thoughts, anything you want to, jump into and, weigh in on, obviously, about the NBA in general, it doesn't have to be specifically this game. Twitch, YouTube, we've got them both open. We're checking you out, and we are here to talk to you guys as well. So by all means, weigh in. We can start to get into some of the other series too, because we got about a half hour to work with here. And, as mentioned, you got 7 series that we know about. We're waiting to find out, obviously, who the winner, will be with this game, this final play-in game, and then we'll have all 8 that we can lock in. But why don't we start Eastern Conference with the, I believe this is the first game that will start tomorrow to, begin round 1. That's Miami in Milwaukee. Yep. How do you feel about the series in general, and obviously available bets to you for this game? I'm trying to find, let's see. We've got, obviously, the Bucks are favored by 4.5 for the first game. Over
you got to click on the series.
What's that now?
You got to click on the series lines if you want to look at those.
Yeah.
So go back to the NBA homepage.
All right, we'll dive into those as well.
And
right,
now series
props.
Yeah, I thought that's where you wanted to go first. Sorry.
Yeah, well, no, it's fine. We can start here. Makes sense. So Milwaukee and Miami, you got Heat are plus 250, the Bucks minus 320.
I like the Bucks quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think that this is a good revenge spot for Milwaukee, after a disappointing loss to the Heat last year in the playoffs. I don't think Miami is nearly at 100%. I mean, they've been dealing with a lot of injuries recently. Jimmy Butler says he's good to go, and I don't worry about Jimmy Butler at all. That guy is a serious gamer, but for the Bucks just need, like, they need to, this is the time, right? Like, if they don't win this series, they should consider blowing everything up and starting over.
What's their, I'd have to look at what their upcoming contracts are. Like, obviously Giannis is the guy they intend to have around long term, as they should. Holiday is the one that they traded for. Middleton's the one that's already in house. Like, that to me is not the most imposing three-headed monster to begin with.
Those guys are locked up each for the next 3 years, I believe.
So yeah, blowing it up could get a little dicey. I don't know how much work it would take to deal Holiday or Middleton and get something that you think is better.
It's a fair point.
But if you want to say like a lack of true depth around the rest of that core, look, we both feel Milwaukee's going to come out of that series for sure. I don't think we're going to see a bubble-like performance out of Miami in this series. I just don't. Unless like Tyler Hero reverts to what he was at that point in time and goes absolutely crazy. But
that's the big difference from this year's version of the Heat as compared to last year. Last year, Milwaukee had a major weakness, and that was 3-point defense. This year, and Miami was the perfect team to exploit that because they were second in the league in terms of 3-point efficiency. This year, they're down to 19th in terms of 3-point percentage. So they are not as well equipped to take advantage of that Bucks, somewhat leaky defense on the perimeter.
Also, man, easy for me to say, right? But heart, anyone that watched that Milwaukee series last year, the Bucks look like they quit. And the biggest thing that I and others were saying going into the bubble playoffs was, it was just, and this was about any team, like pick your team, doesn't matter. The champion last year, or at least contenders, and we saw it from Denver. We saw Miami's run. Lakers ultimately were the Lakers. They were the team that were projected to win the whole thing, going into the season, never mind the pandemic. But generally speaking, in the bubble last year, it was heart, it was will, it was who wants it more. Who is going to compete harder with no home court advantage, no fans, no, who's okay mentally and emotionally and psychologically being there versus being at home with their families. So many things that were at play that aren't now. It was an attrition of will, the playoffs last year, and the Bucks looked like they quit. They just wanted to go home. I felt the same way about the Sixers last year. This is different. This is going to be different for Milwaukee, which is why the Bucks can make a true run in the East. It's, do they have enough to get by Brooklyn or Philadelphia? I mean, have that debate with me right now if you want to, but within yourselves out there listening, watching, that's what you have to think about. But I think we're going to see a lot more, at least in the East, a lot more chalk in these playoffs. Now the West is going to be different. I could make a compelling case for the top 3 seeds in the West all going down in round 1. But the East, I think this thing is pretty much going to play out as we think it will.
Yeah, I would say in the first round for sure. Flip a coin with the Knicks and the Hawks. I don't think that either team has a huge edge there, but I do think that the Bucks, the Nets, and the 76ers should win their first round matchups. Then it just comes down to, these teams matching up against each other. And the good thing about Philly is they avoid one of those teams, right? The Nets and the Bucks are going to have to go through each other just to then have to go through Philly, more than likely. So I think that, that kind of, it makes them the favorite in my eyes. I don't necessarily know if I think they're the best team. I would still say Brooklyn is the best team for sure, but their road is just so much easier. They only really have to get through one team before they get to the finals.
Let's talk
I don't
about
see
that. I just pulled up the DK Sportsbook odds for team futures. Who's going to win this championship, obviously, and we could go into conference winners and all of that, finalists. But we're just overall championship right now. The Nets are the favorites. I don't think that surprises anybody. Plus 210. After that, you have the Lakers, the defending champs, who were in the play-in tournament, and they were the 7 seed, but they're still the Lakers, and they are plus 400. You have the Clippers, the Bucks, the Jazz to round out the top 5. Personally, I'm not a believer in the Jazz. I haven't been all year. I think they are your classic, like Budenholzer 60-win Hawks. I think they are going to disappoint in these playoffs. But, is there a long shot that you like here? I know you really like Brooklyn, but is there a team with longer odds that you think has a chance to make noise here?
I wouldn't go any further than Philly at plus 850. I actually think that that's the best number on the board right now.
Okay.
Again, they're the 1 seed. They're going to have home court throughout the Eastern Conference. They're only going to have to beat one of Brooklyn or Milwaukee, while those 2 teams will have to go through each other in the semis potentially. So the fact that they're getting the 6th lowest odds right now, I think that's pretty appealing. After that, like Phoenix, you just got to feel bad for Phoenix. They had a heck of a season, and then they draw the Lakers in the first round. So likely going to lose that series. I don't know. Maybe you feel that Phoenix can pull an upset off, but I'm sticking with the Lakers to win that one. And the Nuggets, maybe they had a puncher's chance at full strength, but without Jamal Murray, it's hard to see them advancing deep into the playoffs. I think that, they can still certainly compete with Portland in the first round, but to win 4 different playoff series to win the title, I think that's asking for too much.
So you're not a fan of my Celtics at plus 13,000? That's what you're saying?
No, sir. I think
No, sir.
Somebody asked me yesterday during the Dream Stream what series I think would be a sweep, and I think that that's the most likely candidate.
I'm giving them a gentleman's sweep. I think they'll go down in 5.
I mean, sure. Jason Tatum's great. Like, I love Jason Tatum. But from what we've seen of this Brooklyn team, when they have those 3 studs on the court, they are just really good, and they should only get better as they play more time together, right? Like they've played 8 games together, 8.
Right.
And when they've had all 3 of those players on the court, they're averaging more than 120 points per 100 possessions.
They can't. Is their Achilles heel, though, the fact that not only can they not defend, they don't even care to defend. Like, their objective is to go out and outscore you 150 to 145. Now, again, the Celtics, like, maybe if the Celtics had been at full strength, had another all-star in Jaylen Brown, they could have made the series at least interesting. I'm not saying they would have won, but they could have at least made it interesting. Which team do you think most realistically gives them trouble? Is it Philadelphia, who you said you like with longer odds?
I do think it's Philly. I think that their defense, I think, is being a little overblown. They improved. They were dreadful when they first got Harden. A lot of games, being played in like the 140s to 130s, but they did improve a bit as the season progressed. I think that against like Milwaukee, for example, I don't worry about their defense per se, but Joel Embiid's a different story. The one thing that they do not have is a competent center. Like DeAndre Jordan, you're not going to play him for more than 20 minutes per game. They tried LaMarcus Aldridge. It didn't work out. They've tried Blake Griffin. He's not the same player that he was. Nicholas Claxton has given them some energy, but do you really think Nicholas Claxton is matching up with Joel Embiid? No. So I think Embiid could be a potential problem for them. I still think, for the record, Brooklyn Nets win the title this year. They win the East. They win the title. But I think that the 76ers are their biggest potential stumbling block.
I think the Nets will not get out of the conference final, and I won't be at all surprised if they lose in round 2.
You think they're going to lose to either the Knicks or the Heat?
I'm not ruling it out. I think they are such a combustible
I'll give you
team.
10-1 on that.
It's not because of a lack. And look, it's more likely the conference final than the second round, obviously. But I just think they're such a combustible group. Like, I mean, Kyrie Irving, admittedly, doesn't care all that much about basketball. It is certainly not his number one priority.
That's what he said. I still think he obviously wants to win. When he's on the court, it's not like he's going to be thinking about other stuff. He just doesn't. He clearly
was,
doesn't
he
like
was
the
when he played
hoopla.
for the Celtics. He was thinking
Doesn't
about
like
other
the
stuff.
hoopla that comes with being a professional basketball player. He
Do
don't
you
want to talk
believe?
to
Do you believe
reporters.
that winning? Okay, let me put it this way. And at a certain point in time, talent, obviously, you would hope if you're a fan of the Nets, if you're a fan of just truly great players, which all three of those are, you would hope that talent reigns supreme even over mentality. But Kevin Durant now, after his stint with the Warriors, has won multiple championships. Kyrie has hit arguably the biggest shot in NBA Finals history when he was a member of the Cavs.
Correct.
Harden has not won yet. He's still chasing that ring. Of those three, I think we could probably agree winning is most important to James Harden just because he doesn't have the bling yet. But to what degree of those three do you believe, like, I mean, is how important is winning really to those guys? At least the other two. Take Harden out of it. How important is winning above all else to those guys? Because
I feel like I just popped over to ESPN.
I'm asking. I just want your thoughts, and we'll go back.
I think
to
it's very
odds and all
important
that.
to all of them. I think, to me, the like, yes, there's that second tier, that next level, Jimmy Butler, type of mentality that a lot of that we want as sports fans, right? We want the guys on our teams to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think there's as many guys like that in the league as you think. These maniacally competitive, win at all costs type of dudes. Like we just saw it with Trevor Lawrence, right? The guy that was drafted first overall, considered one of the best quarterback prospects in the last 20 years. The guy basically said, like, I'm not going to be that Tom Brady type of guy.
Yeah.
I still love football. When I'm on the field, I'm giving my best effort, but I have other interests in life. And I think that the modern NBA player, it's very much of that same line of thought. So I think these guys, don't get me wrong, like they are not going to be devastated if they lose, perhaps. But when they're on the court, they're going to be playing as hard as they possibly can.
I mean, I don't necessarily feel that way about all those guys. I really don't. I think there's enough evidence looking back through their careers.
By that final Kyrie year in Boston.
Well, look, am I scarred by that? To some degree, for sure, because I watched him not give a crap in that final series against Milwaukee and shoot their way out of it as he shot his way out of town. He didn't want to be there. He had given up. Durant, it doesn't take much to agitate him and have him get into a social media beef with somebody or multiple people. James Harden, how many times did it look like he quit on the Rockets in the playoffs, off sitting and pouting in the corner and not playing any defense?
Never quit on them. He quit on them this year. He was just ineffective in the playoffs.
There was a lack of effort on the defensive side of the ball in some of those playoff runs, and it looked like he gave up. It looked like, I'm not saying he did. I'm not in his body. I'm not there. I'm saying as a spectator, as a viewer, as a fan, it looked like he gave up. See, like you could talk about other interests. Like LeBron James has as many other interests as any athlete in professional sports. I will never question that dude's will to win or whether winning is the most important thing to him. I believe it is. I believe it is. I don't necessarily think that's true of those Nets stars, which is why I'm going to be especially interested to see what this run looks like. And whether or not, you brought it up before, the cohesiveness or lack thereof. Only 8 games together all season long. I mean, James Harden played more games as a member of the Rockets this year than he did with Irving and Durant. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And who knows, maybe the best thing for them is for the Celtics to take game 1, just to like take advantage of a little, lack of continuity, a little wake up call for them. Like, we're going to lose to this team in game 1. And then obviously, they run off 4 straight, and that gives them, a little bit of a clearer head and momentum and whatever else going into round 2. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, I don't buy into that kind of stuff for the most part. I'm not a big, like reading between the lines. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at, the players and the matchups and such. And that team, when they're at their best, is the best team in basketball. If you don't think they've played enough to be at their best for 4 games in a 7-game series, that's fine to me. I can get behind that, but it just doesn't feel like, I don't know. There's certainly going to be plenty of stories written if this doesn't work, right? There's going to be lots of people taking their shots. But these are 3 of the most gifted offensive players that the league has ever seen. So
For sure.
I'm honestly excited to see them all on the court at the same time.
Looking at some of these other series, and you can see it up on your screen, the series lines on the DK Sportsbook. Again, Bucks are favored against the Heat, pretty comfortably so. Clippers over the Mavericks. The Nets, obviously, far and away favored over the Celtics at -2,000. You got the Blazers narrowly favored over the Nuggets, Sixers over the Wizards, the Lakers over the Suns, the Hawks over the Knicks. Those are the series that we know about right now. Which one do you think is most ripe for the upset?
Well, it's not even really an upset because they're the higher seeded team, but I love Denver to win this series. I think that too much is being made of the injuries for this particular matchup. Portland is just a nightmare defensively. They're 29th, I believe, in defensive efficiency on the year. Nikola Jokic, he could be out there with me, you, producer Daniel, Michael, and we'd still get 120. Like, it would not be a problem. Dame Lillard, of course, is scary. There's not a lot of dudes who have made the amount of clutch shots that he's made in the playoffs, but I just think asking them to win 4 games here and being like the favorites is not correct.
Some live betting talk, by the way. The Warriors pulling up their odds right now. See what's going on in this game. So they've come back to within 2 late in the first quarter, -2.5 on the spread. Still favored to win, even though they're down. -140 on the money line. How do you feel about these totals right now?
Yeah, they did get to underdogs on the money line. So if you went with that route, you're probably feeling pretty good about your bet at the moment as they take the lead.
Yes, producer Michael says could have gotten in at +115.
So I feel pretty good about the way that has gone. And now we'll see. I mean, again, there's a lot of game left. I still think this game goes down to the wire. I have the Warriors winning again, but I think it's going to be real close, 1 possession type game either way.
Mike Bizzle says he thinks the Dream Stream is just a reboot of Cheers, and that Glash and I are the Diane and Ted Danson.
I was going to say Sam.
Yeah, I mean, that would fit better. As long as I get to be Sam. Can I be Sam?
Sure.
All right. I mean, he was the former Red Sox pitcher after all. If you guys have any thoughts, questions, anything that you want to include here out in the chat, YouTube, or Twitch, we invite you to do so, obviously. Taking a look at what we got going on, LaMarca and I hanging out. Not a lot in the Twitch channel right now, and here on YouTube, you guys are just enjoying the game. Fantasy Hawk, our man Hawk Corleone, is reporting the odds fast and furious. Which series interests you most? First round series. I know, obviously, I asked you which one you think is most ripe for the upset, but is there a first round series that you are most invested in watching?
I mean, Lakers Suns has to be the answer. We're not sure how healthy Los Angeles is, right? I mean, LeBron didn't give that full LeBron workload in that game versus the Warriors. He was supposed to be limited to 30 minutes or so. He ended up playing a little under 35. So I still think if he's healthy, if Anthony Davis is healthy, and both players struggled against the Warriors, this team should win the West, but we don't know if that's the case. So that should be a fun one. I mean, Phoenix has been really good all season. Chris Paul, one of the most underrated players of this generation. You know, he's never made it to the finals. He's never won an MVP, but every team that guy goes to just gets better. You know, you take him and you put him on the Clippers and they get better. You put him on the Rockets, they get better. He
Mhm.
dragged a Thunder team that was the worst team in basketball this season to the playoffs.
Yep.
And now Phoenix goes from a team.
That's not totally fair. There are a lot of reasons why they were the worst team in basketball this year, but I
mean,
your
it's
point.
essentially the same. It's a very similar team.
Well, I mean, the
They
last
lost
half
Chris
of the
Paul
year,
and
they didn't
Danilo
even play
Gallinari.
anybody. They just decided to play all their young kids to try and develop them.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. But again, they went from a playoff team to a team that tanked at the end of the year. How about
Fair.
that? Is that better for you?
It's better. Yeah. I appreciate the semantics. Thank you.
And now you take them and you put them on Phoenix and they finish with the second best record in the West. So I would love to see Chris Paul get a big statement win for his resume like this, but we'll see if it happens. I will say that, like, I'm going to keep my eye on the Clippers too. I still have some Clippers futures. Like, they're the team coming into this season that I was like most expecting to win the title. You know, I thought they were the best team in the league last year, and then they fell apart in the bubble. People forget that they were the favorites heading into the playoffs last year. So I'm looking at them. They're minus 400 against the Mavs in the first round. That's a little steep as far as juice goes, but if you look at them on like a spread line, you could take them minus 1.5 games, and it's closer to minus 175. And if you want to take them minus 2.5 games, which means they win in either 4 or 5 for the series, you're getting plus odds on that. So I think that I'm interested in those numbers, and I want to see if the Clippers can remind folks of how talented this team is. I mean, last year at this time, we were talking about Kawhi Leonard. You know, we were putting him in the conversation with some of the best players in the league, and it seems like he's not really there anymore. But there aren't a whole lot of guys I'd rather have on my roster heading into the playoffs than Kawhi Leonard.
How's the health of that team overall?
I mean, they're back. You know, they're all back. I don't know if they're at full strength per se, but they got Serge Ibaka back. They have Patrick Beverley back. And by the way, Serge Ibaka, I thought, was one of the most sneaky additions of the offseason. One of the Clippers' biggest problems last year was they had Montrezl Harrell, who won the 6th Man of the Year, but it's been proven that that guy cannot stay on the floor in a playoff game. He's just too much of a defensive liability. Now you put Serge Ibaka in there, and the 5-man unit of Beverley, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Marcus Morris, and Serge Ibaka, that is going to be a very tough unit to get buckets against.
At the end of one, the Grizzlies have a 1-point lead on the Warriors. You can still get the Dubs at minus 2.5, minus 150 on the money line total, if that interests you, at 225.5. That's the over under. Looking at tomorrow, and we could look at Sunday after. Tomorrow first, which game one do you think would be the best bet to go with the upset? You got the Bucks favored by 4.5 on the Heat, the Clippers by 5.5 on the Mavs, the Nets by 8 against the Celtics, and the Nuggets, it's a close one, by 1 against the Blazers. So all the home teams are favored, obviously, to begin round one.
Well, I've already stand for the Bucks, the Clippers, and the Nuggets as some of my favorite series bets. So I don't necessarily want to pick against them to lose game one. That would not be good for me. So I guess that leaves the Nets. I don't think they lose, but perhaps they don't cover the 8-point spread.
Sure.
You know, Jason Tatum, certainly you would think entering the playoffs in a bit of a groove following a 50 burger. And it's been a little bit of a layoff for the Nets. Still chemistry concerns. Maybe it takes them a while to gel a little bit.
How about on Sunday? Again, there will be 4 games, but right now we only know about 3, and that is the Sixers favored by 7.5 against the Wizards, 2.5 favorites for the Suns against the Lakers, and the Knicks 1.5 against the Hawks. I assume of the 3, you'd go LA?
LA and Atlanta, I think both can win that game. I mean, Atlanta, to me, like, the Knicks are a great story, right? But they're not a particularly good basketball team. And I know that, Kenny Ducey out there, if he's listening, is probably shaking his head in disgust. And he's going to say, oh, this guy, he's always crapping all over the Knicks.
You got to get higher.
The Knicks made their bones playing defense. And by wanting to win, to throw it back to your narrative, like, I don't think there was a team in basketball that took regular season games more seriously than the Knicks did this season.
Sure.
Tom Thibodeau played Julius Randle, RJ Barrett 40 minutes a game. They were locked in, intense for all that time. So, like, what's the next level for them? I don't think that they have one. Atlanta is a team that played great after switching head coaches. Nate McMillan, they were 27-11 with him at head coach. And their roster, it just top to bottom is just better. They have, Trae Young, who's a bright young star, Capella, John Collins, Gallo, Bogdanovich. DeAndre Hunter, who I really like, came back for them towards the end of the season. So I think that they win this series, and winning game 1 would be a good start for them.
Well, we are going to get ourselves out of here for a few-minute break before the Madden After Dark sim comes along. Rossi and I will be with you. You still have 10 minutes to create a lineup. You can jump into the DK Sim Fam Friends League lobby and, of course, jump in there, jump in the contests available to you. Join the free roll or any paid contests out there if you'd like to. By all means, should be fun. Right now, as second quarter is underway by a couple minutes, Grizzlies to start things off, up by a few. Lines jumping around between 1.5 and 2.5 with the Warriors still favored, but as LaMarcus said multiple times, long way to go. This is fun. It's good to hang out with you for a little NBA watch along, look ahead to these series.
Sure.
I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm eager. Like, let's get to the postseason already.
For real. I mean, the play-in games, it's a great addition for the league. Again, like, have we had the most competitive games start to finish? No. But anything that gives me LeBron James versus Steph Curry in a winner advances format, I mean, sign me up for that 7 days out of the week.
Well, I think more often than not, you're not going to see that. This is a very unique season, but hey, you got it year 1, no doubt. Those teams aren't floating around the 7-8 seeds for very long, I don't think. But
I mean, okay, so let's push those 2 teams up next year. Then we get either, Dame Lillard in the play-in. We get maybe Jokic in the play-in. We got Ja in the play-in. Like, it's going to be fun. The Western Conference is going to be fun.
No question. Once again, we are going to hop back to Simland in just a matter of minutes. It is the Texans and Seahawks. Rossi and I will be with you. LaMarca and I will, he'll be back for a couple sims tomorrow, actually with Rossi for one, with Moose for another. We'll be back together, he and I, Sunday night. So looking forward to that. And we'll be able to follow along in a different way with the NBA, see what's going on in round 1 while we're doing a Madden sim at the same time. So that'll be great. Thanks to our entire crew, everybody involved. LaMarca, pleasure, buddy. We'll catch up real soon this weekend.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
like we never left. We are right on back, and thank you for being here on the Dream Stream. The rotating other half of the screen continues. First, it was Moose at 8, Lamarca for the NBA Watch Along, and now I like to think we're finishing strong. Jason Rossi, a little Madden After Dark action. How are you, buddy?
Doing great, dude. How are you? A fun night, it seems.
Yeah, we're having a good time. As you know, I'm always up for just riffing on the NBA for a while, and with Moose, it timed out perfectly having a Falcons sim because we got into a lot of Julio Jones talk.
Yep.
With the report, obviously, of him potentially being moved and some of the suitors. It will make you happy to know that Moose seems to think that the Patriots are an excellent landing spot. So yes, please, let's make that happen. We can talk about that a little bit if we want to in the sim here too. But as lineups have locked here for a little Madden After Dark action and a couple of compelling quarterbacks, the Seahawks and the Texans. What's your lineup looking like?
All right, so this number one finishing lineup to be looks a little. Hold on, it went live. I'm all over the place. It looks
happens to me all the time.
Yeah, it goes from upcoming to then there's nothing, then live. Anyways, why is it telling me my stats? Get out of here. Okay, Greg Olson's in the captain. Feeling it. Feeling he's been playing well. It's been a little bit of a heater recently. Gonna see if that flame continues to rise. At 20 in his last, 9 before that, double digits, and 6 out of his 9 straight before that. Russell Wilson going to team up there. DK Metcalf for the Hawks. And for the Texans, I got Watson, I got David Johnson, I got Kenny Stills. It's a little bit of a dart throw, and Kenny Stills can either be absolutely non-impactful at all, could give me goose eggs, or it could maybe get me like 5-10 points.
So I decide I really normally I'm a set it and forget it kind of guy when it comes to these Madden sims because it's a free roll. It's not like it really matters whether I finish 3rd or 1/30th, but I still want to represent. I want to do well. I want to put a little thought in. I'm not just gonna roster a guy that I think has no chance of doing anything, like a Kenny Stills. So here's what I decided to do. Deshaun Watson is captain. Okay, a lot of people felt that. Look, the ownership is crazy for the QBs. 91% overall for Watson in our small contest, as compared to 94% for Wilson. I went back and forth between the two. Which one do I want to captain? Which one? And I went with the 19% who have Watson, as compared to the 22% who have Wilson. So we'll see how that goes for these two rushing QBs. And then when you do that, you got to go low. You got to pay down. So Brandon Cooks is in my lineup, who's about 40% of lineups. Will Fuller is in there, who's in a quarter of lineups. My dart throws, my friend.
Yes.
David Johnson and Carlos Hyde. A combined $6,600 in the flex. Combined. But I mean, a lot of people on Hyde. He's in more than half of lineups. Johnson's, more of a dart throw. He's in a quarter of them. But the salaries for what they are, for what they can do in terms of scoring touchdowns, I couldn't ignore them.
I like it. I'm already getting heckled. Andrew says, how on earth do you end up with Stills there? This unlimited value, LOL.
Unlimited.
I don't know, dude. Go back and look at that lower tier, because Kenny Stills cost, how much was he? I believe he was like in the 3s, 2,800. I don't see unlimited down there, but hey, that's just me. I put myself in a hole. I did it quick. And shout out to Daniel real quick. This eyesore of jerseys, but like I don't mean that in a bad way for once. I mean it's just there's so much like color in different places, and both jerseys have like the double color look here. You get the red, white up top.
Yeah.
These Seattle unis are rough, right?
Yeah, they're awful.
Highlighters.
Although, ironically, though, not their worst. Like, Seattle has some really bad options for uniforms in this game. This is not my least favorite. Probably the color rush one is the one I hate the most.
Is that the all, like, this color? Like, the really bright
like
green?
Like, all neon green, yeah.
I don't know if this is hot take, whatever. I don't even know where that term came from. I used to just talk before thinking. But anywho, I wonder...
I have a question relating to that, but first your point.
Well, my point quickly would be that I didn't like the Seahawks uniforms. They're like the 2000s, like the Matt Hasselbeck, like those, like almost navy blue with like the green arrows on the side. I thought those were junk. So I do like that, like the NFL tried something here with the Seahawks. Is JJ Watt doing business?
My as our man Executive Sessions in the chat says, the boss and the talk to take us to the finish line. I love the nicknames that Executive Sessions has for all of us. So great. I think he called Moose Geo Solo. Pretty good. Now, my question is, and both of us coming from the sports talk radio world, and I don't know if this is a talking head thing, whether it's radio, TV, whatever, or maybe just, some schlub on Twitter came up with it one day as Wilson completes that pass out to the 49, 27 yards. Philip Dorsett, who knows who he's playing for now. He had the grab. My question is, when did, I just don't like, and maybe because I've been accused of not having any, I don't like the term take. I just don't like, when did like just having an opinion become a take? Like when did at one point, people would dump all over your opinions. They didn't like your opinions. You had a crappy opinion. All of a sudden it was, no, you got to have a take. You got to have a hot take. Sometime in the last decade or so, opinions became takes and takes became nomenclature. And I don't really know how that happened.
My honest belief, from my understanding as I grew in the industry, same as you in different ways, and I grew more wide, I've noticed that it really started with the show First Take. And First Take, by the way, if people remember, it used to be it was a portion of a different show called Cold Pizza.
Yeah.
That was an ESPN too. So
with Dana Jacobson, right? Didn't she host that?
Dana Jacobson was in there. I forget the gentleman's name who was really good, who hung in there at ESPN for a long time. So did Dana, but it was an ESPN show because ESPN2 was running Mike and Mike. By the way, it looked like on that play, Carson was just kind of waving to a defender.
Hi.
Yeah, how you doing, pal? What's going on? We'll do a jersey swap later. But when that show First Take, it wasn't about it being like the take wasn't the opinion, wasn't the word. It was like the first chance to like talk about stuff. It was kind of like thought of that way, and that was Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless doing that segment. Yeah. Then that spun off through
like first thought, basically.
Yes, it's like, exactly.
Like it's you go first, your turn.
Precisely. And for any of you that are wondering what I'm talking about, literally Google Cold Pizza ESPN and you'll see all about this story. But I used to watch it religiously as I worked in afternoons, nights, overnights, doing anything I could, scratch and clawing, But anyways, so that's where that show started. That show got very popular. So then First Take, I truly believe that's where the term take, because it just became Stephen A. Smith has an opinion A, Skip Bayless has opinion B. And that was just like a formula that has worked in a lot of sports programming, as you see on national television for years. There's like 3 programs every morning that is just 2 guys debating things, which is hilarious.
So at some point, just like going first, went from turn to opinion.
Exactly. Jay Crawford, thank you, Hawk. Jay Crawford, that was the name. Good pickup.
That's right.
But yeah,
Mr. Mike asking, wasn't Woody Page on that show too? He was. I don't remember. Was he?
Yeah, 100% he was. Woody Page was a big part of so Cold Pizza was like almost like a smorgasbord. It was like an SNL style because they would just go like segment to segment, and it was pretty innovative for the time and a little bit kind of what like the Sweat reminds me of. It did like every segment's different sport, different things happening.
Yeah.
Sorry to be distracted. I thought there was a dinosaur upstairs. I think my wife is watching television extremely loud. She's watching
Is she watching Jurassic World?
No, she's watching Handmaid's Tale. Blasting. And like we have a little one sleeping. I talk loud, she yells.
Would you calm down? Touchdown.
Don't tell me that's a vulture. Tell me that's Olsen. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Who is this?
Boom.
Who is that?
Will Dissly.
Oh, that's a caw. That's a caw. I'm a vulture. Caw.
That's a caw. That's a caw. He's a caw.
That's a caw.
Will Dissly, who was just a man possessed in the Madden 20 days. Yeah, he is he's depth chart diving on the tight end list here in Madden 21.
And I don't know where he'll stand next year with the Gerald Everett signing, but obviously we haven't heard much about Noah Moon. F you, Dissly. Yeah, I'm with you, dude.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely ticked me off, too. I was looking so much forward to a nice Greg Olsen captain touchdown, but not so much. Disley, 1.7% owned. All right, so there it is. Everybody who was here for my 2 o'clock for the hashtag Team Always Here said we had no vultures. Cough. It was the first time I had a game that we hadn't had a vulture in a long time. It was me and BK. Sans vulture for the. I'm telling you, like there is a guarantee you're going to get a random touchdown, but didn't get one earlier.
7-0 Seattle. Rossi, Koff, Mike, Daniel, Cobra K, Tate, and Ops.
Yeah.
Good to be here hanging out with you guys.
Got to give a shout out to our number one guy. We always, he's on both. Wait a minute, I've never seen this. Obi-Wan posted on both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'll read it from Twitch because that's where I saw it first. I'll give it the credit. We see you, Twitch fan. He says, "What's good, fellas? Geez, these effing me, I guy combo."
Yeah, you've come to the right place if you hate both of us.
If you hate people that refer to their opinions as their own.
Obi-Wan, here's just a thought. Leave.
Actually, I personally disagree with Koff. I want you to stay and continue to do exactly what you do. Because you is not I, and I is not me, but us together is we.
Wow.
But please stay.
It was roundabout, but he got there, and I like it. I like it.
I'm guessing Obi-Wan was not a big together, the boy band, because you plus me equals us. You know? There was a me and
some very basic math was involved in that group.
A lot of, yeah. Good group, too. Good group.
Jordan says, Mike and Mike, wasn't that similar to First Take? We used to have more shows like that, not many First Take shows. Now it's more the opposite, kind of. It's true. I mean, you have shows now that are geared toward opposite opinions. They don't want a lot of agreement, which, by the way, makes sense. I mean, it makes for better television, obviously.
Yeah, but I would not say Mike and Mike. Oh, yeah, Mike and Mike wasn't that similar. He says, okay, I read it. Because it wasn't. Mike and Mike was just a straight sports talk, opinion, loose, fun radio program.
Right.
For years. That's what I believe. And I really enjoyed it. And I got made fun of a lot for liking it.
Lounge Talk Podcast. Definitely get my like tonight. No buzzword. Hashtag kill the buzzword.
Oh.
Talk. When was the last time you were part of a buzzword, Madden After Dark?
With Glash, it's
that's the. I got to imagine that's the only time the buzzword happens.
Yeah, I don't gimmick and fringe like other people. You know, when I first started the club, but we're not here to take shots. No, but it's honestly probably been since like January. I feel like around Super Bowl we did one.
Yeah, Rossi and I in this time slot, back-to-back nights, folks. Tonight and tomorrow.
Get excited.
Be here. Speaking of getting excited, the Houston Texans appear excited, probably not the word they would use, to determine their quarterback position this year. There are, I think, now 5 on the roster.
Let me check. I was looking at this the other day because like them in Green Bay are in like the most hilarious positions right now with quarterbacks.
Daniel says relieved. No, I don't think that's the word.
Oh, you know what they are? They're trepidatious about their quarterbacks. Obviously, they drafted David Mills. They have Tyrod Taylor they signed. They had Ryan Finley on the roster. And they just signed, get this, folks, Jeff Driscoll.
5 QBs
including
the
Deshaun. Yeah.
So Mills, Davis Mills being their QB of the future, seemingly, if we're to operate under the mindset that Deshaun Watson's going to be gone. Is Tyrod Taylor to you the starter this year? Are you operating under the mindset that Deshaun Watson is not going to be playing for Houston this year, whether it's because he's elsewhere or just because he's not in the league this season?
I stated this the moment the trade rumors came out. He's not going anywhere. He will be the day one starter for the Houston Texans. Still, in my opinion, off the field things aside, do I think he'll be the Texans quarterback 5 years from now? It's a different question. 2021, they open up. I don't know against who. We'll just say Seattle for the argument's sake. He's on the field. Number 4, baby. Get excited.
Okay. I hope you're right. I do. I hope you're right for the Texans' sake. You know, I hope that means obviously he's been cleared of his situation and that allows him to play, you know, obviously, but you know, we'll see. A long way to go between now and the start of the year in that respect. But
what do you think?
A lot of questions. I just think it was so telling, and we've talked about this in previous Sims at points as well after the draft. I think it was so telling that the Texans used their very first pick, albeit a third round choice, but that was their first pick that they had. Their very first pick on a quarterback.
It is very telling, and it's almost like odd because like it made me think like, is the position the need, or were they just gonna take the best guy available at that position just for the dart throw of hope in the third round, which I wouldn't be mad at.
Do you think he was the best player available at that point?
No, but I think he was by position, maybe he was the best quarter. It's debatable because then
I just think like you're not making that pick if if nothing is happening, like there's no Deshaun Watson wants out, there's no everything that's happening with him off the field, you are not even considering drafting a quarterback, you know, period, probably, let alone in round 3. So I think that's what kind of made it noteworthy.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think if, let's just say things weren't the way they, you know, no trade rumors, no off the field stuff, they're probably trying to trade back into that first 2 rounds because Deshaun Watson had his best statistical season last year in a quote unquote down year, people thought. The Texans, he played like what the Packers were 2 years ago. We're like, the Packers stunk. And like, no, they went 13-3 and went to the NFC title game. But like nobody remembers that. Now they do because now Rodgers, the stories. Look at the last 2 years, they didn't draft an offensive guy, but yeah, I still believe they'll figure it out. Deshaun Watson, they open up against the Jaguars, 1 o'clock, September 12th in Houston. I think Deshaun's under center, but if not, if we're going to go off of that, then yeah. I think you couldn't be happier as the Texans fan to have a guy like Tyrod Taylor there to pave the way if you think Davis Mills is the guy.
Or just the gap.
Yeah, or at least just like hold it down for a year. Don't forget, this guy was a playoff quarterback for the Buffalo Bills, and this is pre-Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs. This was not a team you thought was any good. This was LaShawn McCoy carrying the team on his back, and when Tyrod got the opportunity to be that starter, he really stepped up his game, kept them alive, won a lot of kind of bad games, but won games nonetheless, and then lost to the Jaguars in maybe the worst playoff game in history.
7-0 Seattle. A couple minutes gone by second quarter. Rossi and I hanging out here, and incomplete pass from the aforementioned Deshaun Watson. Mike Bizzle in the chat. Koff, are your players undefeated? Your kids' soccer and t-ball? I'm glad you asked, Mike. So I only coach soccer. I don't coach baseball, t-ball, or my 8-year-old soccer. So it's just the 6-year-old soccer. It's just the 6-year-old soccer that I still go to everything, Rossi. I just I couldn't coach it all. Like that's a big ask. There's
a big difference.
I'm not that good a dad.
No.
I can't be asked to coach it all. I can't coach all of it.
First of all, we just missed a 52-yarder here. I'm very emotional about it. Second of all, you can't coach t-ball because it's the worst sport to coach. You have to be the most patient human being on the planet. People don't give enough. Teachers, don't get me wrong, shout out, love teachers. All the teachers in the world, you deserve much more money, all the praise, the glory, and the love. But
t-ball coaches,
I'm telling you, they're a step behind. I went to a game last week for the first time in a long time. My nephews have grown out of that age group, but I have my godson, and dude, I'm sitting there, and they have to, like, it's at the point where the coaches are pitching, so he's like 7, and like they have to hit the ball. Like everybody has to at least make contact.
Oh, so they're gonna pitch forever until
it was brutal. I'm like, oh boy. As a kid, I thought t-ball was the greatest thing ever, and now I understand why parents were like, I don't know about t-ball.
So to answer your question, Mike, the baseball t-ball, they've lost some games, they've won some too. I mean, I don't know what their record is. I mean, who cares, really? I mean,
I do.
Not at that age. You're trying to learn, obviously, but they're out there. They're learning. They're having a good time. The 8-year-old soccer, they just lost their first game last game, so they had started, 5-0 or something like that. But they lost their first one, so my son was a little bummed about that. Not as bummed, I would say, as my buddy who does coach, because he really wanted the undefeated season. But alas, that didn't happen. But I think, Rossi, you may not know about this, but the reason I've talked about it on The Sims, the reason that Mike brought it up is because my 6-year-old soccer team a friend of mine and I, we coach together, you know, and obviously we both have kids on the team. It'd be creepy if you didn't, I guess. And so we have coached together for this is our third season or session, because I'm not going to say year, because it's like fall, spring, that sort of thing. So it's our third session coaching together. Have not lost a game yet, knock on wood.
Woo!
Have not lost yet. And I was very concerned last week because my buddy he was officiating a wedding. He went all Jason Rossi. He was officiating a wedding and he couldn't make it. And he's like, you know, you're it's all you. It's all you this week. And we were playing, you know, with our pre-scouting, we were playing a good team. Pre-scouting. We were playing the blue team. We were
I heard about them. They got a reputation.
Yeah, I know. Making a lot of waves on the Dream Stream. And we were as Mike says, solo sim, solo coach.
What are we?
And I was very concerned that I was going to take the first loss. That and because I knew I would never hear the end of it. It was like, I'm not there 1 week and we lose, even though it was not his first absence, but I was very concerned that we were going to lose. Fortunately, it was a comfortable win. It was like 11-3 or something like that. But going in, it was a slow start. I had to really, ratchet up the excitement. But they got there. AD Poker had asked, what does coaching 6-year-olds entail for soccer? It's probably what you would think. I mean,
kick the ball, run.
3/4 of it is scrimmaging, or playing the game, against the other team. The first quarter or third or whatever it is just running through some drills. Like working on soccer stops, working on reversing the ball, taking shots, passing drills. Playing a little fishy. I don't know if you know that game, folks. A little fishy.
Is that a card game? Go fish.
It's a lot like, it may as well be like Red Rover.
Okay.
But you have all the kids, as we got a field goal here. Seattle up 10-0. You have all the kids line up on one of the sidelines, goal line, whatever. It doesn't matter. And the objective, they all have the ball. The objective is to cross the length of the field with one person, who is the shark, out there in the middle of the field trying to kill the fish, basically, which is kick the ball out of bounds, kick their ball out of bounds, and then last person standing wins the game. So there's a little fishy drill that happens, but we got a game on Sunday, man. Every Sunday it's getting loose. Got to make sure my yellow shirt is washed and show up there ready to go.
Well,
nothing.
Congrats.
Thanks.
I will just say, my brain scrambled like an egg at one point during there, but I was going to say that it is impressive, the undefeated part, but it's also quite the complex that you already have that as the adults. I can only imagine what the poor kids now probably overhear this conversation between the two coaches. So
we're very careful to never talk about it in front of the kids. Like it's very much a just he and I obsess over this.
Okay.
No question. We don't bring it up, but here's the thing, because you got to remember, like 6-year-olds, they're savvy. They're of that age where they start to they want to win. They're old enough to recognize winning and losing. And even though we're not keeping score out loud, we're certainly doing it in our heads. There are members of the team like this. I won't name any, obviously, but this one kid, it kills me, like in the best way possible. He will, after his stint or shift or whatever, he will run out. He'll run for his water break back onto the sidelines. And he will, like, under his breath, he'll run past me and say the score. Like, he's on the field keeping track. He knows exactly what's going on. He, even after our first session a couple of years ago, gave us each notes at the end of the season that said undefeated with just drew pictures of everybody. It was awesome.
Well, you know what's funny? The only reason I know anything about your soccer coaching, oh look, Kenny Still's on the field, is because when I first got signed up here, little under a year ago now, I was told, hey, just watch a couple of The Sims. And I think it was you and Zach Thompson.
Okay.
On, I want to say a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
And you had either just come back from a soccer game or had to go to one. And literally, like, just like this, it was like a majority of the conversation between the two of you was talking about coaching children.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I'd already seen some of The Sims, but you have to remember when Babysitter Billy and all this started up, it was a lot of like strict play-by-play.
Yeah.
Your early days. So then I heard that and I'm like, what is this? Like, is that what I'm going to be doing? Am I going to be talking? Like, it was just funny. But I remember that conversation, you mentioning the Undefeated, and obviously we were living in the height of the pandemic, we'll say, at the time. And I know that was like just as sports were kind of being figured out. And I don't know what the season looked like around, July of last year for your children. But it was just fascinating to hear. I'm like, this is the thing?
This is what I'll be doing?
This is what I'm going to be doing like 8 times this Sunday?
I've seen a couple people ask, by the way, I have to imagine any youth coach has had the same experience as me. So this is not, specific to like my kids, my team, whatever. Like if you're coaching that age level, especially soccer, like baseball, basketball, flag football, whatever, those are different animals, but especially soccer. The biggest thing that gives you a leg up is just having a group of kids that cares. Like, that isn't just like pulling their shirt over their heads, chasing butterflies, constantly asking if they can come out to have water or a snack or go to the bat. Like, if half your 8 kids, let's say, if half your kids just hustle and care and are like actively trying to, block goals, score goals, just engaged in the game, that's all you really need to have a good team. It's not like, I'm not going to pretend there's real like fundamental drills happening with a 6-year-old. It's just like, make sure they're having a good time and that they're engaged. If they're not engaged, and you always have those, those are the tough ones. Those are the ones that like you're muttering to yourself, like, I mean, this kid doesn't even want to be here. Like, this kid's parents just signed them up to have a social break for themselves. Like, this is awful. How little can we play this kid and still feel like we're doing our job here?
Oh, listen, the struggle's real when you're coach, and I understand that. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like T-ball, I can't imagine. Can't imagine. Yeah,
T-balls, that's a whole other animal, man. Shampoo Man, I'm going to paraphrase this in the chat, but it was worth reading. Shampoo Man, first impressions, I thought Koff was, an extra in Super Troopers, and Rossi I didn't like whatsoever. I was wrong on both. Koff very intelligent, and I do like Rossi.
Well, 2 things. 1, Shampoo Man, appreciate you. 2, don't change your mind that often. It's okay. You like what you like, dislike what you dislike. Just don't, as I always say, don't poo-poo someone's yum-yum. All right?
Don't poo-poo someone's yum-yum. I like that. I like that a lot.
I really try to live by that. Try not to talk crap. Don't push others down to lift yourself up, because you're balancing on a bad platform. And don't, like, if somebody likes something, don't be like, oh, that stinks. Oh, you like that? You're stupid. Like, nah, like what you like. You can have fun in a conversation, don't get me wrong, but I just don't like when people are straight up like, oh my gosh, you like these Seattle uniforms? You're a loser.
I appreciate the evolution of the opinion. Never, regardless of where you land, maybe you like us off the top and you grow to hate us, or obviously the alternative, as Shampoo Man volunteered. I just appreciate that you're keeping an open mind.
That's it.
You're allowing yourself to adapt. My version of not poo-pooing someone's yum-yum is not, don't harsh your mellow. Same thing.
I like that too. A little more deep. Mine's like I think I made mine up in kindergarten.
How about Jared Kilgore? This is deep. This is going to help me sleep tonight, this kind of positive thinking. My favorite year coaching was an Ophir. We won a few championships along the way, but one more in the season we didn't win a meet.
Wow.
Deep, right?
I don't even understand it, though. Is it just like a good team? Like, everybody was just great?
Maybe there was a lot of personal growth?
Yeah, maybe Jared just found himself within all those losses. If only Rob Marinelli felt the same way.
You mentioned Babysitter Billy before as we near the half, by the way. I texted him. What did I write exactly?
Good Lord.
I texted him earlier today. I said, "You were in my dream last night. I don't remember why, but probably why I didn't sleep well." And I can't tell you how he responded because it's inappropriate. But knowing Babysitter Billy as we do, it was not nice.
Yeah, sounds about right.
He didn't appreciate being a part of my dream with a whole cast of characters. You might have been there. I don't know.
I understand. I appreciate it, but I would just say you didn't have to tell him either. Remember that.
No, I chose to. I anticipated that it was not going to be a favorable response, but I just, he seems like the kind of guy that just wants to be included.
Just need to make him feel included. I think we all
like. I just want you to know that that you were thought of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just want to let you know.
Yeah.
And then he gets mad at you for telling him. But then if you didn't tell him,
yeah,
no harm, no foul in a way. But you did the extra mile to let him know.
Like, what if I texted a handful of other people and said they were in the dream, and he finds out about it and says, "What is I'm not good enough to be in your dream?"
Good point.
That's how he's wired.
Rude.
Yeah, really. Think for himselfer. Lewis Daniels saying, "Jury's still out on you, Koff." Jared answers, says the growth and progress of the team was amazing. We just weren't that good. So there you go.
That's like my everyday life, Jared. Growth and progress is amazing, just not talented, good, or really quality human being. But everything else is, we're making progress, baby.
Listen, I don't know anything about how you do your job, like your real job, your non-dream stream job. I have to imagine that you have experienced successes in your professional life. I just don't, I don't know about them. But one thing I can certainly vouch for is you are absolutely a quality human being. I don't want to hear any of that.
Yeah, that was a little dramatic. I was trying to just weave it together. I would never even, trust me, I like to be self-deprecating, but I also know my self-worth. And that's a big important thing for everybody as well. So we continue the deepness here, but same to all of you. And we have quality people here on the stream, even Koff, even all the jokes. I don't think he's a nice enough person.
Want to remind you folks that starting on Monday, this is a big deal. This will be a lot of fun. There is a Madden season that is happening, brand new standings, everything. We're starting a Madden 21 season that will actually emulate the real life NFL season, starting with the Thursday night game, or featuring the defending champion Buccaneers on through the entire season. So it'll take whatever it is, 5-6 weeks to complete. But there's a free-to-play pool on the DK Sportsbook, and it is free to play, so you don't need to be in a DraftKings Sportsbook state. You can play it anywhere. Free-to-play pool, $5,000 pool. You can watch and play as we Madden Sim the full 2021 season. You can pick who you think is going to win the divisions, who you think is going to be, among the worst teams. There are a lot of great questions on there that are available to you. And no roster updates if anyone is going to ask that. Same rosters that you're, living with right now that you're used to. But it should be a good time.
Dude, so you're telling me I get to watch the Jacksonville Jaguars in Houston? Mm-hmm. You're on the Dream Stream Monday.
That's what I'm telling you.
Wait, are you going to tell me that the Tennessee Titans are going to be playing the Seattle Seahawks just like in week 1 coming up?
Same deal, man.
This is like, I am all
mind-blowing.
Dude, this is going to be awesome. Now, all jokes aside and sarcastic undertones, but like, this is cool. I like this. I like the idea of it. I like how long it's going to take as well, because some of these tournaments we do, I kind of feel like it's like done, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Like, this is going to take probably, like you said, it's 18 weeks now, technically.
Well, but I mean, obviously, like, buys don't matter. So
no, I know. I'm just condensing it. So, like,
yeah. No, we did the producer Drew did the math, or BK maybe when we were on yesterday. Someone did the math. I tried to do the math. I did it very incorrectly. It was a very poor job on my part. But we did the math, and I believe it is 6 weeks that it will take us to sim the entire season.
Okay, so that's pretty fun though. So think about it. It's going to take us into the summer. I'm sure there'll be some sort of fun contest towards the end. Are we doing playoffs? We playoffing?
I don't have an answer on that yet. I inquired as well though, because to me, that's a very logical follow-up question.
Yeah. Well, guess what, everybody? Stay tuned for it because not only is the free-to-play 5K, which is you should all be in on, but I'm sure there'll be something. I know that these guys are looking, the big wigs, the higher-ups, the ones that give me the no on the weekly are going to come up with something good, something fun for you.
Not a lot. You don't get a lot of no's, do you?
I get a lot of no, because they're smarter than that. No one should ever say no, because then it's like the idea is a no. It's like we'll keep that in consideration. Oh, we're cooking up something, which I rather just hear no.
Yeah.
It's like the old, like when I used to ask my dad, "Can we go mini golfing today?" Maybe. Well, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What has to fall? What has to fall into place for me to just do a little putt? Which, by the way, side note, since like the world's kind of reopening here around us, we're definitely gonna get that basketball game going soon. I think I'm just gonna spearhead it soon. But second, I want to do like golf's become such a major thing here in the Dream Stream. We see all the, all the content. Reed is literally taking pictures every 32 seconds on at the PGA Championship, which you gotta love. And I'm sure that if you're gonna be sent somewhere for free, like do it up. But I think I want to do a mini golf thing with the Dream Streamers too.
In.
Okay.
Can't wait.
All right, I gotta make moves now because last time with the little kicking thing between Glash and Emerson, behind the scenes with those text messages, it was a travesty. I'll just let you know. So the basketball first because I think that'll be fun.
I mean, hoops might be a different situation, obviously, but when it comes to mini golf, among some other niche sports, if you will, like
water polo,
like cornhole, for instance.
Sure.
Something like that. Mini golf, I talk a big game, but I tend to back it up. I'm a good mini golfer. Real golfer, forget it. But mini golfer, I can hold my own. So I'd like to get out there and putt with you.
Oh, dude, I am. So it all depends on the weather that day and what I ate for breakfast. Because some days I can really bank it off the the sidewall, hit off the other sidewall, get right towards the hole.
Dodge that windmill.
Yep. Oh man,
put it in the clown's mouth.
On the daily, but yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll make it done. We're gonna have some fun. Dream for those outside of the Dream Stream, like for those watching us, we are gonna try to bring you some content outside of the Dream Stream, just as much inside, for fun.
So if I may ask, I don't know if I can. You got to tell me. Of all these no's, or we'll consider that. We'll put that in our files. Do you have a favorite pitch so far that you're still holding out hope for?
There's a lot of wrestling content that I'm trying to push.
Okay.
Not a lot. I shouldn't say a lot, but WWE and DraftKings have an official relationship, so I'm just trying
that is true.
Head up a lot of that, and I'm trying to make sure that absolute weasel phony Steve Buchanan doesn't get all the love. Just want to let him know there's another dog in the fight that might have a little more passion for the daily experience of it. And, I want to get, I basically try to do some pre-lock sometime. I basically tell him, like, hey, on a Sunday, there's nothing else in between Sims. Why don't we do that? Me and a couple other people behind the scenes, we talked about it, said everyone's good. And then I think they're working out, like, relationships, too. It's not like it's not like the NBA where you do that thing with LaMarca where it's like the NBA and DraftKings, it's like lock and step. Everything's kind of clear and known at this point.
Sure.
I even said some stuff for the NHL. Not for me personally. I just think there's more. I understand that maybe the engagement might not be as huge, but I think like you got someone like Moose who is just a wealth of knowledge. Drop it in.
A lot of things we could be doing, no question.
But there's been other things. There's been like other just like more like just getting involved stuff. Yeah. We'll say you can't get the answer yes unless you ask a question. But sometimes the question can lead to the answer no. You got to find a way to make it other people's. You got to inception people.
That felt like a fortune cookie.
Thank you.
Fortune. That one right there.
In bed.
That's the age-old. Poppy says Bukes is all bark.
Oh, please. I'm waiting for the day. Listen, here's the other thing.
And you know what? It's a loud bark, too.
Oh, I've heard. I've never really had too much of the pleasure, but I will just say this. The funny thing is, like, earlier today, me and BK teamed up, and, we talked about, like, bad takes and having them and whatever. Like, kind of went back to where we started this conversation earlier. And he was saying that, because him and Kenny had, like, their little beef recently about quarterback position and all that. I'm like, Sure. And I basically said, like, I love most of I like the idea of and I said this to you, I like the idea of everything that Kenny says. I just don't like the way he goes about it. Like, nothing but what he says is right. So it was funny because then people in the chat.
He'd actually fit in really well on an ESPN show.
To a degree, yeah. Yes. But then what I said was, and because I've had the take that I thought Tomlin should have been fired during this past. Like, after the season ended, this was it. They have not reached anywhere that the Steelers should go. And like BK was like, he's a Hall of Fame coach. That's so dumb. I'm like, is it though? Like, if you're Denver, like look at Denver. You've had a rotation of coaches. Why? Because you haven't reached the potential you want to reach. Haven't we seen everything from Mike Tomlin? Anyways, but the chat was like, don't go against BK. He's going to put you in a body bag like he did Kenny. And I'm like, all right, like, first of all, never be scared to have a conversation about something if you believe it. But also, you have to have the door open to, like, you're not right. Like, you can say things, stick with it. But like I said, Tomlin, like, it made me laugh that morning. It actually made me nauseous when I woke up and saw that he got that 3-year extension. I thought it was foolish. That was my opinion. Then people get all mad. It's like, oh, Ross, here he goes. It's like, that's where if you get blamed for not having takes, let's just say you were mentioning earlier, go for it. Like, I'd rather sometimes be that guy because it's like, no one's ever going to be like, oh, here he goes again. Here's Koff and his ridiculous BS about why the New England Revolution are going to win all the mayor's trophies or whatever they give out in soccer.
Something cup.
There you go.
In the MLS Cup, but something before that too. Daniel says of that discussion, that argument between BK and Kenneth. BK took Kenny down in the first quarter and was just pinning him the rest of the sim.
Oh, please, I'm sure it was. Well, this is
BK was so rattled by that he was texting me after, and I didn't even listen to the sim.
I remember. Well, we had the next sim together, if you remember. And then I heard like Glash and him spoke too. I don't even know why. He's like, I texted Glash too. I was like, well, I can only imagine what that was about, but.
Well, he texted Glash and I together. It was like a 3-person text.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll just say about that situation, and like, good on Kenny for having his thoughts on it, but again, it's like, I had a recent sim. The only thing I don't like, and this isn't against Kenny, this would be Yukoff, this would be BK, this would be Zach, this would be Reed, this would be Emerson, this would be anybody.
Sure.
I don't like it when people say, there's no point in having this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
That is like, ooh, there's a few things, if you want to know, here's me peeling back, like, that grinds my gears. That's what gets me a little emotional.
Yeah.
And I've recently heard that, and I'm like, don't, like, Christian would never say that to me. Like, we're doing an hour broadcast. All right, so never mind. Here's Deshaun Watson scrambles down the middle for a couple of yards. But like,
I will say though, at a certain point, and when I say that, I mean after you've had the conversation for 15 minutes and you're just going in circles. Sure. At a certain point, you have to say, like, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there is a place for a nice heated, like, back and forth for a while. But yeah, if there's like just kind of getting that like borderline resentment-y tension in a sim, then it's like, let's just.
No, all rattled, passionate, spouting out crazy things. Kenny is my favorite Kenny. I say it all the time. That is the if that Kenny doesn't show up to the sim, I'm gonna find him before the sim is over. I promise you that.
No, I'm with you. I agree. We teamed up a couple times this week. I always tell him, bring it all. But then I just sometimes trying to navigate out of that. Sometimes it's a whole other conversation.
Congrats, bad boys at Pop. See your note. His wife passed the California real estate exam on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
About to join the Oppenheim group. So it's not going to be a reality show, but we here. Congrats, man. Awesome. Congrats to your wife.
Let's go. Make some cash. Sell those big old whoppers out there.
Ashley says, Koff, what does MC mean in golf? Ashley, that is what you don't want. It means missed cut.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
So your golfer is whomever that is done for the weekend.
Wasn't Dustin Johnson a cut today?
Yeah.
Did he make it? That's rough.
Oh, I don't remember if I feel like it was Kenny. I do all this Kenny talk. I do feel like it was Kenny who told me about this, but in the outside chance that it was you or maybe you've just seen it. See, on Fridays for Madden After Dark, when I'm on at least, we like to call it a #FilmFest Friday. Ooh. So we haven't really done it here. We've been talking about other things, but generally we will spend much of the sim talking about movies, TV, pop culture, whatever. I did just watch the other night the last blockbuster documentary on Netflix. Very enjoyable.
I've heard such good things. I've had a lot of people actually tweet at our podcast profile for some reason. To me, though, they're like, you have to watch this. I'm like, who's like Billy? Billy as in me or Billy as in him? But yeah, I've heard really good things. Worth the time, right? A lot of people say that's what I judge things. I go, is it going to be worth my time?
Yeah, I found it very interesting.
I like it.
Like, I didn't realize or remember that that Blockbuster had an opportunity to buy Netflix way back when.
Yes, that's the biggest.
Before Netflix blew it out of the water.
Dude, that's the biggest story with that. And you saw that like infographic that was on Twitter for a while that showed all the Blockbuster rate like rising like from like the 80s to the 90s. And like the height of Blockbuster was like 2002. There was like a gajillion of them across the United States.
Oh, there were like 9,000 stores or something.
Yeah, and there was even one in the Dakotas, and there's nothing in the Dakotas. And yeah, and then they slowly declined after that, and the rise of Netflix, because Netflix obviously started as basically like a DVD club, and yeah, they did have the chance to buy them at that point, and boom, done, dead.
Bad Boys of Pop says, cough, I passed too, LOL. Well, yeah, but congrats mostly to your wife. I'm kidding, Bad Boys. That's awesome.
Wait, Bad
Very
Boys
cool.
Pop too?
Yeah, he says the real estate exam. He said his wife and him. They both passed.
Bad Boys, I'll be honest, I didn't read it. I let Cough handle it, and I'll never let that happen again.
Executive sessions. Finally, fire. Let's get to the movies and series talk going. Let's go. Well, we got a whole quarter. I didn't even know this existed until I watched the trailer the other day. Are you familiar with and it's on, I don't know if it's the Roku channel or one of the Roku channels. Roku channel is trying to go all streaming platform obviously and putting out content of its own with big people. And so there's a movie. It's a movie called Die Hard, which is a play on Die Hard but with Kevin Hart. And it's not a spoof action movie. It's basically like Kevin Hart is tired of, he plays a version of himself where he's tired of being just this comedian and he wants to be taken seriously as an actor and he wants to be an action star. And his and he goes and gets trained, and his trainer in this movie is John Travolta, but it's not John Travolta. It's just John Travolta is playing this like stunt guy who is training him. And it's the trailer's not bad. I'm not saying the movie's any good. I haven't watched it, but the trailer's not bad as we've gotten to the end of 3.
I will tell you right now, I've seen that on like my YouTube suggestions, and I thought it was just like a sketch, so I just keep moving past it.
No, it's a trailer. You should, I mean, I'm not saying you got to watch the movie, but you should check out the trailer. Spend the 2 minutes on the trailer and see what you think.
Okay. I'm in. I'll check it out. Yeah. Die Hard. The tough title. The tough title. Like
Daniel asking if Halle Berry's in it. I don't remember seeing her in the trailer, but
Halle Berry, why would she be in it? Oh, he believes she is. I get it. So Daniel's probably right. If I had to guess, Daniel's right.
I mean, he's right about a lot. No, he's saying never mind now. Maybe he looked it up.
He's watching.
Hawk Corleone says Kevin Hart is not funny at all.
No, that's a bit
I enjoy
strong.
Kevin Hart.
Yeah,
I don't like him in everything, but I like him.
I'm not a big fan of Kevin Hart, but I do find him funny. Like, there's definitely been roles. By the way, well, it's a little controversial. Not necessarily. You just can't repeat anything. But I would just say the scene he has in The 40-Year-Old Virgin, maybe one of the funniest scenes in the movie.
It's true. It's really good.
It's unbelievable. He just, and like we've all, like if you've ever had a friend, like I had a friend that used to work at Debunked Circuit City, and I used to do that all the time. Be like, what's the discount that you can get me? What can we slap on these bad boys? You all have had those friends that work somewhere. They used to switch out tags or whatever.
No question.
What a time. High school life. Oh, doing so many things that would
What
get
do you mean you can't take care of me?
Yeah. Incredible scene. Incredible scene.
Clem says Kaufman also liked Hubie Halloween a lot, so take that
So-
for what it's worth.
Hey,
you know,
no.
so did Rossi.
I loved it. Didn't just like it. Rewatched it several times. So,
Did you really? I've only watched it the once.
I watched it like 3 times that weekend.
It's so great.
I did. I never asked you, what are your thoughts on Uncut Gems? What was your thoughts on that movie?
So I really liked Uncut Gems, and I think it really gets unfairly panned by people as we got a touchdown here.
Is that Kenny Stills?
Randall Cobb?
Oh,
No, it's not. It's anyone but Kenny Stills.
I literally for a second almost dropped my trap.
Oh my god!
I was stunned. I was like, wait a second.
I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was well done. I didn't think it was. Yeah, it was before I saw it, and it was a while before I saw it. So I'd listen to all these people saying it's like it's edge of your seat. It's like it's and I don't know. I didn't feel that
at the end. At the end, I did.
But I found the end. So giving nothing away, obviously, for anyone out there that does want to watch it.
Spoiler free.
It ended exactly as it should have ended. Like there's no. I mean, obviously, I think part of it too. It revolves around a Celtics playoff game for anyone that doesn't know, a real game. So if you know the way that game went, then you already have some knowledge of kind of how the movie was going to go in some ways. But independent of that and just Adam Sandler's character, I think it just the ending made sense. Like